What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Starting with Riding Fruit 1RR001, Knights and Phantom Thieves. Xia Ya, it's so hard, it makes me feel so uncomfortable writing it, Karina, I'm growing. It's normal to be hard, idiot Xia Ya, if you hadn't pointed out the wrong sailing direction, we might have found the Rejou pirates long ago. What if they ran away in the past? If you can't get the treasure, you have to take full responsibility? I don't want to either, but sailing is too difficult to learn. Advertisement Sea Circle Calendar 1516, East Blue, Ku Island, early winter. The street was covered with a thin layer of white snow, and there was no one there, but you could see a line of footprints increasing step by step, and you could hear a man and a woman bickering. Two voices, one set of footprints, but no one. I have to say, this scene is still a bit weird. Actually, the owner of the female voice comes from a 14-year-old girl named Karina. Karina is a character from the theatrical version of Golden City. She has a sweet singing voice, a flexible mind, and shrewd stealing skills. In the plot, she has a close relationship with the little thief cat Nami. The intersection of, nicknamed, Phantom Thief. The identity of the male voice owner is even more special. His name is Xia Ya, a 14-year-old time traveler. 2 years ago, he traveled to the world of pirates and met Karina, who was also an orphan in East Blue. They formed a team of knights and phantom thieves, and made a living by robbing pirates on the sea. It is worth mentioning that, at the beginning of time travel, Xia Ya was the rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. In the original work, the riding fruit appeared in the latest chapter of the Egghead Island plot. The eater was Marine Vice Admiral Bruglass. After the old woman used her ability, she mounted a pacifist and controlled the pacifist to launch at Bonnie. Laser. Other than that, there aren't many abilities shown, and it's not clear in the plot whether he can ride people. But that's not important. The important thing is that Xia Ya is already riding. Yes. To sum up Xia Ya's ability in one sentence, anyone can ride it. Theoretically, he can ride the sky, the earth, the air, Shirahoshi, the Empress, and I am. And control them to fight for themselves, of course. The premise is that the opponent is willing to be ridden, or Xia Ya surrenders with absolute strength. Otherwise, who would want to be ridden? Xia Ya is a time traveler. Although he has no system, he also has cheats. Advertisement yes, his riding fruit is upgraded, not only does it avoid side effects. There is also an additional bud level ability. This ability is the gain buff. Simply divided into two parts. 1. The riding fruit will randomly refresh a temporary riding buff with a special ability. What ability it is, how long it can be used, and when it is refreshed all depends on luck. 2. When Xia Ya signs a riding contract with a human, she will obtain a permanent riding buff, which can be regarded as permanently obtaining a passive skill. Such as now, Xia Ya has a buff with a countdown on her head. Invisibility. While riding, the Esper and the mount will gain the ability to become invisible. The remaining time is 2 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes and 46 seconds. A perfect temporary version of Paramecia transparent fruit. Now that the invisible skill has been refreshed, of course it must be used rationally. It just so happened that Karina got some information some time ago, saying that the Rejou pirates stationed in Ghetto made a huge fortune. No, the two of them are very playful and ready to collect the food. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, when Xia Ya and Karina landed on Kui Island, they used the riding mode and became invisible together. This was also the fundamental reason why the two of them were clearly walking on the street, but could only hear their voices but not see their people. A few minutes later, Xia Ya rode Karina into the Rejou pirate station. Idiot, if I hadn't insisted on this direction, we almost went in the wrong direction again. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to persevere, humph. Karina hammered Xia Ya's thigh, pouting to get praise. Xia Ya pulled Karina's hair. Keep your voice down, others can't see it, but they can hear it. There were several bonfires burning in the open space not far away, and the smell of roasted meat wafted in the air. A dozen pirates were eating meat and drinking heavily. Little did they know that two people had already come to them. In the center of the station, sat a strong man 2 meters tall. He was wearing a fashionable brand of captain's uniform, and the pirate hat on his head also had the logo of their pirate group painted on it. This person is the captain of the Rejou pirates, Hancock. Next to the captain's chair, a girl with short orange hair, about 14 years old, was raising her wine glass boldly. Advertisement, Captain Dog Eyes, the wine on Ghetto is so great, let's have another drink, I'll do it first. Nami raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Dog-eyed Hancock smiled crookedly. Thanks to Nami's intervention this time, we were able to get the treasure map with just one cannonball without wasting a bullet. Nami is not only cute in appearance, but also has a deep drinking capacity. If you weren't a little younger, I would have promoted you to captain's wife, gua gua gua. Ha ha ha, Captain, you are so funny. Celebrating that the captain picked up the treasure, let's drink to Nami's joining, cheers. Logically speaking, if a girl named Nami falls into the hands of a group of vicious pirates, her fate will either be to become a handyman, or become the captain's personal plaything, or become a toy for all pirates to vent their anger on, or simply be sold as a slave. However, looking at this situation, it seems that Nami is now a member of the Rejou pirates? Of course. Nami's ability to enter the pirate group and gain their recognition was only the first step in her plan. Her real purpose was to get all the pirates drunk and then steal the pirate group's treasure. The so-called treasure map is just a part of the plan. Nami just drew it casually using her talent for drawing sea charts. None of them are old. It seems that the Rejou pirates are not very smart. Seeing that everyone was already a little drunk at this time, Nami had a sly smile on her lips. Cheers, come again. Xia Ya's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the girl with orange hair as she passed by. Nami, I never expected to meet him here, in fact. 99% of the pirate world is sea area, and the importance of navigators is self-evident. Navigation cannot be without navigators, just like horses cannot be without knights. Xia Ya and Karina suffered a lot during the voyage because of the lack of navigators. Nami is the top navigator in the original book. Even the fishman dragon that can freely travel through the sea, and even the thief golden lion Shiki who sails in the air, all covet Nami's navigation skills. So, navigators are very important, more importantly. For Xia Ya, Nami is not only an excellent navigator, but she can also ride. 002. Nami, do you want to be ridden by me? Yeah, my navigator must be her. Karina and Nami will have to grow their hair long in the future, and have twin tails to match my driving skills. It's better to collect the treasure for now. Karina, turn around quickly, let's go west. Xia Ya tightened her legs, pinched Karina's neck, then covered the girl's warm forehead with one hand, pinched the girl's pink ears with the other, and swaggered past the pirates one after another. This scene is similar to the Snowfield twins Nunu and Willip going to gank. My neck feels so itchy. This idiot actually has hairy legs. I'll arrange hair removal cream for him later. Karina complained in her heart and angrily twisted a twist on Xia Ya's thigh. Xia Ya grinned in pain. If there weren't pirates around him, he would have pushed his feet to the top and screamed loudly. Soon, the two people who were walking around successfully entered the Rejou pirates' treasure room and packed up all the treasures. And just when the two of them turned around and were about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared and bumped into the two of them. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. How do you see the road? Xia Ya, idiot, we hit the wall. Xia Ya and Karina didn't expect someone to come in suddenly, so they fell to the ground and scratched their heads. After separation, the effect of the invisible buff also disappears. Hey, what did I hit? Nami's forehead was spinning with golden little stars. The treasures scattered on the ground made her wake up instantly. Hey, who are you, assholes? Are you trying to steal my treasure? At the same time, outside the treasure house, a pirate was shaking the drunken captain wildly. Boss, dog-eyed Mahawk boss. We made a big mistake. I just found out from other pirate groups that our new navigator is the infamous Little Thief Cat. Dog Eyes Mahawk's eyes were wandering, and his mouth was a little awkward. Don't shake, I want to vomit. What did you just say, Little? What kind of cat? Little Thief Cat. Nami is the Little Thief Cat who specializes in using treasure maps to join various pirate groups, and then greedily steals all the treasures. Damn. How dare you rob Lousy? Mahawk, a dog-eyed man, had a clever idea and woke up from the wine. I'm in vain. Little ones, follow me to the treasure house immediately, I will kill her to death. Advertisement in the treasure house, the air is quiet. Although Nami is only 14 years old, in order to redeem the village from the dragon pirates, she started her career as a thief in East Blue early, and her knowledge has increased a lot. After being stunned for a moment, she already understood that she was meeting a colleague. Damn it. I drank the wine, I provided the strength, and of course the treasure is mine alone. It was such a close call, I almost got intercepted. Nami's expression changed and she became very calm in an instant. She smiled slyly and warned the two of them. Hey, I can tell you were thieves at a glance. What a coincidence, this is my territory. You are actually trying to steal my and Captain Dog-Eye's treasures. If you are discovered, you will be cut into pieces. Do you know that there are some of the most vicious pirates out there? But, Nami changed the topic. If you leave now, I won't ask anyone to come. Move. Nami was obviously here to steal, but he acted as if he had caught a thief in his own home, but he also pretended to be generous. Xia Ya was also amused. She looked at Nami, who was not long but already beautiful, and asked, Hey, do you want to be ridden by me? What to ride? Nami asked. Ride you? What kind of talk are you talking about, like a tiger or a wolf? Facing the furious Nami, Xia Ya spread her hands helplessly. Leave her alone, let's go ahead and pack her up and take her away. Karina didn't waste any time and quickly collected the treasure again. While Nami was stunned, Xia Ya climbed onto Karina's back in one leap. Then, hey, no, missing. At this moment, Nami felt that her worldview had been refreshed. What's going on? Disappeared into thin air. Nami's mind stopped, but he instinctively grabbed a soft arm with his little hand. Don't even think about leaving. Let me go, idiot, the invisible Karina shouted. Although Nami is very afraid of supernatural events. But if someone dares to steal the treasure in front of you, even if the other person is a devil, you have to stand up and give it a try. So she held Karina's arm firmly. You can't leave, you must keep my treasure. Boom, while Nami and Karina were wrestling, the door to the treasure house was violently kicked open, and a group of pirates surrounded the door and blocked the door. Nami, you really disappoint Lousy, hiccup. Don't you want to live? How dare you worry about Lousy's treasure? Advertisement Mahawk, who took the lead, shouted angrily with dissatisfaction. Captain Dog-Eyes, you have misunderstood. I heard some movement in the treasure house, so I came in to take a look. As a result, you also saw that the treasure had been stolen. Look, I don't have anything in my hand. Gold and silver treasures, really nothing. Nami let go of Karina decisively, spread her palms to prove her innocence, and then pointed outside. I saw with my own eyes that the thief had fled in that direction. Captain Dog Eyes, let's chase him quickly. Rather than having the treasure in the hands of vicious pirates, Nami prefers that the treasure be obtained by those who need it. Although it's a pity, let's forget it, just think of it as fulfilling them. Now that the treasure has disappeared and there is no evidence, I believe that the Rejou pirates can't do anything to me. After failing to steal the treasure, I had to find an opportunity to escape. The frog at the bottom of the well is croaking. Dog-eyed Mahawk raised his eyebrows, anger already on his face. Ignorance. Who can run away in front of Lousy? I am a big pirate with a bounty of more than 9 million belly. Brooklyn Joseph Mahawk, do you think I don't know the identity of your little thief cat? Lousy is drinking with you just to accompany your performance and relax. It's just a boring life. I really thought I wanted you to join the pirate group. Hurry up and tell me where you hid the treasure, or I will chop you into pieces. Mahawk is trying hard to maintain his dignity as a captain and refuses to admit that he was deceived by Nami. He believed that Nami had hidden the treasure. Several pirate subordinates acted together to surround Nami, either with ferocious expressions or with murderous intent on their faces. Oops, they know the identity of my little thieving cat. It's really over now. Nami was a little desperate at the moment, and hurriedly waved her hands and explained helplessly. Misunderstanding, everyone, it is really a misunderstanding. You're dead, little thief cat. Some pirates had already drawn their muskets and aimed at them. Facing these pirates who were licking blood from their knives, Nami, who was only 14 years old, had fear in her eyes and was trembling all over. The pirates have already opened the door. Those two people should have taken the opportunity to take away all the treasure, right? Team up with others to steal, and betray your teammates when something happens. Nami has experienced this kind of thing many times. She had long since decided not to trust others, although she didn't have much interaction with those two people. In Nami's mind, Xia Ya and Karina were no different from other thieves. Now that the most valuable treasure has been taken away, it is impossible for them to come back to save themselves. He no longer has any bargaining chips. Am I going to die? The figures of the villagers and sister of Kokoyashi village flashed through Nami's mind quickly. If there wasn't a trace of faith supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground. Die or be ridden by me, what would you choose? Just when Nami was desperate, a warm air flowed across her ears. 003. Riding Fruit Riding Form, Explosive Combat Power. What would you choose? Nami heard a small voice, as if the air was speaking in her ears. It's that boy's voice, behind me, why don't they leave? Nami was a little angry subconsciously. She didn't understand at all that at this time, that boy still wanted to ride her. Hello. Whether you ride or not is another matter. The key is not something that should be thought about at this age. This way. Dog Eyes Mahawk obviously lost his patience and pulled out a big knife and slashed at Nami. Die to Lousy. Nami closed her eyes tightly, held her head as if resigned to her fate, and cried out, you guys leave quickly. What responded to her was silence, and the voices in the treasure house seemed to have frozen. When Nami tried to open her eyes, she found that her arm had been raised inexplicably, and her right hand was firmly holding the big knife that Mahawk had chopped down, but the blade could not move forward one step. This. Taking the sword with bare hands, isn't it? When did I become so powerful? At the same time. Nami didn't know when. There was someone sitting on his shoulder, and he was grabbing his hair. The man weighed almost as much as a scarf. It's wired. But the feeling of being ridden is real. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and no one could predict it. At this moment, Xia Ya, Nami, and Karina all appeared. It is worth mentioning that, after traveling for so long, Xia Ya's riding fruit has refreshed many temporary buffs, which is what he relies on to become stronger. One of them is the temporary drain buff. While getting the buff, Xia Ya will stay with Karina on an island full of beasts. He will start by subduing a sheep, and finally subdue the tiger, the king of the island, to become a mount. The strength, physique, and fighting skills of the mount will all depend on it, absorbed by Xia Ya. He has also encountered situations where marines and pirates were fighting. The dying wounded had fighting skills, and some were masters, but they had lost their ability to resist. Naturally, they were the targets of Xia Ya. After accumulation, Xia Ya's physical fitness and combat skills have reached a certain level. And after Karina became Xia Ya's mounting partner, he also got a permanent buff, 10 times gain. When in the riding state, Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya plus mount, x10. Advertisement in the realm of East Blue, Xia Ya is very strong by herself, let alone in the riding form with a 10-fold increase. Xia Ya has such a trump card. Facing East Blue's pirates, he can do whatever he wants. For example, the current Rejou pirates, even if Nami's strength is 0, Xia Ya's own strength is x10, and she can be destroyed with just a few moves. He is so strong. Why steal? Instead of robbing? Isn't this a waste of time and expression? But after all, Xia Ya and Karina are thieves. Now that they have obtained an invisible buff, the two of them are like playing a game and getting limited time props. They come here to do tasks at a stuck time. The invisible person should have characteristics such as wretchedness and voyeurism to be exciting. To put it bluntly, this is a spice in the boring sailing life of the two. There is really no need to fight and kill every day. Occasionally eating vegetarian food is also very stylish. Here, facing Nami's sudden rampage, Mahawk was so frightened that he twisted his mouth. Who? Gua. He had just sobered up from a drunken state, so when faced with anything, he would subconsciously think that he was dazzled. Dog Eyes Mahawk rubbed his eyes. Only then did he see a purple-haired girl about the same age as Nami appear in the treasure house. Pity, Mahawk was immediately disappointed. He preferred mature women to young girls. Hole, it turns out you have an accomplice. Looking at Xia Ya on Nami. Mahawk suddenly burst into laughter. Hey, you brat, where are you leaving this stack of arhats? The posture is good. I thought it was something. How dare you scare Lousy, I'll chop you to death. Wow, without any hesitation, Mahawk unleashed his strength and wanted to slash all three of them to death on the spot. However, the scene of blooming bloodflowers did not appear. Only Mahawk had cold sweat on his forehead, and was surprised to find that his knife couldn't be pulled out of Nami's hand. What level of power is this? Since when did Nami become so strong? Impossible. There's absolutely no way it's her. Lousy is the most powerful being in the entire pirate group. Under the force of Nami's palm, the sharp blade broke directly. Ping pong. Xia Ya looked at the shocked pirates, grabbed Nami's hair and pulled it, just like holding a steering wheel to drive a car, or using a controller to play a game and control a character. Advertisement. The next second, Nami punched out with lightning speed. Mahawk's chest immediately sunk, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain, directly embedded in the wall. Bulu bulu. Dog Eyes Mahawk had blood bubbles in his nose, and after a few twitches he stopped breathing. The next second, Nami's body moved again, and in a few flashes, countless fists fell on other pirates. Ah, powerful impact, like dense bullets. Let this group of pirates, who can only be arrogant and domineering in East Blue, let out a miserable cry. In the face of absolute power, the Rejou pirates didn't even have room to struggle. Until all the pirates fell to the ground, the screams slowly stopped before ending completely. Did he control me to do all these things? No way, he is so powerful. My hands actually don't hurt at all, it's amazing. Nami looked at the palm of his hand that received the blade with a look of disbelief. Xia Ya jumped off Nami and turned back into a handsome boy. Karina stepped forward cordially, holding her arms and resting her cheek on his shoulder. Hello, people of the same age, Karina smiled. I should be saved. Since they chose to show up, they shouldn't hurt me. Nami relaxed a little, and an idea popped into her mind uncontrollably. If you pay them to use it to deal with the dragon pirates. Can it be done? Is it feasible? Nami shook her head subconsciously again, trying to calm down. Ah, hello, I didn't expect you to be so good. If you hadn't taken action, I might have died, thank you so much. Xia Ya shifted her gaze from the corpses to Nami, and narrowed her eyes slightly. I won't hurt you. My name is Xia Ya. I am a rider who has eaten the fruit of riding. I can ride on people and fight side by side. Are you willing to join us and become my mount? Devil fruit. I see, that's why he's so eager to ride me. Although Nami has never seen the secret treasure of the sea, she has heard about it. She knew that it was a super treasure worth hundreds of millions of Baileys, and that after eating it, she would gain unexpected superpowers. Nami has looked forward to it countless times, hoping that she can pick up a devil fruit while sailing. Not for eating, but after selling it, you can have money to save your village. Do I have a choice? Nami asked. 004. This woman is so stupid, you ride her and go. Do I have a choice? Nami is quite afraid of Xia Ya's strength. He can kill so many people at once without blinking an eye. He might also be a cruel pirate. So he asked very cautiously. Certainly, Xia Ya said with a smile. We can part ways, but if you choose this way, you will definitely regret it. Silence. Nami was silent for several seconds before sighing and making a decision. You can take all these treasures. I still have important things to do, and I am not suitable to team up with anyone, so I can't choose to be with you. I'm really sorry. In Nami's understanding, evil dragons are invincible existences. Even though Xia Ya, who was so close at hand, showed great strength, she could not suppress the fear coming from her distant hometown. In Nami's opinion, both Xia Ya and Karina are good people. Don't bring trouble to them. Is it because of the evil dragon? A criminal pirate group that collects village name protection fees through violence. Do you think they will give up the long-term meal ticket of the entire Koko West village for 100 million belly? The fishman is hostile to humans, and it is just open to you. A joke or a random trick can make your efforts come to naught. If you believe it, you would be too naive. Xia Ya tried to conquer Nami. You actually know my past. Nami was stunned for a moment. She never expected that the young man in front of her would be so aware of what she was going through, as if he had experienced it himself. At the same time, Xia Ya's words also shattered the hope in her heart like glass. Nami has seen a lot of intrigues on the sea, and has also thought about whether the dragon is deceiving her. The answer is 9 times out of 10, yes, but she had no choice but to believe that she could spend money to redeem the village. Just like the only straw a drowning person grasps, even if he sinks to the bottom, he will believe that the straw can save him. But now, as Xia Ya points out, everything falls apart. Karina patted Nami on the shoulder and consoled her with a sweet voice. Nami, actually Xia Ya told me about your experience. He said that the reason why we stayed in East Blue was entirely because of you. We must find you. Then he will help you solve the troubles in the village and take you out to sea together. And today I finally found it. Karina has a very shrewd mind. Since Xia Ya asked Nami to join, it means that she has decided to solve Nami's concerns. Therefore, Karina just made up a past event on the spot based on the conversation between the two. In fact, Xia Ya has never mentioned Nami in front of Karina before. You said that, right? Karina crooked on her elbow. Certainly. Xia Ya nodded and comforted Karina's back. There is no doubt that this is a compliment. Karina looked at Nami with a satisfied smile and said, so. Are you willing to trust your partner for once now? Advertisement. Karina also has a lot of little thoughts. She really wants to take Xia Ya as her own. But the cruel sea told her that Xia Ya needs more partners. Only by making good use of Xia Ya's abilities can everyone be happy. Moreover, Mahawk and others rushed into the treasure house, and Nami took the initiative to let go of Karina's arm and let her escape. He even deliberately pointed the wrong way to lure all the enemies away. So, when Nami made this decision, it was already approved by Karina. Now seeing that Xia Ya intends to include Nami as a partner, Karina will naturally add fuel to the fire. Did they come specifically to see me go to sea? Will you also help me solve the troubles in the village? Is not it, but Nami received too much information in a short period of time, and her brain was paralyzed and she couldn't think. Hey what? Karina came closer with a suspicious look on her face and said suspiciously, do you prefer to believe in big bad guys like evil dragons? Nami was a little dumbfounded. Oh, you are so big, idiot. Karina was speechless. He immediately lost his temper and turned around and shouted, Xia Ya, don't waste time here. This woman is so stupid, you ride her and go. An hour later, a small boat floated on the blue sea, with 3 figures on it. Nami had absolutely no idea that one day he would be ridden on a boat. Here, Xia Ya poured out a bunch of treasures from the bag, almost filling the entire boat. Treasure, so much treasure. Karina's eyes sparkled when she looked at the glittering treasure. Her beautiful purple eyes turned into the shape of Baileys, shining with a golden light that was more dazzling than the sun. Worth 12.32 million Baileys, Nami was still confused at first, but the moment he saw the treasure, he counted the total value of the treasure like a professional. For the record, my name is Karina. By the way, this is our captain, Xia Ya. Karina showed a cute smile. My name is Nami. Nami replied quickly. Xia Ya, I think Nami is very talented at Pele. How about we hand over the financial power to Nami? Karina keenly discovered that perhaps because of her experience, Nami was obsessed with money. Advertisement. If money can help Nami quickly integrate into the team, Karina is happy to hand over financial power. After all, she wasn't worried about Nami running away at all. No one can say no to Xia Ya. Xia Ya had no objection to this. Agree, from now on, all Baileys on the team will be entrusted to Nami. At this moment, Nami forgot her fear of the dragon, smiled awkwardly and waved her hands in refusal. No, I really can't. Can't refuse, Xia Ya and Karina said almost at the same time. Nami wanted to cry but had no tears. No, aren't they afraid that I'll take the money and run away? I wouldn't be able to sleep with such a pile of treasures around me. At this time, Xia Ya suddenly asked, Karina, Nami, do you know there is a Sixus island in East Blue? There is something in this world that allows people to reach the sky in one step, and that is the legendary secret treasure on the sea, Devil Fruit. Compared with Grand Line, it is difficult to encounter Devil Fruit in East Blue. But Xia Ya, as the original party, knows the location of 3 very powerful ownerless Devil Fruits. Among them, East Blue has one. Mera Mera fruit of Sixus Island. It is Sea Circle Calendar 1516, and there is still 1 year before Ace goes to sea. There is a high chance that Mera Mera fruit will appear there in advance. And Xia Ya herself is an ability user and does not need to eat the fruit. But both Karina and Nami can eat it. Xia Ya can fight side by side with the mount and enjoy a 10 times combat power bonus. If the mount eats Mera Mera fruit, when Xia Ya is riding, she also has the ability to use fire, which is still 10 times more powerful. Therefore, as long as he can find the Mera Mera fruit, he thinks it's worth it even if he has to be stationed on the island for a year. Sixus Island? I've never heard of this island. East Blue is so big, there are at least tens of thousands of islands. It would be difficult to just name the islands. I have no clue, Karina shook her head and answered. Nami is very confident in her navigation skills and expresses herself. I haven't heard of Sixus Island either, but as long as the place is marked on the map, I can find it no matter where it is in the world. The closest thing to us right now is Loguetown, which can be reached in 3 hours. There is a shop selling nautical charts on Carrot Street there, and you may be able to find clues. Nami, you are really great, Karina exclaimed. Then he exclaimed, Xia Ya, you really have good taste. 005. Nami's reigns, permanent buff. Nami, your sailing skills are really great. Listening to Nami's professional plan, Karina can tell that Nami has rich sailing experience. With Nami's help, sailing becomes easier. Good. Then we will go to Loguetown first, and then go to Sixus Island. Xia Ya nodded in approval and then said, after the trip to Sixus Island, we will go to Koko West Village. Nothing will happen to Koko West Village during this period. You can rest assured about this. Nami was completely relieved, and couldn't help but feel a little tempted to cry. Xia Ya didn't forget to go to Koko West Village. It's just that it's more urgent to go to Sixus. We must find clues. Yeah, I understand. Shall we leave now, Captain? Nami said. Before that, we can first conclude a riding contract. Conclude a riding contract? In fact, Xia Ya's mounts are mainly divided into 2 types. One is to temporarily requisition mounts. For example, he has violently subdued a Sea Kings. The Sea Kings will become his temporary mount and will become well behaved. However, as long as he leaves the body of the Sea Kings, his connection with the Sea Kings will be blocked. If you want to ride again, you need to surrender again. To sum up, a temporary mount is a violent surrender for temporary use. The characteristic is that he rides and throws himself around, drives violently, is ruthless and does not talk about emotions. The second type is the contract mount. Concluding a contract requires 100% willingness of the other party and cannot be forced under any circumstances. It is equivalent to signing a contract in black and white without deception. Because the conditions are too harsh, so far, the only person Xia Ya has signed a riding contract with is Karina. And if he chooses to conclude a riding contract with Nami now, it means that Nami will give all her loyalty. No matter when, no matter whether Nami is stronger than Xia Ya in the future, Nami cannot refuse Xia Ya to ride her and control her. The good news is, if the contract with Nami is successful, Xia Ya will get a permanent riding buff. This is what he looks forward to most. Conclude a riding contract, it seems so complicated. Nami muttered. Very simple. Xia Ya stretched out a palm and activated her riding ability. 5 cold blue spiritual flames appeared on the fingertips. As long as we keep our fingers connected and wait for the results quietly. Okay, let me try, Nami said. As Xia Ya and Nami's palms came together, 5 spiritual flames bypassed Xia Ya's fingers and were being absorbed by Nami's fingers. At this time, Nami read out a message. This information is like some kind of rule. It clearly tells Nami that after signing the riding contract, her life, behavior, and freedom will be completely controlled by Xia Ya. As long as Xia Ya is by his side, he is his irresistible master. Of course, advertisement at this moment, Nami also knew that as long as she had a thought, she could 100% withdraw from the ceremony. For Nami, this is a contract of permanent servitude. It's like selling one's life. The key is that she has the right to refuse. One can imagine how much mental preparation is required to sign such a contract. The difficulty of signing a contract is self-evident. But, facing the expectant looks of Xia Ya and Karina, Nami chose to believe without reason this time. So she stopped thinking and lifted all her psychological defenses. Bring it on. As the spiritual flame entered her body, Nami's eyelashes trembled slightly and she hummed softly. It feels so comfortable. Finished. I finally got Nami's reins. Xia Ya was very excited, holding Nami's head and rubbing it. After kneading, 2 short lines of buff names quickly appeared in front of him. 10 times gain buff. From reins of Karina, 10x gain. The ability user's strength is equal to 10 times the sum of himself plus the mount, triggered while riding. 10 times lucky buff. From Nami's reins, 10 times lucky. The ability user's lucky power x10, triggered 24 hours a day. Permanently triggered 10x luck? Seeing this, Xia Ya felt excited. He didn't expect that. What Nami brought him was actually a lucky buff. Originally, luck is something that cannot be seen or touched. But past experience tells Xia Ya that he actually needs luck. Because he will refresh the temporary buff frequently. But 90% of those buffs are very weak. They are all buffs that enhance the sweetness of drinking water, enhance the quality of sleep, increase male hormones, increase the chance of having pure dreams, avoid burning your hands when grilling meat, avoid rain when it rains, protect against lightning and thunderstorms, and increase the length of hair. These buffs are interesting and pervert. It can even be said that the temporary buff is the most interesting ability of the riding fruit. But most of the time it's really useless, advertisement. Need luck to support. Like the previous invisible buff, it is already considered a jackpot. Now there is a 10 times increase in lucky buff. The probability of refreshing a powerful buff is high. It's not that permanent buffs are unaffordable, but temporary buffs are also very cost-effective. Say it again, Xia Ya also wants to find Mera Mera fruit. Then we will know whether luck is of any use. It's done, we can set off. Xia Ya was in a good mood and immediately said, we welcome Nami to join us, luck will favor us from now on. Okay. When we get to town, Nami and I are going to buy a lot of new clothes, and I will buy them for you, Xia Ya. Karina hugged Xia Ya excitedly. I have just harvested more than 10 million belly, and I no longer need to travel in poverty on the sea. With the addition of Nami, the problem of navigation has also been solved. Karina's mood at the moment is also quite beautiful. Xia Ya smiled and said, haha, spend as much as you like. Seeing that the captain had decided to set sail, Nami immediately prepared to take action. Then let me raise the sail. Let's go to Loguetown now. My sailing skills are also pretty good. Karina quickly pulled her back, a hint of pride flashed at the corner of her mouth. No need, Xia Ya can ride a boat. Hee. Hearing this, Nami was instantly confused, with countless question marks popping up in his head. Huh? Riding a boat? What's the meaning? Karina smiled. You just need to tell us which direction to sail. Okay, this way. Nami pointed out the direction, and Xia Ya immediately put her palms on the hull and used the power of riding. Soon, a tree root like rain extends from the planks of the hull. Xia Ya holds the reins and shakes slightly. This action is similar to riding a horse. If you shake your hand and shout, drive, the sense of immersion is even stronger. Then, a very magical scene happened. The ship was like a BMW, riding the wind and waves at high speed. Seeing this scene, Nami was completely stunned. No, he can also ride on his boat. 006. Training buff. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Thanks for your patronage. Here's the nautical map you need. Please keep it, my beautiful lady. In Tairati town, in a shop with a Ghetto sign on Carrot Street, Nami took the map and paid with a pained look on her face. Karina, who was witnessing the payment process on the side, smacked her tongue slightly. 700,000 Baileys. It's too expensive. Just a package of broken blueprints. I'm afraid the cost is less than 300 belly, right? The front desk clerk put the money into the drawer with a smile, looked at Karina with a smile, and explained. This guest, in fact, this map is very unusual. It contains 8 versions issued in the past 100 years. There are 8 maps in total, the earliest 1434 editions are collection-level antiques. The clerk called Nami, the beautiful lady, and Karina, this customer. Treated a little differently, but considering it was Nami who paid the money. Karina's eyes twitched. What, you are bundling sales and clearly clearing out the inventory on us? Yes, customer, our AMAP store is a century-old store and we do have some inventory. The clerk nodded in exasperation with a smile, and then took out a pack of similar maps from the box. Guest, do you need more? There are 10 versions of this pack of maps, and the ones in it are. What a shabby shop, it can be open for so long. Karina is so angry, forget it, let's go. Xia Ya pulled Karina to sell and walked out of the store. In the worldview of pirates, wars have never stopped. Some countries have disappeared, and the names of islands will also change. Some islands have been abandoned, or their fresh water has dried up, and they have lost their value for navigation. Publishing houses will no longer waste pen and ink on records. So the map basically needs to be updated every 10 years. It's a bit expensive, but it's not wrong to buy all of them. If the clerk hadn't brought it out too late, Xia Ya might have bought the 10 version. Walk out of the store. The trio found a place and started looking through the map to find information about Sixus. No, Nami flipped through the map very quickly. She soon discovered that the map in her hand did not contain information about Sixus Island, and she was a little disappointed. On the other side, Karina threw the map away. Is this map fake? It's a black shop. Advertisement. Xia Ya, on the other hand, pulled out a moldy and yellowed map, and a piece of mold fell off from the cover. And just where the mold was originally stained, there was obvious graying. The word, Sixus, is marked inside. Ah, this, am I so lucky? I found it. Nami, come and make a plan. Xia Ya kicked up the dust and handed the map to Nami. Version 1434. Karina glanced at it. Her expression was quite speechless. It's really an antique. Nami spread out the map and began to make calculations in his mind. At this location, according to the speed of our boat and the acceleration of the ocean current, it will take 10 days at the fastest to get to Sixus Island. Let's buy some supplies first. Karina nodded thoughtfully. I think I should go shopping for clothes first. I heard that Victoria's Secret swimsuits are good, so I decided it's the one. It's winter. Karina. Cold. Xia Ya thinks it is better to buy in the summer, as it is troublesome to carry useless things. After all, their boat is old and small. Yes, the discounts are only available in winter. Karina's elbows reached into Xia Ya's heart. Fortunately, you reminded me. Xia Ya. Nami could only smooth things over and said, there is a warm current passing by near Sixus Island. I think, you can swim. Look, if you buy it, you will make a profit. While accompanying the two girls on a shopping spree, a line of small words suddenly flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. My invisibility buff hasn't expired yet. Actually, another temporary buff was created. Gold experience buff. Time remaining, 39 days, 32 hours, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Gold experience. You can summon a golden training whip and gain training ability. During the training process, the mount will receive a golden experience. The more stimulated the brain is, the stronger the understanding of devil fruit will be, and the development inspiration will be bursting. Advertisement. Xia Ya's brows twitched and she spoke highly of the description of the golden experience. He couldn't help but think of the fruit in the original work. Peacock, the granddaughter of Crane, is the trainer who ate the Paramecia whip fruit. She can even train a house. The ability of the gold experience buff should be somewhat similar to this, but the ability is unilaterally developed for devil fruit. If we find Mera Mera fruit earlier this time, wouldn't we be able to use it perfectly? Thinking of this, Xia Ya felt excited. This golden experience comes at a perfect time. When he looked at Karina and Nami, his eyes were a little shocked. Who will be trained? At the same time, what made Xia Ya even more excited was that he finally felt the effect of the lucky buff. Previous temporary buffs have never existed at the same time. Yes, now he has a temporary invisibility buff. Although there is not much time left, it has not expired yet. At this moment, the invisibility buff and the golden experience actually exist at the same time. This is something that has never happened before. And this time the buff is very long, 40 days. The longest time in the past was only 7 days, which is 6 times longer. When Xia Ya bought the map previously, she was not sure and thought it was just an accident. But now he was sure it had something to do with the lucky buff. Luck changes so much that even a fool can feel it. Nami is really my lucky star. When I think of the beach, swimsuits, and golden training whips. Xia Ya felt that she should go to Sixus Island as soon as possible. He immediately shouted towards the store. Are you ready to buy it? When he finished, I saw Karina and Nami walking out of the Victoria's Secret store with smiles on their faces, carrying large and small bags. When I came to Xia Ya, Karina stood on tiptoes and whispered into his ear. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. 007. After 3 days, women should look at each other with admiration. I bought a very sexy swimsuit. After choosing for a long time, I finally picked something with very little fabric. Hee hee. Faced with the temptation-filled provocation, Xia Ya flicked Karina's forehead in response. Boduo. Why'd I feel like this doesn't stand up to scrutiny? Xia Ya pointed to Karina's red panda. Idiot, you don't know anything about style, Karina pouted and pulled Nami towards the harbor. Xia Ya and Karina have been together for a long time. In the early days, both of them were relatively weak and did not have much capital. In winter, they had to sleep closely together to avoid losing body temperature. Coupled with Xia Ya's fruit power, there are more opportunities for skin-to-skin contact. This resulted in a close relationship between the two and Karina's open-mindedness. She never minded being taken advantage of by Xia Ya. Anyway, sooner or later anyway, while walking, Karina threw something that looked like a medicine bottle over her backhand. Use it quickly, you idiot. What? Xia Ya took it and looked at the text on the bottle. Exclusive for elegant men's hair removal. Karina has long complained that Xia Ya's thighs are like two caterpillars, and the riding position can easily itch the woman's neck. No, it's been arranged. Soon, time flew by and it was 10 days later. In the waters near Sixus Island, a small sailboat is approaching. Look, the island is a little deserted, but it really has a golden beach. Looking at the island not far away, Karina looked excited. The wind is gentle. She immediately leaned down and stretched out her hand to feel the temperature of the seawater. Sea fruit is really warm. Nami, you got it all right. Karina looked at Nami with praise in her eyes. Nami was naturally happy when she was praised. Ha ha ha, shall we land on the island first? Hee hee. Let's go to the cabin to change clothes first. Karina jumped out in a flash. Nami followed closely, but she was so shy that her neck turned red. Advertisement looking at the two people coming out one after another. Xia Ya's eyes suddenly sparkled. Obviously, he was amazed by their well-proportioned figures. Even Karina, who had seen it countless times, gave him a new impact. Women should look at each other with admiration after 3 days. There is no doubt that Victoria's Secret clothes are full of design, which can make up for many developmental defects caused by age. In addition, Karina and Nami are already beautiful in appearance, and their temperament is instantly recognized by the village. This money is well spent. If you don't spend all the money, you won't be allowed to board the ship. Go quickly. Karina threw over a pair of swimming trunks. After the change came out, Xia Ya said leisurely, let's go. If you want to swim, you have to do it early. Maybe some of us will become landlubbers soon. Landlubber? By the way, what did we come to this island for? Because they were too trusting, neither Karina nor Nami asked Xia Ya what she wanted to do when she came to Sixus Island this time. There are no buildings here, just rocks, weeds, and bushes. No matter how desolate it looks, I came to an uninhabited island and couldn't figure out what to do. Xia Ya said, we're here to find a devil fruit. Secret treasure of the sea. The two women were surprised at the same time. 3 figures have jumped off the boat and are walking barefoot on the soft sand. The soft touch under your feet makes you feel happy. At this moment, Karina and Nami were completely attracted by what Xia Ya said about devil fruit, as if they had forgotten about swimming. Even though they were both wearing bathing suits at the moment. At the same time, they were also curious. Is there really a legendary devil fruit on this island? How did Xia Ya know? Xia Ya was already an esper before she met Karina. So, neither Nami nor Karina has ever seen a real devil fruit. On a desert island, it is very difficult to find a fruit the size of 2 fists. We must be prepared to stay here for a long time. Xia Ya vaccinated the 2 women in advance to prevent them from arriving sometimes noisy. So, what fruit is that? Karina asked. Advertisement. Xia Ya didn't rush to say it. The reality gave them some basic common sense. Devil fruit is divided into 3 major categories, namely, Paramecia, Zone, and Logia. The bodies of those who eat Paramecia's devil fruit have special abilities. Like my riding fruit, which has the ability to ride on all things, and can use its abilities to affect the objects it rides on. After being ridden before, Karina and Nami were deeply touched by Xia Ya's explanation. People on both sides of Xia Ya nodded. Yeah, and Zone can transform into an animal, and the characteristics of animals will also appear in the person with abilities. Zone will greatly enhance the physique and endurance of the person with abilities. Logia can control natural elements and transform the body into elements to avoid physical damage. It is recognized as the strongest devil fruit type in this era. The 2 women listened with fascination, and their knowledge points really increased. They didn't expect that Xia Ya knew so much. The trio took a few more steps. And what we are looking for now is... Just as Xia Ya was about to continue explaining, his body suddenly sank, interrupting his speech. Jingle bell lin lin, the sound of metal, stepping on money. His feet sank into the sand at the same moment. Wait and look down. Only then did Xia Ya realize that under her feet was a rotten and broken wooden box. As the boards shatter, the contents of the box are revealed. At this time, between the soles of Xia Ya's feet, there was a strange fruit with an orange flame pattern, lying quietly on a pile of golden gold coins. When they see the light of day again, they are flowing with a layer of golden light. Shining. How could Xia Ya, a time traveler, not know that this look is the Mera Mera fruit she is looking for? What kind of luck? I just landed on the island. I haven't walked a few steps. Just pick up the money and forget it. Ahem. Xia Ya stood in the treasure chest as if nothing was wrong, bowed and calmly picked up the Mera Mera fruit from her feet. The pedicle holding the fruit shook it in front of the beautiful eyes of the two little beauties. See, what we are looking for is this Logia Mera Mera fruit. Karina and Nami saw Xia Ya about to fall and originally wanted to help her. When I heard this, I was stunned for a moment, roaring. What? You must have hidden it. 008. Shao Shao people, taste my epiphany whip. I didn't know where Sixus Island was before, how could it be that I hid it? Xia Ya is helpless. Karina and Nami gathered around Xia Ya, staring at the Mera Mera fruit in Xia Ya's hand, looking amazed. This is the first time I have seen such a weird-looking fruit. But it has to be said, this fruit looks very appetizing. Karina and Nami swallowed subconsciously. Is this the legendary secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit? Yes, this is the devil fruit that can make people fly into the sky, or the extremely rare Logia Mera Mera fruit. As long as you eat it, you can gain the power to control fire and transform into a burning person. Under the surprised eyes of Karina and Nami, Xia Ya put away the Xiao Xiao Guo decisively. Eating devil fruit will gain supernatural power, but at the same time, it will be abandoned by the sea and become a landlubber who cannot swim. So, let's enjoy the sunshine and beach for these 3 days, and let Karina eat it when the time comes. After all, Xia Ya got to know Karina early and gave her priority when finding excellent devil fruit. Mera Mera fruit is just right. When conditions permit in the future, I'd better find a weather-related devil fruit for Nami so that her talent won't be wasted. No, the price is too high, I just bought a swimsuit. Karina looked frustrated. 3 days later, Karina held the Mera Mera fruit in both hands, opened her mouth and bit into it. She was mentally prepared enough. The next second, Karina's face suddenly turned red as if she had eaten some dark food. Her beautiful purple eyes turned white. Vomit. Swallow it, just one bite. Xia Ya held Karina's chin up with one hand and smoothed her throat with the other. Gudong. Yuck. After Karina swallowed the fruit pulp, she quickly gasped for air with a look of horror on her face. This is not a fruit, it's almost like a stone in a cesspit. Advertisement, this, cesspit. Is it that bad to eat? Nami showed a strange expression, pinching her chin with confusion on her face. Metaphor, you know metaphor. How about you eat the rest, good sister? It's better not to do it, Nami waved her hand quickly. Anyway, you will know later. Karina hurriedly threw the remaining pulp aside, like a nimble cat using her feet to pull a pile of sand, and half of the Mera Mera fruit was buried tightly. Then, Karina tilted her head and looked at Xia Ya. I don't feel anything. Where's my fire? Xia Ya didn't know either, so she tried to ask, how about you calm down and feel it? Boom, the moment Karina calmed down and felt it, a burst of orange flames swept away along with intense heat. Shocked, Xia Ya immediately hugged Nami and jumped 10 meters away. At this time, Karina was completely wrapped in raging flames, forming an increasingly expanding fireball, and the air on the sand was crazily distorted due to the high temperature. In fact, the surrounding sand has shown signs of being burned and melted. Takes the form of liquid glass. Looking at the giant great fireball in front of him, Nami's orange pupils kept shrinking, and worry filled his heart. Karina, is she okay? When the flames gradually dissipated, Karina's figure gradually became clear. Nami felt relieved. Karina, congratulations on becoming a Xiao Xiao person. Have you noticed? Ordinary people no longer pose any threat to you. That's it. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ya punched through Karina's chest. When Xia Ya pulled out her fist, Nami was already stunned. Xia Ya's sudden punch frightened Nami so much that she couldn't speak. And in her dilated pupils, Karina's body was punctured with a big hole. Strangely, no blood flowed out. Instead, there were wildly twisting flames, as if stuck to the wound. Then, these flames collapsed toward Karina's body like quicksand, gradually filling it up. Now, not only was Karina's body undamaged, but her clothes also showed no signs of damage. Advertisement. It was like performing a top-notch illusion in front of everyone. All of this has actually been elementalized. Karina already knew that she could elementalize when she ate the Mera Mera fruit, but she was still very happy to have her first elementalization experience in Xia Ya's hands. Nami, wow. I'm invincible. This is the elemental form of a Logia user. It can avoid any physical damage. Xia Ya was just experimenting just now. Don't worry, I'm so invincible. Karina made a proud expression at Nami. Nami was stunned on one side and covered her mouth in shock. Is this the power of the secret treasure of the sea? It's incredible. Her worldview was refreshed again. I never expected that just eating a devil fruit would be so powerful. Then, all kinds of complicated emotions rushed into my heart. Watching this team get stronger and stronger, Nami's long-lost confidence now burned like the fire in Karina's body. Xia Ya changed the topic and said to Karina, there are many ways to restrain elementalization in the sea. Logia is not invincible. I will tell you when I have the opportunity in the future, but now, Karina, you can try this first. Having just gained the fruit ability, it takes a process to adapt, but here in Xia Ya, he has a more perfect way to adapt. At this time, Xia Ya took another look at her golden experience buff. Gold experience. You can summon a golden training whip and gain the ability to train the mount. During the training process, the mount will receive a golden experience. The more stimulated the brain is, the stronger the understanding of devil fruit will be, and the development inspiration will be bursting. A golden leather whip appeared in Xia Ya's hand and danced towards Karina. This is the Epiphany whip. Every stroke will increase your inspiration for fruit development. But Karina in front laughed. Hee, you know, I can elementalize. Karina made a gesture as if she was willing to be spanked, and patted her round breasts. Hit here, hit it accurately. I can burn it with just a little use of my burning ability, you idiot. 009. 100 lashes, 1000 lashes, 10,000 lashes. Bang bang bang. The whip struck Karina's body, making a critical sound. This scene made Nami on the side look dumbfounded. So hard? This is so cruel. Are you punishing Karina? Just because of Karina's provocative words? Woohoo, we can't do this. Even if we sign a riding contract, even if Karina and I have the right to life and death in your hands, we are all good partners and we can't abuse the mount. Nami quickly hugged Xia Ya and begged, don't hit me anymore, please, don't hit me anymore. At this time, flames suddenly burned under Karina's feet, suddenly bursting into development, and instantly rushed dozens of meters into the sky like a rocket igniting fire. And the next second, Karina's figure disappeared, replaced by a cross-shaped burning flame. Xia Ya looked up and watched Karina transform into a flaming cross. I was pleasantly surprised. Could it be? The golden experience will make the mount burst with devil fruit development inspiration. Has Karina already developed a skill? So fast? The effect is too good. Can I draw the awakening? Soon under the witness of Xia Ya and Nami, the flaming cross in the sky began to rotate, and flames burst out and fell at a very fast speed. More than 10, 100, and thousands of them were densely packed, like meteors with tail flames, like heavy rain, and shot towards the distant sky like bullets. On the sea, several explosions exploded instantly, igniting a sea of fire. SSSSSSSSSSSSs, advertisement boom 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 boom. Waves of rising mist instantly erupted from the sea. Xia Ya was also a little stunned. This scene, how does it look like Marine Admiral Kizaru's ultimate stroke, Hachiku Magatama? It's just that sparkling fruit is a point of light, and Mera Mera fruit is a flame. Looking at it this way, the development of Ace in the original book was not very good. In the sky, after releasing her skills, Karina transformed from flames back into a human body, only to realize that she was dozens of meters high in the sky. She didn't know when she jumped to the top just now. The fear of heights caused her to frantically move her limbs and fall at a high speed. Help me. When she was about to fall to the ground, she was caught by Princess Xia Ya in a hug. Nami also ran over at this time. Stop hitting Karina. She didn't mean it. We have to talk about it. And at this time, Karina said faintly, it hurts so much, so exciting, and so comfortable. Shall we continue? Hearing this, Nami's mind was buzzing and confused. It hurts? So exciting? So comfortable? Such complicated emotions? No, you can become addicted after being beaten, right? Advertisement, Karina explained. How can I describe this feeling? Well, when this whip hits the body, it's like all the cells in the body are being slapped and exploded. Every cell becomes extremely active. They from countless pores, happiness is sprayed out like a volcano erupting. Yes, what is sprayed out is happy lava. Nami was confused again. Although Karina's description was very appropriate, Nami still reacted a little. Xia Ya on the other side didn't expect that Karina would feel like this. However, it can indeed be called a golden experience. Actually, this whip has a training effect. When whipped, it shouldn't cause physical pain or injury. It will only stimulate the cell activity in Karina's body and make her inspired. You can understand the move she just used as an instant burst of inspiration. Fruit ability needs to be developed. This is the specific role of training. Nami turned to look at Karina and felt relieved after making sure there were no injuries. Karina was fragrant, sweaty and dripping, as if she had walked away from the gate of hell, but her expression did seem like she was enjoying herself. Nami knew that she had misunderstood, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. So that's it, haha, ahaha, you guys go on, haha. Xia Ya said again. By the way, can you use that move just now again? Karina shook her head. That kind of inspiration disappeared in a flash, but a little memory remained. I didn't learn. What should I do now? Maybe I'm too stupid. Edison's invention of the electric light was based on countless experiments. The same is true for fruit development. It requires repeated experiments to increase proficiency and allow the skills to be fully formed so that they can be released with ease later. Practice makes perfect. Xia Ya immediately said, I think you should be whipped a few more times. If a few whips are not enough, just 100 whips, 1,000 whips. 010. Xia Ya is the medicine to treat you, let's go. 10,000 lashes, so terrible. Is the development cost of devil fruit so high? I still don't want to eat devil fruit in the future. Nami was so frightened that she quickly took a step back, fearing that Xia Ya would change her target. Certainly, Nami is also curious and waiting for Karina's answer. She really didn't believe that she would get pleasure from being spanked. Hit more, hit here, this part is the most sensitive and the most comfortable, hey. Karina reminisced, the anticipation in her beautiful purple eyes overflowing. Nami. Considering that during the golden experience, Karina's thoughts would be flying wildly, and her potential would even explode. In order to ensure Karina's personal safety, Xia Ya simply drove up. Get trained, Karina, bang bang bang, Zitsa. Soon, the sound of whipping, screaming, and the sound of burning flames resounded throughout Sixus Island. The entire island seemed to be shaking at this moment. And from time to time, there are voices of men and women talking. This time I feel right. You should shout out the name of the move to deepen your memory. Name it? The flames are like a meteor shower, so? So this move is called Firebolt, then just shout out loud. Ah, flying belied. There were fire explosions all around, and Nami hid behind the rocks, trembling while listening to all kinds of noises. Advertisement: after 27 days, the situation finally stopped. At this time, Sixus Island encountered various forms of fire attacks. The powerful impact shattered the sand, the terrifying high temperature melted the rocks, and the ground on the island turned into scorched earth. It was completely different from when the trio landed on the island. What is said in the sea is true. Logia can indeed change the environment of the island. Crimson belied, great fireball, great fire extinguishing, phoenix flames, fire-style waterfall. The city wall is in flames, the prison robe is broken, the pillar of explosive flames. Fire gatling, fire fist, great flame ring, flame emperor. Less than a month. Karina's control over Mera Mera fruit has become extremely proficient, and she has all kinds of tricks at her fingertips. And Xia Ya did not provide guidance on moves, full-screen Karina's inspired creation. At most, they are just given some names based on the characteristics of the moves. Finished. When Xia Ya came down from the riding mode, Karina showed an unfinished expression. You should let Nami try it too. Really, I feel that my life is complete and I have experienced all kinds of wonderful experiences. Even if I die now, I didn't seem to have any regrets. But after thinking about it, Karina felt something was wrong. He immediately hugged Xia Ya's arm and said, Hee, but I really can't bear to leave you. I will never leave you, Xia Ya idiot. No. Is it really that cool? Nami turned into a fool, and her throat couldn't help but surge. Karina's words moved her a little bit. Don't people live in this world just to be happy? In Nami's world audience, happiness is something that cannot be bought with money. Xia Ya glanced at the training buff and saw that there were only 3 minutes left. He touched his nose as if thinking, however, training is only developed for devil fruit. Nami doesn't have devil fruit yet. You're wrong. Karina immediately retorted. Nami does not have devil fruit, but she is a human being, she has emotions, and all her senses are present. She can taste that taste, I'm sure. Advertisement: Nami. Come and try it. Nami instinctively flinched and hurriedly waved her hands to refuse. No, 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 you better not want it, right? Karina immediately interrupted, leaned closer and said seriously. You, in order to save Koko West Village, you have been wandering alone for so long, living in depression every day. Your emotions need to be completely released. Otherwise you will get depressed. We only carry happy people on board. Xia Ya is the medicine to treat you now. After hearing what Karina said, Nami finally nodded and agreed. Xia Ya, please trouble you. After a few minutes, Nami's screams slowly stopped. The golden whip in Xia Ya's hand turned into dots of stars and disappeared from this world. Some regrets. It would be nice if this buff was permanent. But, fortunately, Nami has given a permanent lucky buff, and I believe it can be refreshed in the future. Nami, we can now set off to Koko West Village to end the rule of the dragon pirates. We don't have to worry about any accidents, because it's more than enough for Karina to do it. Xia Ya waved. Well, I can't wait too. Karina clenched her fist, and orange flames burst out. Then let's set off now. In the past, Nami would have been very emotional when she heard that she was going to deal with the dragon pirates. He even wanted to teleport over and blow up the dragon's fish head. But at this moment, Nami's mind went blank, and her thoughts were completely empty. She just collapsed on the beach, and her eyelids struggled for a long time before slowly raising them. It took a long time to make a waxy sound. Please let me slow down for a moment. I have to wait a moment. Until the sun is almost setting behind the horizon. A small boat left Sixus Island with slight shaking. 011. Moose Rains. Sea beasts can also ride. After about half a month of sailing, the trio's boat finally arrived in the waters near Kokoja village. A little further forward, you can see the island where Koko West Village is located. Oops, our boat is leaking. I don't know who Xia Ya and Karina's boat was. It had almost reached the end of its sailing life. Seeing that the small sailboat was leaking and losing her swimming skills, Karina panicked. What bad luck, it's obviously coming. It's okay. I'll ride the boat faster. Xia Ya is a user with the riding fruit ability, which can make the boat 10 times faster when riding. Before, she considered the quality of the boat to be poor, so she kept letting it sail normally. Unexpectedly, she still hasn't been able to persist until now. He might as well make a final sprint and rush ashore directly. And also at this time, in Xia Ya's eyes, 2 temporary buffs popped up again. Rampage buff, remaining time is 7 days. Double riding buff, 7 days remaining. Rage buff. The person with the ability obtains a black spiked whip. After whipping the mount will go berserk and fight endlessly. Dual mount buff. The ability user can ride 2 mounts at the same time. Seeing this, Xia Ya's eyes lit up. The first buff doesn't seem to have much effect. It's impossible for Xia Ya to whip Nami and Karina with a spiked whip. This is a private car and cannot be driven violently. It's so sad. The second one is a bit more interesting. How to ride 2 mounts at the same time. One rides another, stacks high. What if there are 10,000 people riding the buff in the future? Couldn't it be that the bottom foot is still on Guy Island, and the top person has already arrived at Sky Island, the human centipede? Or build it up like a pyramid? At this time, Mo, the manatee who was ordered to patrol, suddenly rushed out of the sea in front of the ship. Manatee Moo is a sea beast. It has the head of a bull and the body of a sea lion. It was brought to East Blue from the Grand Line by the Dragon Pirates. It is also a combatant in the Dragon Pirates and is generally responsible for the sea area. Patrolling, very gluttonous and brutal. When seeing someone intruding into their territory, Manatee Moo will usually choose to eat them. But, advertisement just as Mo was about to bite the boat, Xia Ya's figure appeared above its head. Then, a fist as big as a sandbag smashed down, and countless big bags popped up on Mo's head. It's just the right time, there's no ship docking. Moo. Mo screamed, his eyes were about to be hammered out, and tears instantly burst out and fell into the sea like a waterfall. In a short period of time, he was tortured all over his body. Surrender violently and gain the reins of Moo. Xia Ya controlled Mo and lowered her head. Come on, you two, we are about to start. Nami had a psychological shadow about the giant manatee Moo. She did not expect that in just a flash of lightning, Xia Ya had already beaten Moo to the ground. It turned out that Xia Ya could even ride a manatee. What else can he ride, when the trouble is solved? Do you want to drag your sister on board and go out to sea together? After Belle Mere was killed by the dragon, Nami lost her protector. Under duress, she negotiated with the dragon pirates, and finally made an agreement to buy the village with 100 million belly, and she lived a happy life ever since. A career of thievery at sea. Because of this agreement, she often came into contact with the dragon pirates, which caused her to be ostracized by the villagers of Koko West Village. Every time she went home, she would be looked down upon by the villagers. But Nami didn't know it. In fact, her sister Nokiko had told the villagers a long time ago. In order to make Nami feel better, the villagers cooperated with her and treated her as a member of the dragon pirates. So, Nami has had no one to talk to except her sister since she was 8 years old. If it weren't for the danger of the sea, Nami wouldn't let her sister take risks. She really wanted to live with her sister. Soon, under Xia Ya's control, Mo carried the trio and arrived at the port of Kokoyasi village. Let's go down from here. There's a path over there that can go around the woods and reach my house. Like in the past, Nami chose a road that could avoid many villagers. Although she didn't mind, the eye roll was still uncomfortable. Xia Ya put her hand on Nami's shoulder and encouraged. It's not necessary. We came back this time to kill the dragon pirates, and we will definitely kill the dragon pirates at the same time. We should return in the most generous way. Inside the village. Nami nodded vigorously and no longer objected. Advertisement, Karina asked. Then how can we be generous? Xia Ya pointed to the manatee Moo below. Ride it. Can manatees come ashore too? Manatees have fins similar to human arms that can support their bodies. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Moo the manatee is a land animal, nor does it matter whether it can walk. What's important is that it has become Xia Ya's temporary mount. Under control, it will leave even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in front of it. This is the legendary violent driving. When Mo heard what Xia Ya said, he burst into tears and shook his head wildly. It was obvious that he was afraid of going to land. It's not up to you to be born. Xia Ya is not used to these cruel animals that dominate East Blue. It's bad luck if it dies. Rumble, Moo. Soon, a huge figure screamed and rushed onto the shore, crawling towards the complex of Kokoyasi village. And huge fish scales stained with bloodline were left behind wherever they passed. On the other side, in Dragon Paradise, a fishman is making a report. What? Moo was ridden away. The evil dragon couldn't believe it when he heard the report from his men. Moo was a brutal sea beast he brought back from the Grand Line. Although it was not as good as the Sea Kings, it was still a tyrant in the sea. Although the evil dragon can be crushed to death at will, it is not something that ordinary people can afford to offend. Just because it is located in the territory of the weak Koko West village, its huge size can scare some timid people to death, and it is basically invincible. Now, he was actually ridden away. How could it be possible? Yes, Dragon Boss, I saw with my own eyes a boy riding Moo with 2 girls. One of the girls is Nami. Nami. Ha. When the evil dragon heard the name, he laughed wildly. 012. The evil dragon attacks, the most daring hero. Boys, bring your tattoo artist. I'm going to tattoo Nami with the Dragon Pirates logo in front of all the villagers, so that she can live in humiliation. The dragon's mouth was full of teasing. In fact, the dragon valued Nami's ability to chart the sea, but never truly appreciated her. Now the evil dragon is going to destroy Nami step by step in front of the villagers of Koko West Village. The reason is that evil dragons hate humans deep down. The evil dragon has lived in a filthy environment on the Fishmen Island since he was a child, surrounded by fishmen who hate humans. When he grew up, he joined the Sun Pirates, but when the captain died, Marine also came. The man who had frightened him all his life appeared. Paluzolino. Kizaru sent the evil dragon to prison, and his humble survival and painful pleas became the entire life of the evil dragon in prison. It was not until later that Jinbei joined the Shichibukai that the evil dragon was released. After being released from prison, the dragon fell out with Jinbei and formed his own pirate group. But the Grand Line is full of strong people. The evil dragon was forced to learn about the weakest East Blue, and then he chose to come here to start his brutal rule. Waste. This is what Marine Warden calls their fishmen clan. Now the evil dragon is going to make weak humans taste the same life as him before. The reason why the evil dragon cooperates with Colonel Mouse is because the evil dragon is afraid of the man standing at the top of Marine. Even if he is willing to pay Bailey, the evil dragon does not want that man to know the information about his presence in East Blue. Kizaru's 8-foot Magatama move is still a nightmare for evil dragons. So much so that he couldn't even look directly at the sun. On the other side, the Xia Ya trio entered Kekiyasi village with a high profile and were discovered by the villagers. If it were normal, the villagers would give him a blank look. But things are different now. Nami actually rode that devil manatee. What's going on? Mu Mo is a murderous god in this land. If any villager cannot pay the protection fee, he will be fed to Mu Mo by the evil dragon and eaten. At the same time, outsiders who want to come to Kokoyasi village will also be killed. Mu Mu blocked it and ate it. So much so that Kokoyasi village is like a closed prison. But now, the devil guarding the prison, Mu Mu, was wailing in pain, with tears of pain flowing down like a waterfall. Yes, wail. All the scales on Mu Mu's chest were rubbed off by the ground, and were full of scars and blood. If the skin hadn't been thick, the internal organs might have flowed out. Its painful sound spread throughout Kokoyasi village. The purpose of Xia Ya's doing this is to tell the dragon pirates the coordinates. Advertisement such a big movement was spread among the villagers. New Okagawa and station policeman Aegean both came to the square and witnessed Mu Mu's tragic situation with their own eyes. Nami, who was already looking a little majestic on Mu Mu's head, was stunned. At the same time, every villager showed a trace of fear in their eyes. It will be fine soon. I came back today just to save everyone. Nami stood up on Momo's head, smiled, and was ready to introduce Xia Ya to everyone, hoping to gain the understanding of the villagers. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Nami has been in contact with the dragon pirates, the sworn enemy of the entire Koko West village. Over the years, disgust is inevitable, but now is the time to clear up the misunderstanding. However, what Nami didn't expect was, Aegean suddenly picked up a hoe in the corner. Everyone, get ready to fight the dragon pirates. The next moment, the villagers shouted in unison and picked up some agricultural weapons. There is no retreat, fight. We can't let Nami bear it alone. Get ready to fight. Everyone. If it were in the past, the village name would definitely roll his eyes at me and say, bah. But now, the situation is completely different. This is not because the villagers knew that Nami had something to rely on and knew in advance that the dragon pirates would be destroyed. But Nami treats Mu of the dragon pirates like this, the dragon will never let her go. Nami's life has been seriously threatened. Nami's life safety is the bottom line for the entire Kokoyasi village. So the villagers burst into anger. Everyone, seeing this scene, Nami was completely stunned. When she came, she even imagined many ways to meet the villagers, such as saying hello to everyone, explaining to everyone what she had done over the years, and even encouraging them to meet with her again, to a new and better life. But now, it seems completely different than expected. Are these still the same people in Kokoja village that I remember? Mu Mu. Xia Ya looked up at Nami and explained. Actually, the villagers know that you contacted the dragon pirates to find a way to save the village. They actually all know the suffering you have suffered over the years. So, they have been cooperating with you and acting, just to make you become the hero, who still persists. Heroes are lonely and the most courageous ones. Before the ending, the hero is also the most incomprehensible. Looking at the entire Kokoyasi village, Nami is the only one who has taken practical actions to save the village. Advertisement, and she is just a weak girl, all the other villagers know. I am just cowardly, I am incompetent, I am just not as good as a little girl. I just can't do it, give everything to save the village like Nami. Even if it is an idea or a plan, it cannot be achieved. So, the only thing the villagers can do is to cooperate with the little girl to perfect the character of a lone hero. That's all that can be done, and acting is today. When Nami's life was about to be threatened, all the accumulated emotions of everyone exploded. Cannot stand, Nami hasn't been truly loved by everyone yet. This is, Nami looked at Nokagawa who was coming from below. The other person just nodded. At this moment, Nami suddenly fell into Xia Ya's arms and burst into tears. Ah. Yo yo yo, ba bang bang, ping 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 ping. At this time, the evil dragon clapped his hands and strode here with a group of Murloc cadres. All the fishmen cadres drew out their weapons and stared at the villagers one by one. I really didn't expect that. The evil dragon raised his head and stroked his head with one hand. He smiled evilly and said, you bunch of lowly trash actually gathered together to resist me, tisk tisk tisk. As long as you can afford the protection fee for so many years, I have not killed you, just to make you live in hell. But today, there will be a massacre here, and Kokoyasi village will no longer exist. It would be very boring if the humble insect died. It's all because of you, Nami, only for me to see such a good show, ha 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 ha. 013. Combined skill double rider form human fortress. At this moment, the dragon pirates were all dispatched, fully armed. The dragon pirates arrived so quickly that no one expected them. The villagers in Kokoyashi village didn't even have the chance to pick up weapons, and even if some had already picked up iron farm tools, compared to the knives, guns, and artillery of the dragon pirates, they were not on the same level at all. It fell to the ground. You lowly piece of trash, don't move, brother evil dragon wants you to watch a show, you losers. The combatants of the dragon pirates were targeting them viciously. The fishmen have strong bodies and different skin colors. They are all tall and strong, and their strength is 10 times that of ordinary humans. In addition, the characteristics of various fish organs and various bone spurs extending from the flesh make them exude a very violent sense of déjà vu. Oh no, we are completely unprepared. What to do? The villagers in Kekiasi village suddenly felt terrible, their whole bodies were shaking, and many of them were desperate. At this time, a shark man who was more than 2.5 meters tall and had jagged teeth and nose looked at the scarred Mo and immediately became angry. This person is the leader of the pirate group, the Dragon. Come on, get Nami off Moo. I'm going to tattoo my Dragon Pirate's logo all over her body in front of the whole village. Rather than killing people, dragons prefer torturing humans. In marine prison, the prison officers will not kill prisoners because of regulations, but they have all the privileges except killing. They will torture the prisoners in the most cruel way, making them worse than death. Every day they live in the midst of wailing. The evil dragon has experienced it himself. He wants to use the unfairness he has experienced to feed back to everyone. And when the evil dragon loses the pleasure of torturing people, the final value of the tortured person is death. The other side. An octopus man with 8 octopus tentacles and a murloc man with a trumpet-like mouth stepped forward. Brother evil dragon. Let me do it. Boo-hoo-hoo. Xiao Bajwi pulled Badoliu and shouted in the direction of Manatee. Moo, please bear with me, I will be quick. As soon as the words fell, an 8-clawed figure quickly attacked Xia Ya and others on Momo's head. Snapped, in an instant, a loud whipping sound was heard, and Momo immediately screamed, Moo. While screaming, the skin all over Momo's body turned red, the sharp teeth in his mouth clenched tightly, hot air spurted out from between the teeth, and he stared at everything with angry eyes, as if he wanted to kill everyone. Advertisement Rampage buff. The ability user obtains a black spike whip. After whipping the mount will go berserk and its combat power will soar. When the mount is furious, its various values are soaring crazily, and it only sees fighting, without any scruples, fighting without even recognizing its relatives. And just when Zalba rushed over and was about to take action, huge fins fell from the sky, and a massive amount of blood mist exploded instantly. Slap, boom, after the smoke and dust dissipated, Zalba had been beaten into a pulp, and only a few broken tentacles on the ground were still twisting in response to nerves. Moo, the manatee, also had one of his fins broken off, but he felt no pain at all. Ah, Brother 8 was shot to death. Moo, it's impossible to defeat Zalba. When the surrounding fishmen saw Zalba's miserable condition, they all screamed in despair. They are outsiders, and they have a unified hatred towards the outside world, but they are still very united internally. Witnessing Xiao Ba being turned into a pulp with his own eyes, Wu Long was completely stunned. That person did it. He controlled Moo. For the first time, the evil dragon paid attention to Xia Ya, who was wielding a whip, and held the big saw blade, Zanfeng, tightly in his hand. Attack them all, kill all the people on Momo's head. No one will be spared, including Nami. Flying belied. At this time, as the girl screamed, Karina flew into the sky and turned into a flaming cross. The orange-red flames fell down like a pop, instantly drowning the entire dragon pirates. Screams and the sound of burning flesh and blood echoed throughout the square, and the charred corpses of fishmen were everywhere. Impossible. This is impossible. The smell of grilled fish filled the evil dragon's nostrils. The arrogance in his eyes was completely gone at this moment, and there was nothing but fear in his eyes. It's so similar to that man's 8-foot Magatama. The evil dragon seemed to see the figure in Karina's body that made him extremely frightened. This is Logia demon fruit power, same as Perusalino. And now, that purple girl has the power to destroy the world like Kizaru Perusalino. Damn it. Where did Nami find such a companion? Why would Poseidon give this power to humans? Oh. I hate it, even if I come to East Blue, I can't escape. The power of Logia is incomprehensible to the weak. The evil dragon has no way to deal with it, he has obviously escaped to East Blue. But still can't escape. The evil dragon felt a little regretful. He felt that the sea was his destination, at least there were no people with abilities in the sea. Advertisement, escape. Take the wounded to the coast and escape to the bottom of the sea. Let's never come back. Seeing that the evil dragon was frightened out of his wits, the other fishmen cadres were all stunned. But soon, some fishmen also shouted, listen to Brother Dragon, run away and escape to the sea. It's too late, none of you can escape. Xia Ya turned over and rode on Nami, and when Karina fell down, she just rode on Xia Ya's neck. People ride people, combination technique double riding form human fortress. It is worth mentioning that, as a rider, Xia Ya doesn't have much particularity about riding. He can ride on the arm, neck, waist, thigh, and pull a hair of the horse, all of which are considered riding form. At the same time, he can also reverse the body committee with his mount. After all, being ridden counts as riding, the reversal technique, Now Nami is just an ordinary person. In order for Xia Ya to release the long-suppressed hatred in her heart, it is natural for Xia Ya to take her with her when attacking. Xia Ya used the double riding buff, and the Mera Mera fruit ability became shared by 3 people at this moment. Soon, under Xia Ya's control, the 3 of them merged into a human fortress, turning into a blazing flame. 6 arms stretched out from all sides of the flame, 180 degrees. The 6 arms were like 6 gatlings, instantaneous. Countless fire bullets shoot out from her fingertips. Nami, Aim and hit whoever you want, Karina, don't let anyone get away. Boo hoo hoo hoo, da 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 da. Following Xia Ya's movements, flaming bullets were fired densely from the tips of the three people's fingers, shooting at the escaping fishmen. Ah! The Murlocs screamed and rolled on the ground. Some of them managed to extinguish the flames on their backs, but their belly was instantly hit by flame bullets. At this moment, the fish people were like a grilled fish on a charcoal rack, grilled almost without any dead ends until it was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. And Nami also focuses on those fishmen who have a direct hatred against her. Under the flames of Gatling fire, some fishmen's bodies were directly blown to pieces by bullets, leaving no bones or residue behind. Brother evil dragon, save me. This is hell, I never want to come here, ah. Upon hearing the calls for help from fellow fishmen, the evil dragon's eyes were bloodshot and about to overflow with blood. Damn it, only then did the evil dragon understand. It turns out that the Perusalino he met was already kind. People like Nami are the real evil spirits. 014. I'm so young, doesn't it hurt your conscience to ride on me? At this moment, all the fishmen on the field turned into grilled fish with thick smoke. Only the evil dragon was trembling and kneeling on the ground in despair. Devil, you are simply devils. The evil dragon roared unwillingly. Facing the Logia demon fruit power, the initial monster like the evil dragon cannot even touch a hair of the opponent. This is the objective gap between the weak and those with Logia ability. Even though Xia Ya deliberately avoided him during the attack, the evil dragon was also affected by the flame bullets. The skin on his body was burned everywhere, and the flames were still simmering on his arms, with thick and transparent fish oil coming out. I never want to see this face again, Nami said. Then let him disappear completely. A flaming sword extended from Xia Ya's palm, cutting off the dragon's head with one blow, and releasing a fireball that smashed the fish head that fell to the ground into pieces. The evil dragon completely ended his sinful life. At this time, the dragon pirates were all slaughtered, and Manatee Moo lost too much blood and lost his breath due to being violently driven. Everyone, come out, we are safe, the evil dragon empire has been completely destroyed. The trio returned to normal, and Nami waved to the surrounding villagers. Then generously introduced Xia Ya and Karina to the villagers. Behind the trees, villagers came out one after another from behind the house. They looked at the scorched earth all over the ground and could no longer tell what was soil and what was fishman corpses, but the smell of grilled fish filled the air, letting them know that the dragon pirates had indeed been wiped out. Finished, we didn't do anything, fortunately Nami, you're okay. At this moment, all the villagers' breathing stopped. They did not expect that the evil dragon gang that had done many evil things in Koko West Village would be so vulnerable in front of Nami and others. Advertisement looking at Nami's performance, it seems that the young man in front of him is the core of this group. I'm sorry, Nami, all these years you don't need to say anything anymore, I already know. Nami gave a cute smile. Immediately, deafening cheers resounded throughout the village. Thank you so much. Under the command of Karina, the villagers swarmed into the dragon paradise, confiscated the treasures inside, and burned all the buildings to ashes when they left. The traces of the fishmen's rule completely disappeared. At the same time, the skull of the Manatee Moo was made into a sculpture and placed under the big tree at the entrance of the village as a memorial to the difficulties suffered by Kokoyasi village. Everyone should remember history. Of course, this is also to remember the three heroes who saved the village. They rode Moo into the village. That night, a tall bonfire was lit in Koko West Village. People in the surrounding villages knew that the dragon pirates had been wiped out, and they also brought various delicacies to the banquet to celebrate the demise of the dragon empire. The next day, in the orange grove of Kokoyasi village, in front of a simple grave, Nami and Nuoki bowed their heads in silence. This is Belmere, the savior and adoptive mother who raised Nami and Nokagao. After the worship, Nuochi said, Nami, Aunt Belmere must know that Kokoyashi village has been saved, and she will understand you. Do you still remember when you stole books from Aegean's bookstore? At that time, the young Nami went to the bookstore to steal books because of her thirst for navigation knowledge and because her family was poor. Afterwards, he was scolded by Belmere. Nami nodded heavily. Yeah. Not anymore, because I already have Xia Ya. Nami went to sea for 7 months and 5 days this time, but it was different from any other time. Advertisement when she came back she was a completely different person. At this moment, Nokagao seemed to see a substantial light of hope in Nami's eyes. At the same time, she knew that the fundamental reason for Nami's change was her other two companions. Xia Ya and Karina. Ah, I was just about to tell you about this. Are you willing to go out to sea with us? Nokagao? Nami asked. Nokagao shook his head clearly. No, I want to stay and protect what Aunt Belmere left for us. I will protect it well so that you can see the changes every time you come back. Then, are you willing to be ridden by Xia Ya? Nami asked quietly. Huh, how could you say this in front of Aunt Belmere? Nuokagao looked at her suspiciously. Are you? I can't accept it, you are still so young. On the other side, Nami and Nokigao's home. Xia Ya, let's talk. Karina took a sip of orange tea, put the teacup on the table, stood up and complained. Xia Ya. You went too far, you actually hid it from me for so long. Obviously I can ride you, but you have been the one riding me for so long. I'm so young, doesn't it hurt your conscience to ride on me? 015. Pinch you, a new journey. Stupid Xia Ya. Xia Ya explained. Ha 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 ha, whoever follows whomever we do, and whoever rides are all the same. Then ride it for me now, Karina responded coquettishly. Xia Ya stood up and flicked Karina's plump and smooth forehead. When I get the chance, I'm going to the marine branch now. The marine there is the protective umbrella of the dragon. We must solve this hidden danger for Nami before we leave. While the two were talking, the door was pushed open. Nami and Nokagao walked in, and they naturally heard the conversation between Karina and Xia Ya. They didn't expect that Xia Ya would even take the initiative to get into trouble for Nami. At this moment, Nami's heart melted. Karina is right, following Xia Ya will really lead to happiness. Nami believes this 100%. If you attack Marine, you will be wanted all over the world. In a sense, Marine is more terrifying than a pirate. Xia Ya said, don't worry, because it will happen sooner or later. The evil dragon has been able to do evil in East Blue for so many years because Marine has provided him with shelter. Even if the dragon pirates are destroyed now, as long as those mods are still there, they will support another evil dragon. It is best to get rid of them. Choice. Moreover, if he wants to obtain a permanent buff, he needs to sign a riding contract, which means he has to find a partner who is willing to sign a contract with him. Looking at the entire pirate world, most of the targets suitable for strategy are in the pirate camp, and they have long been wanted criminals. Identity of. This leads to Xia Ya sooner or later being on the opposite side of Marine. After all, if Marine wants to cause trouble for you, he only needs to move his fingers to spread wanted notices all over the world. Before leaving, Nami suddenly grabbed Xia Ya. My sister won't go to sea for the time being, but she is willing to enter into a riding contract with you. Yeah. Nuoki nodded with a blushing face. Advertisement. Xia Ya didn't expect that the surprise would come so suddenly. Nami is really my lucky star. Soon, the contract ceremony was completed. A permanent buff also appeared in Xia Ya's eyes. 10 times learning buff. Learning. When fighting in the mounted mode, you can see through other people's moves and understand countermeasures. At the same time, you can learn the opponent's physical skills, sword skills, hockey. Look for your opponent, the opponent is your best teacher. Seeing this, Xia Ya was pleasantly surprised. This is a good buff. It can be regarded as the capital to enter the Grand Line. Grand Line's opponents are not comparable to minions like East Blue. Not only do they have powerful physical skills, hockey is also a compulsory option, but Xia Ya has not been systematically cultivated, and most of her combat skills fall into the category of brute force. It's still because of the lack of leaders, but it's different now. After signing a riding contract with Nokagao, he can enhance his understanding ability as long as he fights enemies. The opponent will become his stepping stone, and the stronger the opponent, the more advanced combat skills Xia Ya can learn. Grand Line, I'm looking forward to it more and more. A few days later, a brand new warship docked at the port of Kokoyashi village. This is the trophy Xia Ya found after killing Colonel Rat. If Xia Ya hadn't found it, the warship would probably have continued to sit in the dock collecting dust. And warships are much stronger than ordinary ships and are suitable for use in the Grand Line. Advertisement, goodbye everyone. Goodbye. Nami, Xia Ya, Karina, you must pay attention to safety. Come back often and visit. Nami waved to her sister and the villagers waved their hands. On the deck, Nami showed a sly smile. After opening his coat, wallets fell out one by one. There were some coins and photos of villagers in them. These were some souvenirs that Nami had obtained professionally. Of course. The dragon pirates left a lot of treasures, some of which have been distributed to the villagers. There is no such thing as living without money. However, this trip also allowed the Xia Ya trio to earn 70 million belly, so they no longer have to worry about expenses. Ahihi. This trip to Kokoyashi village was really interesting. I gained the most. Karina sat on Xia Ya's neck, lowered her head and patted Xia Ya's head with a bad smile. I'll pinch you, huh, I'm going to pay back everything you did to me before. Who told you to lose at cards? Well, you still owe me 107 times. I couldn't stand the temptation of beauty, so I chose super double. Xia Ya rubbed her smooth mount legs and said with a sighing smile. Oh, Nami, why did you follow Karina so badly? You actually cooperated with Karina to trick me. You have to understand who is the boss of this boat. Sailing on the sea is quite boring, and people on the ship often pass the time by gambling. The same goes for 3 groups of people. However, the bet on this boat is not Bailey, but the number of rides. Who rides whom? It depends on who is good at gambling. But it is obvious that the 2 girls have joined forces, and Xia Ya urgently needs a helper to regain the victory. Boss, you owe me 98 times. Nami looked into the distance and said, but, which direction are we sailing now? 016. To Shiji's Rains, trouble comes. Loguetown is located in the sea near the entrance to East Blue's upside-down mountain. It is the only way for East Blue to enter the Grand Line. Pirate King Roger was born here and ended here. Loguetown is also called the Town of the Beginning and the End, by the sea. The unique geographical location also makes Loguetown a specialty town of the Grand Line. There are many shops on both sides of the street, selling high-end goods imported from the Grand Line. Almost all ships going to the Grand Line will choose to make their final supplies here. The opposite is, Loguetown has become the place with the highest concentration of blue marine in East. After all, it was Marine who executed the Pirate King here. It is a special place that earns Marine a lot of face. But at the same time, as long as they don't cause trouble, they usually won't be targeted by Marine. After all, so many pirates have gathered here to make a pilgrimage. In order to ensure the safety of marine soldiers, it is normal to turn a blind eye. Anyway, pirates entering the Grand Line have a narrow escape. There's no need to fight and make a big fuss in a place like Loguetown where marine has a long face. It's hard to explain. Of course. But there are always exceptions. Colonel Smoker, who was transferred from headquarters, is stationed here. The tacit balance between marine and pirates was once again broken. Marine's side became stronger. The trio of Xia Ya who came to supply the goods did not find the wanted order with them yet and were spending money unscrupulously in Loguetown. Navigation tool stores are the ones they focus on. The Grand Line is different from the East Blue. The ordinary compass no longer has the function of identifying the direction. The recording pointer is the Grand Line's only tool that can indicate the direction. In order to make profits, businessmen will also contribute the most creative products for sale. Under normal circumstances, the recording pointer will replenish magnetic energy at a certain island in the Grand Line so that the pointer can record the direction of the next station. And what if the magnetism is not supplemented? Then, the magnetic force on the recording pointer is still the magnetic force recording the previous island. Equivalent to a temporary permanent pointer, and this bug alone means that a huge amount of wealth can be created. This has led to many business companies to spend huge costs and use endless means, and even train special ability users for this purpose, and bring out many record pointers for fixed islands from the Grand Line. Advertisement, it can be said. If they were not afraid of long distances, supplies, extreme weather, and had the determination to put life and death at risk, navigators would not pass other islands and set their goal at the Sabadi Archipelago, the magnetic endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line. And Xia Ya's goal is very clear. He directly asked Nami to buy a record pointer to Alabasta, where he had a mount suitable for the strategy. At the same time, just in case, the trio also spent money to buy record pointers for nearby islands such as Whiskey Peak and Guy Island. In order to save time, the three spent money like water. Okay. Food, fresh water, medicine, and record pointers have all been taken care of. After putting away the last needed record pointer, Xia Ya and the other three walked out of the store. And it was at this time. There was a panic sound on the street, followed by the sound of well-trained and neat footsteps until it stopped. Da 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 da. When Xia Ya and the three of them went out, they saw more than 20 Marines gathered outside the store, standing still waiting for orders. The leader was a man holding 2 cigars. The man has short silver hair, wears a large coat with "Justice" written on the back, goggles hanging around his neck, and holds a strange-looking weapon in his hand, the 10 hands, made by Seastone. This person is the gatekeeper sent by Naval Headquarters to take charge of East Blue. The person with the ability of the Logia Smoke Fruit, Marine Colonel Smoker. To Smoker's right is an intern girl wearing glasses. He was looking at Xia Ya, Karina, and Nami curiously. I'm sorry, if you were just an ordinary pirate, I might let you go, but if you killed a Marine Colonel, then I can only send you to prison to receive punishment, Xia Ya. Smoker was holding a cigar in his mouth, holding a brand new wanted notice that had just been issued. Xia Ya glanced at the wanted poster in Smoker's hand. It contained her name, her photo, and a bounty of 20 million Baileys. It is estimated that the news of Colonel Mouse's death reached the Naval Headquarters, and Marine lost his temper and offered this high bounty after investigation. With the issuance of a wanted warrant, it means that Xia Ya's identity has completed the transformation. He was identified as a pirate in Marine's eyes. Because of New Okagao, Xia Ya received a 10x enhanced learning buff, and she could learn some of the opponent's combat skills by competing with others. So he is still eager to fight with the strong. Advertisement. But, although Smoker came out of the Naval Headquarters training camp, it turns out that except for having a Logia Smoker fruit that makes him arrogant and getting along like a fish in water in Loguetown, he has basically nothing to offer. Xia Ya doesn't want to waste time on Smoker either. But Tashigi, who was still very young next to him, found an opportunity to ride it. Maybe it becomes a permanent mount, then one more permanent buff will be added. But the problem is that if you ride Tashigi, you can't ride Karina. Without Mera Mera fruit, what could compete with Smoker's Logia smoking fruit? He didn't think Smoker came here just to chat with him. What a hassle. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth, glanced at Xia Ya, and ordered to his subordinates. Come here, take him down, take the other 2 away too, and take them back for investigation. Xia Ya went alone and killed Colonel Mouse. Karina and Nami have not yet entered Marine's sight, so there is no wanted warrant. But the 3 of them are together, and Smoker is ready to capture them together. Now. Smoker held Seastone's weapons in his hands, pointing at Xia Ya with contempt in his eyes. The Seastone weapon in his hand was accurately captured by Xia Ya. Isn't this just a hammer to beat Logia? At that moment, an idea flashed in my mind. The moment she was pointed at by Smoker, Xia Ya took action at lightning speed. She held the Seastone pointed by Smoker in her left hand and decisively kicked Smoker's armpit from the bottom up. The powerful impact knocked Smoker back several steps. When Smoker stabilized his body with a surprised look on his face, Seastone's 10 hands were out of his control and appeared in Xia Ya's hands. However, this is not the end. Xia Ya pulled Tashigi over and rode on him generously in an instant. Logia gives you a huge natural advantage, allowing you to have no natural enemies in a small area like East Blue. You're careless, Smoker. Tashigi's face was red as Xia Ya strangled him naked, his hands had nowhere to rest, and he screamed loudly. Where are you putting your hands? Let me go. 017. Twin ponytails, you told me earlier. Tashigi originally wanted to struggle, but slowly her body became weak until she completely lost control. But her thinking skills were preserved. Oops, my body is controlled by him. Is it the same devil fruit ability as Colonel Smoker? And at this time, Tashigi's scream caught the attention of the surrounding townspeople and some pirates. They immediately gathered around to discuss. Tisk, 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 Marine is so embarrassed, even the little girl he brought was ridden in broad daylight. Ha ha ha, the Marine in Loguetown is nothing more than that. Boss, should we take this opportunity to give those male Marines a ride? I see a few of them are very pretty, and they suit me very well. Boss with a long beard, I think the man with the silver hair in the lead is very wild, which suits you very well. Boom, the bearded pirate leader nearby punched the pirate who was discussing loudly on the head. With a gloomy face, he yelled at the younger brothers. The leader is the white hunter, Smoker. Logia, the user with the ability of the smoking fruit, is the most invincible existence in Loguetown and even the entire East Blue. Logia is equal to invincibility. If we *****s him off, we'll all go to jail. The hell do you want me to ride him? As he said that, the pirate leader looked up at Smoker. He didn't let out a sigh of relief until he found Smoker's eyes fixed on Xia Ya. These idiots. As an old pirate who has been in the East Blue for many years, he is deeply aware of the terror of the white hunter Smoker. Taunting the white hunter Smoker because he didn't die quickly enough. The bearded pirate captain's previous captain, and the captain's previous captain, were all sent to prison by Smoker, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take the captain's position. I didn't expect that the newly recruited younger brother would be so blind. Oh, how dare you be so presumptuous in the face of the white hunter? This man is doomed. I don't know which brat jumped out of nowhere, he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He actually dares to attack Marine's bespectacled girl. He really thinks he is a person. In this sea, there is never a shortage of arrogant newcomers with distinctive personalities. But without exception, those who did not know what was good or evil died. However, just when the pirate boys were dismissive of Xia Ya, the bearded pirate captain once again gave Xia Ya a critical blow with his fist. ****, look what this is. This is the wanted poster I just pulled off the Marine bulletin board. The brat you were talking about is the super felon criminal who was just offered a reward today, Xia Ya, whose head is worth 20 million belly. And it's the first bounty offered, advertisement. At this moment, everyone on the street fell completely silent. All the pirates who were watching the joke had their mouths open at this moment, their throats were surging but they could not make any sound. 20 million. Bailey. In this small place where the average worth of East Blue is several million, a bounty of 20 million Baileys is something that people need to look up to for a lifetime. You took the weapon while I wasn't paying attention, you seem to have investigated me? Smoker grinned, dusted the footprints on his chest, and looked at Xia Ya with more attention. Xia Ya immediately took away the weapon in his hand. That weapon is made of sea stone and is the nemesis of all demon fruit powers. Smoker muttered inwardly, he actually knows my weaknesses. At this time, Smoker no longer looked down upon him, he was ready. The man in front of him killed a Marine colonel in East Blue, robbed a warship, and slapped Marine in the face. When Smoker got this information, he paid attention to Xia Ya for the first time. Unexpectedly, as soon as the wanted order was issued, the information that Xia Ya came to Loguetown was obtained. If you can send Xia Ya to impel down here, it will be a great achievement. It will be helpful for your promotion to work in the Grand Line. So he came to arrest and protect Marine's face. Smoker has a relatively straightforward personality, and it is difficult for such a person to join the officialdom, so after coming out of the headquarters training camp, he was transferred to East Blue. For a person with Logia ability, this was a major blow. He was obviously the best graduate. Born. The graduates who were called monsters in the past have become Marine's strongest combat force, the Marine 3 Admiral. They are all Logia fruit-capable users. One of them, Aokiji, is also Smoker's best friend. And the second emphasis now is because Xia Ya seems to be well prepared. Although the strength is not yet clear, it is definitely a tough one in terms of strategy. Smoker had to pay attention again and never dared to underestimate Xia Ya, who was only 14 years old. Now, Xia Ya didn't answer Smoker's question immediately. He was grabbing Tashigi's long, silky hair. Another flash of inspiration came to him, and he turned around and said, Nami, Karina, do you have that kind of circle? Circle. Circle. Karina and Nami were confused and had no idea what circle meant. Xia Ya couldn't remember what that thing was called, so she gestured. Tie your hair? Twin tails? JK, do you understand? That's a headband, idiot. Advertisement. Karina and Nami reacted simultaneously. Xia Ya's riding fruit has been upgraded to remove the side effects. Sea stone has no effect on him. He controls Tashigi to take the sea stone to create 10 hands, and then waved. One person at a time, quickly tie a pair of ponytails for the girl with glasses, so that I can ride enjoyable. Boo-hoo-hoo. In front of the public, Karina and Nami transformed into female Tonys and started working on it. One of them tied Tashigi into a double ponytail. Xia Ya held a delicate ponytail in one hand, and Tashigi made several movements like a puppet. Haha, sure enough, driving is much more comfortable with a steering wheel. Xia Ya is very satisfied with driving a new car. Damn it, Xia Ya. You should have told me if you like twin tails. Did you know that Nami and I cut each other's hair yesterday? Karina. Although it's only 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter will grow for a long, long time. I told you earlier, idiot. Yes. Nami. You said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Xia Ya. I thought you understood, Karina. You should have told me earlier. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now. Tashigi was completely stunned when she was being ridden. Such a shameful scene happened to her. These actions are so shameful, and it happened under the eyes of her boss, her colleagues, and even hundreds of people around her. Tashigi was going crazy inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. After settling the matter of the twin ponytails, Xia Ya finally said, I'm not interested in investigating you, but I am a little interested in trying how much you weigh. Don't let me down, Mr. Smoker. Thinking that Smoker could graduate from the headquarters training camp, he must have passed the basics of physical skills. And Xia Ya has never been exposed to systematic moves like Marine 6 styles. So I was wondering if I could use the 10 learning ability to gain some experience from Smoker. After all, shaving and finger pistol are still useful. Snort, shameless talk. The murderous aura on Smoker's body became solid and cold, making many pirates around him feel a biting coldness. They didn't dare to blink, staring at Smoker who was about to take action. And Xia Ya was driving Tashigi. Tashigi shook the 10 hands in his hand and hooked Smoker with the other finger, seeming to be fully prepared. The next moment, phew, a burst of smoke erupted, Smoker's fighting spirit boiled, and white smoke billowed out from the soles of his feet, impacting like an explosion. I don't know what ability you used to control Tashigi, but now. Get off Tashigi. 018. Logia goes berserk, hitting her head and stabbing her in the back. What kind of terrifying power is this? Logia is mad, run away. Smoke erupted from the scene and filled the entire street. Logia demon fruit power, the battle is always so shocking. People around him fled, fearing that they would be implicated. The white hunter is taking action, that kid is going to suffer. Smoke billows. Facing the approaching Smoker, Xia Ya directly controlled Tashigi to rush forward. Seeing his subordinates being used as mounts, Smoker planned to go around and attack. Twisted white snake. Smoker's arm turned into a white snake like smoke, attacking Xia Ya in a turning form. Xia Ya drove Tashigi sideways to avoid him and came to him. With a calm face, he uses the 10 hands of sea stone and sweeps the Smoker in the smoke. Poof! Smoker turned into a ball of smoke, gave up the offensive, and quickly took a few steps back. He doesn't want to be hit by sea stone. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Tashigi was so frightened that his heart kept trembling and he couldn't speak clearly. Colonel Smoker. I can't remember my Gigi. Oh, it's a pity that the gap between Tashigi and Xia Ya is too big, and they have no ability to resist at all. They can only be controlled by their bodies, constantly shuttling through the smoke at extremely fast speeds, looking for the right time to take action. Ping. Now. Tashigi holds Koyo Shiger in his left hand and Juju in his right hand, constantly fighting Smoker. Explosions continued, and many buildings around the street were destroyed. The white figure and the figure of a stacked Arhit collide with each other, and each collision is bound to set off a huge shockwave. Hiss, the surrounding crowd dispersed quickly, and many were already stunned in place, immersed in this powerful power. It's too scary. Is this the power of the White Hunter? It's completely unsolvable? What a terrifying power. That marine girl seems pretty good too. Advertisement. Even the White Hunter doesn't dare to approach, especially the weapon in her hand. The White Hunter seems to be avoiding it intentionally. It was obviously snatched from Smoker's hand. Can it still be the winner? Cold sweat broke out on Smoker's forehead. He is the one with the ability of the smoking fruit. Although it is a Logia devil fruit, it is different from the Logia that naturally has attack elements. Smoke has no offensive power at all. Xia Ya rode Tashigi without any scruples, sprinting back and forth in the smoke. The sea stone 10 hands in Tashigi's hand was originally a weapon that belonged to Smoker and was also his very proud work, but now it has become a major worry for him. As long as the 10 hands attack, he does not dare to touch it. He is too afraid to touch it. The feet are at a disadvantage. ****. Where did he get my information? In the riding state, Xia Ya's strength is, ability user plus mount, the strengths of all families. It's more than enough to face a Smoker who relies on his fruit abilities to fight. You've shown your weakness, Smoker. Xia Ya suddenly appeared behind Smoker riding Tashigi. Smoker subconsciously wanted to use the smoking fruit element to dodge, but sea stone missed and hit his head on the head, and blood mist exploded. Within a second, Xiaoyi Shiger also pierced Smoker's abdomen from behind. Blood spurted out instantly. Ah! Smoker yelled and crawled away several meters. It turned into smoke and fled along the wall to the roof of the moving building. When the smoke dissipated, the ground was filled with ticking bloodline. Tashigi's hands were shaking. Just now, she not only hit Smoker on the back of the head with her Jusho, but also stabbed him with a knife. After all, Tashigi was Smoker's assistant who had just been transferred to the job, but he had only started working for a week. In the end, he not only broke his boss's head, but also stabbed him. If this news spreads, it will probably cause a shock in naval headquarters. Colonel Smoker, I didn't mean it. I really can't control how much I remember. Wow. The surrounding Marines were completely stunned, their eyes widening. Are you sure it's not a joke? Colonel Smoker was actually injured? In the East Blue Loguetown branch, Smoker is invincible. Impossible. Advertisement. Smoker is Logia's demon fruit power. When can Logia be penetrated by ordinary weapons? Hoo ho ho ho. Drink. On the roof, Smoker covered his abdomen and gasped, how is that possible? Who are you? How could a 14 or 15-year-old kid be so terrifying? Whether it is intelligence capabilities, combat deployment, or even strength, they are extremely powerful. In fact, Smoker graduated from the Naval Headquarters training camp and passed the assessment level by level, and the assessment item was combat. It can be said that Smoker is also a man who has experienced hundreds of battles. He has never been beaten in all aspects like this. Pass. He couldn't believe it. Xia Ya was not in the mood to report her situation to Marine. And at this time, in Xia Ya's eyes, a series of characters flashed. You learned how to use shave in Marine 6 styles. You learned how to use moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. Taishu has officially entered the celebrity stage. Open the learning summary panel. The power of 10 times learning has been fully exerted, and it can even be summarized and evaluated, summarized into a panel. And at this time, seeing that Xia Ya had no intention of paying attention to him, Smoker no longer focused on Xia Ya alone. After all, it has just been confirmed that the other 2 girls are also with him. Since you can't get a bargain from Xia Ya, we can only start with his partners. The other party is holding Marine's assistant hostage, so it's not too much to hold a pirate hostage. Let's start with you. Immediately, Smoker endured the severe pain, and his lower body transformed into a smoke python, falling from the sky and heading towards Karina. The next moment, Smoker punched Karina through the chest. Sis SSSSSSS, 019. You ride the carpet too, shocked Marineford. How come? Smoker wanted to grab Karina, but his fist got stuck, and he was shocked. This is elementalization. Looking carefully, wisps of orange-red flames suddenly appeared on Karina's skin. The burning feeling on her hands told Smoker that this was a natural element, flame. Idiot, I'm here. You were cheated. Not far away, another Karina was on fire, looking at Smoker proudly. It's an elemental clone. Smoker was shocked again. Logia's elemental clone is a move that can only be born after Logia Devil Fruit has developed it to a certain extent. Smoker once witnessed Admiral Perusalino using it with his own eyes. He was so greedy, but because of his lack of development ability, he had no clue about development number. Unexpectedly, I actually saw it on a little girl at this moment. What kind of talent is this? And, the opponent's Devil Fruit can control fire and has the same potential as Marine 3 Admiral. Soon, the flames on the 2 Karinas became more intense, filling the whole street with a hot atmosphere. Even the signboard of the Ghetto map point has been set on fire. What's going on? Logia again. Damn it. Why, such top-notch ocean resources actually appear on a little girl? Ah, what a waste. It's so scary. The power of flames is 100 times stronger than the power of smoke. The pirates' eyes widened, not realizing that their beards had been singed. They looked at Karina in disbelief, and their eyes almost popped out of their eyes with envy. It cannot be said that the smoking fruit has no offensive power, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with the offensive power. In comparison, Mera Mera fruit is completely different. The pirates who were far away felt like their skin would be burned to pieces, and those who were closer would be cremated on the spot. Smoker was shocked now. At this moment, he has no intention of fighting. Although the smoking fruit means that he will not suffer much loss in front of the Mera Mera fruit. After all, the elements avoid the elements, but he is sure that he cannot defeat the other one with burning damage. Logia of properties. What's more, there is Xia Ya who can crush him with physical skills. He just wants to pass the information about Xia Ya and Karina to Naval Headquarters to increase the danger level. This pirate group. In addition to Xia Ya's weird abilities, there is also the even more terrifying Logia. The most detailed investigation must be conducted through the Marine Headquarters Intelligence Network. Fortunately, the other party does not have armament hockey, otherwise. Zila. At this time, the flame of Karina's clone has reached the critical point. At the moment of the explosion, Smoker turned into a cloud of smoke and was blown away. The next second, Xia Ya rode to Shigi and attacked again. While Smoker was hiding in the smoke and escaping, Seastone's 10 hands attacked his injured waist. Smoker's smoking fruit was restrained and turned back into a corpse and was smashed. Enter a shop. Boom, advertisement. The Marine soldiers were completely confused when they saw the thin smoke coming out of the big hole in the wall, and they all searched the store. Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi was about to cry. Colonel Smoker, I didn't do it, woohoo. The store was filled with smoke, Smoker said with difficulty. You are no match for the Xia Ya pirates, run away. Leave me alone, I can get away on my own, phew. Smoker vomited blood, turned into elements again with difficulty, penetrated through the cracks in the wall and escaped. He was seriously injured, and the opponent had mastered Seastone and a highly developed Logia ability user, which was a move that only Marine Admiral could use. Smoker knew that he was outmatched and had to retreat and pass the news to Naval Headquarters. The threat level of Xia Ya's team is too high, and all Marines should be on high alert. At this moment, the smoke on the street completely dissipated, and Marine soldiers fled from every window. In the blink of an eye, Marine was gone. Seeing that Marine was gone, the surrounding pirates fled in panic, not daring to stay where they were. The street suddenly became empty, and Xia Ya jumped off to Shigi. Summarized the learning panel. After having the 10x comprehension buff, his ability to summarize is very powerful and he has extremely strong self-awareness. It can be summarized in a panel. Moreover, he had just learned some ways to use Marine 6 styles on Smoker, and when Smoker escaped, he also found a chance to learn a little bit of observation hockey. Although Smoker is useless, he still came out of the Marine training camp. He has been exposed to many combat skills and is still in a budding state. And this is enough for Xia Ya. He has been blessed with 10 learning comprehension buffs, and I believe he can be developed to a higher level in the future. Xia Ya Devil Fruit. Paramecia Riding Fruit, no side effects. Taijutsu Personal Form. B. Basic Marine Rear Admiral. Physical Riding Form, 10x increase, A+, Advanced Marine Vice Admiral. Swordsmanship. Disorganized and cannot be rated Observation Hockey. B. Individual Form, A. Mounted State. Temporary Buff. Not refreshed yet permanent buffs. 10x increase. From Karina, 10x luck. From Nami, 10x comprehension. From Nokagao. Wu of a free Dashigi collapsed on the ground and cried. She didn't know what to do at the moment. Karina gestured at Xia Ya and blinked. Do you want to take this mount away? She has twin tails? Advertisement, let her stay here. Xia Ya shook her head decisively. During the ride, Xia Ya discovered that Dashigi had been resisting. A marine like Dashigi definitely has a red thread of justice in his heart, and it is impossible for him to bow his head like a pirate. At least for now, there will be no riding contract with Xia Ya. If you take him with you and imprison him, it will be a waste of food. It is better to let Marine raise him first and surrender later when you have the opportunity. At this time, a businessman was walking by carrying a carpet and stood in front of Xia Ya, stunned for a moment. What's going on? I just went to buy goods once. Why was my store burned down? What's going on? Chauba. Which Chauba did this? Oh my god. The businessman threw down the carpet and ran quickly towards the store. After entering the store, the merchant caught a Marine soldier trying to escape. You Marine did it. You still want to escape? Be careful. I will sue you in the legal department. You will pay for my shop. How does that be D Smoker manage his subordinates? Xia Ya knew that Smoker had escaped and was missing, and it would definitely take a lot of time to find him, so she immediately decided not to stay in Loguetown. Use the riding ability. The carpet dropped by the businessman suddenly floated in the air like a magic flying carpet. Let's go to the Grand Line. Soon, the Xia Ya trio rode a flying carpet and flew toward their warship in the port. It's amazing, you can also ride on carpet. He knows magic, right? It didn't take long for what happened in Loguetown to spread to Marineford. In the majestic boulder building of Takamatsu, there's the marshal's office. Report. Marshal Sengoku, Colonel Smoker who was guarding Loguetown was attacked by pirates. He was hit hard on the head, stabbed through the abdomen with a knife, and his lumbar spine was hit with a blunt instrument and suffered comminuted fractures. He is being rescued in the hospital. It's impossible. He's Logia. How could he be injured in a small place like East Blue? Who did it? Colonel Smoker's assistant Toshigi. Toshigi? How is that possible? Did you miss any information? Marshal Sengoku looked at the information officer with a puzzled look. The information officer immediately added, yes. It was the pirate Xia Ya who rode Toshigi and beat up Colonel Smoker in front of all the residents of Loguetown. Ride? Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan raised his eyelids and his pupils shrank. Smoker is his beloved relative, friend, and brother. P.S. The author would like to explain a few things here. 1. Temporary buff, you can use it at any time. It will appear when you need it and disappear when you don't need it. You don't need to remember it deliberately. 2. In the setting, the protagonist can ride anything. Everyone can leave a message if they think it is interesting. The plot will be arranged when it comes. Finally, the data in this book is really not that good. I am feeling flustered as I read and write. Please give me some data to encourage you. 020. Admiral attacks, beauty collar, Ghetto statue Loguetown Marine Hospital. Blue. Smoker was tied up like a mummy, with only his eyes exposed, talking on the phone with difficulty. On the other end of the phone, Marshal Sengoku's voice came. How is it going? Smoker. I have fatal injuries all over my body. My tinling cap is shattered, I was stabbed in the waist, and my spine is shattered. The doctor told me that I will have to lie in bed for 8 months. If I don't take care of myself well, my marine career will be ruined. Sengoku continued to ask, about the enemy, what did you find out over there? Smoker immediately Kaido. Xia Ya is demon fruit power, can ride humans to fight, and can even fly on carpets, and what I want to say is another person. Karina, this guy is not wanted by us, but she is a Logia fire type user. What? Sengoku was silent. Logia is a user with fire abilities. I have to say that Sengoku, as the marshal, was also very coveted when he heard about the ability of the fire system. Looking at the current Marines, the most outstanding one is the Marines' highest combat power, Marine 3 Admiral. And the 3 of them are all Logia ability users with attribute attacks. Compared to Logia like Smoker, it is a much higher level, it's a huge difference. The other side. In the marshal's office, staff officer he listened to Smoker's report and explained. If the guess is correct, that Xia Ya should be Paramecia, the rider with the ability to ride the fruit, and the pirate named Karina should be Logia. The Mera Mera fruit the ability user has an explosive attribute ability, which is comparable to Logia of Marine 3 Admiral. Sengoku was obviously a bit over the top. He never expected that such a powerful Logia would appear in East Blue. And it fell into the hands of extremely vicious people. Not only did Xia Ya kill Colonel Mouse of the Marine East Blue branch, but he also defeated Smoker, the reward for guarding Loguetown. Obviously, the previous reward of 20 million was a serious misjudgment. On the other end of the phone, Smoker continued to report. I sent someone to investigate the Ghetto store they visited. According to the clerk, they bought record pointers to Alabasta and other places. Alabasta may be their next destination. Alabasta. Soon, the call ended. Advertisement. Sengoku sat on the marshal's chair with his hands crossed and looked at Aokiji to the side. Kuzan, go to Alabasta and eliminate this hidden danger. If discovered earlier, Sengoku might have changed his strategy, such as recruiting Karina to become a Shichibukai. But things are different now. Colonel Marine, who was guarding Loguetown, was almost handed over to his post. This incident will definitely become a topic for pirates to laugh at Marine for a long time. Marine must quickly regain his face, otherwise Sengoku will have trouble sleeping and eating. Okay, I'll take a trip. Aokiji changed his laziness and agreed quickly. Sengoku looked at he. Smoker was beaten violently, although it has nothing to do with Toshigi. The fact that she beat Smoker violently exists subjectively and has a great impact. She should be removed from Smoker's side and let her work as an assistant under Hina. The last thing is the bounty issue for Xia Ya and others. Sengoku also has a headache about this, because he already knows that Xia Ya only robbed the East Blue Branch's warship, and has not yet clearly established a pirate group. If we had noticed earlier that Xia Ya's energy was so strong, we wouldn't have issued the wanted order. Jiaoan is the best way to deal with it, but now it's too late. Wow 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 wow. What a magical countercurrent. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this world could have such a wonder. Even warships seemed insignificant in front of the dragon-like red line. Looking at the almost endless waterway going upstream, Karina and Nami both looked in awe. After crossing the countercurrent channel, we will officially enter the Grand Line. Xia Ya, you have to ride more steadily on the warship. Karina shouted loudly to Xia Ya on the bow. Nu, come on, Alabasta, we are coming. Both Nami and Karina only grabbed the ropes to prevent themselves from being taken away from the warship's hull by the impact of the current. At this moment, Xia Ya was driving the ship at the bow. I can't help but feel a little emotional. After traveling for so long, we are finally entering the Grand Line. In the previous battle with Smoker, although I got some of the Marine 6 styles, it was regarded as the enlightenment of real combat skills, and I also summarized it in a panel. Advertisement. But facing the endless stream of masters in the Grand Line, it is impossible to completely crush them without the support of various combat basics. He had to find the fastest way to improve. In Alabasta, there was a backup mount named Luo Bing and a Shichibukai named Crocodile, which made him look forward to it. Although the pirate world has a large population and abundant talents of all kinds, Xia Ya is a time traveler after all. His idea is to go straight to Wanlong without going through trouble. There is no doubt that Robin, who has had a tragic experience, is his best strategy object. And at this time, Xia Ya's eyes suddenly flickered. Beautiful collar buff. Countdown. 2 months. Beauty collar. You summon a collar for your mount to wear. Instantly, if you pat the left cheek of the mount, it will become 1 year younger. If you pat the right cheek of the mount, it will grow 1 year older. If you pat the forehead of the mount, it will change back. At her original age, when the temporary beauty buff disappeared, she completely returned to normal. Hiss. There is actually a beautiful collar buff. Is it a similar ability to the Big Eater jewelry Bonnie? Can it control a person's age? At this moment, Xia Ya, who had received a new temporary buff, looked at Karina and Nami, her eyes shining brightly. The trio formed a team and have been in East Blue for several months. The 3 of them are all of the same age. They are all 14 years old now and will soon turn 15. After all, Nami and Karina are both girls and their bodies have not developed yet. Mature, definitely not as charming as the future. And now that we have this buff, doesn't it mean they have reached the peak of their appearance, temperament and figure ahead of schedule? Although it has only been used for 2 months, once you enjoy it, you will make money. I want to see how good the 2 girls can be at their peak. While Xia Ya was smiling evilly at the 2 women, his eyes were refreshed again. Ghetto statue buff. Countdown. 2 months. Ghetto statue. Within 2 months, you can summon the Ghetto statue once and for all. The effect is that when an ability user cannot resist, it will absorb the opponent's devil fruit ability and give it to an ordinary fruit. Seeing this, Xia Ya's eyes flashed completely. 021. Grand Line. I'm going to sleep with a collar. Ghetto statue buff. Ghetto statue is a creature in Hokage. It is the body of 10 tails that has been separated from chakra. It once separated 1 tail Shukaku from the body of Jinchuriki Gaara. Obviously, the Ghetto statue buff obtained by Xia Ya was improved by the riding fruit. It's only for devil fruit. It's a pity that it's temporary. It only has a 2-month validity period and it can only be summoned once. So, with Ghetto statue here, I have a chance to get a top-notch devil fruit. Xia Ya was thinking while riding the warship to control the direction. Originally, he planned to go to Alabasta and let Nico Robin tie him up as his own exclusive mount. This consideration arises not only because Robin is easier to conquer than other unknown characters, but also because Robin also has knowledge of Ohara, and tying her to the ship will also allow Xia Ya to get a top-notch devil fruit 100% in the future. Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast Species Vampire Form. But at this moment, with the refresh of Ghetto statue, everything seems to be planned from scratch. In fact, due to the existence of the Baroque Works Club in Alabasta, there are many people with abilities, such as Mr. 1's Dice Fruit, Mr. 2's Model Fruit, such as Mr. 5's Explosive Fruit, Miss Valentine's Kilogram Fruit, etc. It can be said to be the concentration of devil fruit in the first half of the Grand Line. But in terms of top-notch ability, only President Mr. Zero Sir Crocodile's Logia Sand Fruit is the only one. But Nami is not suitable for sand fruit. Xia Ya first thought of Nami and couldn't help but shake her head in denial. How about bypassing Alabasta and going to Sky Island first? Sky Island is located just above Guy Island, and Guy Island is the next island to Alabasta, not far away. Thinking of this, Xia Ya's expression relaxed and she seemed to have made a decision. First of all, there is an extremely arrogant Thor, Enel, on Sky Island, and he possesses a nearly invincible Logia, Thunderfruit. Thunderfruit not only has the highest destructive power, but also has the highest amplification of sight and color, as fast as the speed of light, speed blessing. Thunderfruit is perfect for Nami. At the same time, the arrogant Enel is easier to defeat than the seafaring Crocodile. That's right. Xia Ya has gained experience in the smoker battle. It is difficult for Logia to kill another Logia without absolute crushing strength. For Crocodile and Enel, two Logia users. With Xia Ya's current skill set, it's actually difficult to really kill the opponent. In addition to the basic configuration, all that remains is combat IQ and combat mentality. There is no doubt that Enel, the god of Sky Island, can be said to be the most self-righteous existence in the entire pirate world. He is obviously a frog in the well, but he is extremely arrogant and thinks that he is invincible. If he plans well, Enel will definitely be better than Crocodile is easier to conquer. And Sky Island also has a lot of Shantora gold. And the motto of Sky Island Technology Arc, the Skyship Proverbs, can also be ridden. That's the whole world. Except for Golden Lion Shiki's ships, there are only a few ships with the ability to fly. Moreover, it uses the power of Thunderfruit. This undoubtedly increases the temptation to Xia Ya. As for Robin, advertisement come on, Robin can't run in Alabasta, and surrender will happen sooner or later. So, Xia Ya decided to go to Sky Island first and then return to Alabasta. After more than 10 minutes, the warship had reached the top of Upside Down Mountain, and then changed from upward to downward dive. After a short wait, the trio arrived at a quiet sea area. Is this the Grand Line? Blue sky, white clouds, calm waves. It seems not as powerful as the rumors. Nami sniffed the sea breeze and noticed nothing unusual. Since Twin Points is at the bottom of the red line, extremely bad weather cannot invade here, and calm seas are quite normal. After looking at the lighthouse at Twin Capes, Xia Ya might have asked the towerkeeper Crocus for advice in the past. After all, Crocus was the ship's doctor who had been on Roger's ship, and he might have mastered some high-level combat skills. But no need now. Xia Ya has 10 times the power of understanding. As long as he fights, he can obtain the opponent's skills. He has been excluded from asking others for advice. If you have time to ask someone for advice, it is better to find a suitable enemy. So, Xia Ya left here in a warship. Blue waves are rippling on the deck of a warship. Xia Ya hooked her fingers at Karina. Karina, come here, I'll give you a surprise. Surprise. Karina and Nami both looked over. Look, what? A collar. Xia Ya, hello pervert. Not only do you like twin tails, you also secretly buy this prop in Loguetown behind our backs. Although I am complaining, but Karina still took the collar obediently. I have to say that this necklace is still very fashionable. It is made of black silk as a whole and feels very good. Only the connection is decorated with a heart-shaped white metal. I don't know whether it is silver or other precious metals. It looks very valuable. Put it on. This is no ordinary collar. Xia Ya urged. There is also a big surprise. In doubt, Karina put the collar on her pink neck and pouted. If you dare to lie to me, humph. Then, Xia Ya gently patted Karina's left cheek a few times. Something surprising happens. Karina's body is getting smaller in circles at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a purple-haired Lolita. Karina looked at her little palm, and her big eyes suddenly froze. Xia Ya rubbed the purple-haired Loli's head. I have never seen you when you were 5 years old, so I asked you to change it for me. At this time, Nami and Karina also understood and shouted, it's amazing. 5 years old. So cute. It must be Xia Ya's magical riding ability that has developed new tricks. Advertisement, Oni-chan. Karina instantly jumped up and rode on Xia Ya's face, playing a role-playing role. Oni-chan. I want a hug, mie. Nami quickly got into the cabin and found a 2-meter-long fitting mirror. Place it in front of Karina's little body. Karina, look, you look so cute now. Hey, let me see. Not only that, there are even more magical effects. After saying that, Xia Ya patted Karina's right cheek again. At this time, Karina continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her short purple hair continued to grow longer, her body grew longer and taller, and her figure became more and more explosive. After a few minutes of adjustment, this is a beauty necklace that can adjust your age and let you experience your peak appearance. Xia Ya looked at the beautiful purple-haired woman in front of her and praised. It seems that you are at your peak at the age of 26. Wow, beauty is so destructive to women that it even outweighs everything else. What is power? For most women, it is not important. What is important is to be beautiful for a lifetime. So I can be so beautiful. Karina held her face and became confident. I'm so happy, Xia Ya. She didn't expect it at all. It turns out that one day I can become so beautiful. Wow. It's incredible. I want to sleep with a beautiful collar. Suddenly, Karina hockey pointed at Xia Ya. Call me, sister, come and listen. Come on. Don't you want to? Or are you going to disobey the queen's orders? The fun happened in just a moment, and the atmosphere on the deck exploded to the point of bursting into flames. And at this time, Nami also stuck to Xia Ya's arm like a piece of dogskin plaster. The coquettishness in her tone makes Xia Ya melt. Boss, I also want a beautiful necklace. Don't you want to see my 26 years old? Although Nami said this, she was inevitably a little nervous. She doesn't know if she will become disabled. Karina's bigness, Karina's pertness, and Karina's temperament all make Nami look a bit Alexander. It's all there, Xia Ya smiled and conjured up another beautiful white collar. 022. I want to take a photo, a sexy photo boom boom boom. Huge blue-white lightning illuminated the night like day. The deafening thunder sounded like a roar from the sky. Heavy rain poured down on the deck of the warship. Facts have proved that Xia Ya's decision was right. He captured a warship in advance, allowing the trio to have the capital to deal with bad weather on the Grand Line. The rooms on a warship are mainly divided into officers' lounges and soldiers' lounges. An officer. The treatment is naturally the best, and it is also the only double bedroom on the warship. The soldier's room was more like a dormitory. Although there were many beds, they were only about 1 meter wide. The Xia Ya trio all live in the largest officer's room because they are indistinguishable from each other. At this moment, looking out through the transparent round window, Nami can't help but sigh. The climate of the Grand Line is really changeable. Just today, it's been through several seasons. Karina nodded. Fortunately, Xia Ya got this warship. If it had been the previous boat, it would have been buried under the sea. Only Xia Ya sighed while lying on the bed. Looking at the two graceful figures, he felt that he was being targeted by the riding fruit. Why can only mounts change age? You can't change yourself. But it seems that driving a big car is also a different kind of fun. Anyway, it is already very big and powerful. What are you looking at? Seeing Xia Ya's eyes rolling, Karina immediately came to Xia Ya, with a hint of longing in her tone. What are you thinking about again? Face cues. Of course Xia Ya understands what Karina means. After all, for this long-standing partner, both of them regard each other as the one they will entrust to their lives. Some things will happen sooner or later, but as Karina changes her age, she seems to have reached a certain level. Conditions that can be tested. That's all. The warship has been sailing on the sea for more than a month. On this day, the sea breeze was gentle and the weather was clear. During this time, a wanted order for the Xia Ya trio was also issued. Karina and Nami were confused when they saw their wanted poster. Gun handsome photos gun. Wanted dead or alive. SYA. Xia Ya. BJ 730,000. 73 million berry. MAEINE. Published by Marine. Gun young photos gun advertisement. Wanted dead or alive Karina. BJ 700,000. 70 million berry. MAEINE. Published by Marine. Gun young photos gun. Wanted. Dead or alive Nami. BJ 100,000. 10 million berry. MAEINE. Published by Marine. What? I didn't do anything. Why is there a bounty of 10 million Baileys? Also, it would be great if the photo was taken now. On the deck, Karina and Nami were both looking at their wanted posters. Following Xia Ya, they were no longer afraid of the arrival of the wanted posters, but they were very dissatisfied with the photos on the wanted posters. Yes. The photos on the wanted poster were all taken in Loguetown. At that time, they were all 14 or 15-year-old girls. At this time, through the blessing of beautiful necklaces, they are all at the peak of their appearance. The difference is so big that it is like a person in his 30s looking through his QQ space and looking at the non-mainstream photos and words. The sadness is enough to move everyone in the world. It's embarrassing. Xia Ya was drinking juice in 100 years. When we have a ship of our own, we will officially establish a pirate group. Nami, as a member of the pirate group, you will definitely be rewarded, and after this journey, your bounty is probably even higher. Higher? Nami was curious. Yes, look at Karina. She has almost never done anything to harm others, but why is the bounty so high? It's because she has the most terrifying destructive potential in the sea, Logia's Mera Mera fruit. When he said this, Nami understood immediately. Once he has a powerful devil fruit, the reward will be more than just 10 million. But, what's the big deal if a bounty is broken? Both Karina and Nami are looking forward to Marine coming over to take a set of photos for themselves and then update the bounty order. After all, they will soon be back to their girlish appearance. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the second morning, I saw the outline of the island. After all, it was the first island they encountered on this trip. Nami looked at the record pointer on his hand and confirmed again. It's Gaia Island. Are there any cameras in the town? We urgently need cameras on the ship. Agree. Karina shouted. I want to take a photo, a happy photo. The Grand Line has tens of millions of islands, which are connected by magnetism. If you want to find the islands, you must use the recording pointer in your hand to navigate accurately. If there is no recording pointer, you may never encounter the island unless you are lucky. Advertisements such as the case with the Xia Ya trio. They knew it was Gaia Island. When they sailed over, they did not encounter a second island, not even the outline of the huge Alabasta. But for Nami's superb seamanship, the strong hull of the warship, and the sufficient supplies on board. Otherwise they will surely be lost at sea. Gaia Island. Gaia Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line. Geographically speaking, it is in a huge sea area with Alabasta. 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed up into the sky by soaring sea currents. That place is Shantura, the land of gold. Today, Shantora has become a ruin and part of Sky Island. Sky Island is not marked on any map, no one even knows that Sky Island exists, and it will not form a magnetic force to be recorded by the recording pointer. The best way to find Sky Island is to come to Guy Island. Then, go to heaven. At this time, the trio stood on the bow of the warship, with the sea breeze blowing against their faces. Looking at the islands in the distance, they look like the teeth of a skeleton. Xia Ya, does Sky Island really exist? On the way, Xia Ya had already introduced the purpose of the trip to the two girls. When it came to Sky Island, both girls felt incredible. They were surprised that there really were islands in the sky in the world, and they were also surprised by Xia Ya's knowledgeable. It's 10,000 meters above Guy Island, we can just find a mount and fly up there. Xia Ya's riding fruit is the ability to ride on all things. But mounts also have their own limitations, for example, warships. The function of general warships is to sail on the sea, so Xia Ya's mounted warships only have the ability to sail on the sea. Warships with artillery weapons can also control the artillery of the warship itself to attack enemy ships. But in the final analysis, navigation is the main function of this large ship. The riding effect is sailing, carpets are different. Carpet is relatively light and can float in the wind, so it also has a driving function and can fly a certain distance. So, in addition to the soaring sea currents near Guy Island, Xia Ya planned to go to the town to find out if there were any flying mounts. But the problem now isn't a way to get to Sky Island. But Xia Ya is going to Guy Island to prepare. After all, what he has to deal with is Enel, who has the most invincible ability. Thunderfruit wants to escape. It is estimated that no one in this world can keep him. Although it is certain that there is not much risk, if there is a slight mistake, the possibility of Enel escaping will increase. Very big. Naturally, Xia Ya would not allow this to happen. The 10 seastone hands taken from Smoker are also one of the things Xia Ya relies on to go to Sky Island to find trouble for Enel. And on Guy Island, it seems there is a way to restrain demon fruit power. Let's go to Guy Island first. We haven't been to the island for a long time, we need to relax. 023. Final preparations. Heading to Sky Island. The aborigines of Guy Island all landed on Sky Island hundreds of years ago following the soaring sea currents. The area of the island left behind is not too large, but as a magnetic island on the Grand Line, it is a transportation thoroughfare, and its development is also an inevitable thing. There is a bustling town on the island, Magic Valley Town. The largest force in this town is a branch of the Shichibukai Don Quixote family. Because of the existence of the Shichibukai force, Marine turned a blind eye to Demon Valley Town and did not build a branch here. Of course, Xia Ya is not here to cause trouble. With the Ghetto statue buff, he targeted Enel on Sky Island and had no intention of wasting time here. So, he is here to do business. After buying some fruits at a small store in Magic Valley Town, the Xia Ya trio arrived at the largest weapons store. Nowadays, Don Quixote Doflamingo has established a foothold in Dressrosa and has become one of the emperors of the New World's underground world. His most important business is the Seastone weapon in cooperation with 4 emperors Kaido. In the Don Quixote family's weapons shop, various weapons are displayed in the display cabinet, including broadswords, daggers, maces, muskets, ammunition. Just say what you want. The Don Quixote family is so arrogant that most pirates wouldn't dare to mess with them, and the shop assistants have no patience with anyone. What's more, Xia Ya also brought 2 stunning beauties with her, which made the clerk even more unbalanced. Seastone. Xia Ya said the need. When he heard the word, Seastone, the clerk's brows jumped and he immediately started rubbing his hands together enthusiastically. This is Guy Island, a paradise far away from New World Wano Kuni. People who know Seastone must be knowledgeable people. At the same time, because Seastone is transported far away from its origin and the price itself is sky high, then the person in front of you must be a big customer. Bang 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 bang. About 10 minutes later, 4 gunshots rang out in the weapons store. There's nothing wrong with the gun or the bullets. Xia Ya put away the musket. Yes, guest, you were right, please walk slowly. The clerk sent Xia Ya away, looking at the 4 bullet holes in the wall and wiping the sweat from his forehead. 1 seastone bullet is worth 1.5 million Baileys. 4 bullets were used to test the gun. 6 million Baileys were spent in just 1 second. Hiss. How rich is this big customer of mine, the clerk muttered. No wonder I became a winner in life at the age of 10. Advertisement for the rest of the time. The 3 of Xia and Yao spent another hour shopping in Magic Valley Town, and Karina and Nami also bought the camera they were longing for. They are looking forward to taking more beautiful photos on Sky Island. During the shopping process, Xia Ya learned from some store clerks that there had been an eruption of a soaring current 6 days ago, and according to the rule of soaring currents occurring 5 times a month, there is a high probability that it will happen again today. Xia Ya gave up her plan to find a flying mount to go to Sky Island. After all, experiencing the soaring sea currents is also one of the meanings of travel. The warship sailed away from Guy Island and came to the sea to wait. This is a seastone bullet that can attack the entity of a Logia user. It's really magical. Karina wore black gloves and held a bullet with curiosity in her eyes. Xia Ya nodded. Yes, seastone is a strange mineral that is only produced in New World Wano Kuni. Although it is processed into weapons, the process requirements are very high and cannot be mass-produced, so it is expensive. The 10 hands that were taken from Smoker before are also Seastone's special weapons. Karina suddenly blinked and asked in an ambiguous tone. Then tell me, if I was handcuffed by Seastone now, would you do whatever you want to me? Xia Ya. Ever since Karina got the beauty necklace and adjusted her age to 26, there have been more and more hints like this. Especially when she went to bed at night, she would hug her to sleep, which made Xia Ya a little bit uncomfortable. Do you need to find an opportunity to let her taste the power to shut her up? However, Xia Ya is afraid that what she will do if she becomes addicted after the beauty necklace expires. After all, her real age is, and at this moment. Nami's nose suddenly moved slightly. Xia Ya, the sea has changed. Karina looked around. No, the sky has not changed, and there are no waves in the sea. Everything must be normal. But suddenly, the sky suddenly became dark, although the climate in Grand Line changes just like a woman's face. But this time, what Nami sensed was not a sign of the coming storm. It's the bottom of the sea. There must be a big Uzumaki under the sea. Just as Nami finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly rolled, and soon formed a huge Uzumaki, sucking the Xia Ya three-man warship into the Uzumaki. And just when it was about to sink to the bottom of the sea surface suddenly became calm again. Nothing happened. Advertisement, very scary. Everything happened so fast that Karina and Nami felt like they were hallucinating. It's coming. The reason for the soaring sea currents is that there is a huge cavity deeper than the seabed in this sea area, and the geothermal heat on the seafloor will generate steam pressure. When it reaches a critical value, it will cause the seafloor to erupt, and the seawater will be rushed into the sky. This is more magical than a reverse current of upside-down mountain. Please experience it. Just when Xia Ya finished speaking, the deck of the warship suddenly shook, and the surrounding sea surface suddenly sunk. The next second, boom, with a loud noise, a huge amount of seawater rose into the sky. The vision of Xia Ya and others was also at a 90-degree angle to the sea level, and the warship was rushing straight towards the sky. Xia Ya summoned the reins of the warship, left and right, and tied Nami and Karina into a sandwich. He enjoyed being sandwiched in the middle. Of course, this is for their safety. Take off. Wow, this is so exciting, but the time is too short. In just 1 minute, Xia Ya and the other three arrived at the White Sea of Sky Island from Qinghai. The warship also sailed on a white sea. From a distance, the ship seems to be sailing in the clouds. Karina and Nami were both looking at the unfamiliar environment around them. The geographical conditions of Sky Island were completely different from the islands on the Qinghai Sea. It seemed like it was in the clouds, with only clean white. Huh, is this Sky Island? I never thought that I would have such a great experience. What a beautiful scenery. This is the White Sea, still some distance from our destination. Xia Ya controlled the warship to stop and explained to the two of them. This is the Bye-Bye Sea at a height of 7,000 meters, and the air is a little thin. Let's pause and adapt first. Next, I will tell you what you need to pay attention to. 024. Sky Island features, God's Gaze warship sails. The Sea of Clouds roll. Bye-Bye High is 7,000 meters above the sky, and there is still a height difference of 3,000 meters from the real Sky Island. The location where the Xia Ya trio was located was because there were not many people there. It is also outside the scope of Enel's monitoring. During the slow sailing, Xia Ya warned Karina and Nami. Our target person this time is Enel. He is the god of Sky Island and a Logia Thunder Fruit user. He has the ability to control thunder. In addition to high stakes, in addition to its attack power and elementalization, Thunder Fruit also has ultimate speed. Thunder Fruit? Isn't it the same as Karina's Logia Mera Mera fruit? Nami's beautiful eyes widened. She had seen Karina's changes after getting the Mera Mera fruit. She was already ready to eat the devil fruit. She didn't want to hold back the team, but she didn't expect to be assigned so soon. This is a secret treasure from the sea worth 1 billion Baileys. If Nami had remained a thief in East Blue, she would never have touched this level of power in her entire life. And all this is planned by Xia Ya for her. After experiencing the voyage together, Nami and Karina both regard Xia Ya as the man they want to give back to their whole life. Different elements have different effects. Thunder Fruit can also produce radio waves. Enel is using this kind of perception to cover the entire Sky Island. No bird can escape his monitoring, so we must be cautious in every next step. Hiss. Isn't this the first time you predict the enemy? Karina was in disbelief. This is too scary. With Thunder's extreme speed, I'm afraid no one in the world can catch him. Xia Ya smiled and said, so we can't expose our purpose in advance. And, Enel is a self-proclaimed god. His arrogance, underestimation of enemies, and ignorance are his weaknesses. As long as we make good use of seastone weapons, he will pay a huge price for his contempt and ignorance. Yeah. Karina and Nami nodded. Xia Ya continued. Nami, when we get to the edge of Sky Island, you stay on the warship. Karina and I have Mera Mera fruit elementalization. Thunder cannot attack fire. We will pick you up after we deal with Enel. Nami was moved again and nodded heavily. Okay. Advertisement on the route of the White Sea, residents of Sky Island appeared one after another. They all wore white wing-like decorations, carried various goods on their backs, and came to the side of the warship to sell them. Nami and Karina were amazed and wanted to have a pair of white wings themselves. Isn't it the same as the Victoria's Secret model on the impurities? Sky Island has been around for a long time, and there are always people coming from Qinghai. Therefore, Sky Island has also formed its own unique tourism industry. Sky Island people will provide transportation convenience to people coming from Qinghai and promote Sky Island specialties. They use special clouds and shells as basic materials and use special processes to make building materials, tools, and combat weapons. I didn't expect that islands existing in the sky can also form a tourism industry. The vastness of the sea is simply incredible. Look at those white houses, they are made of cloud bricks. Karina and Nami followed Xia Ya's instructions and regarded themselves as tourists from Qinghai. They took photos and records of the picturesque scenery around them with their cameras. During the period, they also purchased some Sky Island specialties. Sofa made of clouds, big bed made of clouds. It feels so soft and elastic to the touch. I really want to have a good sleep now. Arriving at Grand Line, Karina and Nami have already learned about Xia Ya's plan. It won't be long before they get a boat of their own. At this time, they see various Sky Island features and are already designing their own rooms, purchased furniture. The two were generous and quickly received a warm reception from the people of Sky Island. The trio also learned some of the features of Sky Island. In the Bye Bye Sea, in order to adapt to the sea of clouds without a bottom, many strange-looking sky fish appear here. They absorb air and inflate themselves like balloons. They also have the function of parachutes and are the best way for ships to descend from Sky Island to Qinghai. Best method. Some Kongyu are strong, have unique structures in their tentacles, and can run on the sea of clouds. The people of Sky Island specially cultivated various kinds of skyfish for this purpose as a means of transportation. Soon, after Xia Ya and the others paid the money, the warship was pulled by an express shrimp creature driven by the Sky Island people, and headed all the way to the depths of Sky Island. While the express taxi was traveling, the driver also asked Xia Ya and others promoted the Sky Island motorcycle, Weiba. Weiba is powered by Fengbei and Jetfengbei, and can drive in the Sea of Clouds. Although driving is a bit difficult, fortunately, the Sea of Clouds is very wide, and traffic accidents such as collisions will not occur if you drive casually. Wait until it is delivered to the designated location. Advertisement Sky Islander and Express Shrimp disappeared into the clouds. Let's go as planned. Xia Ya rides Karina and drives the Weiba Dudu through the dense forest. The scenery here is really amazing, it's like paradise. By the way, people in Qinghai say, does the legendary Golden City Shantora really exist? Karina looked around excitedly, grabbing the dragon head of Weiba. Keep twisting the throttle. But there is only white here, no gold at all. Xia Ya cooperated and said, some people say that Shantora has sunk to the bottom of the sea. And some people say that Shantora was actually hit into the sky by the soaring sea currents. Isn't it that we came to Sky Island to find the land of gold? Oh, Karina pressed the brakes and stopped the Weiba. She pointed to one side and said with a shocked face. Look over there. There is magical soil at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This Sky Island can't be the one in the rumors. That infinite land. Xia Ya and Karina kept talking, occasionally saying words like gold and infinite land. And at this time, boom, sizz. Suddenly, a blue thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck into the sea of white clouds. White clouds surged wildly. The violent arcs of electricity were meandering like thunder snakes in the sea of clouds. Just a few meters away from Xia Ya and Karina, it was obvious that the conversation between the two had attracted the attention of the god. If it weren't for the content of the conversation between the two that aroused God's interest. I'm afraid the thunder will fall directly on the two of them. And this is Enel's way of saying hello, long-range sniping. 025. Fear itself is, God. There is thunder falling so high in the sky, but there is not a single dark cloud in the sky. Karina exclaimed with a face full of surprise. Why did such a bizarre thing happen? Anything can happen on Sky Island, maybe even if God exists. Xia Ya said calmly. However, this is only a small probability of weather change. We must leave here, otherwise we will be struck to death by thunder. Yeah, I'll drive the Verba. Karina nodded. Sky Island is really fun. There are so many magical things. Let's go find Shantora. And just as the two of them were driving the Viba and were about to leave here. In an instant, 4 thunderbolts suddenly landed again. From front to back, left and right, people roared wildly around Wei Ba. It seems like someone did it deliberately, like a hunter using a hunting net to block all the escape routes of his prey. At the same time, above the clouds, deep in a Peado, is the Temple of Thunder. In the temple, a man wearing a white turban and long earlobes was lying on the sofa, biting a red apple. He yawned, raised his eyelids slightly, and complained in a contemptuous tone. Ignorant Qinghai people, where did I learn about the legend of the infinite land? But unfortunately, not much, tisk tisk tisk. But it caught my attention, ow, this person is Sky Island's god of thunder, Enel. Under the amplification of Thunderfruit, his inner net covers everything in Sky Island, and nothing can escape his eyes. Even if a bird disobeys his will, it will be judged by the gods descending from the sky. Unfortunately, Xia Ya is taking advantage of this to argue against Enel from afar. The power of God, the heart of a child, destined to be manipulated. In the conversation between Xia Ya and Karina, she not only revealed what Enel was interested in, but also brought out a hint of doubt about God. The feeling of ambiguity made Enel, the god of Sky Island, very uncomfortable. Disobey me? It's not like that. Advertisement, do you respect me? Nor, if it were the Qinghai invaders we encountered before, Enel would never have said a word, and would have directly dropped a God's judgment from the sky. Only those who survived would arouse Enel's interest. But now, Enel just wants to bring the two of them here safely and let them enjoy the highest standard of treatment. While the two of them are grateful and lament that there is a kind God in the world, he allows them to taste the most desperate dessert. And, under Enel's observation, he also discovered that the way Karina looked at Xia Ya was filled with admiration without a trace of impurity, and this kind of admiration was something Enel had never experienced in the eyes of anyone else. Yes. Even the 4 priests only feared Enel and did not worship him. This makes Enel even more crazy. At this moment, there was a trace of imperceptible jealousy in his heart. He was actually jealous of a mortal. For such a sinner, ordinary punishment methods are no longer worthy of him. So, for this kind of two-person combination who knows nothing about heaven and earth, they should be surprised first, then tell them the cruel truth, and then completely destroy Xia Ya in front of Karina, from 1 million volts to 10 million volts, and another 10,000 volts. Worship. It's better to kneel before God and taste the despair? The very thing of fear is, God. Ya ha 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 ha. Enel opened his ears and laughed with great interest. Come here. Here, Lord Kami. Bring those 2 Qinghai people to me. This time. Invite them with the highest courtesy. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Lord God. On Xia Ya's side, thunder fell from time to time around them, as if they were in the center of a thunderstorm. There are thunder nets on all sides, and there is no way to escape. The 2 of them stayed where they were. To outsiders, it must be that he was scared and did not dare to take a step beyond the thunder pool. Advertisement slowly, the thunder finally stopped. At this time, 20 soldiers holding knight's spears emerged from the clouds and mist. The leader was a tall man wearing pilot hats and goggles, with big white wings on his back. This person is one of the priests of Enel. Shira, the rope trial priest known as the Knight of the Sky. Invaders, you have entered the territory of God, but you have been invited by God. Please come with me. Shira arranged for Xia Ya and Karina to ride in a large viper. God, Karina felt the big soft sofa on the Weeba. It was much more comfortable than the Weeba she rented. She looked at Shira in front of her and complained in her heart. This god of Sky Island really has no character. He sent such a person. The weak come to greet. The guy with wings in front of him is not even as powerful as East Blue's evil dragon. However, Karina still cooperated and asked, is there really a god in this world? Is this an infinite land? Then, Karina suddenly felt a little flattered. She pointed to the dozen guards around her, nodded her luxurious seat, and asked, how can God give us such courtesy? Your God is so kind. Your God. Such nice people. What kind of language logic is this? So, do you think Enel is a god or a human? Rumble. Wei Ba's surroundings flashed with thunder again. I'm afraid Enel is sulking again. Shira's eyelids twitched. Ignorant mortals, you will understand everything after you meet the great god of Sky Island. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Xia Ya's mouth. He never thought it would go so smoothly. He just used some information gaps to rouse Enel's interest, hoping to meet the real owner quickly through this method. But the results far exceeded expectations. Set off. Shira directly ordered. Go to the Thunder Temple. 026. 6 Pads Golden Coffin, the road to invincibility. The giant bully drove to the gate of the temple. In front of you is the temple of the Lord God. Everyone enters on foot. When you meet the Lord God, you must kneel down and worship. Shira raised his hand to stop the convoy and said. At this time, the sky above them began to change. Rumble. Above the clouds, thunder was dancing, and the sky was dark, like the eve of a rainstorm. Countless thunderbolts landed dozens of meters around Weeba. The thunder intertwined together, as if it was the end of the world. Karina couldn't help but frown. She knew that this was Enel, the god of thunder, demonstrating Thunder Fruit's ability. But even though she was a Mera Mera fruit user, the flame elementalization could 100% avoid the damage of thunder, but she was still not immune to the violent thunder, some psychological resistance. Xia Ya is really not interested in Enel's bad taste. Who are you trying to scare? The frog at the bottom of the well has no idea the danger has come. Ghetto statue, is there finally a chance to summon it? And, just when Xia Ya rode Karina into the temple, a string of characters flashed across his eyes. 6 Pads Golden Coffin buff. 6 Pads Golden Coffin. Within 48 hours, you can use gold to build 6 pure gold coffins, including the Celestial Path, the Human Path, the Shira Path, the Hell Path, Hungry Keto, and the Animal Path. You can store 6 dead objects into the golden coffin at any time. Summoning comes out for a ride. The 6 Pads Gold Coffin can also be used as a storage space. 6 Pads Golden Coffin. Is this the combined skill of Impure World Reincarnation and 6 Paths Pain, which contain the laws of space? Xia Ya suppressed the surprise in her heart. My mind is racing. According to the skill description, ships, machinery, beast corpses, human corpses, are all considered dead objects. In other words, as long as I collect some powerful dead objects in advance, I can summon the corresponding objects like the Impure World Reincarnation, and then I can ride and fight. Xia Ya was thinking, even her steps were deliberately slow. Advertisement. His thoughts seemed to scan the entire pirate world in an instant, and answers were generated one by one. Ancient Weapon Pluton, General Frankie's Gundam, Pacifist. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in Summit War. It seems that they can all plan and become their own mounts. More importantly, these dead objects can be stored in the 6 Paths Golden Coffin. Take it with you anytime, summoning anytime, and when it comes to the powerful dead thing closest to you, Thriller bark at Shichibukai Gecko Moria without a doubt. There are Ryoma and Majin Oz. One is Wanokuni, the ancient god of swords, and the other is the strongest demon in history who can move kingdoms. With the 6 Paths Golden Coffin, they can all reappear in the world. The premise is to build 6 pure gold coffins in advance within 48 hours. Thunder Fruit happens to have the ability of thunder metallurgy, and there is no shortage of gold on Sky Island. The only thing left is how to kill Enel and wait for 6 once the pad's golden coffin is made, we will truly embark on the road to invincibility. Thunder Fruit must be taken. At this time, Enel was lying on the sofa, beating the drum behind him with a golden stick. Karina's discomfort and Xia Ya's daze were all noticed by him. Enel is very satisfied with the performance of the two. In Enel's view, these mortals from Qinghai are nothing more than toys to please him. Zitsa. Enel transformed into thunder and lightning, condensing in front of Xia Ya Karina like a ghost. Growing static electricity in the air. It causes discomfort on the skin and makes the hairs stand on end. I just heard about the infinite land from you. That is my exclusive holy land, the place where God should live. Your ignorance is so disrespectful to God. A thundercloud formed under Enel's feet. He stood on it and pointed a golden stick at Xia Ya and Karina. Shira immediately said loudly, "What is in front of you is the only true God in the entire Sky Island. Enel, Lord God." Presumptuous. Who told you to speak? Advertisement. God's judgment. Enel was furious in an instant. He pressed down with one hand, and the blue-white thunderbeam condensed and fell, drowning Shira's figure. Deafening thunder rippled back and forth in the temple. Enel was really angry at this moment. Originally, he wanted to use the legend of Infinite Land to laugh at the ignorant Qinghai people. As a result, Shira actually grabbed the conversation and blocked the topic. Priest Shira. The surrounding guards were so frightened that they stayed away from Priest Shira. After the thunder dissipated, a huge pit appeared on the ground, with thick smoke rising continuously. Shira stood in the pit with smoke coming out of his mouth and thunder snakes wrapped around his body. His whole body seemed to be scorched. Generally. Karina frowned when she saw this scene. Xia Ya is right, this is a guy who has gained invincible power and is arrogant, his behavior is childish and ridiculous. Enel originally planned to slowly destroy Xia Ya. But at this moment, the atmosphere was ruined by the priest, and he lost his patience. See the calm Xia Ya and Karina. I thought I was scared, but suddenly I felt even more boring. What a coward. I am thunder and a god. In the eyes of you mortals, the thunder of nature is the irresistible power of God, and I am the thunderman who ate the Logia thunder fruit, the god of Sky Island Enel. It is God's mercy that you come here, but now, God has run out of patience. Accept the trials you have not completed. Yahahaha. Hearing that another trial was about to take place, Shideli, the great warrior of the forest, Ghetto, the captain of the air guard, the animal herder, and even Shira, the knight of the sky who was struck by lightning, climbed up from the pit with difficulty at this moment and hurriedly they surrounded Xia Ya. Enel waved his hand and ordered boringly, "Kill this man in front of the woman." After saying that, Enel turned to leave. "Hey, don't be so self-righteous, you be asterisk 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 d." As a sneer came from behind, Enel's face instantly turned as cold as ice. And when he turned around, then he saw Karina holding a musket, with the black muzzle aimed at herself. The next moment, Karina pulled the trigger, boom. 027. God's confidence, God's death. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of him, Enel seemed to have predicted something. His body remained motionless, watching everything that happened in front of him playfully. Boom, then a huge gunshot rang out. A bullet ejected from the barrel and passed through Enel's chest at extremely high speed. But strangely, no trace of blood could be seen flowing out. It only left a small blue hole in Enel's body. If you look closely at the inside of the hole, there seemed to be tiny snakes swimming out of it. Then, under Karina's stunned gaze, Enel's wounds healed back together. Karina was really surprised at this moment. As a Mera Mera fruit user, she knew exactly what was going on with Enel. Isn't it just that Logia's elementalization avoids physical damage? Doesn't sea stone have any effect on thunderfruit? This is impossible. It's impossible to be so invincible. Enel looked at Karina's frightened expression and laughed wildly in his heart. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mortal weapons have no effect on gods. This is probably, the ignorant Qinghai people, the 100th bullet fired. Yahahaha, continue to despair, mortals. There is no doubt that the Qinghai people's low-end tricks have pleased Enel. Let him feel refreshed no matter how many times he experiences it. At this moment, Karina's hand hesitated. She never expected that the sea stone bullet would actually lose its power. And Xia Ya on her neck. Unaffected by Enel's contempt at all, he continued to try to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang. Then, bullets passed through Enel's body one after another. When Enel realized that the musket was Karina's only means in front of him, his playful smile became even thicker. He even picked up his ears with his right hand and flicked his ears into the air, quietly enjoying Karina's performance. Expression. Karina was naturally confused. Isn't sea stone the nemesis of all devil fruit? Even Logia's elemental passive skills cannot be used in front of sea stone. But what's going on with Enel in front of me? Why didn't he react at all after several shots? Still evaded all bullets with elementalization. Karina was really panicking at this moment. If Xia Ya hadn't controlled her body, she wasn't sure she would have the strength to pull the trigger again. Advertisement. This is so abnormal. At this moment, Enel simply waved his hand and suddenly thrust the golden rod into the earth. Buzz buzz. The crisp sound of gold passes like ripples. Makes people feel happy to listen. Then, Enel leaned on the golden stick calmly. He yawned, lazily raised his eyelids, and looked at Karina, who was still in surprise. Finally, I saw a fairly satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. As a reward for pleasing the gods, I allow you to fire another 100 rounds. But after that, you will feel what is called the most cruel divine punishment. Enel simply turned off the heart network detection, leaned lazily on the golden stick, and lazily closed his eyes to rest. And at the same time, Enel said lazily, the four priests. Here, Lord God. The four priests took a step forward. You are responsible for the countdown. When they complete the 100-round mission, you will wake up your gods. Yes, Lord God. The four priests solemnly accepted the order. Such a calm and invincible conversation was undoubtedly the most shocking. It almost makes people look down from Sky Island to Qinghai 10,000 meters below. People who are less able to bear it may collapse on the spot when faced with this gap. But Xia Ya just pulled Karina's purple hair, continued to control her actions. Although Karina looked horrified at this moment, her body was completely under control and she continued to pull the trigger. Bang bang bang, the 99th shot, the 98th shot. The 97th shot. The priests followed Enel's orders seriously, standing next to Xia Ya and Karina, and counting down loudly. At this time, the corners of Xia Ya's mouth raised slightly, and she once again controlled Karina to pull the trigger. At this time, the muzzle of the gun burst out into flames instantly. Advertisement: a series of bullets exploded along the barrel. Bang bang bang. At this moment, when the bullet penetrated Enel's body, the long-lost pain immediately made Enel's eyes widen in an instant, and his expression instantly twisted to ultimate. Then, Enel's two pupils continued to overflow with fear, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. It hurts. The unbelievable howl came out of Enel's mouth before he could even shout it. One after another, the heartbreaking pain came from all over the body. Enel felt his arms, legs, abdomen, shoulders. Not only were the flesh and blood all over his body violently pierced by hot bullets. Even the bones exploded in an instant, the blood mist erupted, almost igniting the air. So hot, Enel's brain was so heated that he was paralyzed, but his body instinctively wanted to use the elemental form of Thunderfruit. But he found that his body had lost its strength. He even completely lost contact with Thunderfruit's thunder power. Ah. No way. My Thunderfruit. Impossible. My invincible divine power. It's impossible. Enel's breath became weaker and his voice became smaller and smaller. The 85th shot, the 84th shot, the 83rd shot. Although the four priests discovered some abnormalities. But God didn't say stop, they could only tilt their heads and continue counting down. In the loud countdown sound, Enel felt that his mind was gradually falling into deep darkness. Bottomless pit. The terrifying darkness like a bottomless pit. It wasn't until Enel's body could no longer support him that he slipped from the golden stick like a puddle of mud. He collapsed in a pool of crimson blood in an extremely twisted posture. 028. Bleeding a little, the third ability user Xia Ya saw Enel lying in a pool of blood. There is only one breath left, so he also unmounted Karina. In order to prevent being struck by remote lightning, he had to ride on Karina at all times. If he encountered her, he would use the elementalization of Mera Mera fruit to avoid the thunder attack. But that's no longer needed. Looking at the entire Sky Island, only Enel has some fighting ability, and now he is almost dead. And his four priests are not in Xia Ya's eyes at all. Ah, Xia Ya, idiot, you even lied to me. At this moment, Karina suddenly realized and roared angrily. Say, why is Seastone useless? So you loaded the gun with regular bullets. Yes, Xia Ya actually doesn't know how far Enel's mental network is perverted, and there are some differences in the shapes of Seastone bullets and ordinary bullets. Just in case Enel notices it, she puts ordinary bullets in the magazine in advance, middle. In this way, Enel may relax his vigilance after seeing that bullets are indeed ineffective against him. It seems that Xia Ya's bet was right, at this time. Under Xia Ya's deliberate evasion, Enel's vital organs were not attacked by bullets, but the bones throughout his body were damaged by firearms, and some Seastone bullets were still stuck in the flesh and bones. The Seastones were embedded in the flesh one by one. For the Esper Enel, there was no way to resist. He didn't even have the strength to struggle, immediately. Xia Ya ignored the four priests and guards. His eyes narrowed and he clapped his hands. Summon the Ghetto statue. Suddenly, the earth shook, and two huge gray arms emerged from the ground. Then the soil was squeezed and pushed away layer by layer, and a huge blindfolded monster suddenly appeared and crawled on the ground. It held a green scroll in its mouth, and its eyes were covered by a gray cloth. A huge shadow came over, blocking out the sky and the sun, which was very scary. The countdown of the four priests also stopped abruptly at this moment. What the hell is this? God, my lord God, stand up quickly. Seeing Enel dying, the four priests could no longer bear the fear and ran away. Xia Ya was too lazy to chase them down. After all, without Enel, these domineering priests will definitely be hunted down by everyone on Sky Island. So don't worry about these minor characters. At this moment, Ghetto statue's whole body was emitting twisted energy, which was gray visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the dying Enel was lifted into the air by a strange force, and something similar to blue spiritual power began to emerge from his body. Flying towards the scroll in Ghetto statue's mouth. 3 minutes later, the thunder power in Enel's body seemed to be drained away. The body also fell down. Advertisement: at this point, the Ghetto statue turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The Ghetto statue buff is also gone, at the same time. A golden devil fruit with explosive thunder and lightning patterns on its skin landed accurately in Xia Ya's hands. Karina. Logia thunder fruit is here. Also, how can you use the word cheat between you and me? This is called not understanding enough. Fool. You're not smart enough. Karina's mouth curled up. She was not too excited to get the thunder fruit. After all, in her opinion, there was nothing in this world that Xia Ya couldn't do, so it was natural to get the thunder fruit. Karina twisted her body, her beautiful purple eyes trembling slightly, looking at the blue sky, and suddenly sighed. We don't have a good understanding because we are not the most intimate relationship. It's a pity. The scenery of Sky Island is so pure, everywhere they are all white clouds, like white sheets. Brand new, never used sheets, what a pity, Nami is not here now, she can't see such a beautiful scenery. Yes, Xia Ya, Nami is not here, it's just you and me here. Xia Ya. There was regret in Karina's eyes, and she looked a little charming. There is a very big and thick vine in the sky. The vine leaves are as big as a heart-shaped bed. Xia Ya. In the sky, clouds and rain surge, and Sanskrit sounds emerge. Until dark. Xia Ya then carried the limp Karina back to the warship. Nami came over to welcome her, looking distressed at Karina's exhausted appearance. She thought Karina had fought the enemy until she was exhausted. What kind of enemy is it that tortures Karina like this? Are the enemies that fierce? Nami touched Karina's forehead and shouted anxiously. It's so hot, do you have a fever? Then he asked with concern. Xia Ya, what's wrong with Karina? Is she injured? Well, there was a little blood. Bleeding? Is it so serious? She can elementalize. There's bleeding there, let me check it out. Nami was immediately nervous. Xia Ya smiled and reassured Nami. But it's okay, don't worry, we got Logia's thunderfruit. Nami cares more about Karina than thunderfruit. It wasn't until Xia Ya and I sent Karina back to bed to rest, and after we were sure everything was fine again, that we returned to the deck with confidence. Now. Advertisement. Nami stared at the golden thunderfruit in Xia Ya's hand with a look of amazement. This fruit is extremely gorgeous, and the thunder of its teeth and claws leaks out, giving it a very domineering appearance. Is this the so-called invincible thunder power? Xia Ya nodded and explained. Yes, this is a thunderfruit with the same potential as the Mera Mera fruit. It is also a logia. It controls the power of thunder. Nami, as long as you eat it, you will have flying escape. The power of the thunder of the earth, even thunder fruit's radio waves will increase your perception, allowing you to further your navigation skills. Nami seemed to hesitate. It would be such a waste to give such a precious thing to me. When I was in East Blue, Nami is so busy running her life that she has no time to think about her future. Her future is dark. And now, not only did she perfectly solve the village's troubles, she also won praise from the villagers. There is also a secret treasure of the sea worth billions of Baileys in front of you. As long as she is willing, she can transform from a thief in East Blue to a person with the ability to control natural disasters. The difference is nothing more than daydreaming. Seeing Nami's appearance, Xia Ya couldn't help but want to laugh. Then she forced Thunderfruit into Nami's arms, touched her head and encouraged. You are the navigator I value. You have to do more than just I want to protect our ships, and one day, like Karina, she will be my best supporter. You cannot refuse the captain's order, foo. Nami, hurry up and eat it, what I have experienced, you will experience it one day. I am really happy at this moment. Karina adjusted out of the cabin and said to Xia blinked affectionately. Xia Ya, Karina, it's great to meet you. Nami nodded heavily and mustered up the courage to take a bite of the thunder fruit. It really tastes terrible. Although Nami had been mentally prepared for several months, the moment she bit into the thunder fruit, a strange taste exploded on her taste buds, like needle pricks, violently occupying her taste buds, and her tongue was like electric current. However, it was so numb that it was unbearable. Gudong. Finally, the moment Nami forced herself to swallow the pulp. On the warship, a blue thunderous light began to flash. Bang 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 bang. Karina clapped excitedly. Great, Nami has also become Logia's Esper, the third Esper on our ship. 029. Admiral Residence, Arc Proverbs Alabasta Sea Area, Marine Branch. Hinasari. In the branch office, a sexy beauty with long pink hair wearing a marine uniform was looking at an extremely tall man with a ponytail, expressing slight regret. And beside her stood a well-behaved intern assistant with glasses. These three people. The woman with long pink hair is Rear Admiral Hina, of Naval Headquarters. At the same time, Hina is also the manager of this branch. She and Smoker are graduates from the same training camp, and they have a good relationship. What Hina didn't expect was that Smoker would be beaten up by someone riding Tashigi. This shame is embarrassing to Naval Headquarters. At this time, Hina was receiving visitors from Naval Headquarters. The man with Peng Songtu's head is Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. Kuzan accepted the task assigned by Sengoku and came to Alabasta to snipe the Xia Ya trio. After waiting for half a month, but no one was seen, he went to the nearby Marine branch to say hello and prepared to catch a boat back to Marineford. The girl with glasses is none other than Tashigi. Because she was ridden by Xia Ya in public and beat up her boss Smoker, she was transferred out of Loguetown by Naval Headquarters and arranged to work as an assistant under Hina Rear Admiral. Tashigi, pour Kuzan-san a cup of tea. Okay, I'll come right away. Tashigi Kaido. Kuzan mission failed. Hina expressed regret. Kuzan-san, are you going back to Naval Headquarters? Ah, it's a pity. Although there is still 1 month of mission time, there is no point in staying here. It is better to take this opportunity to slowly return to Marineford for vacation. Kuzan Kaido. Hina took a sip of tea, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. What if I say it makes sense? After all, the map boss of Loguetown made it clear that Xia Ya purchased the record pointers of Alabasta and nearby islands. His goal is very clear. It's just because of delays in the itinerary that it will be a matter of time before he reaches Alabasta. A guy like Xia Ya, you won't die in the sea, right? Kuzan felt a little lethargic. I don't like waiting, so I decided to go back to Marineford first. One more thing. Hina exhaled the smoke and held the cigarette between her jade fingers. That is, I investigated and found out that Crocodile is hiding in Alabasta, and seems to be planning a huge conspiracy. Alabasta has changed a lot recently, and it may be related to Sir Crocodile. Alabasta is a super kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, covering an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. Alabasta has been established for a long time and has been spread to 10 second-generation kings. Due to historical reasons, the Desert Kingdom is also the focus of Marine. There are 3 marine branches around the Desert Kingdom alone. Hina's branch is just one of them. She investigated that the climate in Alabasta has changed suddenly in recent times. Advertisement Cobra, the original wise king, suddenly lost the trust of his people. Hina analyzed that. Climate change cannot be blamed on the king. The anger of the people must be directed by someone behind the scenes. Throughout the world, coups that first attack with fishing boats and then seize power abound. Shichibukai's Sir Crocodile happens to be hidden here, and he is also a Logia sand fruit ability user. Are the two related? It's unusual for things to get entangled together. Hina would like to take this opportunity to invite Kuzan to investigate and evaluate Crocodile. Crocodile is the 7 warlords of the sea. He has a cooperative relationship with Marine. If he learns about Marine's investigation, he may protest to Marshal Sengoku. Then you will be affected, Hina-chan. It is recommended to stay away from this matter until there is concrete evidence. Kuzan said bluntly. In fact, the 7 warlords of the sea are legal pirates proclaimed by the world government. As long as they don't make a big fuss, they will be tacitly approved. This is already a tacit understanding between Marine and Shichibukai. If Shichibukai does nothing and Marine launches an investigation, the cooperative relationship will be affected. If Shichibukai makes a fuss, it will also affect the authority of the world government. Kuzan's suggestion is also in compliance with Marine's internal rules. Hina took a long time to continue. Crocodile is secretly recruiting troops, and has attracted vicious pirates including West Blue's Demon Sun, Nico Robin, and so on. I really feel that it is unusual. Hina didn't know that Kuzan and Nico Robin had an entanglement in Ohara. I just mentioned it because Nico Robin was very dangerous. Nico Robin. Ha, Qian, oh, Kuzan yawned. Since you say so, I will stay and pay attention. It's strange, are we so busy during the holidays now? Deep in the white clouds of Sky Island, warships stay here. 3 figures came out of the cabin and stood on the deck breathing the fresh air of Sky Island. Welcome the new day. Xia Ya, where's your whip? Take it out and teach Nami. When she was on Sixus Island, Karina was inspired by the golden whip. The development progress of Mera Mera fruit has been greatly improved. Now she can use it like a duck to water. Now that Nami has obtained the thunder fruit, Karina wants to let Xia Ya also use Nami. Have a good smoke. Give her 100 lashes, 1,000 lashes, 10,000 lashes. Karina mentioned the golden whip, and Nami immediately blushed and looked forward to it. Advertisement after all, it's really nice to be whipped by Xia Ya with a whip. A golden experience. Xia Ya laughed and waved her hands. The ability to teach is gone, but it doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. In addition, Nami's development of thunderfruit can be slowed down for now. We stay in Sky Island. There are 2 other important things to do. The 2 women nodded and waited for Xia Ya to continue. The first thing. We need to find the ancient golden city of Shantora and then take away a lot of gold. Lots of gold. That's right, 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed away by the soaring sea currents to Sky Island, including a super golden city. Although it is very old, the ruins of Shantola must have remained, and there are a lot of remains in the ruins. We don't want gold for free. As for the second item, it's to find the Ark Proverbs built by Enel. The Ark motto made Xia Ya never forget it. After all, it is a super spaceship that can fly to the moon. Generally speaking, pirate ships can be regarded as shipwright craftsmanship. But the Ark's proverbs can be classified into the category of science and technology. After killing the god of Sky Island Enel yesterday, Xia Ya and Karina stayed warm on the vine leaves for a long time. It was already dark when they finished, so today he planned to collect gold first, then build the 6 paths golden coffin, and then put the Ark. Find out proverbs. Then let's set off. There is so much gold, we have to look for it. Today will be very busy. When Karina and Nami heard that there was another wonderful adventure, they immediately went to the room and changed into beautiful clothes. At the same time, they had 2 new cameras hanging around their necks, ready to take beautiful photos while hunting for treasures. Last night, Xia Ya told them that the beauty collar would be ineffective after today. Then the 2 of them will become children again. It is rare to experience the wonderful age of 26, so you must seize the time to commemorate it. And also at this time, in the surrounding woods, there were strange movements on both sides. Wow! When the leaves on the left were pushed aside, many Sky Islanders with white wings on their backs came out of the middle. They held spears and escorted 2 bound people, 2 of the 4 priests of Enel. And the other side. When the leaves on the right were pushed aside, a group of Sandians with brown skin and facial tattoos came out of the middle. They were holding weapons and escorting 2 people, who were the other 2 of the 4 priests of Enel. 030. Sky Island's new god, a new journey yesterday. After Enel's death, the 4 priests dispersed and fled the Thunder Temple. The 2 fled to the territory of the Sky Islanders. 2 fled to Sandian territory. The 4 of them were destitute and went to a resident's house at night to steal food. As a result, the residents teamed up to catch them and beat them. During the process, the people of Sky Island learned that the cruel god of Sky Island, Enel, had been killed, and they were immediately shocked. They never thought that the invincible and cruel god Enel would be killed one day. Is it possible? No situation is possible, but the embarrassed priest was telling them that this was absolutely true. Sky Islanders went to the Thunder Temple overnight. Sure enough, Enel's body was found. I also have great respect for Xia Ya who killed Enel. Ever since Enel occupied Sky Island, he has turned this place into a thunder hill. He brutally punished all Sky Islanders with thunder, making them feel like they were living in a hell on earth. The appearance of Xia Ya is undoubtedly the light of justice that shatters the darkness. The situation is similar among the Sandians. So, the 2 groups escorted the 4 escaped priests over early in the morning. I would like to offer this as a gift. Let Xia Ya, the savior, administer justice. The leader of the Sky Island people is named Gon 4. Gon 4 was originally a god who loved the people of Sky Island like his own son. However, with the strong invasion of Enel, Gon 4 can only lead the people of Sky Island to live in fear. I am very eager to bring eternal peace to my homeland. Gon 4 led all the Sky Island warriors to kneel in front of Xia Ya. On behalf of the majority of Sky Island people, I ask you to seek justice. Please help us regain our homeland from the Sandians. Sky Island is our Sky Island people's hometown. The Sandians are outsiders. Wappa, the leader of the Sandians, also led the Sandians to kneel in front of Xia Ya. On behalf of the majority of Sandians, I ask you to uphold justice and please help us Sandians take back the Sky Island people. They are the invaders and occupiers of our homeland. Please seek justice, sir. Please seek justice, sir. Faced with the appeal, Xia Ya had a headache. No. Do you just trust me so much? Xia Ya knows the history of Sky Island very well and can resolve the hatred between the 2 races with just a few words. But Xia Ya wants more than that. He is already planning to use these people to collect gold and find the Ark Proverbs. After all, gold is scattered throughout the ruins, in cracks, holes, and snake bellies. The construction of the Ark was also hidden in a secret place. If it were just a trio of Xia Ya, it would take a lot of effort to do this quickly. Aren't Sky Islanders free labor? Ahem. Xia Ya cleared her throat and said, everything you said is right, at the same time, everything you said is wrong. Huh? Ganfuer and Wappa were stunned at the same time. What's right? What's wrong? Advertisement, sir, which side do you take? Xia Ya did not go to explain to the 2 men, but ordered them to tie the 4 priests to 4 wooden pillars. To have weight in your words, you must first show your invincible strength. Blah blah blah. The 4 priests were tied tightly. Burn them. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Karina and Nami took orders at the same time. Orange flames all over the sky converged on the 2 priests. Heat spread, the earth rose, and the priests' wails resounded throughout Sky Island. In just a short moment, the bursting flames burned the priests on the pillars to ashes. 2 thunderbolts suddenly fell, and the other 2 priests were also wailing wildly in the violent thunder. The figures of the 2 priests behind the violent thunder were already as dry as carbon and no longer human. This. At this moment, all the Sky Islanders and Sandians were dumbfounded, and their eyes were waiting for him to come out. Whether it was fire or thunder, they regarded it as a power that could only be mobilized by gods. Enel scares everyone because of his use of invincible thunder. This fear is engraved in the bones of every Sky Islander. And now, fire and thunder were actually controlled by the 2 beauties in front of him. And they all listened to Xia Ya. There is no doubt that this is a miracle. It is God who is punishing the 4 priests who committed crimes. Xia Ya ignored the shock of Ganfuer, Wappa and others. He gathered his thoughts and said, get up. Next, you must remember that you have experienced hundreds of years of war, but you have no idea what you are doing, fighting. Have you ever delved into the reasons? At this moment, the Sky Islanders and Sandians were completely conquered by Xia Ya's power. They really didn't know why they were fighting. It's as if hatred is innate. Sky Islanders are indeed the aborigines of Sky Island. Your ancestors of Sky Islanders have lived on Sky Island since ancient times. There is no doubt about this. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Ganfuer and the Sky Islanders felt excited. God's approval. God is on the side of the people of Sky Island. On the other side, the Vappa and Sandia people are in collective despair. Xia Ya continued. As for this precious soil, this was originally the land of the ancestors of the Shandia people on Gai Island. They built the golden city of Shantola on Gai Island in Qinghai, but it was destroyed 400 years ago. The soaring sea currents brought it to Sky Island. Therefore, the ancestors of the Sandians also lived on this land. The sound of that bell 400 years ago is proof. At this moment, the Sky Islanders and Sandians were completely shocked. Is this real history? Holy bells don't lie. 400 years ago, half of Gaia washed up on Sky Island, and the golden bell rang throughout the heavens. The ancestors of both the Sandians and the Sky Islanders regarded the sound of the bell as a sign of a miracle. After so many years, advertisement they were not so much fighting for land as they were looking for a real miracle. Golden clock. Unfortunately, the golden bell was pushed to the top of the vines, above Sky Island, invisible to ordinary people. Listen carefully next. The golden bell is at the top of the vine. As soon as the words fell, Xia Ya rode Nami and turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. And the next second, dang 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 dang, dang 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 dang. The loud and sacred bell sounded from the top of the vine. It resounds through heaven and echoes for a long time. Shock everyone's heart. The Sky Islanders and Sandians looked up at the sky, and suddenly tears came to their eyes. They found the bell of God that their ancestors had been looking for. They did not expect that the historical truth of Sky Island would be like this. Everyone looked at the sky. The direction where the bell came from couldn't help but burst into tears. God. He is the real God of Sky Island. As the golden bell rings, Xia Ya's status is completely established in the hearts of Sky Island people. Under Xia Ya's suggestion, the Sandians and Sky Islanders resolved their hatred and understood each other. They agreed to protect the sacred object of the golden bell together. And wait for the Sky Island people to calm down. Xia Ya said, "We are looking for gold, and I hope everyone can help collect it. Lord God. We must obey. Sky Island has its own currency, ancient coins. Gold is just a shiny thing to them and has no hard currency value." After learning that Xia Ya needs gold, all Sky Islanders and Sandians started to act. Just 1 hour passed. Not only did they collect a large amount of gold from various ruins, they also took out some gold pots and pans from home, and all came to Xia Ya to dedicate these treasures to the new god of Sky Island. All kinds of gold utensils are piled up like a golden mountain. Under the sunlight, the entire land glowed golden. Nami and Karina were completely stunned at this moment. Their beautiful eyes of different colors were filled with the shape of Bailey. Suddenly rich. Massive gold treasure, Bailey, hundreds of billions of Baileys? And at this time, Xia Ya turned over and mounted Nami, forming a seal with her hands. Countless thunder snakes spread over the gold, and the gold began to melt into the shape of a coffin. Lei Jin, 6 pads golden coffin, become. After the 6 pads golden coffin was successfully condensed, the Sandians came to report. Lord God, the Ark has been found. 031. You ride the zombies too. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. A warship sailed on the blue sea, dragging out a long white wave. On deck, Karina and Nami are sitting cross-legged under a sun umbrella, counting the massive treasures they received from Sky Island. Treasure, treasure. From now on, my sky will be shining with gold. Even the sun cannot compare with it. Nami, can you estimate how much is left? There are probably 1.3 billion Baileys left to use. It has been a few days since the Xia Ya trio came down from Sky Island, and the reason why they did not use the Ark proverb sailing is that it is still a bit early in the timeline. Although the Ark is roughly built, the entire ship is only 100% complete, about 80. All functions are available, and it can also possess the core flight capabilities. But the living facilities are not convenient yet. It's almost like an undecorated house. Coupled with Enel's poor aesthetics and ordinary taste in life, the layout of the ship was not designed at all. Instead, the big word, God, was painted on the hull early, which made people look weird. Xia Ya had to live on the boat with her mounts, so naturally she would not use an Ark with rudimentary internal facilities. So the Ark Proverbs was stored in the 6 pads golden coffin. The trio are still using the warships stolen by East Blue. Xia Ya plans to wait for Thriller Bark and Alabasta's journey. Let's go to the Seven Waters capital. Then, using the power core components of Ark Proverbs, we asked craftsmen from the Water City to specially design a ship that can be used both in water and air. It is worth mentioning that the core energy of Ark is Thunderfruit's electricity, and all required components are made of gold, which has the best conductivity. The total value of gold exceeds a terrifying 80 billion Baileys. And this trip to Sky Island, the Xia Ya trio have a combined fortune of close to 150 billion Bailey. But, the 6 pads golden coffin also cost Xia Ya a lot of money. At this moment, in a different dimension space in Xia Ya's body, 6 pads golden coffins are standing there one after another. Each golden coffin is 2.3 meters high and 1.3 meters wide, and the mass of each golden coffin is even closer to the terrifying 4 tons are all made of pure gold. Apart from the materials needed for the Ark and the gold materials needed for the golden coffin, the remaining funds available to the Xia Ya trio are only about 1.3 billion Bailey. It is worth mentioning that the 6 pads golden coffin is a space-based skill, so the specifications are the same, but it can carry dead objects of different sizes. When summoned, the golden coffin will also be different in size. It should fall into the category of special effects. As for the arrangement of Sky Island, the people of Sky Island do regard Xia Ya as the new god of Sky Island, but Xia Ya still has to go to the sea to collect mounts, so they directly delegate the management power to Ganfu and Wappa. Host the entire Sky Island. When the time is right in the future, or when you are in the mood, Xia Ya is going to be the god of Sky Island again. Of course, Xia Ya also tried to form a riding contract with Sky Island people. Advertisement take Konus, the blonde beauty who plays the harp. But it may be because the previous god, Enel, ruled Sky Island too cruelly, and the psychological shadow left on the people of Sky Island was too great, which caused the people of Sky Island to regard Xia Ya as their savior and the new true god. But there is still a little bit of resistance to God in the genes. But with just a little bit of resistance, the conclusion of the riding contract ultimately ended in failure. Xia Ya expressed her understanding and did not force herself. As time goes by, Sky Islanders completely dispel their psychological shadow. Taste the sweetness and live a happy life under Xia Ya's rule. The success rate may be improved. On the deck, the two women were busy. Xia Ya was lying on the rocking chair planning her panel. Xia Ya Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills. B-, A+ swordsmanship, disorganized and cannot be rated. Physique. Slightly strong but not pervert observation hockey, A.S. Temporary buff. Not refreshed yet permanent buff, 10 times increase, 10 times luck, 10 times comprehension. Ride contract. Karina, Nami, Nokagao special ability, 6 paths golden coffin. Special mount. None yet wealth. Fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. This is the panel summarized by Xia Ya. According to the combat power in the pirate world, he is divided into B, A, S, and SS. B stands for Marine Rear Admiral, A stands for Marine Vice Admiral, S stands for Marine Admiral, and SS stands for the strongest. And, in addition to the large grades determined by letters. And, none, plus, divided into beginner, intermediate and advanced. On Sky Island, during the brief contact between Xia Ya and Enel, his personal form of observation hockey has reached A, which is the intermediate Marine Vice Admiral level, and if it is in the riding form, it has reached S level, touching the threshold of Marine Admiral. The red-haired Shanks Conquerors is known as the strongest in the sea, so he has the rank of SS. I hope Thriller Bark can surprise me. Shimotsuki Ryoma is known as the sword god of Wanokuni. He still enjoys the worship of Wanokuni after his death. His swordsmanship in hockey should have reached the top level in the sea. If he rides Ryoma and uses 10 times the learning ability to learn, maybe he can let my panel take a leap forward. Unfortunately, the temporary buff has not been refreshed for a long time. My 10 was pinched by luck. Come out and refresh. Xia Ya finished checking the panel. Advertisement. He saw Karina and Nami looking at him expectantly. Karina pointed to the treasures piled on the deck. Xia Ya, let's perform again. See the coffin and get rich. See the coffin and get rich. Nami followed and rubbed her little hands. At this time, the beautiful necklaces around the two women's necks have disappeared, and they have returned to the appearance of 14-year-old girls. Xia Ya's brows twitched. One hand seal, drink. Golden ripples suddenly appeared on the ground on the deck, and then a pure gold coffin slowly emerged from the ground. The coffin was engraved with strange inscriptions, and there was an eye like a mosquito-repellent incense. Under the mosquito-repellent incense eye was engraved, hungry. Keto, 3 characters. As soon as the solid gold coffin board was opened, smoke and dust immediately appeared on the deck, and all the treasures seemed to be pulled and flew into the coffin. When the coffin lid closed, it sank into that magical extra-dimensional space again. This is one of the abilities of the 6 paths golden coffin, storage. It's great, so amazing, so amazing. Karina and Nami applauded wildly. It's great, but it's so troublesome. Xia Ya wanted a simple storage method that would come and go when she waved. But my strength doesn't allow it. Nami frowned, ran to the fence and looked into the distance, only to see a strange cloud appearing in the sky far away. There are abnormalities, but it has nothing to do with the weather. If the guess is correct, that area is the legendary Devil's Triangle. It's pitch black. It looks eerie. Karina shrank her head and asked, is this the place we are looking for? It feels a little cold. Nami held a newspaper and handed it to Karina. This is a recent news report, saying that the Devil's Triangle is always covered with clouds, and most of the ships passing by will be lost. Those who are lucky enough to escape will be mentally disturbed, and they will only shout, be careful, zombies eat your brain. Zombie, brain-eating zombies. Karina shivered with fright and quickly hugged her arms. Unconsciously, goosebumps appeared on my arms. If we don't go to Alabasta, why do we come to this Devil's Delta? Xia Ya smiled and said, of course it's to ride the zombies. Oh, you ride a zombie too? Karina looked horrified at first, then smiled slyly and said, you're kidding, right? No, I'm pretty sure, Xia Ya said. Karina once again got the answer from Xia Ya and finally understood. Okay, this time in the Devil's Triangle, Xia Ya really plans to ride a zombie. 032, Ghost Island, Burning City. The warship continued to move forward. Xia Ya looked at the increasingly gloomy sky. We're almost there. The reason why there are so many bizarre things happening in the Devil's Delta is because there is a person with the ability of Paramecia Shadow Fruit. He can steal other people's shadows and stuff them into the corpses of creatures, and then control them to become a zombie army. This place is occupied by people with abilities, so a lot of weird things happen. Nami listened carefully. What a strange ability. This is something East Blue has never seen before. Who is he? Gecko Moria of 7 Warlords of the Sea. The fog is getting thicker and thicker, the air becomes thicker, and it feels cold on the skin. Nami's vision began to blur. 7 Warlords of the Sea? The 7 Warlords of the Sea are the 7 great pirates recognized and privileged by the world government. They, the 4 emperors of the New World, and Marine are called the Triangle of Top Forces. Moria is one of the Shichibukai, Xia Ya said. Hearing this, Karina got addicted to stealing and started rubbing her fingers. So, we came to the Devil's Triangle to steal the corpses collected by Moria. It sounds very exciting. It's not stealing, it's robbery. Xia Ya knocked on Karina's smooth forehead. After hearing what Xia Ya said, the tense nerves of the two women completely relaxed. After all this, devil fruit is still causing trouble. I thought there really were zombies in this world. What's that in front? An island? While the three of them were chatting, a huge black shadow like a mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. Looking at the huge black shadow, Nami and Karina were stunned at the same time. No, that is an island ship like an island. Moria has occupied this sea area for some years. Many people have disappeared here over the years. If there is not a big ship, it cannot carry so many people. Perhaps the humans who entered the island ship have already become part of the zombie army. Member. Karina's eyes became a little more serious. The three of them were here to snatch the zombies, so they would probably encounter obstacles. Advertisement: she is ready to light a fire at any time. The warship sailed slowly and came to the entrance of Thriller Bark. The three of them could smell a sinister and corrupt aura just by moving their noses. You can intuitively feel the death energy emanating from this giant ship. The main entrance of the island ship is a huge mouth. Under the huge dark red lips, the teeth are hideous and terrifying. The door is closed. How do we get in? Are you going to fly in? While Nami and Karina were discussing, the big mouth of the front door suddenly opened slowly. Due to the height difference, seawater poured into the island, and the warships of Xia Ya and the others were also sucked in. The warship continued sailing. At this time, the surrounding scenery has changed drastically. There are broken bricks and tiles of ruined buildings everywhere, and the stone brick walls are covered with dense spider webs, as if they have been abandoned for a long time. The water around the hull was still green, with bubbles occasionally popping up and making strange sounds after the explosion. Gulululu, the gloomy environment, terrifying sound effects, and weird atmosphere are increasing. The three men parked the warship aside casually, officially landing in Thriller Bark land. At this time, Nami, who had received the Thunderfruit enhancement, and her perception was enhanced, suddenly said, "There is something approaching, lifeless. It should be the zombies on the island." Karina reminded aloud, "Xia Ya, remember to remind me what kind of zombie you want. I'm afraid I will burn your precious toy with the fire." "It's still early. It's up to you, Karina, to deal with the enemies you encounter now." Thunder, thunder, very loud thunder. The thunder explodes near the ears, which can directly knock people into fainting even if they don't get an electric shock. "I haven't entered yet, so being quiet can save some trouble." Karina got the order and immediately snapped her fingers. Advertisement: the void ignites. Zila la la. The moment the fingers were snapped, in the dim corner, an orc with human body and animal head was set on fire, illuminating the surrounding environment. With a rough howl, the orc was reduced to ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Superior. Karina then burned several more humanoid zombies. Obviously, these are some uncontrolled small zombies, just appetizers for the Thriller Bark. The real boss is Moria himself and the three weirdos under him. One is the transparent man, Absalom, who ate the transparent fruit of Paramecia. The second is the genius surgeon, Hogbark. The third one is Paramecia, the user with the ghost fruit ability, Princess Perona. Killed a zombie again. Karina was obviously disappointed. In front of Mera Mera fruit, these zombies have no ability to resist at all. They were burned with a little fire. Almost at the moment Karina finished speaking, there was a slight rustling sound on the grass surrounding the three of them. Karina's eyes were blazing, and her expression changed instantly. Burn the city on fire. Without any time to explain, Karina waved her hand instantly, and a ball of flame snaked out from her arm like a fire snake, surrounding the ground in front of the three of them, forming a huge circular cage of flames. As she shook hands, dense flames rose up, enveloping and closing in on the center. Karina, who has used the invisibility buff before, is familiar with the state of invisibility. At this moment, she felt that there was an invisible creature in the grass. "Ah! Impossible, how could I be discovered?" 033. The way of humanity, the way of Shira, how could they find me? "Ah! It's burning me to death, it's so hot, stop it." On the grassland, the wall of flames rose more than 10 meters high, and the burning barrier shrank rapidly. The transparent Absalom was surrounded by flames. Without contact with the flames, it was roasted until its skin burst. Just as the flames compressed, Absalom's burning pain turned into a human-shaped fireball and rolled towards the nearby water pool. Grr. When Absalom climbed up from the pool, his whole body was stained with green water. Steam, a burnt, damp, musty smell came out. He is indeed a transparent person. It's so dirty and disgusting. Karina held her nose with one hand and ignited the flame again in the palm of her other hand, trying to light it again. Xia Ya is very satisfied with Karina's performance. He is the invisible man who ate the Paramecia transparent fruit. He is also one of the three weirdos under Moria, Absalom. There's no use keeping it, you can get rid of it. Absalom was originally wandering on the outer wall of the island ship, but suddenly saw a ship approaching, so he opened the gate to let them in. The idea was to add a few more zombies to Gecko Moria. After letting the people in, Absalom discovered that there were two beauties on the warship who were still young. As a gentleman, he thought of coming over to take advantage, but unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a ruthless man who owned the Logia devil fruit. Now, this Logia user actually wants to ignite the fire again. Wait first. Absalom was covered in green water, and the transparent fruit had no effect. He immediately appeared and said in a horrified voice, "Miss, you are Marine, right? You are here to find Lord Moria, right?" Lord Moria is the 7 warlords of the sea, and she is the partner of your marine cooperation. I only let you in when I saw the warship. Ah, yes, yes, I am the one who welcomed you in. Absalom pointed to his leopard head with a flattering look on his face. When he thought that the other party was driving a warship, Moria Shichibukai's identity became Abu Samuro's only life-saving straw. Xia Ya smiled. Sorry, we are not marine. Absamuro felt chilled. Xia Ya was so frightened that she almost peed her pants when she saw Absamuro, and then said, let's find Moria. Advertisement, here, there. With my help, you will meet Lord Moria smoothly. With Absamuro leading the way, the trio encountered no further obstacles. At the same time, inside the dark castle in Shimifune City. Is there a new person here, or someone with Logi ability? In the hall, Moria's huge body was lying on a special sofa. Looking at the Princess Mononoke Perona floating in the air in front of her, she frowned and asked, even defeated Absalom? Perona leaned forward and floated, saying, yes, the ability of Logia's flame was used. Absalom was burned before he could take action. If that guy hadn't been clever, he might have died. Absalom is such a waste, said the genius surgeon Hogbark. Moria patted her head. He hasn't paid attention to the news on the sea for a long time, and he doesn't know when new people have appeared recently. Is he trying to defeat me and take my Shichibukai title? There was a cute white ghost floating in Perona's ears, chirping. Well, their target is Lord Moria, Guaguagua. In the square outside the castle, there are many tombstones, and there are still sad crows. Nami used radio waves to sense the surroundings and found that in the surrounding grass, behind the tombstones, and behind the castle windows, there were all humanoid zombies. These zombies were even stacked on top of each other, and he couldn't help but frown. There are many zombies around, at least there are hundreds of them. But I didn't see the big guy. Xia Ya nodded. At this time, a huge man with a strange appearance walked out of the castle gate with a gothic umbrella holding Lolita. You 3, please sign up. No need, let's fight quickly, Xia Ya said. Hee, you are a very arrogant newcomer. You have the shadow of me in the past. I haven't made a move for a long time. Let them be your opponents. Don't let me down. Hee. Moria raised his hands, and many zombies appeared one after another around him. Xia Ya noticed. There's a zombie warrior among the zombies. He has white bandages tied all over his body. He wears a white warrior uniform with the word, dragon, embroidered on it. There is a famous sword hanging on his waist. He is the dragon slayer who has not failed for hundreds of years. Samurai, Wanakuna's sword god, Shimotsuki Ryoma. At the same time, the sound of huge footsteps came, and the whole earth trembled. When the huge red figure came in front of everyone, a sense of oppression also followed. The big guy in front of them was nearly 70 meters tall. It looked ferocious and terrifying, and had a huge horn on its head. It was said to be able to move islands. Good luck to Oz. Okay, we have all the zombies we are looking for. Are these 2 guys? Xia Ya, your taste is really unique. Advertisement. Karina, who originally planned to burn all the zombies around her, stop now. Hee. Outsiders, have fun with my men. Leave it to you. Ryoma put his palm on the handle of the knife, stared at the eyes with a sinister smile. I can feel the shadow of the swordsman on them. Killing is boring. Hee. Ouch. Oz hammered his chest angrily. Destroy them. Destroy everything. The Xia Ya trio were surrounded by zombie troops. Seeing that Longma and Oz were already in place, Xia Ya immediately formed the seal. Drink. The ground suddenly surged with golden ripples, and 2 golden coffins from another dimension slowly rose upright from the ground. Xia Ya was stepping on one of the huge golden coffins. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden coffin occupied most of the square. The small golden coffin says, the way of the world. The big golden coffin says, Asura Dao. It's so huge, is it made of gold? No way. Real or fake? Moria's eyes widened as she watched 2 pairs of golden coffins appear, her eyes almost falling out with greed. That golden coffin is bigger than Oz the Devil. How much gold are these works of art? Oh my god. Perona's round eyes were also occupied by gold, and she was a little confused when floating in the air. How is it possible? Where did this golden coffin come from? Perona looked at the huge golden coffin dozens of meters high and Xia Ya on the top of the golden coffin, and murmured to herself. Are there really such rich people in the world? The entire island shines with a huge golden coffin. Boom, boom. The lid of the huge golden coffin suddenly opened, and the tube lid hit the ground. Many zombies were shaken to pieces, and the 3-masted island ship was rising and falling. When ready, Xia Ya immediately activates the 6 paths golden coffin. Set the target to the sword god Ryoma and the demon Oz. Start it, human way. Start, Shira Dao, buzz buzz. At this moment, in the coffin room, the sound of gold rippled. Advertisement 034. Pete Demon, Lucky Country Oz. What's going on? My body is out of control. Huh? The same goes for Oz. Both Ryoma and Oz felt an irresistible suction force, attracting them from the golden coffin. You guys. What's going on? As a shadow person, Moria has control over her zombies, but generally gives them free movement. But at this moment, he clearly felt that the 2 top zombies were trying to walk into the golden coffin uncontrollably. This result. Let Moria be shocked. In fact, Moria went to Wano Kuni many years ago and encountered Kaido of the Beasts, who was in great power. That failure caused Moria to lose almost all his companions. He wanted to seek revenge from Kaido, so he stole the knife from the Wano-kuni ancestral hall. The corpse of Shenlongma wants to cultivate a zombie army. In order to find more powerful power, Moria also collected the frozen demon Oz from the land of ice. After the transformation of the genius surgeon Hagibat, the two mostly damaged zombies were able to move. And this Oz is the most powerful revenge card that Moria has accumulated to this day. But at this moment, it was actually about to be taken away forcefully right in front of your eyes. How could it be allowed? Shadow control technique. Moria roared in a sharp voice. Hundreds of dark shadows emerged from his hands, chasing and climbing up the bodies of Majin Oz and Ryoma, trying to use the shadows to pull the two zombies back. Tug of war. Tug of war. You give me, I'm coming back. But Ryoma and Oz easily tore the shadow apart and walked into the coffin like normal people. The golden coffin closed the lid. The golden runes in the coffin flowed around the two zombies. A few seconds later, Xia Ya gets complete control of the zombies. The way of the world. Ryoma. Shirado Oz. What's even more exaggerated is that their bodies were repaired with golden coffins. This means that they will never break. At the same time, Xia Ya also knows that the contents in the 6 pads golden coffin are all dead objects. The golden coffin is an independent skill and does not enjoy the 10 times increase in the riding state. But it can restore the peak power of a dead creature in life. In other words, if the dead object is a dilapidated ancient weapon Pluton, when summoned, it will be a brand new super battleship full of firepower, and if it is a character like Ryoma who has been dead for hundreds of years, when summoned, it will also be killed with a single sword. The peak samurai in the flying dragon slaying period. Which zombie should I ride to fight? They are all at their peak, and we are all looking forward to it. Under Moria's wide-eyed gaze, the huge golden coffin was opened again. At this moment, the demon Oz, with golden runes flowing all over his body, walked out in a complete form with black eyes. Xia Ya jumped off the golden coffin and came to Oz. Above his head, Oz's eyes suddenly glowed with golden light. It was as if I was alive again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Advertisement suddenly, Oz punched Gecko Moria. Boom. Boom, the earth shook, and the earth was broken. Although Moria dodged, she was not directly hit by Oz's huge fist. But he was also shocked by the aftermath, vomiting blood and embedded himself in the castle. Lord Moria. Perona was so nervous that she almost cried, and hurriedly flew towards the ruins. Hogbark and Absalom are also anxious to find Moria. But they were stopped by Karina's wall of fire. Don't move, you two ugly monsters. Is this Ozzy's peak punching power? The devil's physique is so terrifying. There are many peak races on the sea, the powerful giant race, or simply the fishmen race. Their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people, and the devil Oz even has the terrifying power to move islands. With this punch, anyone can be knocked down. Don't dare to eat hard. Xia Ya is very satisfied with her new toys. Damn it, damn it. Moria's hatred towards Xia Ya has reached full. How dare you steal my things? Ozzy's mine. It's my power. Moria climbed up in embarrassment and looked at Xia Ya riding on the head of the giant demon, with unwillingness and anger on his face. But at the same time, he also discovers that Oz is more powerful. As a zombie controller, Moria has tested Oz's power several times, but the punch just now completely overturned Moria's previous test values. The current Oz can be described as terrifying. This is the pinnacle of the devil Moria has never seen before, Yunguo Oz. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble for me? Moria's forehead was sweating crazily, and his heart was bleeding. Oz and Ryoma were his hidden trump cards. Few people knew about their existence. There must be a powerful intelligence network behind the kid in front of him, so he came to trouble him. Who is he? What a weird devil fruit ability. As I said, it doesn't matter who I am. Oz's strong punch struck again, and after learning the lesson, Moria did not dare to slack off at all, and used the shadow fruit to switch places with her shadow. Kagemusha. The next second, the Kagemusha was blasted into pieces. Switch places with the shadow? Good spatial ability. Xia Ya looked at Moria, who fled to the side and praised. The shadow fruit is actually really good, and it is Moria's strongest support for recruiting on the sea. Even after losing to Kaido, he was still invited to become the 7 warlords of the sea, which is somewhat related to the ability of this fruit. If Moria had not received a huge blow from Kaido, but instead concentrated on developing her own fruit abilities, Moria might have been stronger. However, her mentality was destroyed by the blow. Moria was even more afraid of losing her companions, so she developed the ability to control zombies. Because when you live, you will lose. Advertisement. It would be a pity if he died. After all, it is difficult to survive in this sea relying on external forces. Although Xia Ya's ability is related to the mount and relies on the power of the mount, the difference is that the source of Xia Ya's power comes from the ability to ride. Only when your mount is ridden by him will you be strong. You brat, are you looking down on me? Moria's eyes were angry. He actually felt a sense of being looked down upon in Xia Ya's eyes. The dignified Shichibukai was actually despised by an unknown newcomer. Moreover, this kid didn't even bother to identify himself. How polite is this? Whose ocean is so chaotic? Furious, Moria shouted. Shadow horn gun. In an instant, a huge black shadow gecko spear pierced out from the ground. Xia Ya's observation Haki noticed it and casually controlled Oz to hold the shadow horn gun. With a violent pull, the body of the shadow horn gun was immediately torn and exploded. Your bloated body can no longer support maximizing your abilities. After a brief encounter, Xia Ya has lost interest in Moria. Hole. Hole. Shadow gathering place. Moria couldn't stand Xia Ya's contempt anymore and used his ultimate move. He sucked all the shadows he could control into his body. He roared with a horrifying voice, and his size continued to increase, so terrifying. Even more than 10 meters taller than Oz the Devil. Move too slowly. Xia Ya no longer expected Moria to test Oz's limits, and immediately controlled Oz to dodge Moria's huge and slow fist, and then bent down to swing a powerful punch. At this time, Moria's belly sank like soft mud. Boom! The terrifying demon uppercut struck Moria's bulging belly, and the fat flesh rippled like layers. The surrounding floor tiles were shaken and cracked, and all the shadows of Moria seemed to be driven away by this heavy blow. When it reached his throat, his neck swelled crazily. Getting bigger, it seemed like it was going to split Moria's neck. Vomit in an instant, Moria rolled her eyes and fell to her knees, opening her mouth wide and spitting out countless black shadows into the sky. SSSSSSSSSSSS. At this moment, Moria remained kneeling and completely lost consciousness. Don't come here. Stop. Stop. Perona's petite body suddenly appeared, her body trembling as she stood in front of Oz, shouting in despair with tears in her eyes. She looked so small in front of Xia Ya riding Oz. Stop, please. Whoa 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 whoa. Xia Ya released her riding form and came to Perona. My name is Xia Ya. I am a rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. I came here to find a mount. If you can join us, then you will be one of our own. 035. Reigns of Perona, Alabasta, to join you guys? The sudden invitation caught Perona off guard, and her tears stopped halfway. Xia Ya smiled and said, yes, you can be my mount. This loli's feet are in the air, and the shock absorption effect is full. Riding a lolia like this will definitely give you an explosively soft riding experience. Hululu. Here, Moria is kneeling on the ground with his eyes rolled up and unable to make a sound, but his throat is still leaking air, as if he is snoring, and he looks exactly like Hockey from Seven Warlords of the Sea. The appearance of being slaughtered by the deputy. Still alive. Perona was picked up by Moria since she was a child. She has always respected Moria and regarded him as her father. Now seeing Moria in a mortal crisis, as long as the other party makes a move, she can easily take her life. Perona's heart has been extremely nervous. And when she heard that Xia Ya wanted to accept her as a partner, regardless of what the mount meant, Perona just wanted to seize this glimmer of hope. Then can you let Master Moria go? Perona was not confident and asked softly. Robbery of crew members often happens on the sea, but most of them kill the captain and then rob. Just like Moria, who would give a reason for killing and stealing. After all, in Grand Line, the strong are the ones who set the rules of the sea. Okay. Xia Ya said cheerfully. His purpose is to snatch Ryoma and Oz, and killing Moria is not part of the plan. Now that both Ryoma and Oz are in the bag, Xia Ya also needs to thank Moria for her generosity. And if I can form a riding contract with Perona, I will get another permanent buff. Perona thought for a long time and hesitantly put forward the condition. I can join you, but you have to promise me to leave here first. I want to ensure the safety of everyone here. Look, is this? Okay. Okay. Facing the weak-looking Perona, Xia Ya nodded distractedly. After receiving the answer, Perona returned to the princess's room and packed up a few dolls, a few sets of princess dresses, and a few small red umbrellas, as if she were carrying a dowry. She gave a few words to Absalom and Hogback before coming to Xia Ya stepped forward. Then can we go? Bring it on. What's coming? Ride you out of here, of course. Now, I hate you so much, it doesn't matter. You will fall madly in love with me in the future? An hour later, the warship sailed away from the waters of the Devil's Triangle. Xia Ya issued a riding contract to Perona, and Perona thinks. Being able to exchange her own freedom for Moria's life is a very worthwhile thing, and she can't regret it now, otherwise Xia Ya will directly fight back to the thriller bark, and Moria will not escape death. So there was no rejection. Advertisement on the deck, in Xia Ya's expectation, the ceremony of signing the riding contract officially began. The temperatureless spiritual flame entered Perona's body through her fingers, making her hum in comfort. Soon, Xia Ya successfully harvested her fourth contracted mount. Is this a contract for riding? I am completely controlled now? Perona was about to cry, but her life was completely at stake. She could only comfort herself secretly. What to do? I can only rely on this man in this life. I hope he can be nicer to me. Woo woo woo. Although Perona looks like a petite Lolita, she is already 19 years old at this time and is a real adult. She is several years older than the Xia Ya trio, but she was raised like a princess and has a simple mentality. Like a blank sheet of paper. As for Karina and Nami, they are both old friars on the sea. Perona sometimes looks forward to meeting her Prince Charming. In her mind, a princess is naturally worthy of a prince. But now, the prince doesn't ride the horse, the prince wants to ride her. It's so troublesome. Perona covered herself with a little red umbrella, pouted and sat in the corner pointing her fingers, shutting up. At this time, prompt characters also popped up in front of Xia Ya's eyes. 10 times education. When you impart combat experience to your mounts, their understanding increases tenfold. The increase in education is equivalent to adding the academic attribute to the mount. So, I can start training the mount? Xia Ya looked at the permanent buff that Perona gave herself with some surprise. The understanding of buff effects is also clearer. Before, Educational buffs are temporary and will become invalid upon expiration. Just like Nami, she did not enjoy the benefit of the golden experience when she got the thunder fruit. Nami has now developed the thunder fruit well, but it is far from Karina's proficiency with the Mera Mera fruit. And those physical combat skills are even more difficult for them to learn. And now with the increase in education, everyone's path to becoming stronger is promising in the future. Yes, coming to the Devil's Triangle in advance is the right choice. Oz, the pinnacle luck country, Ryoma, the peak sword god. With such combat power, he can even fight against the Marine Admiral. Advertisement: the warship sailed away from the murky waters of the Devil's Triangle. Nami and Karina were in a very beautiful mood, enjoying the sunshine happily. At the same time, Nami and Karina were also very curious about their new friends. They heard that Perona was a person with abilities, so they immediately pulled Perona to let her show her abilities. Perona didn't know how to refuse. With the appearance of the cute ghost, the two girls fell in love with Perona even more. Perona was raised as a princess and has a very simple mind. After learning that Karina is a Logia Mera Mera fruit user and Nami is a Logia thunder fruit user, she was completely stunned. This kind of natural disaster level power, there are only 3 Marines. You get 2 in one boat, what a magical team. It's all thighs. Only then did Perona realize that if Karina and Nami took action, the entire 3-masted island ship might be destroyed. And with this kind of power, he went to the thriller bark without killing anyone. What a kind team. As the leader, Xia Ya should be a good person. Perona feels relieved and is ready to meet her new team. What do you want to eat? I seem to only know how to cook. After half a month of sailing, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Nami got out of the cabin of the warship and breathed the sea air. There was nothing abnormal. As her vision gradually became clearer, the outline of the continent with its golden coastline appeared in her eyes. The island in front of her was so large that it was impossible to see the end of the coastline at a glance. People like Nami who come from a small place in the East Blue can really be shocked by the huge landmass. Here is the superpower of the first half of the Grand Line. Alabasta. Nami looked at the record pointer on his wrist and confirmed the position. The magnetic pointer is right ahead. We finally arrived at Alabasta. After going around and around, we finally arrived at the first stop of our original plan. Karina raised her hand and stretched, revealing her smooth belly. What a beautiful dream. Xia Ya pinched it. The journey is about to begin. Perona held a piece of bread in her mouth and placed a plate of fried eggs on the outdoor dining table. She squeezed a little lemon juice on it and said, "Everyone, let's have breakfast first. Leave out the honey." "Okay KK, let's have fun, Alabasta, here we come." 036. Deep in the desert, family planning supplies Alabasta, rapeseed flower market. Rapeseed is the port city of Alabasta, rich in perfume and the main commercial city of the kingdom. A certain street. A tall man wearing an eye patch walked listlessly, followed by Marine Admiral Kuzan, Marine Rear Admiral Hina and trainee assistant Toshigi. Hina-chan, Toshigi, see you later. Hina knew that Kuzan was going back to the headquarters, and she showed a trace of helplessness at the end of her eyebrows. I didn't expect that Crocodile was hiding so deeply. People in his club would not leave any traces of their actions. Even if they reach the level of club cadres, they will not leave any traces. I don't know anything about the organizational structure. The two men were investigating the Baroque Working Society established by Sir Crocodile. Except for Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Working Company, all other cadres do not know that their immediate boss is the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile. Baroque studios are tightly structured. Even the most professional marine can't investigate anything in a short time. The information about Nico Robin that Kuzan cares about cannot be found out. After all, Robin is the vice president and has a high level of confidentiality. Occasionally, 1 or 2 news breaks out, but the clues are quickly cut off due to deliberate concealment. So the investigation so far, Kuzan and others don't even know where Crocodile's headquarters is. After the investigation proved fruitless, Kuzan and the other 3 also got the rapeseed flowers back from Aruba, the royal capital of Alabasta, and prepared to return to the marine branch. Report. Aokiji Admiral, Hina Rear Admiral, we have news about the pirate Xia Ya. The marine investigator on duty at R**** Flower came to report. What, Xia Ya? Hina asked immediately, please tell me in detail. The investigator said, in the morning, Xia Ya and 3 beautiful girls landed in Camellia in a high-profile manner. They ate local delicacies, such as charcoal-grilled banana crocodile, baked mezcal cactus, and salt-baked Santola catfish. I also purchased tents, fresh water, food, fashion, sunscreen, parasols, and family planning supplies. Hina muttered, what, family planning supplies? How did Hina hear this? He is only 14 years old. Hina blushed. Just get to the point, investigator. Well, they walked into the desert and headed towards the rainy place. When the investigator mentioned the news about Xia Ya, Hina seemed relieved. She finally had a reason to leave Marine Admiral behind. Hina has long said that there will be news about that man sooner or later. Kuzan-san, do you want to go to the rainy land? Kuzan. It's troublesome, but I can kill Xia Ya and give an explanation to Marshal Sengoku. Toshigi held the famous sword Seo Shiyu's chest trembling. So annoying. Advertisement he was about to see the man riding him again. Rainland is Alabasta's dream city. In a desert deep in Alabasta, with scorched loess and scorching sun in the sky, a huge figure is walking forward with a heavy load in the desert. Each step he takes can span dozens of meters. This zombie is the Devil Oz. On Oz's head, under a parasol, Xia Ya drank an iced drink, took the purple grapes fed by Karina, and continued to explain to the girls. The Rainland is also the base camp of the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, where we are going this time. Rainland. Nami pushed up her sunglasses. So, are we looking for trouble with Crocodile this time? It's Shichibukai again, same as Lord Moria. Perona looked at the gothic skirt she had just bought. She was obviously very satisfied with her previous shopping at Rapeseed Flowers. After all, they had a lot of Sky Island gold, so the shopping experience was sure to be satisfying. Xia Ya said, "We are not looking for trouble, we are just going to rob people. If Crocodile wants to make trouble for us, let him come, it doesn't matter." Zitza. Xia Ya was very comfortable lying on the wicker chair and sipping a drink. "You've already robbed people, so you're not making trouble for them?" The 3 women complained. That Shichibukai is so unlucky. By the way, it's really cool to have such an awesome mount like Oz. Not only does the devil have great strides, but he also knows how to hold his own. It is a corpse after all. No matter how hard you work, you won't get tired. Running in the desert is like playing. Moreover, Oz's head is big and flat enough, so it's not a problem for 10 people to sit on it. It's worth saying. During the 10 days she came to Alabasta, Xia Ya learned armament hockey from Ryoma, and Ryoma's unique swordsmanship. Although the level is not very high, it is enough. This Wanokuni sword god really did not disappoint Xia Ya. Ryoma is strong. Very strong. Peak Ryoma is not only excellent in swordsmanship, but also has a complete set of Conqueror's hockey, and his armament hockey has reached the top level in the world. In fact, you can understand it if you think about it. There are only 2 black swords in this world. One is the black sword of Mahawk, the current world's #1 swordsman, Mahawk, and the other is the black sword of Shisui, the dragon-slaying warrior Ryoma. There are so many great swordsmen on the sea, but these 2 are the only ones who have black swords. It is enough to show that if you want to refine a famous sword into a black sword, you need a powerful armament hockey to support the tempering. Ryoma, who had perfected the black sword a few years ago, had top-notch weapons. Advertisement and Xia Ya also made her armed color reach the level of junior vice admiral by riding a dragon horse. It's a little regretful that I didn't understand conquerors. But it doesn't matter, anyway, that's all the riding condition is. Nature. Xia Ya, who had an increase in education, also taught Karina, Nami, and Perona the essentials of observation hockey, armament hockey, and swordsmanship. As for how much they learned, there was no strict test. Because of the existence of Ryoma and Oz, the strength of the girl group can be developed slowly. Xia Ya doesn't force it either. After all, they're together for fun. Whether they're good at it or not is another matter. That's for sure. Nami has gotten the hang of observation hockey. Karina has mastered the art of armament hockey. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Also at this time, I suddenly remembered several violent explosions in the desert not far away. But because Xia Ya had to rush to see Robin, she acted as if she hadn't heard anything and kept driving Oz forward. After all, no matter where you are, there will be battles and so on. Why are you minding your own business? It would be better to meet Robin. However, backfired. Soon 2 figures emerged from the smoke of the explosion in a panic. Running towards where Xia Ya and others are. 037. Little Princess, Big Oz, Ikaram, run, we can't stay here. Along with the sound, a beautiful figure with blue hair, a ponytail, and a yellow shirt rushed out of the dust and smoke on a running duck, and behind her, followed by a similarly riding duck. A middle-aged man with curly hair running fast. But both of them were wearing masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. But Xia Ya, who was at a high place, saw that iconic long blue hair and was in a desert country. How could she not understand the situation? Isn't this the Princess of Alabasta, Nefe Vivi? That middle-aged man is the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Ikaram. Your Highness Princess, run. I'm already injured. I'm going to lure them away. You don't have to worry about me. Run. As he said this, Ikaram fell down in the desert due to excessive blood loss. He gritted his teeth and covered his arms tightly, kneeling in the sand with a look of reluctance on his face. Damn it. Vivi quickly got off the running duck, holding back tears in her eyes, with a hiss in her voice. How could I abandon you and run away alone? You were hurt because of me. I will not abandon you. Leave me alone. Let's go. No, we have to go together. No, if your identity as the princess is exposed, everything we have done for the country will be in vain. For a long time, there has been no rain in Alabasta, and it starts to stop raining in one city after another, as if someone has controlled it. This is a climate phenomenon that has not happened in hundreds of years. And public sentiment was inflamed. People have already gathered at the entrance of the royal palace to question King Cobra of Alabasta. Princess Vivi noticed that there was a problem in the kingdom. The troublemakers were organized, so Vivi left the palace and investigated secretly. She slowly discovered that it was related to a working company called Baroque. But while trying to break into the Baroque working society, an accident happened. Vivi and Ikaram were chased by the cadres of the Baroque working group. If Vivi's princess identity is exposed, it may make Baroque works more defensive, and everything will be in vain. Let's go, Ikaram shouted. I don't, Vivi insisted. Advertisement at this time, the yellow sand dispersed, and a man with an afro and a windbreaker appeared, walking arrogantly. At the same time, a light woman floated over from midair holding a sun umbrella. Tisk, 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 I'm afraid you can't leave. What a troubled time it has been. First, the number of Marines in the entire kingdom began to increase, which made us confused. Now people like you are secretly investigating us. Do you think our Baroque works has no temper? Take off the mask and let me see who you are. The man with the afro ordered fiercely. Princess Vivi clenched her teeth and made a gesture to fight back. As the captain of the kingdom's guard, Ikaram's most important duty was to protect the safety of the princess. He stood up with difficulty, stood in front of Vivi, and stared sharply at the two pursuers, a man and a woman. So, did you reject my proposal? In this case, then you will be buried under this yellow sand. The man with an afro in a windbreaker picked his nose and finger-licked Vivi. Phew, a round black object flew forward like a bullet. Boom, an inexplicable explosion sounded in the air instantly. When the smoke dissipated, Ikaram stood in front of Princess Vivi. At this moment, his whole body was injured and even his clothes were no longer intact. Quick, go, quick, go. Ikaram trembled all over and his voice became weaker and weaker. Vivi, who was protected by him, had tears in her eyes. Tisk tisk tisk, Mr. 5, are you showing mercy? You can't even kill an old man. Miss Valentine, what's the fun if you blow up all at once? These two people are senior cadres of the Baroque Working Company. Mr. 5, whose real name is Mr. 5, has paramecia and has the ability to explode fruits. The other one floating in the air is Miss Valentine, whose real name is Michita and has paramecia and has the ability to bear kilogram fruit. MR5, you are right, it is fun to torture them slowly. Miss Valentine, use 1,000 kilograms to crush them to death. No, 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 I have to crush them to death slowly with 100 kilograms and 100 kilograms. Advertisement, oh, there is still Miss Valentine who can play. At this moment, Princess Vivi and Ikaram looked solemn. The two people in front of them both had very tricky devil fruit abilities and were very powerful in combat. They were no match for them at all. Vivi already holds the peacock thorn in her hand and is ready to fight hard. And at this moment of tension, Mr. 5 suddenly raised his head nervously and shouted, "Damn, what the hell is that? Big monster." Miss Valentine also covered her face in shock. What a scary monster. Everyone looked along and saw a 60 to 70 meter tall red giant with a ferocious face. He appeared in front of everyone a few steps later. The demon even squatted down in front of them. But even if the demon squats down, he is still 20 or 30 meters tall. Strong oppression came head on. The demon's shining golden pupils were simply too frightening to look directly at. This scene is so terrifying. Ah, go to hell for lousy. Blow you to death. Blast you to death. MR5 was so frightened that he pulled out handfuls of his hair in a panic and threw it forward wildly. Immediately, there were several explosions on the arm of Demon Oz. Boom boom boom, but unfortunately, although the noise was huge, these explosions did not even blow up a single hair on the body of Majin Oz. You guys. Not only did he block my way, but he also tried to blow up my toys. Can you afford it, little booger man? At this time, a long voice came down from above Oz. 038. This is my only hobby, riding a bike. Oh haha, what do I think? It turns out they are some little brats. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 now saw the Xia Ya foursome on Oz's head. The fear just now disappeared immediately. A little kid can ride on the head of a giant thing, which means it just looks scary. It felt like there was a dark path. The two of them didn't dare to walk, but suddenly a group of children appeared and walked freely into the darkness. If they were afraid again, they asked two adults to put their faces. Miss Valentine, smash them to death, you brats who are pretending to be gods. Euler, Miss Valentine made an okay gesture. Mr. 5 looked at Xia Ya with a playful look on her face, and then pointed at Vivi and Ikaram. How dare you offend our Baroque works? Do you know what the consequences will be? These two people are a lesson learned from the past. Soon. Miss Valentine used her kilogram fruit ability to float several hundred meters in the air. Kilograms, kilograms, kilograms. Miss Valentine snapped her fingers, and her weight, which was originally only 1 kilogram, suddenly soared to tens of thousands of kilograms. As she closed the parasol, her figure fell rapidly under the strong gravity. 1,000 jin drop. Mount Tai is crushing the top. Seeing the bizarre things happening, Karina and Nami both twitched at the corners of their eyes. This guy's abilities are really fancy. How can Logia's abilities be so simple and crude? Vivi looked at the rapidly falling black spot and yelled at Xia Ya and others in fright. Get off the monster's head quickly. That woman can increase her weight and she will crush you to death. Monster, big monster, hurry up too. Run. Just when Miss Valentine fell down at extremely high speed. Oz opened his big hand and waved it above his head. Snapped, call out, Miss Valentine, who was falling at a very fast speed, flew backwards like a cannonball. The sound of a big explosion immediately sounded in the desert in the distance, as if a meteorite had hit the ground, and the entire desert was shaking slightly. Miss Valentine. The Mr. 5 people were all frightened. As Miss Valentine's teammate, he was very aware of the power of the kilogram fruit. It weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. When Miss Valentine used her power, 100 adults couldn't move at all. But now his whole body is shattered by just one tap. Is this a real guy? What great power! Amid the exclamations, Mr. 5 picked his nose in panic. But the next second, a big hand grasped MR5. Mr. yelled in pain and hammered Oz's fingers crazily. Explosions sounded in Oz's hands. Boom boom boom. Oz exerted a little force like squeezing a lemon, and a pool of blood dripped from his fingers. After finishing, Advertisement Ozzy, who loves to be clean, grabbed a handful of sand to wash his hands and patted his big butt. This died. Vivi and Ikaram were both shocked. They never expected that the two strong men who were chasing them would completely disappear from this world as soon as the monsters clicked together. Horrible and unreasonable. When Vivi was in a daze, Oz's huge hand stretched out like it was covering the sky. No, Vivi held her head and trembled. Please, big monster, I don't want to become a piece of meat. However, the scene of being crushed did not happen. The giant fingers pinched Vivi's blue ponytail and lifted her up. When Vivi opened her eyes, the person had appeared above Oz, who was dozens of meters high. He was being looked at by a handsome man and 3 beautiful women. Take off the mask and let me see, Xia Ya said. Vivi followed the instructions tremblingly, and a beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. Drink? Xia Ya ordered an iced drink. Vivi nodded in confusion. Is it okay? Zilyu. So sweet. After a while, Princess Vivi calmed down and knew that Xia Ya did not intend to harm herself. The injured Ikaram was also lifted up by Oz and was bandaged and treated. Ikaram whispered to Vivi in a low voice, Your Highness, he can easily kill Mr. 5, Miss Valentine. He is definitely a top powerhouse, and they also helped us. Take a look. Can you ask them to investigate Baroque Work Club? Vivi nodded cautiously, thinking for a long time, and found that she was embarrassed to speak. After all, Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 are just cadres of Baroque Working Company, and they are already so powerful. Isn't the mysterious boss of their working company even more powerful? It would be bad if they bring trouble to their savior. That's not good, Vivi whispered. Xia Ya, I heard them discussing, saying they wanted to ask you to help investigate the Baroque Working Society. Nami said while lying on the beach chair wearing sunglasses. Nami's mental network ability is extraordinary, and her hearing is even more sensitive than Xia Ya's. Vivi's face turned red when the whisper was heard. I didn't mean that, I'm sorry. Xia Ya stretched out and continued riding Oz toward the rainy place. They're not my friends. I don't even know their names. Isn't it too nosy to help her? Xia Ya came here mainly for Robin, but what if we could also ride the princess? It's good to think about it. My name is Nefet Vivi, the princess of Alabasta. Advertisement, my name is Ikaram, and I am the captain of the Kingdom Guard. After getting Xia Ya's hint, Vivi and Ikaram immediately revealed their identities. Vivi mustered up her courage and said sincerely, If you can help us investigate the situation of Baroque works, I am willing to provide a reward of 10 million belly. Please help us. The whole country of Alabasta is in civil strife. Every belly in the kingdom's treasury is very important. Vivi, who doesn't have much idea about money, thinks that 10 million belly is a lot. When the remuneration terms are proposed, Vivi can feel the pain in her body. Unconsciously, Oz has reached the edge of the Rainlands. If he continues to ride Oz forward, he might destroy the entire city. The group descended from Oz and chose to walk. Xia Ya clapped her hands, and an 80 to 90 meter high pure gold coffin slowly rose from the sand. The appearance of the golden coffin instantly turned the entire desert into a golden color, as if every grain of yellow sand on the ground, all made of genuine gold. Vivi was so scared. There are also gold products in her palace, but there is only a small kettle. That weight is only about half a caddy. It's already very luxurious. But now, the giant gold coffin in front of me must weigh tens of thousands of tons. Yellow. The visual effects can scare people silly. Vivi did a little calculation and felt that this golden coffin might be worth more than the entire Alabasta. 10 million baileys. Xia Ya seems to be seriously considering it. Vivi lowered her head in shame and blushed. Ha, I was joking. Xia Ya said, If we are good friends, talking about money would be too hurtful. Does he consider me a good friend? Vivi asked cautiously. Are we already good friends? Xia Ya. Of course. Continue walking into UD City. Xia Ya said, But as a good friend, the princess shouldn't mind being ridden by me, right? This is my only hobby, riding a bit. I also particularly like the blue ponytail. Forehead, 039, Rain Banquet Casino, Nico Robin. After entering the Rainland, Ikaram was sent to the hospital for treatment due to serious injuries. Karina, Nami, and Perona browsed the shops leisurely. Vivi was listening to Xia Ya's speech carefully. You guessed it right, Alabasta climate change is indeed man-made. Baroque Works uses a large amount of dancing powder in rainy areas. This powder can induce rainfall, but excessive use will cause droughts in downwind areas. The rainy area is located in the uppermost part of Alabasta, and it is the only area in Alabasta where it can rain. Hearing this, Vivi felt shocked. She didn't expect that. The truth of the matter is this. Vivi has also investigated some useful information before. It is true that only rainy areas in the entire Alabasta can rain, and all the cities downwind are experiencing drought one after another, slowly connecting into a huge drought belt until it spreads throughout Alabasta. Dancing fans. The starting point of the spread of disaster. Surprisingly, there is no rainy land affected by drought. Today, UD is called a dream city by the people, and everyone wants to move there. In the hearts of the people, UD's status even exceeds that of the royal capital, Urupana. If a country loses hope in its capital, it means that the core of a kingdom begins to decline. Burning dancing powder will produce green smoke, Xia Ya continued. Vivi looked up. Sure enough, I saw clouds of green smoke floating in the air. And when the green smoke reached the sky above the two people's heads, the drizzle fell just in time. This was originally a very romantic scene, but now it seemed so heart-stopping. The drizzle fell down my face, and the chill hit my heart. Yudi sacrificed all the cities in the kingdom in order to get rain. How could he behave so selfishly? Vivi thought Baroque Working Group was a local interest group in Rainland. They are greedy for rainwater and harm the interests of the whole country. Xia Ya smiled and said, "Do you think that such a large area of Rainland needs so much rain?" Vivi was stunned. Then why? Xia Ya shook her head. The Baroque Working Group uses dancing to plunder the rainwater from all over the country and at the same time incite national emotions in order to overthrow your Nefertari royal family and subvert the entire Alabasta. What? The leader and founder of the Baroque commune is Sir Crocodile of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, a legal pirate tacitly approved by the world government. His power has been deployed in Alabasta for a long time, with the purpose of controlling this country. The layout has been planned for a long time: overthrow the kingdom. Hearing this, Princess Vivi felt like she was struck by lightning. Advertisement. She had not realized at all that Alabasta had fallen into a crisis of national annihilation level. In fact, the strong ones have the final say in this sea. Most countries have no voice. Even a superpower like Alabasta has been resisting invasion by external forces for hundreds of years, but it has successfully survived. What Vivi didn't expect was, this time, it's 7 warlords of the sea. As for Crocodile being chosen as Shichibukai, the forces behind it are extremely large and complex, and his strength is beyond doubt. Nowadays, Baroque works is like the roots of a giant tree, entrenched throughout Alabasta, and is already a cancer-like existence. A little princess of a kingdom. How to resist a super force that has been planning for a long time? It's impossible even to think about. Chills spread throughout the body. Vivi couldn't help trembling, and said helplessly, "Help me. Xia Ya. As long as you can help Alabasta get through the difficulties, I'm willing to do anything for you, even if I give myself to you." There was a hint of sadness in Vivi's pleading tone. Xia Ya rubbed her blue ponytail. "Don't be like this, Vivi, we are good friends, aren't we? I won't help you because of this. I'm a knight of justice." There are many members of the Baroque Working Group, and they have set up bases like Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line. As for the two most important locations, they are both in Alabasta. One is the Spider Cafe in Rainland. The cafe is actually the headquarters of the Baroque Working Society. The second is the Yuyan Casino in Yudi, now in the gambling hall of Yuyan Casino. Wow, it's such a luxurious casino. There's so much wealth on the gaming table. It all seems very fun. There are so many leisure activities. Karina and Nami's eyes glowed with golden light. Perona is also immersed in the shopping experience. The Yuyan Casino is luxuriously decorated, and most of the people inside are pirates and bad gamblers. The space is filled with smoke. Vivi fanned the tip of her nose with her hand, frowning and thinking about the kingdom. "Hey, 4 ladies, why are you pretending to be pure when you've already arrived at the casino? Call, how do my cigars taste? Do you want to follow me? I guarantee you will get generous rewards." Advertisement. What future can there be for following a brat? Seeing Xia Ya with 4 girls with similar looks, a burly gambler in the casino was smoking a cigar, tilting his head and puffing away at them, and teasing words burst out of his mouth. The surrounding gamblers laughed. Xia Ya didn't have time to waste time with this guy, so she nodded slightly. Nami and Karina instantly appeared on either side of the sturdy man. One person kicked each other, breaking both knees of the sturdy man. Crack. Ah. The sturdy man immediately fell from the chair, rolling on the ground in pain and wailing, "It hurts, it hurts." The surrounding gamblers were instantly confused. Hey, Lux kicked the iron plate this time. These 2 little girls are so violent. People should not be judged by their appearance. It is extremely terrifying. It's so scary. Shut up. Xia Ya came to Lux and said calmly. "Shut up, or ask me to kill you again." Lux knelt on the ground, shivering, kowtowed one after another, and made a grunting sound. Xia Ya turned to all the gamblers and said, "Hand over all the cigars you have. You go to the glass display case and smoke enough. If I come out after finishing my errands and see that you haven't finished smoking 1 stick, and I'll stab you." Lux panicked, hurriedly grabbed a lot of cigars scattered on the ground, rolled and locked himself in the glass display case, lit several cigars with trembling hands, resisted the strong urge to cough, and took a big puff. "Stand up." At this moment, Lux was surrounded by everyone like a mascot. "If you haven't finished smoking one, I'll stab you. This is so deadly." Time. The enclosed space of the showcase was filled with smoke, which made Lux burst into tears. The waiter in formal clothes stopped him and said politely, "Guest, if you continue to do this, I'm afraid no one in the entire casino will dare to play cards with you. Do you need me to arrange a VIP table for you?" Xia Ya smiled and said, "Then let the person in charge of your casino come out and play a few games with me." "I'm afraid this is a bit difficult, sir. Giggs, stand down." On the stairs to the 2nd floor, a beautiful woman with a tall figure, a straight nose, and red and black eyes walked down. She came to Xia Ya's side, with a gentle smile on her lips, and said in a calm tone, "Dignified guests are here. How can we let a few of them leave disappointed? Please come with me." Seeing the visitor, Xia Ya showed a satisfied smile. "It's so easy to find Nico Robin. 040. Panic Vivi and Robin." Bang bang bang. Robin clapped his hands, and a maid came into the box carrying tea, followed by a waiter carrying chips. "What do you want to play? What's the stakes? Robin motioned for Xia Ya to sit down. And she was sitting opposite Xia Ya. Guess the size. Xia Ya said casually. Robin was obviously startled when he heard the words, guess the size. He straightened his expression and immediately asked all the attendants to leave. After the attendant left, Robin personally filled some tea for Xia Ya and said with a polite smile, what a pleasure to meet you. Captain Xia Ya, who has a bounty of 73 million belly, and Miss Karina, who has a bounty of 70 million belly. I don't know. You guys came to you since the banquet is not for gambling, what are you planning to do? After Xia Ya came to the casino, Robin knew his identity. After all, this was Alabasta, which was different from the Devil's Triangle, a place where information was secluded. Xia Ya's information was not a secret. And now, Xia Ya talked about the unpopular gambling game of guessing the size. Can only say, he didn't come here to gamble. Robin is indeed very smart. Xia Ya stopped wasting time communicating with smart people and introduced to Robin. There are a few other companions you forgot to mention. This is Nami, our navigator, and this is Perona, our chef. He turned around and introduced to Nami and others. This is Nico Robin, the archaeologist on our ship. Welcome, Robin. Karina nodded. New partner, welcome Robin. Nami clapped her hands. Hey, it's so efficient, Perona tilted her head. The actions of Xia Ya and others immediately confused Robin. No, what on earth is he going to do? You actually know my name? Are you inviting me on board? But Robin still kept his calm professionally and said with a smile. He. Mr. Xia Ya is joking. I am not willing to give up the stable job in Yuyan Casino in front of me and choose to go to sea with you. After the O'Hara Buster Call incident, 8-year-old Robin wandered around the sea. She joined many pirate groups, but was betrayed because of her high bounty. She also believed that there are no good people in the sea. Over the years, she has also survived by betraying others. Advertisement until she met Crocodile, she became the vice president of Baroque Working Society and the first person in charge of Yuyan Casino. Whether it's work or life, only then did she enter the stability and security she longed for. Robin, who is extremely insecure, naturally does not want to return to the sea. A woman's first need is stability, do you think so? There was a hint of coquettishness in Robin's tone. Xia Ya just smiled. Vice President of Baroque Works, Miss. All Sunday, the only survivor of O'Hara, your job and your identity are destined to make it difficult for you to get stability. With your ability, it may be difficult to obtain it. But, I will. The conversation was extremely informative and the box was a little quiet. What? Vice President of Baroque Works, the first person to break the atmosphere was Princess Vivi. When she learned that the beautiful lady in front of her was the Vice President of Baroque Works. Suddenly stunned. Baroque Works is the main culprit that brought disaster to Alabasta. Xia Ya continued. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Alabasta, the princess of the Nefertari royal family, Nefert Vivi. It should be said that she is here to cause trouble for your Baroque Works. At this moment, Vivi felt numb. What's going on? Is Xia Ya selling herself? Robin was silent. She didn't care at all that Vivi was the princess of Alabasta. However, her hidden identities were revealed one by one, which shocked her greatly. Robin suppressed his composure and tried to find out Xia Ya's real purpose. Sir, he knows so much that it's hard to figure out. I'm afraid we can only continue to communicate by talking about it on the card table. Why don't we play a few games first, bundle? No need. Xia Ya immediately refused. You will never forget the O'Hara incident 16 years ago, but what I want to tell you is that what your Baroque working group is doing now is the same as Marine back then. I came here to stop your plan. What? After hearing O'Hara's past, Robin immediately stood up with excitement. Who are you? Facing the excited Robin, Xia Ya confirmed what she was thinking. Advertisement people like Robin who have suffered the disaster of national annihilation can be ruthless and kill pirates and marines, but she will not take action against innocent people, especially not to subvert a country, because she knows firsthand the pain of homelessness. And the fall of a country means that millions of people are homeless. At this time, Robin was the vice president of Baroque Working Group. This identity is inconsistent with her bottom line. Or simply say, Robin was unaware of Crocodile's plan to subvert Alabasta. Don't get excited, Xia Ya said. Vivi, please explain the situation and let Robin make his own judgment. Vivi knew Xia Ya's intentions and immediately revealed Crocodile's conspiracy to subvert Alabasta one by one. Robin fell into a long silence after listening. In fact, although Robin is the vice president of the Baroque Work Club, what he does is manage the Yuyan Casino and take care of the bounty business of the Work Club Whiskey Peak, and he is not involved in other things. Crocodile valued Robin's ability to interpret historical texts. But now, the plan is far from reaching that point. Just imagine, a conspirator like Crocodile, who is thoughtful and meticulous in his work, has built the structure of the work society so tightly that the members do not know each other, let alone who the boss is. How could such a person tell others his ultimate purpose? I don't believe it, stop talking. Robin looked in disbelief. When Robin joined the work club, she was looking for stability. If the purpose of the work club was to subvert Alabasta, she would never accept it. In the original novel, Robin did not tell Crocodile Pluton any information about the historical text, which proved her bottom line. At this time, Xia Ya took out a photo and pushed it in front of Robin. He and Nami also took pictures of the historical text when they rang the golden bell. This is the historical text about ancient weapon Poseidon, and what I want to tell you is that the historical text about ancient weapon Pluto is in the hands of the Alabasta royal family. Ancient weapon Pluton is also Crocodile's ultimate goal. And he is the only son of Ohara in the world who can decipher ancient texts. When Crocodile gets the historical text, it's time for him to ask you to show your value. So, can you still continue to be the vice president of Baroque Works with a clear conscience now? 041. Peak posture, the return of the sword god. This world really has such secrets. Robin looked at the historical text photos and fell into a deep daze. In fact, Robin's experience of being on the move for many years has made her know how precious safety is, so that the little sense of security provided by Baroque Works has become the absolute reason for her to stay in the organization. Knowing that there is no future, just live now. If the sky doesn't love you, the earth doesn't love you, and the sea doesn't love you, you don't have the right to choose. It was only at this moment that Robin looked at the records about ancient weapon and realized how much responsibility his mother and all the senior Ohara scholars shouldered when they ran away to search for the historical text many years ago. Ohara's will cannot be destroyed. The world needs history and the truth. Here, Xia Ya said directly, tell me the location of Crocodile. Robin was silent for a long time. Can you agree to my request first? You say, I don't want to get involved in this. Xia Ya lightly flicked Robin's forehead, ha ha. So, you think I will lose to Crocodile? So, are you planning a retreat for yourself in advance? It doesn't matter, this is the normal psychology you should have. You are still too insecure. Robin's little idea was revealed by Xia Ya, and he could only grit his teeth. Spider Cafe. Half an hour later, a few more figures appeared on the yellow sand land. Robin pointed to a yellow building in the city and said, Xia Ya, there's the Spider Cafe in front of you, and Crocodile is inside. Are you sure you want to trouble him? He is a Logia sand fruit ability user. Xia Ya shook her head. If people don't go there, just stay here. If you want to fight people with Logia ability, it is more relaxed to choose to stay away from the city. The Spider Cafe is the headquarters of the Baroque Working Society. Because there is no need to make money, it was established on the edge of the city. The farther location is a piece of yellow sand, which is very spacious. Yellow sand everywhere will give Crocodile home field advantage. But it doesn't matter. Xia Ya had no shortage of trump cards and immediately said, Perona, Vivi, Robin, just leave and watch from a distance. Although it is not necessary, considering Robin's lack of security, and if she wants to conclude a riding contract with her, it will be impossible to succeed without giving her complete peace of mind. Therefore, compared to others, Xia Ya is willing to spend more on Robin. A little patience. No matter what, Robin is also related to the phantom beast devil fruit. After all, a broken heart can only be mended with tenderness. Then you won't leave. Advertisement. Robin looked at Nami Karina, who was laughing and joking. In her opinion, the configuration of Xia Ya's pirate group is really strange. The sea is full of dangers. The first requirement for almost all pirate groups to recruit crew members is strong combat ability, and combat talents are generally stronger in men. Obviously, except for him, the captain, the rest of Xia Ya's team are all girls. Even Robin can clearly feel it. Xia Ya only plans to accept girls. It makes people very worried and insecure. How can there be a pirate group with all girls? At this time, Perona floated over and gestured. No need, Karina is a Logia Mera Mera fruit capable person. Nami is a Logia thunder fruit capable person. Facing Crocodile is just a Logia sand fruit capable person. Just handle it. Yes, there is no need to worry, let's go quickly. After saying that, Perona floated away lightly. Hiss, Robin took a breath when he heard this configuration. Logia Mera Mera fruit. There is also a Logia thunder fruit that is said to be invincible. Oh my god, what a team this is. Vivi was also a little stunned when she heard this. Originally, she was still expecting Xia Ya to summon that big monster. Well, that big monster is the strongest, at least that's what Vivi thinks in her heart. But now I heard something incredible about the power of Logia from Perona. It seems to be still with Nami and Karina, then Xia Ya as captain. Doesn't he have terrifying power that surpasses Logia? Vivi felt a little more relieved. Present. Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand. Drink. Phew. Rustle, yellow sand burst out from the sand, golden ripples rippled on the ground, and a golden coffin engraved with various strange inscriptions slowly rose. The sand fell to the ground, making a rustling sound. When the coffin lid of the human world was opened, Shimotsuki Ryoma's empty eyes glowed with golden pupils. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago had a black sword tempered by his own hands hanging from his waist. He will announce the return of the sword god with his peak posture. Inside the Spider Cafe, under dim light, a figure with a slicked back hair, a transverse scar on his face, an earring in his right ear, a cigar in his mouth, and a gold hook in his left hand was sitting in front of the dining table, tapping the red wine glass with his hand, and the steak on one side. It also exudes hot steam. But Crocodile has no appetite at all, because just now, news came back from the exploration post in the desert, saying that the broken bodies of Miss Valentine and MR5 were found. According to the scene, it was judged that they were moved by the hands of a huge creature. And the huge footprints of the unknown murderer have arrived at the edge of the rainy land. There is no doubt that the people who are causing trouble for Baroque Working Group have arrived in the rainy land. And what's even more uncomfortable is, Crocodile has no idea who the other party is. If it was done by the Alabasta royal family, it means that his purpose has been discovered, and an investigation has even begun. The obstacles to overthrowing the royal family have also increased. This is the last thing Crocodile wants to see. After all, Neferutari is one of the original 20 countries. If it really wants to bow its head and ask for help, the world government will most likely take action. So, Crocodile would rather postpone the matter and figure it out slowly than expose his plan in advance. After all, it's related to ancient weapon Pluton. One cannon can destroy an island. Owning Pluton means controlling the world. The stakes are so high that Crocodile has no room for surprises in its plans. And while he was deep in thought, a ray of sword light, wrapped with strong murderous intent, suddenly swept past his eyes. In an instant, the dining table, steak, red wine glass, and even the entire building of the Spider Cafe were split into two by this powerful slash. Yellow sand welled up from the corners of Crocodile's eyes. Staring firmly at the direction of the slash, Hawkeye? Wrong. Then who will take action? 042. The autumn water opens and closes in just a moment. Xia Ya. Did he just ride a zombie? Robin, Vivi, and Perona came to a rooftop in the city. Looking at Xia Ya in the distance. Among the three people, two are Paramecia Demon Fruit power, and one is an ordinary person. His self-protection ability is relatively weak and may be affected by the battle, so he is asked to stay away from the battlefield and just be a spectator. Just now, Robin saw with his own eyes a warrior zombie walking out of the golden coffin, and Xia Ya actually. He actually turned over and rode up. Facing Robin's question, Perona floated over lightly and explained, Master Xia Ya is a rider who ate the Paramecia Riding Fruit. He can ride everything in the world, including Mr. Zombie Ryoma just now, including me, Karina, Nami too. We are all Master Xia Ya's exclusive mounts. Mount? It actually has such magical abilities? Vivi sighed. Then, where is that super monster? That was Mr. Oz, the demon who froze to death in a land of ice 600 years ago. Like Mr. Ryoma, he was originally a zombie collected by Mr. Moria from all over the world. As a result, he was killed by Xia Ya and Thriller Bark half a month ago. Your Excellency snatched it away. Perona whispered. I was actually snatched aboard by Master Xia Ya. Robin understood completely after hearing this. That guy Xia Ya really only accepts women. Even if there are men on the team, it's just a corpse. So, yes, Master Xia Ya defeated Master Moria in one fell swoop. I was also robbed. There is still some sadness in Perona's words. After all, after living in Thriller Bark for so many years, she still has a little nostalgia for the previous team. But she quickly smiled and said, but I am really happy sailing with Master Xia Ya. It would be better if I could ride more. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Gecko Moria, all right. Advertisement. Robin was shocked again. She didn't expect that Xia Ya had already defeated a Shichibukai. Vivi stared at the wind of yellow sand blowing in the distance. Sir Crocodile. Shashasha. A sandy wind blew by, and gradually gathered into the figure of a tall man. He was holding a smoking cigar, wearing a huge black windbreaker, and had barbs made of gold on his hands. He had already arrived in front of Xia Ya. Staring at the figure in front of him, a boy of 14 or 15 years old was riding a decaying warrior zombie. It is worth mentioning that whether it is Ryoma or Oz, their corpses have been transformed by Six Paths golden coffins. However, they look a bit zombie-like in appearance. They have no physical defects, will not decay, and have no odor. Crocodile already knew in his mind. Who did I think he was? It turned out to be the brat who just debuted from East Blue, just now. Crocodile was about to ask Xia Ya if he was the one who sent out the slash just now. The terrifying swordsmanship like the eagle eye is definitely from this kid? What is his purpose? Logically speaking, the two of them should have nothing to do with each other. As a result, the question was half finished. I heard Xia Ya say casually, ah, indeed, Miss Valentine, I killed Mr. 5. Originally, Crocodile planned to have a good talk. After all, in the world of Alabasta, he had a great plan to implement. It would be bad if he randomly fought with others, especially if the other party was a person of unknown strength, which would affect the progress of the plan. Only, as Xia Ya bluntly killed Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. They were stuck talking, and their feud reached an irreconcilable level. Time. Sir Crocodile's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Advertisement. Who is he? 7 Warlords of the Sea recognized by the world government. No matter how patient Crocodile is, he can't be offended by a brat who just debuted in East Blue. Although Xia Ya's bounty is 73 million belly, which is only a little lower than his 81 million belly, but because of becoming Shichibukai, his bounty has not changed for a long time. Now a brat dared to destroy his base camp and kill his subordinates. Faced with such a provocation, Crocodile twisted his neck and said fiercely, do you know who you are talking to? You don't think this is still the weak East Blue, do you? This is the Grand Line where people can lose their lives at any time. Wind and sand gather and strong winds rise. You brat, pay for your ignorance. After the words fell, Crocodile's feet turned into yellow sand, washing over like a desert whirlwind. When it was about to arrive in front of Xia Ya, Crocodile's arm instantly transformed into an element, and the huge crescent-shaped sand blade was like Shinigami's sickle, and it moved toward Xia Ya with the sound of sand, chopping the sky and the canopy. Crescent-shaped dunes. Crocodile smiled ferociously. In his opinion, the ignorant boy in front of him was already a mummy that had been drained of water. Hee. It's just juggling. Under the control of Xia Ya's riding, Shimotsuki Ryoma let out a low whisper. He pushed with his left thumb, and a small section of the dark blade emerged from the scabbard. Then, Ryoma clenched the handle of the knife and stepped on the earth. an afterimage flashed past. Flying dragon flying slash. Ryoma's figure landed more than 10 meters away, and the black sword Kyushui had been sheathed. The autumn water opens and closes in just a moment. How can it be? On the ground, Crocodile's body, together with the crescent-shaped dune sand blade, was cut in half at this moment. With his upper body floating in the air, Crocodile showed a surprised expression. Hiss. What a domineering knife. 043. How should you deal with Logia? Quicksand gathered, Crocodile looked at Xia Ya. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't use much strength just now, Xia Ya's speed shocked him. Especially Xia Ya's riding fruit ability. Crocodile is curious. How did he ride a samurai corpse to such a masterful level? Paramecia was actually fooled by him. Crocodile felt a pang of pain when he thought of the crooked people under his command, especially those who were on the street like Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. If you can take Xia Ya under your command, the plan to capture Alabasta will be greatly accelerated. Boy, you are very good. Are you interested in becoming Laozi's subordinate? I will not only help you grow with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, but I will also make you the deputy leader under one person, and we will enjoy the glorious future together. Crocodile no longer cares. Xia Ya kills Miss Valentine, Mr. 5, and turns to wooing. However, Xia Ya just said calmly, if you hand over your overall plan in Alabasta and record everything you have committed in my hands right now, I might consider sparing your life, Crocodile. Princess Vivi, Xia Ya must ride. If we can get all the incriminating evidence of Baroque works easily, Vivi will have a perfect explanation for Alabasta, speed up, and maybe we can have a great ride tonight. I think you want to die. Upon hearing the plan, Crocodile's smile suddenly froze. Not only did the other party not give him Shichibukai face, it may even push hatred into an irresolvable abyss. Whatever Crocodile cares about most, Xia Ya will poke him where it hurts. Crocodile raised his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, do you have any misunderstanding about my strength? Whoosh. While Crocodile was still laughing wildly, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and turned into a blast of wind. Quick. Advertisement before Crocodile had time to react, Xia Ya had already arrived. Ryoma pulled out the black sword Kyushui, covered the end of the handle with armament hockey, and threw it firmly on Crocodile's face. Boom, Crocodile's figure flew backwards at extremely high speed. It's you who misunderstands me, and you're still enjoying yourself like a clown. The expert with the sword uses the hilt to knock Logia away. It can be said that this face slap is quite accurate. What? On the rooftop in the distance, Robin looked excited, and Vivi jumped up with joy. In the fight between Xia Ya and Crocodile, she actually took the initiative. It even knocked out Crocodile's Logia ability. What power is this? Robin quickly crossed his arms and used flower fruit. Dazzled, Robin can grow arms with eyes and ears in visible places. Used to peek and eavesdrop. Pooh, Crocodile got up in embarrassment, spitting out blood, and dropped a tooth on the yellow sand. This knock was really painful, and it directly knocked Crocodile's contempt away. His eyes widened, and he lost his voice. Why did the strong armament hockey appear in Alabasta? You little brat, what is your background? There are very few people who can master hockey in the first half of the Grand Line. And the other party is just a newcomer kid who just went to sea. Surprising brat. But here, it's a big desert. Crocodile, who had the home field advantage, suddenly shouted, Sha Lan. Desert sword. The yellow sand surged instantly, and Crocodile's body became nothing. Advertisement. The sandstorm was swirling and moving, confusing the vision. The next second, a huge sand blade extended out from the violent sandstorm. The desert was suddenly cut into two. Brush. Xia Ya controlled Longma to move to one side, and a bottomless ravine appeared at his feet. But at this moment, in the yellow sand, Crocodile's contempt came from all directions. Sure enough, you are still too young. You want to defeat me just by relying on armament hockey. You are too naive. This is a desert. Armament hockey can capture the entity of Logia users, but that is also based on my willingness to fight you head-on. Superior. Now, you don't even know where my physical body is. How should you deal with Logia? In the yellow sand, Crocodile once again activated several desert swords. Swish, brush. All of this was easily avoided by Xia Ya. Watching the attacks fail many times, Crocodile felt a little self-doubt. Xia Ya is very fast, as if she has predicted in advance, she can dodge the attack by turning slightly sideways. Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly and he finally reacted. This is observation hockey. The ability to control mounts is superb, with the blessing of high-level armament hockey and observation hockey. How come these advanced combat skills are in one person? Is this really a new person? Crocodile's heart was full of anger, and with a wild wave, huge salon rolls were blown up on the battlefield, sweeping in from all directions, and countless small salon rolls separated, carrying countless small sand blades, attacking Xia Ya without blind spots. And this is just a feint. At this time, Crocodile's true purpose is revealed. His golden hook suddenly took off his hand, and he appeared behind Xia Ya hidden in the wild sand. Scorpion Venom Needle. 2RR044. Riding on the face and insulting, clear sky and fine night chop. Crocodile can turn yellow sand into arms and extend the hook weapon on his hand to attack. The hook is highly poisonous and will be poisoned if the skin is scratched. Moreover, the hook is made of gold and can be hidden in the yellow sand to catch people by surprise. Hee hee hee. It's juggling again. Although the zombie dragon horse is a dead creature, it can still express some of its mantras before it was born. Under Xia Ya's control, the dragon horse teleports back dozens of meters. In the process, it draws a sword and strikes, instantly slashing the dragon horse. The yellow sand arm extending past Crocodile. In an instant, Lama stood on the yellow sand holding a black knife. Little drops of blood rolled down from the tip of Kyushui's knife, and were immediately swallowed up by the sand on the ground. Tens of meters away, Crocodile felt intense pain and emerged from the yellow sand with a distorted expression. At this moment, there was deep hatred in his eyes. How come, my arm is broken again? Crocodile, who was just starting out, was lucky enough to obtain the ultimate power sand fruit. He entered the new world with high spirits and challenged the man who was called the strongest man in the world. As a result, he was beaten severely and one of his palms was cut off. He has since been equipped with a specially made golden poisonous hook. Now, Crocodile's arm was cut off again, he is shorter. But the severe pain couldn't be suppressed and the past shame burst out. Damn it, why did you kill this place, hole? Crocodile roared wildly with hatred in his eyes, are you playing with me on purpose? Little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Word. This is fighting, not playing house. If you dare to reach out, you should be prepared to be chopped off. During the battle, Xia Ya has 10 times the comprehension power and can gain some experience from Crocodile. She has previously gained the skills of shaving and moonwalk from Smoker. Now facing Crocodile, who has a high degree of sand fruit development, he also plans to gain some fruit development experience. After all, he has a 10-fold education increase and can teach any skills to his mount. Karina and Nami are both weighing for food. What's kind of bad is the development experience Wei Mao gained was from sand fruit. At this time, Xia Ya gently picked it up with autumn water, and the golden hook was thrown in front of Nami. It's melted, golden. Lei Yijin. Nami stood up with a smile and gave a light drink. Blue thunder suddenly erupted all over the body, and the razor freeze continuously eroded the golden poisonous hook. In the blink of an eye, the golden hook is smelted into a large cubic gold ingot. Advertisement Nami tossed the gold ingot, which was quite heavy. He shouted towards Xia Ya, this broken hook is worth 32 million belly. Depend on this group of people, my broken hook is worth 32 million belly? Is this an insult to me? Crocodile's face turned purple, and he was holding back a mouthful of blood that was about to spurt out. Uncontrollable anger. Crocodile immediately wanted to summon a sandstorm to teach Nami a lesson. But also in this moment, a wall of orange fire suddenly appeared, and the blazing flames blocked his way. At the same time, a blue thunderbolt descended and struck him accurately. Don't move, your opponent is Xia Ya. After speaking lightly, Karina and Nami sat on the chairs again and started chatting by themselves. The content seems to be that the gold ingot is too small. Wow. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Crocodile's face was cold, his eyes were shining with fire, and he was standing there. Smoke was constantly coming out of his body, and yellow sand was sliding down his body, like a drowned rat. A pile of sand accumulated on the ground, like a small pyramid. He was about to collapse, his pupils shrinking uncontrollably. At the same time, he also understood. There are 2 Logia users hidden in this team. They are no less than sand fruit, hee. Are you preparing to hunt me? Ha 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 ha. This sea is so crazy, erosion of reincarnation. The frustration in Crocodile's heart turned into anger, and he broke out completely. Come on, you will all die here today. Come on together. Crocodile slapped the ground almost madly. The endless yellow sand surged crazily, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings, and the earth shook. At this moment, it began to turn into quicksand, slowly sinking, and the withered and cracking atmosphere spread crazily from the ground. In an instant, wild sand swept across the area, further turning the surrounding environment into desert. The battlefield changed directly. A more violent salon roll was formed than before, twisting crazily like a dragon dancing wildly. Even the rainy ground hundreds of meters away was affected by the sandstorm. The building walls were cut by wind blades and the wall skin fell off, turned into fine sand. Logia is really irritable. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xia Ya's mouth, and she shot out on the zombie dragon horse. Airwaves rose up from the soles of Ryoma's feet, and his body moved almost close to the ground. Every time he took a step, the sand on the ground would explode. Even if the ground was sinking, it would not affect the great swordsman's actions at all. A dragonfly touches the water as if it were walking on flat ground. The information unfolds and locks in a certain position in the sandstorm. Advertisement ta. Every time Xia Ya takes a step on her dragon horse, the ground behind her will explode and bulge. The desert swords spurted out like springs, stab, stab, stab. But every time, the desert sword could only fall behind Xia Ya. Swish, swish, swish. In the sandstorm, Crocodile's expression was extremely stiff. Extremely frustrated. A dignified Shichibukai just let 3 kids come to the door to cause trouble. He even encountered crazy teasing from 3 people. What a shame. What makes Crocodile even more angry is he has no idea why these 3 guys are causing trouble for him. But slowly, Crocodile seemed to understand. When he challenged Whitebeard Newgate, he also had this playful mentality, thinking that the strongest man in the world was just a name and that he could definitely kill him and replace him. The results are clear. He failed, completely defeated. Crocodile's personality has changed since then. He became sullen and a schemer. And the Xia Ya in front of me, but he is doing what Crocodile dreamed of doing back then. Be fair and above board, kill the strong ones and replace them. At this moment, Crocodile substituted himself into Xia Ya, and actually got a rich sense of pleasure. However, what Crocodile doesn't know is, the reason why Xia Ya attacked him was just to conquer his mount. What challenges the strong? There is no way to collect mounts. Now, Xia Ya's figure in riding form disappeared from the sandstorm. When he reappeared, he was already in the whirlwind, and the figure on the horse was constantly spinning in the air with the saloon. At this moment, he was more like an eagle hovering in the air, waiting for hunting, extending his sharp claws at any time, a fatal blow. And at this time, the blade that had been turned black by autumn water was once again covered with a layer of pitch-black hockey. He waved towards the sand in the void, black light flashed. The dusky sky was divided by a black line at this moment. Minkong Zaiyazen, the slash struck, and a frightened human face vaguely appeared in the sandstorm. Desert Diamond Sword, 045, 3.5 Takakai, Iokiji Chase. Desert Diamond Sword. There's a dust storm in the sky. The wild sand gathered on Crocodile's arms and turned into 4 huge sand blades. This is Crocodile's manipulation of sand of different densities to condense the hardest weapons. Now, the Desert Diamond Sword lay in front of Crocodile to resist the dragon horse's attack. However, the next second, Crocodile's eyes were dull. See, a bit of cold light arrived first, followed by a dark shadow. A thin black line as thin as a cicada's wing came out from the dragon's sword, and the Desert Diamond Sword instantly turned into fine sand and collapsed. Scarlet Bloom. The sandstorm stopped. Crocodile's body turned into loose sand uncontrollably and slowly sank. He opened his eyes again and saw a glimmer of the sun in the sky. Xia Ya's figure blocked his view at this time. Crocodile's eyes are losing their luster. Cough. Cough. You are very strong. You can win even without using Mera Mera fruit and thunder fruit abilities. As a challenger, you can't do what Whitebeard did to me. I didn't ask you to use your full strength. I'm sorry about this. Ahem. Fortunately, it's not time or illness that kills me, but someone stronger than me, which is pretty good. Take the title of Shichibukai. I have no regrets anymore. Until the moment before his death, Crocodile still didn't understand why he and Xia Ya had never met, but Xia Ya was obsessed with killing him, so he took it for granted. Xia Ya challenged Whitebeard just like Crocodile once did, in order to get the title of the strongest in the world. Only, the peak of Crocodile is nothing more than Shichibukai. Compared to the most powerful man, little Shichibukai is nothing. So, he was ashamed. At this time, Perona floated over, and a nice Lolita sound sounded. What's going on? Crocodile has been cut into 3.5 wu high. Why are you still talking so much? Has this guy also experienced the revolving door? Xia Ya was also speechless. Died, it's over. Vivi, who has a blue ponytail, and Robin, who is somewhat silent, have already come over to see 2 pieces of Crocodile. The Crocodile who goes by the name 7 Warlords of the Sea. Advertisement he actually died like this. The culprit of Alabasta's civil unrest is really dead. Vivi and Robin both couldn't believe it was true. And at this time, the natives of the Rainland, pirates, gamblers, marines, employees of Baroque Works. They all watched the battle outside the city and witnessed the final outcome. What a terrifying strength, what a terrifying Logia user. I know, that man is Shichibukai Crocodile, the 81 million belly super pirate. I didn't expect that someone of Shichibukai's level would actually appear in Rainland. But, he was beheaded, hiss, who was the person who killed Shichibukai? The agent of Baroque Works murmured to himself. Why is Sir Crocodile here in the rain? Our intelligence department of Baroque Works doesn't know about this. The terrible thing is that he died here. I will definitely send the news to the big boss later, Mr. Zero. What they don't know is, Crocodile has set up a huge chess game in the rain, and almost all the people in Alabasta have participated. Crocodile is inextricably linked to them, but his name and appearance have never been revealed. All I know is the Mr. Zero codename. On the messy battlefield, Vivi took a deep breath, feeling relieved, and said, Thank you, Xia Ya. Can you go to Nefertari Palace? I want to entertain you well, and my father must also want to see you. Can you accompany me to Aruba? Such a big thing happened in the kingdom, and Cobra had been having a headache for a long time. Now that the matter has been resolved, Vivi, as a princess, naturally has to inform her father about the matter. At the same time, Xia Ya, as the person in charge of everything, should be entertained by the royal family. Xia Ya spreads her hands. Naturally it doesn't matter. After all, Vivi has not yet fulfilled her promise to become his mount. I need to find a place to sign a contract. It seems good to take the girl group to experience the life of the royal family. Just treat it as a trip to relax. Soon, Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand to summon the demon Oz, and sent all the team members, including Nico Robin, to the room in the body. Let's go. Urupana. In this way, the group of people rode Oz and strode towards the royal capital Urupana. Everyone in Udi was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the giant pure gold coffin, which was tens of meters high, and the behemoth that came out of the coffin. The impact was so great that it was unbearable. After a long time, someone started shouting crazily at the scene. Damn it, who is this guy? What did I see today? Crocodile is confirmed dead. Grand Line is about to usher in a new pattern. About 10 minutes later, a tall man and two beautiful women finally crossed the desert and arrived at the edge of the rainy city. The visitors are none other than Kuzan, Hina, and Toshigi. Advertisement. They originally came after Xia Ya, but after leaving the R***** flower city, they saw a line of huge footprints in the desert, which happened to be in the direction of the rainy place, so they followed the footprints all the way to take a look. Although the footprints were fresh and they were fast, they could not catch up. After all, a demon like Oz can span dozens of meters in one step, and his speed is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. What a scary padfoot. Toshigi looked back at the line of huge footprints and couldn't help but sigh. Hina lit a cigarette and said, Kuzan-san, what kind of monster left those big footprints along the way? A giant? I see that the shape of the soles of the feet is not like the giants I know. If I'm not mistaken, these footprints should be left by the demon clan, but it's a pity. Kuzan thought for a while and continued. It is rumored that demons have the strongest physiques in the world, and some can even carry an island. Such races are born berserkers. I would like to catch up with him and fight him, but it's a pity. The footprints stop here. And at this time, Kuzan suddenly stopped and looked into the distance with a frown. The aura of fighting. Did a big war just happen here? We're late. Also at this time, an intelligence agent buried in the sand stood up from the sand. Crash. He flicked the sand on his body, trotted to the three people and reported, Aokiji Admiral, Hina Rear Admiral, Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea were killed, and this battle happened in front. What? Crocodile is dead? Hina's cigarettes fell to the ground. Shichibukai. You sure? Hina asked in disbelief. Who did it? The intelligence officer said, It's Xia Ya. After the battle, Xia Ya rode a huge beast towards the royal capital of Aruba. Hina eagerly. Say it again, the intelligence officer said loudly. I mean, Xia Ya killed Shichibukai Crocodile and then went to the royal capital. Kuzan and the other three were talking about the demon just now. At this moment, I heard that the demon had been ridden away, and it was Xia Ya who rode away the demon, and he still killed him. After killing the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Did this kind of thing really happen? Xia Ya is still a newbie pirate who just went to sea. Have you already killed the old Shichibukai? Hina's tone became serious. Aokiji Admiral, do you want to call Marshal Sengoku to report this now? Kuzan was silent. I'm afraid Naval Headquarters has already been in chaos. After a brief pause, Kuzan picked up the emergency phone. Dial out. Rubberbrew 046. Shichibukai pick, Admiral's volley. Bulu Bulu Bulu. Marineford, here is the Naval Headquarters base, which together with Eni's lobby and Impel Down constitute the 3 major fortresses in the world. It is also the most impregnable military fortress in the world. At this moment, Marineford was shocked. In the Marshal's office, the phone kept ringing. Signals come from all over the world. Just because the news that the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile were killed in Alabasta spread like wildfire across the underground intelligence black market, many powerful forces with secret connections to Marine called immediately after learning the news. They want to negotiate terms and go through the back door, to get the vacant Shichibukai title in their own hands. After all, Shichibukai is a legal pirate recognized by the world government, and the title itself has significant interests. Ambitious people can accomplish a lot with this title. For example, Doflamingo has become the king of Dressrosa. This case was successful. It has made some conspirators on the sea crazy. And at the same time, the call came from Marine's internal intelligence department. In fact, Marine is the largest violent organization in the entire world. If you want to run such a huge force, it is impossible without a specialized intelligence agency, so agents are located all over the world. Marshal Sengoku sat on the main seat and frowned. Below him stood Garp, Suru, Sakazuki, Perusalino, Gion, etc. Except for Kuzan, who was working abroad, almost all Marine senior executives were gathered together. It's impossible, even if it's vacant, it's absolutely impossible. The Shichibukai title will never be assigned to those with ulterior motives. I would rather all Shichibukai be pure pirates than let those conspirators succeed. Sengoku slammed the table and stood up angrily. Perusalino pinched his chin and said obscenely, I think so too. Pirates are much easier to control than conspirators. Taking a righteous identity and doing evil things is the real terror. I agree. Sakazuki nodded coldly. Garp and he didn't say much. After Crocodile died, how to fill the vacancy was a priority. Only the preliminary resolution of the new Shichibukai candidates was adopted. Only then will we talk about the other party, Xia Ya. The thinking of Marine's top management is very unified. The Shichibukai title can only be assigned to pirates, not to those who have collaborated with Marine. Sengoku continued to frown. Since everyone agrees with this point of view, let me tell you about any suitable candidates on the sea in the near future. To be honest, Sengoku felt a little pity. If it had been known earlier that Xia Ya had the strength to kill the 7 warlords of the sea, Sengoku might have sent people to contact Xia Ya. But now, the news that Xia Ya killed Shichibukai cannot be suppressed, and it will surely cause a sensation in the sea. If Marine from the perspective of face, it becomes difficult to operate. What a headache, Xia Ya. Sengoku sorted out his words. East Blue is not peaceful recently, it is the worst in the world. The spade pirates that appeared in East Blue deserve attention. Their captain Portgas D. Ace has been stealing the show at sea recently. I have sent people to contact Ace to see if he can become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. New. Advertisement after all, Ace is the bloodline of Roger, the Pirate King, and no matter how hard he pulls, he can't get anywhere, so after he went to the sea from Windmill Village, even without the help of Mera Mera Fruit, he quickly became famous on the sea and got marine of great concern. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, Garp immediately waved his hands excitedly. No, absolutely not. Sengoku said, no, I think Ace has good potential. Garp laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, of course, Ace is my grandson. What, grandson? After Garp finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Sakazuki made a slightly dissatisfied expression. Marshal Sengoku jumped up. Garp, what's going on with the bloodline of your monkey family? That guy Dorag has already given us all a headache, and now he has another grandson, Ace. Garp, what on earth have you been doing on the sea these years, you old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* pinched his nostrils and said with a nonchalant expression, "I'm just raising a son for a friend. He is better than a biological grandson. I also want to train him into an excellent marine. I didn't expect him to have gone to sea. A**hole. If Ace refuses to join the 7 warlords of the sea, I will personally escort him to impel down." "I am sure." "Then you go. Go now," Garp said in a B*********** D way. And just when Sengoku was B******** G the table and roaring, the emergency phone rang. "Brubberbrew, it's Kuzan." Meanwhile, Alabasta, the Rainfield battlefield. Kuzan arrived at the scene of the incident through layers of blockades, and saw Crocodile's body, which was tragically broken into 2 parts. The smooth cut on the abdomen made people feel horrified and numb. To know, regardless of his actual strength, Crocodile is a person with first-rate Logia's sand fruit ability. Logia, who was able to elementalize, was cut in half. Who would believe this kind of thing? It can only be explained by being hit by dimensionality reduction. And Kuzan looked a little further away. There were deep ravines left by slashes everywhere on the sand. Only a very high level of swordsmanship could destroy the battlefield like this. The deepest slash is 300 meters long. It stretched from the sand at Kuzan's feet to a huge building in the rain. It was a cafe called Spider. Is this the starting point of the battle? Did you come to the rainy land on purpose to cause trouble for Crocodile? Blue blue blue. As the phone was connected, Kuzan began to talk to Marshal Sengoku. "I'm here. Explain the situation, Kuzan." I, Hina, and Toshigi followed Xia Ya to the rainy land. We were too late and didn't encounter him. Instead, we saw the battlefield left by him and Crocodile. Crocodile was cut in half. My judgment is, it's equivalent to what a great swordsman like Dracula Mahawk would do. It's even possible. The opponent's swordsmanship is superior to that of Hawkeye. Sengoku. Hey, great swordsman. Are you sure it was Xia Ya who did it? Advertisement Kuzan. Many people witnessed the rain scene. The intelligence source cannot be false. The person who shot was a dead samurai zombie, but the rider was Xia Ya, and Xia Ya was always at an advantage during the entire battle. Even when he left at the end, there was not a single scratch on his body. Yes, with his superb swordsmanship, he crushed Crocodile, a Logia user, without any injuries. After the words fell, there was silence in the marshal's office. Guillaume unconsciously tightened his grip on the famous sword Kinpira in his hand. There is an inexplicable connection between the swordsman and the swordsman. No less than a great swordsman like Mahawk. The objective facts are here. Crocodile definitely has the strength, otherwise he would not have become a Shichibukai early, and his Logia sand fruit ability is not easy to deal with. But under such a premise, he was actually cut in half. This really happened? Sengoku looked at Staffy, who frowned and expressed his opinion. The Paramecia fruit has appeared many times in history, but never has an ability user been able to do what Xia Ya is. His talent is so terrifying, it's simply beyond my understanding of Devil Fruit's ability system. His development of riding equipment is the most pervert I know. Sengoku, Sakazuki, Perusalino, Suru, all are demon fruit power. But when it comes to development, here in Xia Ya is the real monster. After Xia Ya received attention, Marine has investigated and researched all the historical data, and the result of the research is that the Chi fruit is an ordinary Paramecia fruit that cannot be ordinary anymore and belongs to the lower class. Many ability users in history did nothing at all. This is simply a useless fruit that poses no threat. Alright, that man is dangerous, Kuzan, you have to be careful. Sengoku reminded. Kuzan said, Xia Ya and his party left 15 minutes ago for the capital of Alabasta, Aruba. They were riding a zombie of a giant demon. They were moving very fast, but I could ensure that they would catch up within an hour. Superior. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to catch up with the speed of Oz the Devil, but if you are a top master of Marine 6 styles, you can use the instantaneous burst of shaving to catch up with the progress of the fallen distance. Just follow Oz's giant footprints, and Kuzan can be 100% sure. They can successfully intercept Xia Ya and his party before they arrive at the royal capital of Arupana. A samurai zombie. A demon zombie. This Xia Ya, a Paramecia Riding Fruit, what else can he do? Hearing about the novel mount again, Sengoku went crazy. But here in Sengoku, Kuzan is one of Marine's strongest combat powers, a Logia frozen fruit ability user, and a supermonster inside Marine. Therefore, even if he encounters Xia Ya, who has quite complex and difficult abilities, it is difficult to overcome the problem. Big. Results will be available within an hour. Chase. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth and ordered. Aokiji. Well, I'm leaving. 047. Stealth phone bug, explosive reward. Bulu bulu bulu. After Kuzan hung up the phone, a phone bug on the battlefield kept ringing. This is a relic of Crocodile, although others are dead. But the Baroque Works special phone bug is left. Kuzan did not choose to answer the call, as the answer was to alert the enemy. Phone bugs are a type of biotechnology, and generally store some messy communication information inside. As long as it is cracked, useful legacy information can be obtained. Information. Even if it is just a little bit, you can think of a lot of things. Hina, put the phone bug away and send it back to the Scientific Experiment Department of Naval Headquarters to crack it. There should be secrets about Baroque Works in it. Maybe you can follow the clues and investigate the organizational structure behind Baroque Works. I'll take the first step. Kuzan raised his hand to say goodbye. Hina took out the special box and packed the phone bug. Carry it with you carefully. Apart from Aokiji, the Marine Admiral present, Marine Rear Admiral Hina had the highest military rank and the strongest strength. Naturally, she would take good care of such an important phone bug. Marine Admiral decided to pursue it seriously and at that speed. Others can't catch up, Hina said. Toshigi and I will follow up. After the conversation, Kuzan's feet instantly exploded with power and he chased after the big footprints left by Oz. Shaving, in Marine 6 styles, is to achieve the purpose of teleportation by stepping on the ground or air dozens of times at high speed. It is also the most effective ability for explosive pursuit, of course, except for the demon fruit power with speed. Hina saw that there was nothing more to be discovered. So I asked someone to send the videos of Xia Ya and Crocodile to the headquarters for research. Soon, Hina took Toshigi and a team of Marines, following Oz's huge footprints, and walked towards the depths of the desert. Meanwhile, hidden among the various branches of the Baroque Works Society in Alabasta, phones everywhere were ringing like crazy. It's like being on a noisy conference call. Mr. 1. Tisk, tisk, dagger. Shichibukai's sand crocodile is hanging in the rain. This is a big event. It happened on the territory of our Baroque Works. Hey, what are you doing? There's no movement at all. Miss. Double finger. I heard that our headquarters, the Spider Cafe, was affected and destroyed. Why can't Mr. Zero, the boss, get through the phone? He will definitely be angry when he hears the news. Mr. 2. E and demon. Such a thing happened. That Xia Ya really did something shocking. It's amazing. I don't have any news about the boss Mr. Zero here. Mr. 3. Candle is probably collecting money to rebuild the Spider Cafe. After all, the other party is someone who can kill the Shichibukai Sand Crocodile. Our boss. Our boss Mr. Zero probably can't deal with it, so he can only bear the loss. He is probably distressed. Miss. Merry Christmas. You are really pigs. You should watch out for yourselves. A bunch of pigs. Don't mess with Xia Ya when you meet her in Alabasta. I saw that crocodile guy with my own eyes and he was chopped in two. Collective. It's miserable, it's so miserable. Collective. What a good Shichibukai, how could it be gone without you? Discipline within the Baroque Working Society was strict, and members had almost no chance of face-to-face contact with each other. At the same time, advertisement at no time do they use their own names, instead using code names instead. For women, it starts with Miss, plus a holiday. Men start with Mr., add a number. Under this kind of discipline in the work club, almost no one knows who the boss is behind them. Now, Crocodile didn't know until his death that even though he was dead, he would still live in this way in the mouths of his carefully cultivated subordinates and become a talking point in their conference calls. Mr. 1. It's strange, the Vice President Miss. All Sunday can't be contacted either. At the same time, deep in the desert, a huge red demon figure was stepping on the yellow sand and moving steadily towards the distance. It is worth mentioning that there is a room in the body of Oz the Devil. Moria requested a specially modified operating room from a talented doctor. After Oz was restored by the Six Pads Golden Coffin, the room became more luxurious and suitable for temporary living. Looking from the inside of the room, there was actually a window similar to transparent glass on Oz's chest. You can see the outside scenery from inside the room, just like a viewing window. And Xia Ya can control Oz in the room. At this time, a man and 5 women were sitting on the sofa in the room. What a comfortable riding experience. It's much better than the running duck. The big monster is great. I like the big monster so much. Princess Vivi looked excited after solving the hidden danger of Crocodile. She has a strong passion for everything around her. Is this you, Nami, Karina? Vivi picked up a photo album on the bookshelf, which was taken by Karina and Nami on Sky Island. The pure white environment is like a dream. The two beautiful heroines firmly occupy the C position. Of course, at this time, Karina and Nami were at their peak and most beautiful moment. All of this was accurately captured by Mr. Shaw, who loved taking pictures. This is what happened within the pirate group. Write about true events. Wow, you are so big. Vivi had a look of disbelief on her face and was stunned when looking at the ultimate photos. Are these clothes from the Victoria's Secret brand? What a novel interior design. When can I wear such beautiful clothes? This dimension. I'm jealous, your skin is so good. Perona floated over with the same feeling of envy. It's so sexy. I like this fat thorn with vertical lines. I like this one too. I love both collars too. Robin smiled intellectually and said, could it be? Didn't you notice that Nami and Karina were different in age from now? They are different now, and, advertisement, who is the photographer? Perona, Robin, and Vivi all looked at Xia Ya. Yes, it's you, Xia Ya. Is this what you filmed in the future? Karina and Nami both felt proud. Ha 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 ha. I'm jealous. I know you are in a hurry, but please don't be in a hurry. This is thanks to Xia Ya's riding fruit ability. He can change the age of our mounts and let us enjoy the peak of our appearance in advance. That's why we had the opportunity to take such photos. It's great to be ridden la. Girls. The photographer's technique is really stable. Amidst the exclamations of the girls, 2 lines of small words finally appeared in front of Xia Ya's eyes. The temporary buff has finally been refreshed. I thought 10 times luck had expired. Emotional treasure chest buff. Emotional treasure box. After opening it, you will get an emotional item. The time limit of props is permanent, but the number of uses is limited. Emotional props. Seeing the treasure chest buff, Xia Ya was also slightly stunned. But looking at the explanation, I'm afraid you won't know what the props are until you open the treasure box. Judging from the name, it has something to do with the mood of mobilizing the mount. Although Xia Ya wants to know, but there was no rush to open it. Instead, he looked at another temporarily refreshed buff. 3 riding buffs. 3 mounts. You can ride 3 mounts at the same time, including the mounts with which you have made a contract, and the special mounts in the golden coffin of 6 paths. You can only ride 1 special mount. Use time limit. 1 day, 048, surprise, surprise. The 3 cavalry buffs are easy to understand. When Xia Ya was in Koko West Village, she had obtained the double riding buff, which allowed her to ride Karina and Nami at the same time. At that time, the 3 of them shared the power of Mera Mera Fruit, the 6-pointed Gatling explosion flame, and the evil dragon sea. The thieves swept away everything. The 3-horse buff, as the name suggests, allows you to ride 1 more. However, you can only ride 1 special mount like the one in the 6 paths golden coffin. So, currently, the Xia Ya team has 2 strongest combat methods. Oz plus Nami plus Karina plus Xia Ya Ryoma plus Nami plus Karina plus Xia Ya. No matter which one, it can make the Peak Dragon Slaying Warrior or the Peak Luck Country Oz possess the dual Logi abilities of fire and thunder. In the riding mode, Xia Ya's strength will probably increase to an unpredictable and terrifying level. The disadvantage is that the temporary buff duration is a bit shorter. Only 1 hour. What can you do in 1 hour? Crocodile died. Does Alabasta have any rivals? What Xia Ya didn't know was that a figure wearing a Marine Admiral cloak was approaching them quickly. At this time, Xia Ya started to open the treasure chest. An emotional prop, I don't know what it is. I hope the 10x lucky buff can be more powerful. The previous chapter was modified and changed to an emotional prop. Open it and take a look. Xia Ya opened the treasure chest, and there was a flash of light in front of her eyes. Cheat. Your fingers can turn into gold, and you can summon the emotional prop tail. Cheat can click on a certain part of the mount's body to make a random style of furry tail grow in that part. There is at most 1 tail, and the single time limit is 24 hours. At the same time, the effect is, when the mount has a tail, its constitution will be improved, and certain emotions may be particularly prominent. Number of uses. 10,000 times. Seeing Cheat, Xia Ya's brows jumped in surprise. It's actually a prop to increase your physical fitness. It's still scary 10,000 times, isn't it just an endless tail? Xia Ya thinks she is really lucky. Physique. Looking at the entire sea, Charlotte Linlin's physique can be stronger than that of men. Other women, advertisement basically completely tortured. Especially for female swordsmen who are born to be strong, their gender is an insurmountable barrier for them, which directly ruins their path to being the world's greatest swordsman. This is a gap that cannot be bridged through hard work. The Zone Devil Fruit, which can improve physical fitness, is so rare in quantity that the sea today is basically dominated by strong men. Even in a place like Naval Headquarters where there are many talents, the strongest combatants are male monster. In Xia Ya's team, Karina and Nami are already Logia users. It's not a phantom beast with enhanced physique. They were originally insulated from physical fitness, but now they have encountered this, 100 million times, cheat. Everything has changed. Maybe one day, she will have a steel balloon physique that can surpass Charlotte Linlin. Xia Ya nodded with satisfaction. He set about continuing to summarize the panel. After all, I have experienced battles with Moria and Crocodile before. Although the battle ended in a short time, the necessary experience improvement must be summed up. This is a required course for Xia Ya. This process is like taking notes in class, and Xia Ya's academic performance will be reflected on the panel. Xia Ya Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills. B+, personal form, S, mounted form. Swordsmanship. B-, a physique, slightly strong but not pervert. Observation hockey. A, S armament hockey. A+, S conquerors hockey. C, B. Temporary buff. Cheat permanent buffs. 10x growth, 10x luck, 10x understanding, 10x education. Ride contract. Karina, Nami, Nako, Prona special ability, 6 paths golden coffin. Special mounts. Majin Oz, Shimotsuki Ryoma wealth. Fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. Hiss. Armament hockey actually reached the mid-level Marine Admiral in riding status, and conquerors actually showed signs. I just rode a dragon horse and had a fight. Furthermore, facing Crocodile, Shimotsuki Ryoma didn't even use his full strength. After summarizing the panel, Xia Ya felt really happy. He stood up from the sofa and went to the transparent picture window to calm down and think about how to get the reins of Robin and Vivi. After all, they were an outcast of the sea and a princess whose luck in the kingdom was a bit bad, needs good care. What comes into view is a big blue river. The Santo River is like a blue ribbon, lying on the yellow sand land. Advertisement. This scene is so refreshing. In fact, Alabasta is not just a desert. There is also a river called the Santo River running through the middle. There are also some small oases around the river. However, these oases are either swamps or smaller in area, so there are not many cities along the river. And at this time, in a few minutes Oz would be crossing the Santo River. Continue towards Urupana. Karina, Nami, Perona, come here, I have a surprise for you. Xia Ya waved and called over a few people who were still indulging and admiring the photo album. Then give them 3, each with a tail. At this time, I heard the chef Perona was holding a fruit plate, holding a strange-looking fruit on her finger, and asked curiously, Vivi, is this your Alabasta specialty, cactus fruit? Vivi took a look and shook her head. I've never seen this kind of fruit before. There are several different fruits put together in the fruit plate, but there is an obvious difference. This is a fruit with an earth yellow skin like barren sand, with some spiral lines, and the shape is like a spherical cactus. There are 2 small hands extending from the main body, like a round strange fruit that wants to hug a little person. Xia Ya turned around and immediately showed surprise. It is said that after the person with the ability dies, the devil fruit will escape from the body of the person with the ability and then randomly possess an ordinary fruit. The situation at this time confirmed this rumor, this weird fruit. It's Crocodile's Logia sand fruit, isn't this devil fruit? Karina said with surprise on her face. Perona was also a little confused. Devil fruit? The Lingling fruit I ate before was not like this. The Paramecia Lingling fruit that Perona ate at the beginning was like a rice cake, smooth and soft. It was Paramecia after all, and it was almost 2 different styles from the prickly-looking sand fruit. She subconsciously thought it was a specialty of Alabasta. Nami and Karina have already met Logia Mera Mera fruit, Logia thunder fruit. So I directly concluded that this is devil fruit based on my feeling. We are so lucky. Nami turned to look at Xia Ya, as if she wanted to get confirmation. Xia Ya nodded. Yes, this is exactly Crocodile's previous ability, Logia sand fruit. At this moment, everyone in the girl group was almost going crazy with excitement. 049. Xia Ya's fingers are so amazing. Oz moved on, inside the chamber inside him. The girls saw such a magical scene happen. Immediately there were exclamations everywhere. Is this Logia sand fruit, the original ability of Shichibukai Crocodile? Well, the appearance looks very Logia-like. After eating it, you will become a Xia person and can control the yellow sand. Seeing the girls' reactions like this, Xia Ya was not surprised, so she told them, after the person with the ability dies, the devil fruit will break away from the body of the original person with the ability and look for a new fruit to possess. Logia sand fruit chooses coming here means that it has found a new owner. Ouch, with Xia Ya's words, the girls once again refreshed their worldview. No, this is too lucky, right? The world is so big. To take a step back, just at the fruit stalls on the streets of Udi, sand fruit can be found at any time to reborn the fruit. Come all the way here. Could it be that Crocodile's resentment chased him to give him a gift? Xia Ya felt that the 10x lucky buff had worked, but she didn't care too much. She just looked at Karina with interest and said slowly, who do you think it would be better to eat? Karina and Nami understood immediately. Don't you just want to drive a new car? The one with the blue twin-tail steering wheel, right? You told me earlier. Karina and Nami both looked at Vivi, their beautiful eyes staring straight at her. Vivi pointed at herself with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Karina spread her hands pretending to be helpless and said, count it, there are 6 people in this room, 5 of them are already espers. If you eat devil fruit again, you will explode and die. Is there anyone else here besides you? Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she almost said, you eat, instead of, don't eat. Vivi had the urge to cry. No, give me such a powerful power. It's a waste, compared to your strength, I am still too weak. After all, Xia Ya helped solve the crisis. Are you asking him to give away such a powerful power again? The secret treasure of the sea is super expensive. How should I repay? In fact, Alabasta has always inherited 2 major patron saints, the bell of the falcon, the bird fruit falcon form, the jackal gaka, and the dog fruit jackal form. Therefore, Vivi is very clear about what the devil fruit ability means to Alabasta. Full of divine protection. Seeing Vivi's hesitant look, Xia Ya felt a little regretful and said, look, Vivi hasn't considered us friends yet. No way. Vivi retorted loudly and excitedly. I'm ready to sign a riding contract with you. I want to be your partner, but I have to wait until I return to the palace, before I. In fact, Vivi has decided to follow Xia Ya, but she still lacks the courage to take action. She hoped to get it from her father, Cobra. Wait until we return to the palace. After announcing the evil deeds of Baroque works. Advertisement, she will have no scruples. Hearing this, Xia Ya originally thought that there would be a little trouble in signing a riding contract. He stretched out his claws with satisfaction and rubbed Vivi's long blue hair. You are the royal princess of the desert country. After eating Logia sand fruit, you will transform into the Great Desert. This power comes from the end of Alabasta's crisis, but also means the new beginning of Alabasta. Why is sand fruit not reborn elsewhere? Instead, it is possessed by the fruit you bought. Think about it, when Karina and the others were focusing on buying fashion, why did you buy the fruit on the street in the rainy land? Vivi answered subconsciously. I just wanted to thank you for your willingness to step in and save Alabasta. Xia Ya smiled and said, that's right, this power exists to save Alabasta. Not only now, but also in the future. Wangsha is Alabasta's most powerful protective force. The desert chose her princess. Woo 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 woo. Hearing what Xia Ya said, Vivi couldn't resist sobbing anymore. Robin was very touched. Comforted, Vivi, you should be happy. Sand fruit is already the top Logia power in the world. With a little manipulation, it can create a Shichibukai level combat power. Xia Ya not only wants to send it out, but also give it to a little girl with weak talent. Even the reasons given are irresistible. The princess of the desert became the desert itself, guarding the desert. Who can refuse such a reason? This man. Is perfection a bit too much? It's too girl-killing. Vivi tried to cry. Although she had already decided, she still insisted. Can I wait until I return to the palace to decide? Of course. Xia Ya nodded. Perona was so excited that she clapped her hands and walked back and forth in the room. Great, now we have 3 Logia users in our team. Should we also get XX3 Admiral? I think Marine's one is very cool. No rush. Karina saw that the sand fruit matter had been settled, and immediately remembered the surprise that Xia Ya had mentioned before. Aha. Xia Ya, what was the surprise you prepared before? Say it quickly, say it quickly. Surprise. I'm looking forward to it too, Nami was excited. After all, the two of them had experienced the magic of beautiful collars before. Is there anything new? Under the gaze of the girls, Xia Ya's index finger was filled with a layer of golden powder, and soon the finger turned into cheat. Then, he lightly tapped a certain part of Karina's back. Karina trembled and jumped up, and a magical scene happened. Karina blushed and looked uncomfortable. I'm so hot, it's unscientific, I'm a burning person. The next second, a flame suddenly extended from behind Karina, and after it dissipated, a purple tail was revealed. It still seems. Vixen, Nami recognized it immediately and blurted out with surprise. What a beautiful foxtail. Let me touch it to see if it is real or not. Xia Ya was the first to scratch the fox's tail in her hand. It was fluffy and felt very good. Karina, this is a tail that can improve your physique. It will make up for your physical deficiencies. You have to wear it for a long time. There are many benefits. How can this be worn? Karina grabbed the tail and pulled it, and everyone mentioned it. You see, it grows from my body. Under this fluff is my flesh. Advertisement, so amazing. Then Xia Ya was somewhere behind Nami. Hey, little thief cat. Karina smiled evilly and pulled Nami's cattail. I caught the cat's tail. Big orange. Okay, in the theatrical version, Karina calls Nami the little thief cat, and Nami calls Karina the vixen. Now it's Stone Hammer. Then Xia Ya used cheat again, and the click target became Perona. Perona is actually a little devil. The devil's tail is so cute. Perona suddenly hit the sky with a meatball, turned around and screamed. Wait, stop talking. I have a ghost physique, and my body is very light. You guys are going to make me vomit by talking about it. The 3 girls stared at Xia Ya's cheat, their pupils flashing with golden light. Xia Ya, your fingers are so amazing, hee 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 hee. Seeing this, Robin and Vivi both laughed. Xia Ya stood up with a shiny cheat and explained. This is only useful for my mount. Robin covered her mouth and smiled. It's almost here, isn't it? At the same time, in the desert several kilometers behind Xia Ya and others. Dust suddenly rose on the sand. A figure flashed past like a sharp sword, and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a series of bulu 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 phone bug sounds in the desert air. Kuzan looked stern, looking at the huge body of Majin Oz in the distance, preparing to cross the Sento River. Marshal Sengoku, I have caught up with the demon Xia Ya is riding, and I can launch an interception in 3 minutes at most. Kuzan, wait a minute. Sengoku's voice came. Kuzan held the phone bug and used the razor step operation. Fighting in the Santo River, the environment is favorable to me. Kuzan is a user with Logia frozen fruit ability. He can use his ability easily wherever there is water. The demon Oz in the distance has already stepped on the beach of Santo River. Your location is the Santo River, in the marshal's office. Sengoku glanced at Alabasta's map. I immediately felt relieved. You can act now. 050, Ice Age, the most powerful Fire Fist. Kuzan, find a place to install the surveillance phone bug, and you can start the operation. Sengoku hung up the contact number after giving the order. He left the battlefield entirely to Kuzan. SSSSSSSS. As a signal from the surveillance phone bug fluctuated, the huge screen in the office immediately began to flash a few times, and in just a few seconds, a real-time picture of the vicinity of the Santo River was displayed. This perspective shot should have been taken when Kuzan erected an icicle on the sand in the distance and placed the surveillance phone bug on it. Sengoku took out a remote control handle and adjusted the lens. Kuzan has sent back real-time video of the scene. Yeah, when Sengoku pulled the camera in and took a look, he was immediately overjoyed. Kuzan is a user with natural frozen fruit ability and is the strongest combat force in our naval headquarters. The battlefield is in the Santo River with its vast water area. Even though there is Mera Mera fruit in Xia Ya's team, water restrains fire. The burning ability is completely useless. And, fighting in water has limitations for anyone, but Kuzan can use the water to create cold air. Even when facing the swordsman zombies riding Xia Ya, he can take advantage of the situation. That be asterisk 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 D Xia Ya chose this location so well. Ha ha ha. We're waiting for good news here. The more Marshal Sengoku analyzed, the more excited he became, and his joy was palpable. Other marine executives did not answer, and all stared at the screen. Kuzan looked attentive and was ready to hunt, only. As a hunter, he is still waiting for the best time. He wanted to maximize his advantage on the battlefield, and the best time to take action was when Oz entered the water of the Santo River. It is worth mentioning that a master like Kuzan will reasonably control his physical strength to cope with any protracted battle. Even in the process of chasing Oz, he also distributes his physical strength reasonably. At this time, Kuzan was in perfect fighting condition. The opportunity has come. Ice Age, meanwhile, the interior of Oz's room. Catgirl, Fox Girl and Devil Girl fully display their little tails. So cute. I like it so much. Vivi's eyes were filled with mist, and she was numb with envy. The girls stood in a row in the glass window, in front of Oz's chest, talking about the beautiful scenery of the Santadora River. Vivi explained with a smile, since ancient times, the Sandora River has been irrigating the land of Alabasta. In recent years, it has lost its previous power and been eroded by the inflow of seawater downstream. But even so, the Sandora River belongs to Alabasta, Mother River. Karina smiled and said, Vivi, after you eat sand fruit, you will be able to create deserts, and you can also use the power of deserts to control deserts. Maybe the crisis in the Sandola River will be solved. Really? Vivi was pleasantly surprised and looked forward to sand fruit even more. Karina confirmed confidently, Logia is omnipotent. Nami held Xia Ya's arm at this time. That person is already nearby. He seems to be looking for an opportunity to take action. Xia Ya's team is very smart. Especially Xia Ya. After Nami got the Logia Thunderfruit, he asked Nami to give priority to developing the heart network ability. In this team, they do not lack output, and multiple detection capabilities are far more advantageous than more output. In addition to sleeping, Nami will release the inner network every once in a while and continue to practice. Nature. The same goes for riding Oz. Just a few minutes ago, Nami had grown an orange cattail due to Cheat's blessing, and her physical condition had experienced a small improvement. And just this small improvement directly allowed her to instantly expand the detection range of the heart network by several thousand meters. At that time, I had noticed that behind Oz, there was a master who was controlling the distance and constantly chasing. Only, Xia Ya is not worried about opponents. After all, she has just obtained the 3-horse buff and is looking forward to testing its power. At that time, the girls were immersed in the pleasure of having long tails, so they had no intention of creating tension. Xia Ya was actually prepared early. In fact, he can ride the mount in any way, standing on his head, standing on his body, and even having the slightest contact can be regarded as riding. And in other words, at this time, Ozzy, Xia Ya, Karina, and Nami have become 3 riders. Advertisement Oz's demon's strongest physique, Xia Ya's control, Logia Mera Mera fruit, Logia Thunderfruit, and a series of blessings, can easily defeat any attack. Who is not the same? I finally caught up, Xia Ya. Kuzan's tone was fierce and full of fighting spirit. Suddenly his eyes froze, his feet exploded, and his whole body flew close to the water. A giant red demon approaching at great speed, Ice Age. As Kuzan was marching, a cold air came from behind the huge Oz. The temperature was so low that the originally hot air solidified at this moment. At this time, Kuzan's figure passed through Oz's position at high speed and crossed the surface of the Sundola River. Then, an icicle tens of meters high extended wildly from the bottom of the river. At the top of the icicle, a tall figure condensed. His face was covered with frost, chills radiated from his eyes, and the cloak of justice behind him rustled. Directly in front of this man, the demon Oz was standing on the surface of the Santo River in a forward-moving posture. Even, the devil's golden eyes suddenly met Kuzan's gaze. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment. Kuzan exhaled cold air, passing through his ears and spreading behind him. In the room inside Oz, the girls were still admiring the beautiful scenery, but suddenly they discovered. The transparent, glass window, is actually covered with frost. Even the ice is like a devil's claw, constantly extending ferociously. Ice. Vivi's eyes widened and she was stunned with surprise. It's impossible, we Alabasta don't have winter. The enemy is coming, Nami said calmly. Robin on the side shrank her pupils instantly as if she saw something that frightened her. At this moment, bad memories were washing over her brain. Robin is really familiar with the ability to freeze. Is that the scary man here? During the Ohara incident 16 years ago, Robin witnessed his friend Saul being frozen to death by Kuzan. During his escape career, Robin also encountered Kuzan several times. Every time Kuzan appeared, wherever he went, he was. It's like a freezing disaster occurred. Robin was also frozen several times. When frozen, thinking will become slower, and the fear of dying will continue to deepen. Robin doesn't even know why Kuzan keeps targeting him. That cold and biting figure was like a reminder that it would pop out from time to time to threaten Robin, causing her to live in fear all the time. It was the main source of uneasiness in her heart. Is that man here again? Have I brought trouble to my new partner? Think of this. Robin has an emotional breakdown and is about to fall down out of control. Xia Ya stretched out her hand to support her. Don't worry, I think it's a good thing that he came. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to help you eliminate your fear. Don't worry, leave it to me. Why is Robin like this? Vivi asked in confusion. Xia Ya explained. The person who came was Marine's highest combat power, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. He was one of the executioners of Ohara's destruction. He caused serious psychological damage to Robin, but not after today. As she said that, Xia Ya picked up Robin and placed her on the sofa. Everyone was stunned when they heard that the enemy was Marine Admiral. Looking at the sea, Marine is the most powerful force. As the highest combat power of Marine, Admiral's name is resounding throughout the sea. Everyone knows it. Pirates will basically be scared to death when they see it. But here at Xia Ya, the arrival of Marine Admiral made him feel a little excited. This is a great thing. For Xia Ya, Kuzan is a master of various combat skills, which is equivalent to a top elite who can explode a lot of experience. Immediately, his eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he decided to remove all the wool from Kuzan's body. Wait. Xia Ya rotated her index finger, and many flesh ropes extended from Oz's body, fixing Robin, Perona and Vivi. Advertisement because a discovery was about to happen. He was worried that Oz would move too much and the three people inside him would be thrown around. Sit down in rows. Just like watching a movie, just enjoy it from the best viewing position. Karina, Nami, do you want to meet the Marine Admiral? Xia Ya joked with a smile. Karina and Nami nodded obediently at the same time, of course. Soon the walls of the room were ignited with flames, and all the coldness was driven away. Xia Ya, Karina, and Nami walked towards the wall of flames and completely merged into the flames. The ice in Oz's body evaporated instantly, and the temperature rose rapidly. And at this time, 3 orange flames appeared on Oz's head. Then 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, condensed. The Marine Admiral's way of saying hello is not the same as that of those little bastards at sea. The flames converged from Xia Ya's face and flickered to Kuzan, who was dozens of meters away. Kuzan is standing on the top of the icicle, also at a height of 60 or 70 meters, which is basically the same height as Oz. But compared to Oz's strong body, Marine Admiral's small body is not enough to look good. Like a mosquito standing in front of a sparrow, as the words fell. Fire punch, the ice on Oz's body instantly vaporized, and then he swung an extremely powerful straight fist wrapped in blazing flames. In a blink, a huge fist like a hill struck towards Kuzan. What? Majin can also use the Mera Mera fruit ability. What's the point? Kuzan's expression condensed, his arms immediately turned into ice, and the soles of his feet suddenly hit the ground. His body, which was a bit weak compared to Oz, immediately exploded like a cannonball. It doesn't matter, just let me see what arrogance the devil has. In the blink of an eye, the ice on Kuzan's fist continued to expand, like a Kainu's great eruption. Icy moment. Boom, flames and frost instantly collided and blended, and a massive amount of water mist immediately erupted. Heavy fog rose over the entire Centaur River. The scene was like the White Sea of Sky Island, a vast expanse of white. At this moment, a layer of airwaves exploded crazily at the collision point of the 2 fists. Boom, the water in St. Dora was surging continuously at the moment, one layer on top of another, pushing toward both banks like a tsunami. This time the collision. Oz's power is obviously much stronger. Kuzan did not dare to be careless in the slightest and responded with all his strength. However, raging flames completely erupted on Oz's fist, destroying everything in its path like wildfire. Facing this huge fire fist like the sun falling, Kuzan immediately frowned. Not good. The physical difference is quite big. The demon in front of me is stronger than the rumors say. As the ice shattered, Kuzan felt a huge force that directly took him through the water of the Centaur River and smashed all the way into the desert on the other side. An unmatched burst of power, even with ice as protection. Still smashing Kuzan 1,000 meters away. Ssssssss. Ice continued to form on the soles of Kuzan's feet, and even after landing, he was still forced to slide across the desert. Even the whole person was directly embedded in the yellow sand. This, just one punch, Kuzan's home field advantage was instantly gone. Marshal's office. Sengoku took off the remote control and stood up with a swish. 051. Teaching by words and deeds, the strongest kick, please subscribe. The video of the scene was transmitted, and Sengoku zoomed in to take a closer look. The remote control was so shocked that it dropped. One punch and Kuzan's home field advantage was instantly gone? Marshal Sengoku was just trying to analyze how much advantage Kuzan had on the open water, how restricted Xia Ya would be on the water, and how unlucky Xia Ya was when she was intercepted by Kuzan on the Centaur River. And now, the slap in the face came so quickly that people were caught off guard. Riding on Oz, Xia Ya violently smashed Kuzan out of the waters of the Sundola River with just one punch, and even hit the sand far away from the shore. The so-called home advantage in the water was gone at this moment. You know, the Centaur River is nearly 3,000 meters wide. One punch blasts thousands of meters. It's scary to think about it. In the office, Garp, Suru, Sakazuki, Perusalino, and Gion all gasped. The highest combat power in naval headquarters, Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan actually. He was knocked away by a punch. How terrifying is this punch? What's even more exaggerated is that Kuzan is also a user with Logia frozen fruit ability. If he encounters an ordinary fist, even a low-level armament hockey fist, he will automatically transform into ice cubes and break them, and then repair them perfectly. But now he was punched away by the demon. Even Monkey D. Garp, who is known as the strongest iron fist, is not confident enough to do it. At this moment, a drop of sweat slipped from his old face. Kuzan is Garp's apprentice. The two trained in the warship cemetery for several months, and in the end they used abandoned warships as sandbags. Garp knew very well how strong Kuzan's punching power was. Garp said in a serious tone, "This punch is very strong, it should have covered the high-level armament hockey." Uncertain, he frowned and denied, then took out 2 pieces of information from the document bag. Based on the photos of Yudi, we have investigated that the great swordsman zombie that Xia Ya rides is most likely the sword god of Wano Kuni more than 400 years ago, Shimotsuki Ryoma. The red giant demon zombie is confirmed to be from 500 years ago. The founder of the Youngguo genre, Youngguo Oz. Both of these 2 people have been dead for hundreds of years. And there are traces of scientific modification on my body, so I guess Oz the demon's fist is embedded with sea stone technology. After the 2 people finished speaking, silence fell instantly in the marshal's office. Are these 2 zombies so big? Everyone has heard of the legend of Wano Kuni, the dragon-slaying warrior, and the legend of Oz transporting the kingdom. But forget about fighting while riding a zombie that is so powerful that it explodes. Are you still putting sea stones on your fists? Is it necessary? Crane said, "It's all speculation. Let's see how Kuzan responds. Whether it's advanced armament hockey or sea stone technology, we'll know soon. Senior armament hockey will probably make us more uneasy." That's true. Sengoku was silent. On the bank of the Sundora River, Kuzan stood up from the sand with an expressionless face. Sharp glasses, staring at the river in the distance. The huge demon stood knee-deep in the Centaur River, waving his fingers at himself provocatively. Blow him. Destroy him. Crossfire. However, the next second, the giant demon was muttering, crossing his 2 index fingers, and a cross-shaped flame laser burst towards Kuzan on the shore. The energy of the explosion even distorted the air. Brush, the piercing sound of burning tore through the air, and the flames of the cross were overwhelming. Shoot towards Kuzan's position. With Oz above his head, Xia Ya said to Karina. Now is the time to teach by words and deeds. If you understand how I use my burning ability, your Mera Mera fruit proficiency will be improved to the next level. Okay. Karina nodded in response expectantly. Today Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya plus Karina plus Nami, x10 plus Oz. The skills that Karina possesses can also be possessed by Xia Ya. He can even absorb their inspiration from the perspective of the other 3 people and create in depth again. This kind of proficiency is an explosion of inspiration from everyone, far better than what one person can comprehend, of strength. At the same time, violent pheasant mouth, Aokiji's fighting spirit surged and he shouted loudly. His hands and arms condensed into a huge ice crystal phoenix. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its huge wings and flew towards the crossfire. Advertisement moment. The coldness of ultimate and the heat of ultimate bloom at the same time. Wow. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the cold and hot air have been twisted to the ultimate level. The red airwaves and the blue airwaves intersect with each other, which directly changes the microclimate of this area. The air is so hot, the moisture content increases sharply, and suddenly it rains. There was a sandstorm and rain. The rain carried the yellow sand and fell like raindrops the size of hailstones. Kuzan's white cloak of justice was now covered in mud. Hoo-hoo-hoo, layers of cold air spurted out from Kuzan's mouth, making his expression even more solemn. What a strong fruit development ability, it's really tricky. Kuzan had to admit that he was already a little confused about Xia Ya just after the fight. This guy was obviously just a Paramecia Riding Fruit ability user, but he could ride a demon to fight, and his control skills were superb. Logia Mera Mera Fruit, which can even fuse the female companion with herself and Majin. If you were Marine, can you ride Marine 3 Admiral? Isn't it directly invincible, etc. Kuzan suddenly realized that there was an orange-haired girl above Oz. According to the intelligence, Xia Ya and his party set out from Yudi with a total of 5 women, 2 of whom only had their backs. But now it's Karina with purple hair, and an orange-haired girl with no information. Stand with Xia Ya, while the other girl with orange hair. Hiss, Kuzan didn't dare to think about it anymore. We must return to the water to fight, Ice Age. Mist erupted from the soles of Kuzan's feet and jumped to the surface of the river. An icicle extended from his palm and pierced into the Sundora River from top to bottom. In an instant, the entire river surface was frozen into ice. The previous Ice Age only affected Austria. This time, it did not target the entire river. Ta-ta-ta-ta. When Kuzan fell, he was already standing on the ice. At this moment, Oz's feet standing in the Sundora River were frozen by the Ice Age, but Xia Ya above him looked down with a calm expression, and said to Kuzan below in a disdainful tone. Kuzan. If it's just like this, Marine's strongest combat power is nothing more than this. I don't even dare to use my full strength, well, I'm afraid you'll run away. The room inside Oz. The 3 people who were bound by meat ropes looked at this scene in surprise. Perona sighed repeatedly. Xia Ya, Hockey, how dare you speak to Marine Admiral like this? Vivi said. The big monster is indeed the strongest, I like the big monster the most. Vivi, that's Mr. Oz, Perona said. Seeing Xia Ya's strong momentum, Robin's fear of Kuzan weakened a little. On the ice, Kuzan's eyelids twitched. Cut. In this case, we can only use combat skills to make up for the power gap. This demon has great power, but it is also flawed. Kuzan had a keen idea that Demon Oz's left leg had extensive frostbite during his lifetime, so much so that his body was passed down and his left leg became Oz's weak point. As long as he concentrated on destroying demons' weak na leg. How does Xia Ya ride and control? Riding a disabled demon, does his fighting power still exist? In the original book, when Oz invaded the Kingdom of Ice, he froze to death because he had no clothes on. The first thing that was trapped by the ice was his left leg, so it was also the most severely damaged part of his body. Ice Spear. In an instant, Kuzan raised his hand and threw an ice spear at Xia Ya above Oz. But it was melted away by fire raised by Xia Ya with a snap of her fingers. Violent pheasant mouth hunting, and the next second, a terrifyingly huge ice bird suddenly appeared in the sky, hovering and falling at a very fast speed. The size of the ice bird is even larger than the size of the demon Oz. Ah, Xia Ya hummed softly, and fierce flames suddenly erupted from the soles of Oz's feet. The ice controlling his feet immediately exploded and the steam spread. Oz raised his fist with one hand, turned into a huge fireball, and rushed upward, instantly smashing the giant ice bird into pieces of ice. Falling ice explodes like fireworks, turning into ice crystals and hitting the ground. Da-da, advertisement at this moment, Kuzan's figure silently landed on Oz's left leg. Ice gloves, succeeded. Kuzan turned his hand into an element, wrapped it around hockey, and punched the sutures of Oz's injured left leg with all his strength. Crack. Oz's zombie skin was deeply pierced by Kuzan's fist, but Kuzan felt that his arm was clamped by Oz's muscles and could not break free. He immediately changed his offensive, turned his fists into claws, concentrated the cold energy from his whole body in his palms, and prepared driving into the inside of Ozzy's injured leg. If the inner thighs of Oz were swept by low temperature, will become more vulnerable. Moreover, Oz has been captured by armament hockey and cannot be evaded by elementalization. There is no escape. Seeing that Kuzan was going to succeed, Xia Ya also wanted to express regret. After all, Zombie Oz was transformed by the Six Paths Golden Coffin. Even if Kuzan was frozen 10,000 or 1,000,000 times, he would still be the same demon whose actions would not be affected, Oz. But, how could Xia Ya let Kuzan succeed? Doesn't that increase the other party's confidence? In Xia Ya's view, Kuzan is a very contradictory person, somewhat incompetent and incompetent. Kuzan and Sakazuki are undoubtedly the executioners of Ohara's destruction, but at the same time Kuzan did let Robin go. But the funny thing is, he actually said that he was paying attention to Robin's growth. Please. An 8-year-old girl struggles to survive on the sea. Every day and every moment she faces the evil in the sea. The young Robin also carries a high bounty on her body. Who wouldn't be greedy? The world has abandoned her, and she still has a damn chance to grow up. It would be nice not to hate the world. And what did Kuzan do during this period? The euphemistic name is paying attention to growth, but in reality it means just watching with a cold eye. What's more, he would pop up from time to time and show off the Ice Age, which put great pressure on Robin. Who wants to see the executioner who destroyed his country? And the executioner was still holding the beheading knife, dangling. Why bother? And, do the scholars of Ohara deserve to be exterminated just because they did not heed Mary Joyce's warning to study history? History does not represent the will of the 5 elders, I am. But the will of hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the world. Because he has to maintain the rule of several, or even one, talented people, Marine will take action on behalf of Mary Joy and others to clean up all those who resist in the world. The attributes of the murder tool are vividly reflected. Again, during the kingdom-destroying hunting festival in the Valley of the Gods, slaves were clearly victims, prey that would be released from their cages by the celestial dragons and hunted wildly. As a result, Marine actually had the nerve to say that he protected the celestial dragons and the slaves raised by the celestial dragons. Protect slaves? Oh. Protect the slaves first, make sure they are alive, and kill them for fun again for the celestial dragons. People like Marine are really funny. Thinking of this, Xia Ya immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly shuttled through Oz's shared lightning body. When he poked out Oz's skin, he faced Kuzan with an armament hockey entangled with 30 million volts of thunder, high kick. This kick was earth-shattering, the air roared, and thunder surrounded it. This kick firmly hit Kuzan's shin. What is a home court? Oz's huge body is Xia Ya's strongest home court. Xia Ya in riding form has the power of Oz. Moment. Kuzan's jaw rang loudly, and he raised his head like a cannonball and flew backwards 1,000 meters away. Smashed into the previous sand trap again. Boom. A flower of ice crystal exploded from the sand. See here. Sengoku, who was monitoring everything from afar in Marineford, lost the remote controller again. How so? What kind of ability is this? Space movement. The power of thunder. What on earth did Xia Ya do? 052. Fusion of dual forces, Thunder Fire Bug Fist, please subscribe. Marineford, in the marshal's office. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes widened, and the eyes under the frames stared at the surveillance screen in disbelief. Seeing Kuzan's little figure being repelled again. His eyes shrank, and his beard was trembling with anger. Sengoku kept asking, how is it possible? Why is this happening? That's Kuzan. How could it be? Vice Admiral he flipped through a piece of information he had compiled, sat aside and shook his head, saying, "It's all because of Xia Ya's development of the riding fruit. I wonder if you have noticed that the top of the head of the demon Oz is standing there are 3 people, except Xia Ya and Karina, and she is a Mera Mera fruit capable person. If I guess correctly, the orange-haired girl is the Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Therefore, Xia Ya can mobilize the Thunder Fruit's Thunder ability while mobilizing the Mera Mera fruit ability. It's really scary to think about it seriously. What if there are 100 top-level ability users above Oz at this moment? Does it mean that Xia Ya has the right to use 100 kinds of demon fruit power? If so, Xia Ya will have more methods than ever before, and the threat level will be unprecedentedly high, and it will be impossible to target it." Hearing his analysis, other marine executives took a deep breath again. "It's really scary." Perusalino put away his vulgar expression and said seriously, "Thunder fruit is the power of lightning, and the speed of thunder is not much better than my sparkling fruit. The way Xia Ya grows as a team is indeed terrifying beyond recognition, do you know?" Sakazuki snorted coldly. "Huh, there are drawbacks to being mixed without being good at it. Having too many devil fruits is not necessarily a good thing. Even if Kuzan is at a disadvantage now, it does not necessarily mean that he has lost. Because Kuzan is one of the 3 monsters, ask yourself, are you only at this level?" Perusalino regained his trace of wretchedness and pinched his unshaven chin. "It should be different after you get serious." Sengoku kept tapping the table with his fingers and said angrily, "That's true, but now Xia Ya's team already has 2 top-notch Logia Devil Fruit capabilities. This configuration is infinitely close to ours. Marine has the highest deployment. If this continues, one day it will become a serious problem for our Marine. By then, won't we need to use all our highest combat power to take it down? Xia Ya, this B***************** D is more of a threat than those monsters of the old days." Sengoku thought that Xia Ya already had 2 top-level Logia Devil Fruits. Looking inside Marine, which is the most powerful violent organization in the world, only had 3 top-level Logia Demon Fruit powers. And Xia Ya only has a few people. Have you already caught up with the configuration of Marine 3 Admiral? Garp also became a little serious at this moment. He said directly, "Devil Fruit is not the only truth. At least among the opponents I have encountered, men who do not have Devil Fruit abilities are more impressive to me." Sengoku glanced at Garp, just say, One Piece Roger. But there is only one man with Roger's hockey qualifications in the entire world. Otherwise, the main combat power in this world is still the top demon fruit power. But, Sengoku pondered for a while, and considering Thunder Fruit's escapability, he finally said, "We can push the bounty plan to the progress in advance. I have a hunch that if we don't make careful combat arrangements, we will really get it. No worse than that B****************** D Xia Ya. We were too naive before. Originally, Sengoku had no plans to increase the bounty after Xia Ya killed Crocodile, but judging from the current situation, it seems that he can consider it in advance." Marshal Sengoku's guess was wrong. This guy Xia Ya is not an ordinary pirate. His threat level has surpassed that of Rox D. Bejic at the same time. At the same time, by the river Santadora, a Marine Admiral's cloak of justice fell into the sand. Kuzan removed the burden on his body, and the observation hockey unfolded with full force, sweeping every inch of the surrounding fields. Xia Ya put a lot of pressure on him. The pressure mainly comes from the terrifying physique of the demon Oz. If he encounters a head-on confrontation with that kind of powerful strange power, he or anyone else will have almost no chance of winning. However, the next second, Kuzan couldn't help but frown deeply. Finally, his uncertain gaze fell on Oz's huge body. Because he scanned through observation hockey, he found that there seemed to be a space inside Oz. And there were 3 figures sitting inside. Watching their movements is like sitting in rows in a movie theater watching a movie. Advertisement. Those 3 people from UD are actually hiding in the demon's body. Are they ability users? Can they be driven by Xia Ya? What exactly is this guy planning when he comes to Alabasta? After all, there were only 3 of them when they last appeared in East Blue Loguetown. And now, they have only disappeared for 2 months, and with the addition of demons and samurai zombies, there are already 8 members. Applause. Can they all see me? Bang bang bang. Inside Oz, Perona is clapping her hands through the viewing window and pointing at Kuzan in the distance. What Kuzan thought was a sight, was actually nothing more than a viewing window. Perona said excitedly, "Master Xia Ya is so powerful, he can even kick Marine Admiral down twice. Aokiji is a Logia user. No wonder Master Moria was defeated after only 2 punches from Xia Ya. Master Xia Ya is really amazing." Robin breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and the pressure of Kuzan's strong arrival was instantly relieved. Vivi is a little worried. She was the only one who had concerns at the scene. The others were all homeless children. Only she was the princess of a kingdom. According to this situation, she should not have anything to do with Haiwu. After all, if Marine saw him, he might cause trouble for the Alabasta royal family. But in just a moment, she was relieved of her troubles. But he still asked curiously, "Why did Marine Admiral come to trouble us? Is it because Xia Ya killed Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea? Crocodile is also a pirate. Although he is a Shichibukai, Marine has no obligation to go. Are you responsible for the life of a pirate? Can't you just issue a wanted order? Why would the Marine Admiral be dispatched?" Regarding this issue, Shuani is also very curious. And Perona explained, Nami told me that in her hometown of East Blue, Koko West Village, the dragon pirates and marine collaborated to exploit more than 20 villages and brutally charge high protection fees. It is Xia Ya Your Excellency took action to deal with the pirates, and also killed Colonel Marine who was complicit with the pirates, so Mr. Xia Ya was wanted by Marine. Furthermore, because Karina is a user with Logia and Mera Mera fruit abilities, the threat level is very high, so naturally she sent Marine Admiral, who is also a Logia. Hearing this, Robin felt relieved. It wasn't him who brought trouble to Xia Ya, Ajbi. Have you finished saying hello? Let's be practical. Oz's huge body flashed with thunder, and a thunderstorm fell from the sky and exploded in front of Kuzan. Oz's huge body had already gathered in front of Kuzan in the huge pothole. Oz's huge left hand is burning with raging flames, and his right hand is wrapped with blue thunder. He is like a berserker who controls the power of nature. He will attack again if he disagrees. Oz's golden eyes flashed with golden light. The powerful power of Logia envelopes the body of the giant demon. As long as Xia Ya is mobilized at will, it can cause endless destruction. After the Loguetown incident, Smoker said you were very powerful, and it seems that's true. Kuzan was secretly vigilant, but said in a very calm tone. Smoker and Kuzan are close friends, but they were almost completely beaten to death by Xia Ya, which almost ended his marine career. This is the main reason why Kuzan is willing to accept the task of intercepting Xia Ya. Otherwise, it is just Xia Ya's performance in Loguetown, and it does not necessarily have to be Marine Admiral's personal performance. And now, Kuzan felt that he had come to the right place. Xia Ya, besides Marine Admiral, how can Wei deal with him now? What Kuzan didn't know was that Xia Ya's strength had completely changed after just one trip to Thriller Bark, and she had the strength to compete with Marine Admiral and even the strongest combat force in the world. Oh, Smoker is your best friend, right? You are here to avenge him? I said, why aren't they Sakazuki and Perusalino? Xia Ya said that with this distance, this conversation could reach Robin's ears, which would naturally make her less stressed. Otherwise, she was so sensitive that she thought she had attracted the Marine Admiral. Revenge is just one thing, but now I hope they will come. Their abilities are more suitable to deal with you than mine. Although Logia frozen fruit also suffers from frostbite, its control effect is better. However, facing Oz, who is a giant in his own right, and has various Logia abilities, his attack and control are insufficient. On the contrary, Kizaru's sparkling fruit and Akainu's lava fruit are more effective. Is it? Advertisements seeing Kuzan admit that he has selfish motives for revenge. Xia Ya stopped talking nonsense. Violent fire power immediately erupted, and the power of thunder was mobilized one after another. Oz was like a huge meteorite, dragging long flames and thunder with his body, illuminating the desert during the day with more colors, and then moved towards Kuzan shot out. This temper. It's really annoying. Seeing that Xia Ya seemed to have no intention of communicating, Kuzan's whole body was filled with ice. Meat bomb impact, thunder and fire strike. Oz rushed over like a meat bomb. When he was about to approach Kuzan, Oz suddenly opened his arms, grabbing a huge fireball in one hand and a huge thunderball in the other, like holding two pot lids, slapping together towards Kuzan. It's like swatting a mosquito. Snapped. A huge slapping sound echoed throughout the desert. When Oz's flames and thunder touched the palms of Oz's hands, they immediately exploded like bombs. The air was filled with heat and thunder, and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. Kuzan used all his strength to step on the razor step, stepping on it 76 times in just an instant. His figure also jumped into the sky, but because of the thunder and fire, he immediately chose to condense a huge piece of ice to resist. In an instant, three forces strangled the evidence in the sky. A stream of water mist erupted. The pouring water washes down like crazy. However, before Kuzan had a chance to breathe, Oz's huge figure appeared in the air surrounded by thunder and lightning. Convergence. Thunder fire bug fist, batter. Boom boom boom. In the blink of an eye, Oz's huge fists were wrapped in flames and thunder. His arms were wrapped in natural elements, forming countless afterimages. Then, several flames and thunder, like huge cannonballs, they exploded towards Kuzan. It's really tricky, the other party has already established an advantage. Physique, Logia ability, it puts me at a disadvantage. Kuzan, who was well prepared, had his hands frozen, and observation hockey was fully open for observation. Several ice crystals condensed around his body, turning into huge sharp spears, which exploded like arrows from the string. Go out. Ice, two-thorn spear, huge impact forces collided with each other and completely exploded in the sky. Boom boom boom. Aokiji's figure is constantly being shaken back at high altitude. When it comes to the power of Devil Fruit, Yunguo Oz, who has a demon body, has the advantage. Even facing Marine Admiral, the power of the elements. Force also prevails. Kuzan can only make up for the power gap by retreating from the distance. Oz landed on the sand. Golden pupils stared intently at Kuzan's figure who had retreated 1,000 meters. Really, Marine Admiral's strength cannot be denied. Even if he is weak in terms of physical fitness and Devil Fruit power, he can use his superb combat skills to make up for his disadvantages and allow himself to be damaged in the confrontation. Xia Ya really doesn't care about this, because during the fight, his combat experience was also growing rapidly. After all, Kuzan was not like Moria or Crocodile. Every time he made a move, he burst out with insights. The test is also much higher. Inadvertently, the curve of Xia Ya's mouth became higher. 053. The squeeze time is up, the army is dispatched. Kuzan didn't know about becoming an experienced baby in Xia Ya's eyes. He exhaled a cold breath and his expression became more serious. All colors of hockey are fully opened and my heart is as solid as ice. At the same time, his perception ability was more than 10 times stronger. Seeing that Frozen Fruit's ability had little effect on Oz, he immediately used Devil Fruit's ability as a feint attack and directly chose to use superb combat skills to grind down Oz, the huge monster in front of Deadeye. Come on, Kuzan said solemnly. Kuzan stepped on the air with his feet at high speed, and he kept opening the air. At the same time, the black armament hockey instantly covers the whole body, and the tightly locked muscles are tightened. See Kuzan and get serious. Xia Ya was even more excited. With Oz's powerful physique and thick-skinned defense, he and Nami Karina can hide in the room inside the body at any time, allowing Kuzan to attack him enough, but Xia Ya can choose to attack unscrupulously depending on the situation, and kill Marine Admiral. The battle calculations forced him out, and he will make a lot of money, so he will also expose some of his disadvantages, continue to reveal. The only regret is that there is only one Marine Admiral. 3 admirals come together to be experienced babies, it's so enjoyable. Xia Ya glanced at the 3-horse buff countdown. Only 45 minutes left. In other words, there are not many opportunities to squeeze, so it is rare to seize the time. Kuzan glanced at Xia Ya, Karina, and Nami standing above Oz, his brows stood up, and 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes. Then, the 6 moves under his feet were launched, and he instantly shot out towards Oz's huge body. When he was about to reach Oz's leg, he immediately used the freezing moment to seal one of Oz's legs, trying to temporarily block Oz's movements, squeeze out time for his next attack, and then forcefully move his body. Turn around, go round behind Oz, step on Oz's long golden hair, and launch an attack from behind towards the Xia Ya trio above Oz. Kuzan is one of the strongest monsters trained in the Naval Headquarters training camp. He has extremely strong fighting skills and the ability to seize opportunities. There is a price for being huge, and blind spots will be infinitely enlarged, not to mention that zombies are not your true body. Kuzan shouted in a deep voice. Ice gloves. In just an instant, Kuzan appeared above Oz's head and behind Xia Ya and others. His fist was already attached to the ice and black armament hockey. The speed was so fast that afterimages appeared on his arms. Xia Ya snorted coldly, the corners of her mouth raised, and a trace of contempt flashed across her face. This guy still hasn't figured out the situation. The riding fruit not only mobilizes the body of the mount, but can also control anything on the whole body of the mount. In addition, Oz's body is covered with thunder and lightning, and the area around his body is the area with the strongest perception of the heart network. At that moment, Xia Ya raised one hand. Oz's long golden hair was like ocean waves, overwhelmingly flowing from behind to the top of his head. Advertisement at the same time, the hair was still burning with flames, entwined with thunder. The tips of the hair were like spikes, stabbing towards Kuzan's figure crazily. I can see it. Boo hoo hoo. In Kuzan's eyes, Oz's hundreds of thousands of hairs were like a huge tsunami composed of sharp guns, overwhelming the sky. How can it be? Kuzan's eyes widened and he immediately stepped away and shouted. He never imagined that this huge devil's hair could be controlled to such a precise level. Each hair was like a golden twisted spear that could stab someone from behind without even paying attention. Kuzan was not prepared for this move before, so he immediately calmed down and armament hockey immediately covered his body. The moment the black hockey is completely covered, the spears, like raindrops, were already approaching. Ding 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 ding. Those blonde spikes kept hitting the hands of Kuzan, who was wearing ice gloves. Sparks burst out at this moment, with full impact. In the sky of tens of meters, they seemed to ignite the slow craftsman in Rillian. Boo hoo hoo hoo. A black shadow flew straight and upside down at a speed close to the speed of sound, creating a terrifying giant crater in the Santola River. And at this moment, the river was completely pushed away by the impact, and just when the river was about to close. The burst of cold air froze all the river water, like a blue ice lotus blooming. At this moment, there is a huge pit under the riverbed, and there is a figure standing in the pit. It was Kuzan. In the blink of an eye, Kuzan stepped on his shaved head again and ejected from the bottom of the river. And this time, flying next to him were 2 huge icebergs and a dozen ice-thorned spears. Meanwhile, Alabasta Palace, what did you say? The Centaur River is filled with thunder and lightning, and there are burning fires. In fact, the Centaur River has been frozen by ice, and the ice has extended to the rapeseed flower market. King Alabasta, the father of Princess Vivi. At this moment, when I heard the minister's report, I was completely stunned. Alabasta has a hot climate all year round with no frost, so how could the Sandadora River be frozen, and what about the flames and thunder? The battle on the Centaur River spread far and wide, and the violent explosions at the scene were quite loud even if they were dozens of kilometers apart. There's too much movement. The news had already passed through various channels, and soon everyone in Alabasta knew about it. At the same time, the big news that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile died in the Rainland spread throughout Alabasta. All the citizens were eating this melon. As a kingdom, Cobra was puzzled as to how the kingdom could become so powerful. One of the Shichibukai even died. Could it be that the world's top experts are involved in our civil strife in Alabasta? Advertisement, the crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea is just one part of it? How can it be? Why hasn't there been any news at all? Such a movement, coupled with the fact that Alabasta has been in civil strife for a long time, was mistakenly thought to be some kind of celestial phenomenon. In addition, the Baroque Working Society has not been disbanded. It is still fabricating nonsense through various news as usual and continues to spread in major cities. Popular sentiment became more extreme. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Too many things gathered together naturally made King Cobra worried. Your Majesty the King, the voice is coming from the northwest. Princess Vivi previously informed about the current trend, which is the rainy land in the northwest. She even asked to hold a banquet in the palace in advance to entertain guests. The princess is coming back. Among them, could it be related to the princess? News of Ikaram being treated at Rainland Hospital reached the palace, and the Alabasta royal family had arranged to pick him up. Princess Vivi's previous location was also in the Rainland. Moreover, Vivi also said that she would return to the palace soon. According to the route of the running duck, she had to cross the Centaur River. When King Cobra heard about Vivi, he immediately looked better. Vivi also told me about this matter. She said that the kingdom's problems would be completely solved soon, but she didn't know the specific situation. To make it clear, I just said that I have important friends to entertain this time, and also said it was this friend who helped Alabasta. Cobra had a headache and couldn't figure out the connection. It can't be Vivi's friend who killed Crocodile, right? But what does Crocodile have to do with Aristan? Who is fighting now? There were too many factors that Cobra couldn't figure out. But the Santo River incident was related to the civil strife in the kingdom, and Cobra immediately decided to go to the Santo River to have a look in person. Alabasta is the most powerful country in the Grand Line, with vast land and a standing army of 600,000 soldiers. In addition, Crocodile's plan has not been fully rolled out at this stage, which leads to Alabasta's army being very powerful despite being in chaos. Lead an army immediately and follow me to see that no one can act recklessly in the land of Alabasta. Yes, Your Majesty the King. At the same time, in the desert, Marine Rear Admiral Hina, Assistant Tashigi, is leading 30 or so Marines across the desert. Tashigi was holding a phone bug and trembling a little as he looked at the huge demon footprints around him. Too big. The devil is really too big. It's much bigger than the Vice Admiral of those giants in naval headquarters. The average giant is only 10 meters tall, but Oz, the founder of Youngguo, is 70 meters tall. Hina Rear Admiral. News just came from the branch intelligence station that Aokiji Admiral has already fought with Xia Ya and others on the bank of the Santo River, and judging from the situation on the scene, Aokiji Admiral is still at a disadvantage. Hina put away the map. Disadvantage? This is impossible. That's fine if it's Smoker, but there's no way Marine Admiral will be at a disadvantage, even if the opponent is a man who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Hina frowned and said, let's speed up. We'll reach the bank of the Sundora River in half an hour. 054. Xia Ya, this is your ultimate trump card for riding, please subscribe. It seems that we have seriously underestimated you, Xia Ya. It's just that your samurai zombie was not summoned. This may be the shortcoming of your ability. In the battle between Logia users, how to use hockey is the key. Kuzan left a message and used his ice power again as a feint. Now, he made a series of judgments in his mind. 2 things can be clearly judged. Logically speaking, in the face of a fierce battle, Xia Ya should use all means to form an absolute suppression of force. Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and a great swordsman to kill Crocodile, but at this moment, there was no zombie dragon horse. Figure. Kuzan's judgment of Xia Ya's riding form is also conditional. Although he didn't understand the mechanism, at least he was sure that Xia Ya could not summon the samurai zombie at this moment. Otherwise, the swordsman and the demon will make 917 invincible. Secondly, Majin Oz has an absolutely powerful physique, but his huge size means slow movement. Although he has Thunder Fruit as a speed bonus, the fruit ability is not the ultimate physical skill, and will be consumed too much as the battle time increases, and exposed more flaws. Both of them have natural elements and have the effect of avoiding each other. They believe that as long as they drag themselves into a protracted war, their chances of winning will increase. Finally, hockey is the decisive factor in the outcome of the battle. Kuzan left a word, and the figure suddenly disappeared, hiding among the huge flying icebergs. The speed of the icebergs and the 2 thorned spears increased again, and they shot out towards the huge figure of Oz. Ice Cube Violent Pheasant Mouth, Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spear. Aimed by the 2 thorn spears, Xia Ya had no nonsense. Immediately raised his right arm and made a move. 2 huge flaming phoenixes swooped down, accompanied by dozens of thunder spears, and used their own methods to control others' bodies. Suddenly, the whole world began to shake violently, sand and stones danced wildly, and the river boiled. Boom boom boom. A huge roar shook the sky, as if the earth of Alabasta was roaring. The flame phoenix bit the icebird frantically, and the icebird flapped its wings frantically. The cold wind hit, and water vapor exploded in the sky layer by layer. The 2 thorn spears and the thunder spear collided and exploded in the sky. Time. Advertisement. It seemed like it was frozen in this second. What kind of fight is this? What have we in Alabasta experienced? There was a big sandstorm in the rainy land just now, and now we are on the banks of the Sundola River. Is it the damn Logia fighting again? Damn it. What kind of power is this? Has a natural disaster happened? Crazy, all crazy. I know who one of them is. The one riding the giant demon is none other than Xia Ya, who killed Crocodile. The people who came to watch the battle were all panicked, but they only dared to watch from a distance. But my heart was shocked to the extreme. In the marshal's office, he saw that the scene was gradually stabilizing. Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The situation has stabilized. Should we make an analysis and provide information support to Shizan? Who are all present? Marine the resourceful General Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Staff Officer Crane, and Sakazuki, Perusalino. It can be said that they are the most powerful force within Marine. They are all gathered together. Everyone has rich combat experience. Many of them have fought against the legends of the sea countless times, and their ability to analyze combat is second to none. If these people analyze the battlefield situation, they will definitely be able to give Kuzan a lot of help. He explained. Kuzan should have noticed that the huge body of Demon Oz will be very heavy in high-intensity battles. As long as the war is dragged into a protracted battle, the flaws will only become more and more. Kuzan only needs to save money. Physical strength will win the final victory. We'd better not interrupt his fight, Garp said. Don't be so unsure, Kuzan is not that weak now, ha 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 ha. Sengoku said. That's right, let's talk about it when necessary. At the same time, Xia Ya and Kuzan don't care about any of this. Here in Xia Ya, it doesn't matter what Aokiji Kuzan thinks. What's important is that his 3 cavalry buffs are time limited. He wants to use the 3 cavalry buffs to ultimate in exchange for combat experience. And he can have no worries. He is a rider, and he consumes his own physical strength when riding. However, as a rider, he only rides to save energy, and the consumption is minimal. Xia Ya can continue to be unscrupulous 0. If that's the case, then I'll force you into a desperate situation. At this moment, Majin Oz had a black armament hockey wrapped around his hand, flashing black thunder continuously, teleporting with Thunderfruit's thunder, and got close to Kuzan again, staring at him with all his strength. Advertisement then. Xia Ya gave the power of Logia to Karina and Nami to control. He wanted to use it as the main combat force to deal with Kuzan, and Karina became his assistant at this time, shooting cold arrows at any time, and warned. Karina, Nami, find every opportunity use ranged fire attacks. Good. In an instant, the flames on Karina's body became stronger, and Nami's whole body was covered with a layer of jumping thunder. Oz's huge fist rushed straight towards Kuzan. This time Kuzan didn't shy away from anything and only used the most appropriate intensity to deal with it. He retreated when he had to, and used the force to retreat back after the punch. Boom 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 boom. Between the electric light and flint, the flames all over the sky condensed again. This time, it was Karina and Nami who were operating, and it was no longer as extravagant as Oz's use of fire abilities. Boom, immediately, several pillars of fire exploded on Kuzan's retreating path, and several thunderbolts also rained down from the sky. Damn, you actually do 3 things at once. No, it was the other 2 people who took action. Kuzan avoided the explosive flames and thunder, his face flashed with a hint of concentration 4.1. At this moment, all his planned battle paths were blocked, and the battlefield was already shrinking the moment Karina and Nami participated. Are they joining forces? To force me to go to the depths of the desert? Kuzan realized something was wrong and immediately frowned. The rider's mount is also a living creature. Tashigi's information didn't mention this, as the only marine who has been ridden by Xia Ya so far. When Tashigi was investigated by the headquarters, he talked about all the feelings of being ridden by Xia Ya. This information is that although he is conscious, but lose the ability to control yourself. DJ, at this moment, Kuzan clearly experienced that the person who controlled the thunder and fire was no longer Xia Ya, but Nami and Karina on the opposite side. They all join the fight, instantly become 1 against 3? Xia Ya, this is your ultimate trump card for riding. Advertisement 055. What is strong is easy to break, don't be too arrogant, please subscribe. Whirring. Kuzan gasped, and the breath condensed into ice as soon as it came out of his mouth, but it was quickly evaporated by the hot breath around him. Whether it's the fire of Mera Mera fruit or the thunder of thunder fruit, all have high temperature characteristics. In terms of elemental properties, these 2 are the opposing forces of frozen fruit. Moreover, water can conduct electricity and can spread extremely quickly. For thunder fruit, isn't an environment with water and ice an increase? Faced with several lightning strikes, Kuzan also needs to mobilize a lot of physical strength to deal with Thunderfruit's paralysis ability. Therefore, Kuzan's frozen fruit has no advantage over the elemental attributes of Mera Mera fruit and Thunderfruit. He was simply born to be defeated. If it weren't for Kuzan's strength, he would have been defeated soon. Kuzan was still in action, his figure kept shuttling back and forth on the sand, and Xia Ya's side continued to attack continuously, chasing his figure, which consumed Kuzan greatly and required him to temporarily slow down. But Xia Ya opposite him seemed much more relaxed. In terms of physical energy consumption, Xia Ya only has riding, and the fruit ability is other ways of making moves. In fact, it only consumes driving control. At this time, Xia Ya is like driving a car, and all it consumes is turning the steering wheel. Press the brakes, gasoline will burn Oz. The driver saves much effort. Furthermore, what if Oz runs out of gas? Aren't there still dragons and horses waiting to be ridden? Of course Xia Ya has no scruples. Tick tock tock. In the hot environment, Kuzan's ice melted, and water dripped down his face. Looking for multiple combatants. 09 is the core way to improve your strength, right? Continue to let you grow, and your future achievements will be limitless. Xia Ya sneered. You will see that day, or you will become a corpse and feel the power in person. HMPH, Kuzan snorted coldly. You are so self-righteous. Xia Ya looked at Kuzan with mocking eyes. It's you Marines who are so self-righteous. You can distribute high-priced arrest warrants all over the world with just a click of your fingers. For the weak, you just need to spend money to watch the show, because with the huge benefits, there will be people who are greedy for money. Take action for you, and if you are facing a tough fight, you just change the bounty amount without daring to take actual actions. Facing the 4 emperors of the New World, you don't even have the power to start a war. Facing the New Force pirates, just take action and punish him. You came to find me now, isn't it because I haven't grown up yet? It's a pity that you miscalculated. Your appearance successfully d me off, and the whole Marine will have to pay the price for it. Really, Xia Ya's strength exceeded Kazan's expectations. He originally thought that he could act at will and take control at will. If he had known that Xia Ya was so powerful, he probably would not have come in person, but would have led the elites to capture it after a well-thought-out plan. And if the size of Xia Ya's forces grows to the level of 4 emperors, that's really embarrassing. Marine doesn't have the power to target him, for fear of offending the other party. Marine has no right to wage war against the 4 emperors. The ones who can issue the attack order are the 5 elders of the Holy Land Rejou. Molt. Whether it's Oz's powerful physique or Devil Fruit's configuration. They are all top-notch in the world. Advertisement. Perhaps the physical combat is a bit inferior, but Xia Ya's many special effects are enough to make up for this. All these made Kuzan admire Xia Ya with admiration. But what surprises Kuzan the most is not just these, but that Xia Ya is methodically collecting powerful partners. Slowly, they will form a whole and gather into a behemoth. Monster. Even with the world's greatest strength like naval headquarters, Kuzan has never seen such a monster. At the age of 14 or 15, he has reached such a terrifying level. In the short time since I came to Grand Line, my strength has made a qualitative leap. Now first can face Marine Admiral without falling behind, and I dominate the battle with an indifferent spirit. This guy Xia Ya has become like 4 emperors. Power is also a matter of time. But just give up. These 2 words will no longer appear in Marine Admiral's dictionary. Strength is easy to break, don't be too arrogant. The sea will teach everyone a lesson. Neither cold nor cold. Kuzan uttered a word. He bowed, and the cold air on his back immediately rushed up to the sky crazily, condensing new frost, getting bigger and bigger, forming a huge cold air cyclone. Then, the cyclone made a sizzling sound, freezing sound. Even the water of the Centaur River formed endless icicles, constantly condensing towards the cyclone. This is the battle between ice and fire. Huh. Xia Ya didn't hesitate at all. Oz's huge body stepped on the ground, and the circles of flames were like several giant dragons. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire earth in an exaggerated manner. The dragons snaked, and above, a huge burning sun slowly rises. The power of the flames surged, and the entire world was illuminated by orange-red flames. The surrounding air continued to twist, and the water surface of the Santo River began to boil continuously, with huge bubbles emerging. Then, a blue and red figure appeared in midair in front of the onlookers. Can anyone tell me what is happening? What's going on with the cyclonic ice in the sky? What's going on with that burning sun? In Marshal Marineford's office, the surveillance phone transmitted real-time footage, making the entire screen appear gray, with only flame and ice elements occupying the entire screen. Are Kuzan and Xia Ya fighting for the natural elements? Kuzan must have tried his best. If Xia Ya continues to attack, Kuzan will be forced back by constant attacks, getting closer and closer to the depths of the desert. As a result, the water vapor resources will become increasingly thinner, which is not good for Kuzan, so he must use moves to utilize all the water vapor around him. A favorable battlefield has been formed again, DA. Marshal Sengoku and others have realized that Xia Ya, who possesses the element of fire, also chooses to be tough at this time. The fireball like the sun held in Oz's hand is the best proof. Ice and fire must decide the winner at this moment. After the fight, only then did we know who is the protagonist of this world. B-. Facing Xia Ya, Kuzan suddenly swung out the rotating ice cyclone. And Xia Ya made a move at the same time, and the huge burning sun crashed down. Moment. The 2 forces were like a discharge from heaven, pressing straight down towards each other. Destroy everything that stands in their way. Under the feet of the 2 people, thousands of meters of yellow sand surged up, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the entire desert seemed to be experiencing a major earthquake. Advertisement. The overwhelming burning sun, accompanied by the hot temperature, seems to burn everything in the world, making it inevitable for people to avoid it. The huge ice element instantly sealed the world, cutting off all escape routes. Boom! 2 huge and domineering forces collided together, forming a ball of ice and fire on the ground, and then shot directly into the sky. Countless flames burned more intensely, and ice also condensed crazily. This moment, the atmosphere is torn apart, the earth is collapsing, and the air is twisting. Swallow everything on the yellow sand land. Boom boom boom. The roaring explosion resounded through the sky, and the sound waves spread so that everyone in Alabasta could clearly hear it. At this moment, a huge pit was formed on the several kilometers of land centered on the 2 people. The yellow sand in the pit had been burned by the high temperature and had crystallized into glass. The glass crystals spread their teeth and claws, thinking that a layer of glass plants was laid on the ground. Twisted and terrifying. The twisted ice on the other side turned into a huge icicle. Every time it was melted by the high temperature, a wave of cold air would come to replenish it and freeze it again. Under the interaction of melting and condensation, the ice on the yellow sand land showing the pattern of waves. The king of Alabasta, Cobra, who came with an army of tens of thousands, was shocked by the sudden roar of the explosion, making his head spin and his ears ringing. The huge explosion flash in front of them made them unable to look directly. Finally, they all stopped. After a brief period of insomnia, they saw the scene of ice and fire intertwining on the desert land. How can it be? What level of power is this? Cobra's eyes widened. He looked forward with a look of disbelief on his face, and his mouth was already trembling. Cobra only knew that there was a huge figure fighting with a small figure. Although he is the king of Alabasta, his combat ability is at the bottom of the entire pirate world. It is the only time in his life that he can earn such a level of power. The army sergeants beside Cobra were also stunned by the scene in front of them, with expressions of disbelief that this could be created by humans. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this kind of nightmare scene was a natural disaster. I didn't know it until I came, but I was really shocked when I came. Cobra was immediately frightened. At this moment, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. The kingdom. It was nothing in the pirate world. There really is something in this world that an army cannot defeat. That giant great fireball, like the sun setting down, could wipe out an entire army with just one blow and turn everyone into ashes. Even if 600,000 troops were mobilized, they would simply kill people. Your Majesty the King. One of them is the pirate Xia Ya who killed Crocodile, and his opponent is none other than Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. A subordinate reported to Cobra. Pirates? Marine Admiral? Why are they fighting in our Alabasta? Hearing this, Cobra's head was buzzing. When did these two murderers come to Alabasta? Cobra originally planned to bring his army to stabilize the situation, but when he arrived, he realized that he was only worthy of being a spectator who peeked at him from a distance. If he dared to get closer, his life would be in danger. 056. Is he crazy? Don't your hands hurt? Boom boom boom. 1 second ago, ice and fire were still fighting for the battlefield. The next second, Oz's huge body turned into a huge thunderball with a diameter of more than 50 or 60 meters. Like a rolling wheel, the thunderball carries endless thunder. The thunderball quickly moved in front of Kuzan. At this moment, the thunderstorm field opened violently with Oz as the center. Tens of thousands of giant thunder snakes leapt and covered the entire earth, with a diameter of terrifying thousands of meters. Crazy thunder and twists frequently landed in the entire field. Boom boom boom. Zitza, thousands of thunder heavenly prison lead. In an instant, the power of fire and thunder merged again, working together to disintegrate Kuzan's frozen power. Kuzan looked solemn. New ice was constantly forming around him, but in the face of the bombardment of thunder and the burning of the flames, the hard ice instantly shattered. The cold air was blown away by the thunder, and they could no longer stay together. The next moment, he was steamed by the fierce flames. Even with the replenishment of water vapor from the Sentola River, Kuzan is far from being able to offset the consumption at this moment. Kuzan felt very strenuous. Damn. This guy throws around his ultimate moves casually. Doesn't he have any intention of fighting a protracted war? We must withstand this wave of attacks, and at that moment Kuzan was stunned. Oz's huge thunder and lightning body had long since disappeared from the heavenly prison. He shuttled through the ice underground. When his body condensed again, a big hand covered with pitch-black armament hockey reached out from the ground. He came out and grabbed Kuzan hard in the blink of an eye. However, Xia Ya was not in a hurry to throw Kuzan away. Instead, he stabilized armament hockey, controlled Oz to hold his hands tightly in a clasped fist state, and then smashed the ground crazily. Look how hard your little body will be, Xia Ya sneered. He has absorbed a lot of Kuzan Demon Fruit Power's combat experience. Xia Ya's control over Devil Fruit has improved again. Now he has to force out Kuzan's hockey experience, and then continue to absorb it. He has to use the chicken feathers that are sent to him, until the end of time. Kuzan's heart skipped a beat and his eyes flashed. He was shocked. The opponent's hockey is actually so powerful. Since he was captured by the armed color, he immediately gave up trying to escape with elements and defended with all his strength. Iron body. Backquote. Hearing these two words pop out of Kuzan's mouth, Xia Ya immediately became happy and hit harder. Boom boom boom. The sand exploded and dust flew into the sky. Advertisement. There was a cloud of smoke and dust, and the earth cracked inch by inch. Xia Ya's armed color level has also reached the terrifying medium admiral level in the riding state. With the powerful physique of Majin Oz, even Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan cannot easily escape if caught. After smashing the land, leaving a mess, Oz jumped to another piece of hard land and continued to smash. What matters is violence. Kuzan, who was held tightly in Oz's hand, was completely numb at the moment. What the hell? What a crazy move. Is he crazy? Don't your hands hurt? Kuzan was dizzy at the moment, feeling that the bones in his chest had been broken, and even breathing normally was a bit difficult. He tried his best to control his body to strengthen hockey, and at the same time, he kept bombarding Oz's huge fingers with the fist covering hockey. But Oz ignored it and was not afraid of any pain. He would hit wherever there was hard ground. In fact, in the world of pirates, large size itself is a huge advantage, whether it is the strongest man Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest creature Kaido of the beasts, or even the sun god Nika. The most practical one, the basic quality is that he is huge. Enlargement is a manifestation of Ultimate's power. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the land of Alabasta is like a leather drum, which is being beaten continuously by the giant Oz. A series of explosions resound throughout the desert, making people's hearts tremble. The earth and atmosphere were constantly vibrating, and the space began to become distorted. Originally the main battlefield occupied by the elements of fire, thunder, and ice, now only pure physical violence remained. As the explosions sounded one after another, Xia Ya also controlled the devil Oz and kept jumping towards the depths of the desert. Every time I stopped it was a slap in the face. It can cause huge damage to the earth. The cold murderous aura passed through Oz's huge palm and passed into the body of Kuzan, who was pinched hard. A trace of bloodline appeared on Kuzan's forehead, and his face was already very dirty. It was obvious that his armament hockey could not withstand Oz's violent blows, and it had begun to break through the defense. "You guy, you want to kill me?" Boom boom boom. Several explosions sounded again on the battlefield. Who the hell is he? Even Marine Admiral is completely passive. Cobra in the distance stared at the huge figure, jumping up and down on the sand, and the next moment, the figure of the huge demon appeared in front of Cobra dozens of meters in front of him. By coincidence, performed a crazy blaster in front of Cobra. This move frightened Alabasta's troops into retreating. Hiss. Is the person who got hit hard the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji Kuzan? Among the team, someone shouted something. The terrified tone made the army even more panicked. Advertisement? No way, there won't really be a Marine Admiral coming to Alabasta, right? How can this be? How could Marine Admiral be in such a mess? Logi is frozen fruit, the only one in the world who has this ability is Marine Admiral Aokiji. Plus there is a cloak of justice that fell on the ground. Looking at the rank on the epaulette, it's definitely right. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by a soldier. FASR. Just above the sand, I saw a dirty Marine Admiral's cloak of justice. It's exactly what Kuzan threw there before. For many army soldiers, the identity of Marine Admiral Aokiji is shocking. And Cobra's facial muscles were numb at the moment. Marine Admiral usually doesn't take action. Once he takes action, it means there is a pirate whom Marine considers to be a super threat. Now Aokiji Admiral is fighting with someone, and the other person is the one who killed Shichibukai Crocodile. There is no doubt that he is a pirate. Since when did we in Alabasta have such pirates lurking? Father. Father. Vivi's voice came from Oz's body. Vivi, Perona, and Robin were all at the best viewing platform in the room inside Oz. In addition to seeing Oz violently hitting Kuzan, Vivi also saw Ko a little further away. Brah. When Vivi saw Cobra coming with his army, she immediately wanted to tell him to stay away. Okay, Zhao. The big monster is really powerful, it will be bad if you hurt one of your own for a while. But as the demon Oz smashed the ground in front of him to pieces, he jumped again, away from the destroyed battlefield. Vivi's voice naturally gets smaller and smaller. And here, Cobra was a little confused, and quickly turned around and asked, "Did you hear just now?" "What did you hear? Is it Vivi's voice?" "No, I didn't see anyone." "Your Majesty, there are only Majesty and Xia Ya in front of you, a girl with purple hair, and a girl with orange hair. The rest is Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan. Where is there any trace of Princess Vivi?" "No, really do not have." Ix. Cobra felt a little relieved when he saw the giant Oz going away. He just had a delusion. Vivi seems to be calling for help. Cobra looked nervously at the devastated battlefield. He was even worried that Vivi would be trampled to death by a giant monster. 057. Made by thunderclouds. Thunder welcomes the destruction of the world, please subscribe. Nami, you can create thunderclouds. At this time, Oz continued to grab Kuzan, and his huge hands were like holding a piece of iron and pounding him crazily. But at the same time, Kuzan was also resisting, and endless chills radiated from his body, but he was easily destroyed by the flames, and burned away by the heat of thunder. Strong steam is constantly coming out of Oz's palm. Xia Ya also gave orders to Nami at this time. "Do you want to use that move?" Nami's eyes flashed with anticipation. Karina smiled and said, "Hee. Come on Nami, I really want to see it." Lei Ying. In the original work, the ultimate move of Thor Enel is called Lei Ying, which has terrifying power that can destroy an island. It is worth mentioning that Lei Ying needs the arc to create a wide range of black clouds, then accumulates enough thunder in the black clouds, and finally stimulates the thunderclouds to achieve activation conditions to create a ball lightning with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The entire manufacturing process takes time and the arc's motto to coordinate. Nami, who is sensitive to the weather, also understood the horror of Lei Ying's move after receiving Xia Ya's tips, and felt that it was a move worth developing. Of course, Nami also considered ways to create Lei Ying besides the arc. This method is to use the weather in the natural environment. Only, if you want to take advantage of the weather, you must understand the weather. Maze. Nami is talented in this area. After a battlefield baptized by ice, fire, and thunder, the weather in the area has long become a strange state. There's thunder, mist, and heat. It can be said that the weather is very chaotic and has no rules at all. Nami was not bothered by this at all. She was wearing a thundercoat and her hands were flashing with thunder. Then small black thunderballs continued to float into the sky, slowly entering the clouds. Thunderbubble. Bulu Bulu, Zizizi, 883. As black thunderballs floated regularly into the clouds at designated locations, the clouds slowly began to turn black in the sky. After fermentation, the entire world seemed to be a huge giant created by black clouds. The pot lid is completely covered. Thunder roared in the black clouds. Xia Ya, I think we can wait. This weather is simply amazing. I feel that the thunderclouds created will be bigger than imagined. Xia Ya nodded and continued to control Oz to jump 100 meters away. Facing the hard yellow sand earth, he hammered hard with both hands. Boom boom boom. In the clenched fist of Demon Oz surrounded by jet black hockey, there is a small pure black figure. It is the appearance of Kuzan covered with armament hockey. However, although there is no fatal threat, the situation is firmly controlled by Oz. At this time, Kuzan was tired of coping and looked extremely embarrassed. There was a trace of bloodline everywhere on his pitch black body. Although not fatal injuries, but Kuzan is a Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral is actually injured. He was injured at the hands of a rookie pirate with a bounty of only 73 million. This kind of thing. Even if the surveillance video is released and seen by others. I'm afraid some people can't believe it. Perona, Robin, and Vivi in the room inside Oz watched with their own eyes as Kuzan's little figure was being hit repeatedly in Oz's fist, and there were even drops of blood splashing on Oz's chest. Switching to the three people's perspective is. The transparent glass window was covered with Marine Admiral's blood. Advertisement Robin and others only felt that their worldview had been greatly subverted. Xia Ya is simply amazing. No wonder he was so confident when facing Crocodile before. Dare to love, he didn't even take Marine Admiral seriously for a long time. And at the same time, a little further away, Cobra and the others looked at the sky, completely frightened by the scene in front of them. HABI, I saw that the sky was completely covered by black clouds, as if there was no daylight. From time to time, there were blue thunder snakes scurrying in the black clouds, and the black clouds were still sinking, as if there was a giant. The sky was covered with a black quilt of clouds. ... A huge spherical object burst out of its cocoon with blue thunder flashing all over its body. It is sinking slowly. People can clearly feel that this black ball is filled with lightning and contains violent energy. Is still growing. What's this? It's sinking. Cobra was dumbfounded when he saw the thunderball several kilometers in diameter in the sky. Immediately ordered the troops to retreat. Retreat quickly. If this thundercloud hits them, they will all be sent. Originally, the king of Cobra came to end the war and came with tens of thousands of troops to strengthen his courage. However, after arriving at the location, he found that he could not intervene. Even just looking at it from a distance makes me feel scared. Now seeing the opponent's skills drop, all he can do is run for his life. Run, run, run. Immediately, Cobra took the lead in running towards the rear on his speedy duck. The army in the desert was also in panic at this moment. The other side of the desert. Tashigi looked at the sky in the distance and said in surprise, Hina Rear Admiral, what is that black mass in the distance? Is it a sign of heavy rain? No. That's a thundercloud. Hina frowned, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. That's Logia's power. At least among our marines, Logia's Marine Admiral has the power to destroy an island. It is rumored that the Battle of Top Logia will permanently change the climate of an island, but looking at the behemoth in front of us, it looks like it is going to completely destroy an island. If Alabasta is not a continent, I am afraid that this thundercloud can completely destroy it. And the worst part is, this is not the strength of our naval headquarters. Hina frowned. Tashigi looked in surprise. It's not our power, does that mean? We need to speed up the process. Hina said anxiously. Everyone speed up. No matter what, we must arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Marineford. Marshal's office. Seeing the huge thundercloud in the sky, combined with the fact that Nami is a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. All Marine executives understand now. Sengoku trembled with his beard. What on earth is this? Thunder and lightning are invisible. If such a thing lands in Marineford, who can resist it? Damn it, how can that guy Xia Ya be so strong? The degree of fruit development is no less than Marine Admiral. Bye. Does this move gather all the thunder and lightning in the black clouds in the sky? It sinks to the earth. In terms of destructive power, I am afraid that it is far inferior to my 8-foot Magatama. It looks terrible. It's terrible, Perusalino said bluntly. On the other side, Sakazuki looked at the scene on the surveillance screen with a cold face. He was also thinking about whether his meteor volcano could be so scary. Advertisement. The answer is negative. After all, whether it is Perusalino's 8-foot Magatama or Sakazuki's meteor volcano, the elemental attacks released are scattered, just like hundreds of photons and lava fists falling from the sky, showing a wide range and dispersed state massive elemental attack. But this huge thunderball in front of me integrated all the thunder and lightning in the sky. The attack power hits the core of the thunderball. The entire big ball is filled with lightning, and any position is in a conductive state. The ability to explode at a single point may completely reduce an island to ashes. I'm afraid, except for the slower landing speed, this move has almost no shortcomings. The power of thunder and lightning is not physical. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to gather it together. It is really a terrifying fruit development ability. Sakazuki said and turned to look at Perusalino. Your photons are also energy. Can you concentrate them to maximize your attack power? Perusalino said solemnly. Gathering some clones or condensing the Tien Kong Yun sword is already the limit of sparkling fruit. If it can gather a huge light ball thousands of meters long, the destructive power of the laser blast will probably be the highest in history. Obviously, I can't do it. Among the people present, Sakazuki and Perusalino are the Logia demon fruit power and have the most say. Hearing them discuss the power of this move can't help but make people's hearts tremble. Sengoku frowned. What's going on with Kuzan? Is he still in the fist of Majin Oz? In this case, you should run away. Why are you insisting on living in the house? He took a long breath of cold air. It's not that Kuzan can't run, but that he is tired of dealing with the huge power suppression of Majin Oz. Frozen fruit has the opposite properties of Mera Mera fruit and thunder fruit. When he is caught at that time, I could no longer fight as I please. It seems that we made a mistake in sending out a marine admiral. I didn't expect. Xia Ya, this guy, could make Smoker run away 2 months ago, hiss. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly paused while speaking. Then he continued tremblingly. From Loguetown to Alabasta, where did Xia Ya go? No way, in such a short time, he found thunder fruit, found the zombie entities of Shimotsuki Ryoma and Majin Oz. Is that why there will be a qualitative leap in strength? What you said makes sense. Sengoku nodded in approval. If that's true, this guy's intelligence capabilities are even stronger than our marine, and he killed Colonel Rat in East Blue and then eagerly entered the Grand Line without any pause in the process. This must be gathering these resources. Impossible. Sakazuki denied. The Grand Line is not his only ocean. Garp looked at the surveillance screen with a look of serious concern on his face. Santa Dora River Basin. Being tightly controlled by Oz, Kuzan felt pain all over his body and wanted to check his injuries, but he couldn't be happy. Now, not only did Oz's huge strange power squeeze his whole body in pain, but fire and thunder also struck from time to time. Kuzan could only use all his strength to deal with it. Damn, this guy's strength is so terrifying that it makes people scared. When will he get tired? This is not what a rookie pirate can do. Looking at the entire naval headquarters, I am afraid that only by dispatching 3 admirals at the same time can we be sure to take him down completely. Kuzan's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya, who had a calm expression on Oz's head. My heart went crazy. Originally, he thought that he had overestimated Xia Ya enough. But at this moment of the battle, Kuzan discovered that Xia Ya was still firmly in control, and the scary thing was that in these dozens of minutes of battle, both sides had released countless skills. It can be said that Xia Ya did not hold back at all, violent driving with the accelerator pushed to the bottom all the time. But at this moment Xia Ya, he was still in peak condition, with no trace of breath exhaustion. Does it really take no effort to control a huge demon? Things are in trouble. Wait, what was that? Bang bang bang. Amidst the constant B***** G sounds, Kuzan suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the sky was completely gloomy, and the formed ball of darkness was slowly descending. As the size of the thunderball continued to increase, its weight seemed to be increasing. Increased. The speed of landing became faster. This is used against me? Suddenly, Kuzan felt that Oz's body was sinking, and the entire demon was standing on the ground in a bowed state. And the next second, the demon Oz stepped on the ground dozens of times with his feet. The figure disappeared instantly. This is Six style shaving. .058. Karina is very greedy for frozen fruit. Boom boom boom. At this moment, I saw a huge black lightning ball about to land on the ground. King Cobra of Alabasta realized that this was a power that ordinary mortals like them could not touch. Even watching from a distance might cost their lives, so he decisively withdrew his troops and fled towards the palace staggeringly. Go. Go quickly, it's going to explode, there's going to be an earthquake. At the same time, Oz's huge figure suddenly used the razor step, and in the blink of an eye he reached an altitude of several thousand meters, directly above Lei Ying. Oz seemed to be stepping on a black land, looking a little small. Boom boom boom. The moment Lei Ying landed and touched the ground, countless thunderbolts began to shine, illuminating the entire sky into a forest of white. The sound of explosions sounded one after another, and the earth trembled and the land sank, as if a huge earthquake was coming. Xia Ya controlled the demon Oz and gathered all the power in his hands at this moment. His muscles bulged and were covered in jet black armor. The demon clenched tightly, and powerful black thunder and lightning exploded in his hands. Kuzan's Yuan Hao completely covers up the past, then. Oz overturned the powerful strength and armament hockey, allowing Kuzan to completely break the defense. In an instant, Oz suddenly threw his hands and knocked Kuzan down from the sky. A small black shadow vertically smashed into the dark thunder from high altitude, passed through the black thunderball at an extremely fast speed, and smashed towards the ground. At this moment, Kuzan realized that he was in darkness, which was Thunder Fruit's ultimate move. What was terrifying was that under Lei Ying's dark shell, there was a dazzling blue inside, with countless razor snakes in the middle, winding and winding. When a foreign object passes through Lei Ying, it immediately attracts countless lightning bolts that converge towards it. Damn it! I have no power to resist, can't escape. What kind of terrifying power is this? Kuzan was almost desperate at this moment. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He seemed to have endless trump cards and made him pay a heavy price every time. Boom! Kuzan was hit hard on the ground, and he instantly felt that his body bones were shattered inch by inch, and then the thunder completely detonated at this moment. A huge hole of more than 10 kilometers was blasted out of the ground, and the shockwave was blasted by dozens of kilometers in radius. It's flat. The fine yellow sand was pushed all over. The strong impact made countless people tremble. Such a huge thunderstorm is unstoppable and irreversible. The violent power eroded every cell in Kuzan, but at the same time it was suppressed and unable to move. Under his body was a piece of crystallized glass, and his blood had already been scorched and steamed. Advertisement not much. All the strange images on the yellow sand land disappeared. Only a huge hemispherical pit of more than 10 kilometers was left at the site. The scope of the pit even covered the entire Sundora River. At this moment, the massive river water began to search for gaps in the earth like a trickle, surging flowing towards the bottom of the pit. Backs. At this moment, it fell on the yellow sand land again. Compared with the world-destroying thunderous light, the faint sunshine makes people feel depressed. It's over. Is it over? The result is that Marine Admiral lost. Far away, the Alabasta people who were watching the battle opened their eyes again. They have long been aware of the battle involving strong men. But despite Oz's huge body, they couldn't see clearly at all. They only saw the aftermath of an afterimage, especially the gorgeous Logia battle special effects, which was so dazzling that they couldn't open their eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was only a suffocating feeling left in the whole world. Who actually won? It's that giant, right? His master is Xia Ya, who has been on a bounty for a long time. This guy killed Crocodile in the Rainland before. Now, his opponent is Marine Admiral, and it seems that he has also achieved the same goal, victory. Hiss. What a scary newcomer. Did the 7 warlords of the sea and Marine Admiral all die here? First think Marine Admiral will still stand up. They have only seen such a battle once in their lives, and they cannot make a judgment at all. Marine Admiral has been defeated almost never in history, so many people subconsciously believe that they will not be lucky enough to witness Marine Admiral's defeat. Let's go. Evacuate everyone. Staying here will only cause trouble for Alabasta. Cobra and his army rushed past, not forgetting to evacuate the onlookers. The earth is still shaking and screaming. If this kind of power were thrown into the royal capital of Alabasta, it could easily make the royal capital disappear from the world. Cobra has decided not to participate in this matter anymore. I am still praying in my heart that after this battle, the winner will not turn around and cause trouble to Alabasta. Ah, this. King Cobra? Have you lost the courage to watch? Where is my father? Oz's body began to fall rapidly from a high altitude. Princess Vivi ran to the picture window and looked around, and found that the army led by Cobra had long disappeared. The surrounding area was empty desert, and no one was seen at all. Perona also lay on the glass of the viewing window and looked down. We should have won, but where is the Marine Admiral guy? Why didn't you see him? He has disappeared from this world, right? At this moment, a huge meteorite crater appeared directly under Oz's body. Advertisement: the ground scorched by thunder was billowing with thick smoke, and the water from the Sundora River poured into the crater crazily. The hot surface of the crater that was scorched by the thunder immediately reacted violently with the river water, stimulating the river water in the blink of an eye. It boils and the steam continues to arouse. This battlefield will probably form a circular lake. What a terrifying power. I really don't want to believe that Xia Ya is so powerful. Seeing that the battle seemed to be over, Robin suddenly felt relieved. Starting from Ohara many years ago, Robin was deeply afraid of the force of Marine. That group of people were like demons, driving more than a dozen warships to launch an indiscriminate destruction of the Ohara Island. Later, Kuzan, the Marine Admiral, appeared like an evil ghost from time to time. Robin's inner fear of Marine's power intensified again. Now, with the appearance of the Xia Ya team, Robin's fear seemed to be released from the source. Marine actually lost at this moment, he really did it. As they say in the casino, Xia Ya does what she says. And at this time, Oz landed at the bottom of the huge pothole. It was already a small puddle at this time. Presumably, given a little more time for the water level to rise, it would become 10 large lakes. The water of the Santola River overflowed Oz's knees, and Oz stretched out his hand and lifted up a man's figure like an ant. None other than Marine Admiral Kuzan. However, Kuzan was dying at this time. He was in tatters, as if he had been drilled out of the mud. He was extremely embarrassed, and even one of his legs was broken. However, after all, after experiencing Lei Ying's super thunderstorm, even if his leg was broken, no blood flowed out. It's just like it was burned away by fire, like a dead tree, it's just a piece of black ashes. Then, Oz's figure flashed to the ground casually. He casually threw Kuzan to the ground and even stepped on him to test whether Kuzan had the ability to resist. And Xia Ya reached out from Oz, took out a musket and banged it on Kuzan's body several times, and several sea stone bullets were ingested into various parts of Kuzan's body. After a few operations, Kuzan completely lost his ability to resist. Where is the majesty of the previous Marine Admiral? Just like a useless person. Upon summoning, Carina, Nami, Perona, Vivi, and Robin all appeared above the ground. At this time, Karina asked curiously, Xia Ya, what are we going to do with this guy? There is no way to summon the Ghetto statue and drain this guy dry. Karina is very greedy for frozen fruit. 059. Ride first and then kill. You can also ride the phone bug, please subscribe. Marineford, Marshal's office. Seeing Kuzan defeated, he even encountered Xia Ya, who fired a last-ditch shot. Seeing this scene, Sengoku and others fell into complete silence. Kuzan. Is he dead? Garp glared at the surveillance camera, looking at the scarred figure with clenched fists and veins popping out on his forehead. Impossible. His heart was in turmoil. Although she didn't believe that Marine Admiral would be defeated, this was the fact. After a moment of pause, he still analyzed calmly. The few shots that Xia Ya just fired were not aimed at the vital points. Moreover, Kuzan's mind is still clear and he has not lost his frozen fruit ability. Common attacks such as firearms should be passively avoided with elementalization. I can only say, those shots should be sea stone bullets, and the purpose is let Kuzan completely lose the ability to resist. Things haven't come to their worst yet. Garp directly crushed the armrests of the wooden chair and roared. But Kuzan's legs. Looking at Kuzan's broken leg, he jumped anxiously. Silence fell again in the marshal's office. He ignored Garp and continued. Xia Ya is so thoughtful and very different from ordinary pirates. Even among the 4 Emperors team, this kind of style is probably only possessed by the Red Hair Pirates. I've confirmed it. If it is a threat, there will be no mercy. Sakazuki looked cold and said nothing. Perusalino was also shocked. What a terrible enemy. Alabasta, on the banks of the Sandadora River. The Ghetto statue is gone, but we can test our luck the same way we got the sand fruit. Why? Xia Ya held her chin and said slowly and thoughtfully. When Crocodile died, the sand fruit was reborn on top of the fruit purchased by Xia Ya and others. It can be said that they were extremely lucky. Although Xia Ya had a 10 times lucky buff, he still felt that there was little hope. Logi is devil fruit, 1 is lucky enough. If it were 2, it would probably be a 100 times lucky buff. It's not that Xia Ya is not confident, but the probability is too low. How about keeping Kuzan first? Will you propose to kill him at any time if you have the opportunity in the future? At this time, Perona floated over, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. He, when you were fighting just now, we were sitting on the sofa watching, because it was so exciting, we accidentally ate all the fruits. Devil fruit needs fruits to be reborn, right? Now, there is no fruit. I regret it so much. Perona's round eyes blinked. This. After Perona finished speaking, Vivi touched her belly feeling embarrassed. Ha, I didn't expect this at all, it's all my fault, I ate several more. After Crocodile died, Vivi was in a happy mood and she ate the most food in the room. Robin looked at the dying Kuzan and didn't know what he was thinking. And at this time, stab, sting, chug tug. 8 black spikes suddenly appeared on the sand, forcing Xia Ya and others to take a few steps back. Then, fence-like black iron branches suddenly emerged from the ground, surrounding Kuzan. The moment was like a solid iron cage. Black spear formation, Chao Yeshin. Xia Ya glanced around and saw a woman with long pink hair, wearing a marine uniform, and a body that was so good that she opened her hands and stared at her, releasing her devil fruit ability. The visitor is the person who ate Paramecia cage fruit. Marine Rear Admiral, Hina. On the other side was a shivering girl with glasses, Insiki. And behind them were about 30 Marines. They originally had 100% confidence in Marine Admiral Kuzan, but when they rushed over, they saw Lei Ying landing, and Kuzan was hit like a thunder welcome. By the time the thunderstorm passed, Kuzan had lost his ability to fight. Now, advertisement I also encountered Xia Ya using a pistol to hit the target. Damn it, Xia Ya. You damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Hina saw that Kuzan's left leg had been broken and there were several gunshot wounds on his body, dying like a dead dog. Hina was instantly furious. Xia Ya couldn't help but sigh that this woman is really brave, and warned. Since even a Marine Admiral like Kuzan has become like this, you, a Marine Rear Admiral, are you qualified to challenge here? I can kill you as a random person here, clean up. Since you dared to show up, does that mean you're ready to pay the price? For Marines or pirates, as long as there is no conflict of interest, Xia Ya will usually ignore them, but if they feel that they have been offended, no one can even think about retreating. After Xia Ya said this, Hina realized that she was indeed impulsive. Kuzan almost threw himself into the street. Why don't you come to deliver it yourself? But she couldn't see this, and she would stop it even if she died. And you? How dare you appear in front of me? It seems you are ready to be ridden again, Tashigi. Xia Ya's voice suddenly made Tashigi's hair run cold, as if he was in hell. Tashigi raised his head with difficulty and looked at the terrifying figure so close. Thinking of the terrifying experience of being ridden, he was suddenly frightened and almost collapsed on the ground. You can't blame Tashigi for not having the courage, it's really because the Xia Ya in front of him is too terrifying. Crocodile from 7 Warlords of the Sea kills whenever he wants. Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan was defeated by him. Now it is certain that this man can really kill Aokiji Admiral lying on the ground at will. So how terrifying is his ability? The Marine soldiers who followed were frightened and did not dare to take a step forward. If Boss Hina hadn't already taken action, who was willing to follow the muddy waters of Loguetown? Their lives are too long. Xia Ya snorted and said coldly, you guys alone can't save anyone, so don't get in the way here, otherwise. Ride first and then kill, you. Hina was instantly furious after hearing this, her chest rising and falling crazily. At this moment, the phone bug in Hina's pocket rang. Blue blue blue. Hina frowned. Was this ringtone from Marshall Power Company? Laboon laboonla. Hina frowned again, and the phone bug that was Crocodile's relic in the suitcase rang again. It is estimated that the cadres of the Baroque working group are looking for their boss. There is no way, Crocodile's phone bug Hina can't answer it. After all, it has to be sent to naval headquarters to crack it, but the phone call from the marshal's office must be answered. Hina even felt that Zhan Wei and others were paying attention to the battle between Zhangya and Kuzan. Marshal Sengoku. Hina answered the phone. In the phone bug, Sengoku's voice was a little urgent and he said, Hina, give the phone bug to Xia Ya. Xia Ya, I am Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters, let's talk about the terms. How can I let Kuzan go? Hina muttered and handed over the phone to Bugs. I'm really looking for him. In the marshal's office, the figure of Marine Rear Admiral Hina suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. Sengoku realized that this was an opportunity for negotiation, so he quickly dialed Hina's phone number on behalf of Naval Headquarters, but the target of the call was directly Xia Ya. Pirates. Negotiation. Ha 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 ha, you are the Supreme Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, and I, a pirate with a bounty on your marine head, have nothing to negotiate with. Hearing what Sengoku said, Xia Ya laughed directly. 30. It is said that marines and pirates are at odds with each other, but when their interests are actually entangled, they can still negotiate. It can even bring a lot of benefits. The target of negotiation can also be the Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Sengoku, when you posted the bounty on me, did you discuss it with me? Did you negotiate with me? Now that you want to negotiate, you don't really think you are qualified to negotiate with me, do you? Advertisement. Saying this, Xia Ya patted Oz's huge toes. Oz received the order. He raised his leg towards Kuzan in the black iron fence and stepped down. Boom, huge footprints appeared in front of everyone. The iron fence condensed by Hina's ability shattered instantly. Among the footprints, Aokichi's figure is even blurrier. The victory in Marineford was so angry that he vomited blood and almost collapsed. Once upon a time, when had he Sengoku been treated like this? Even the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and even Roger of the old era, this series of very arrogant people. In front of myself, I just say a few words of joy. I would never do something so ruthlessly and leave no room for anything at once. And Xia Ya, he actually acted to destroy the bargaining chip the moment he proposed the negotiation. How vicious. Now, the eyes of the Marine Corps in the office were filled with hatred as they stared at the screen. At this time, Robin came to Xia Ya and whispered, I just heard the voice of the Crocodile phone bug. It is a special secret phone bug of Baroque Works. It should have the contact information of all members. Oh, Crocodile's special phone bug? Ignoring Sengoku. Xia Ya pointed a gun at Hina and ordered, take out the phone bug from the box. Hina gritted her teeth. This is an encrypted phone bug. Even in our naval headquarters, we need the scientific department to decipher it. It's useless for you to hold it. Even the crocodile was killed by you. You don't need this thing. Who said that? Now, Xia Ya controls Kuzan's life and death, and it's about completely conquering Robin and turning him into a mount. 4.5 behind Crocodile's phone bug is the line of Baroque Works, which is an important link to completely solve the Alabasta crisis and is related to the complete release of Vivi. Xia Ya is very concerned about the mount's mood. How could it not be necessary? Xia Ya sneered. Naval Headquarters Scientific Department, isn't it great? Robin. Robin nodded and used the flower fruit ability to immediately grow an arm on Hina's body. With a little movement, he snatched the phone bug away and handed it back to Zhongli. Xia Ya took the phone bug and tossed it in her hand. He rode up in front of everyone. Phone bug. Damn, what are you doing? What, you ride the phone bug too? Xia Ya's operation shocked everyone. They originally thought that riding a demon was invincible, but who would have thought that some people would not even let go of creatures like telephone bugs? What the hell is wrong with you? What kind of ability is it? Blue blue blue. Crocodile's phone bug was immediately controlled by Xia Ya, and brew brew sounds kept popping out of his mouth. A male voice sounded on the field. This is Crocodile's voice? He is actually still alive. 060, Sengoku, who are you looking down on? Phone bug. Just a little creature. Xia Ya rides easily. Riding equals control. Immediately, Xia Ya threw the phone bug on the ground and stepped on it with a small jump. The phone worm felt his body sink, and his whole body was about to be embedded in the sand. However, the phone worm quickly adapted and began to crawl on the sand, constantly ringing the sound of bulu bulu. At this time, Xia Ya also discovered that phone bugs are creatures with memories. In other words, all the previous calls made by this phone bug were recorded by a certain organ in its brain. Xia Ya also wanted to take this opportunity to mock Sengoku. See what the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile and Marine are doing in Alabasta behind their backs. The phone bug knows everything. Start tracing back the phone calls Crocodile made. Download from Rangbu. Alabasta has dancing powder everywhere. From organizing bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak, making a lot of profits in the hands of Marine. From letting his subordinates use Bailey to incite national sentiment. Wait for everything. Although these incident lists seem to be trivial matters, there was no connection between the incidents. Even the subordinates on the other end of the phone were confused and followed K09 Rockter's orders. But Crocodile has made more phone calls, and the core of the content remains unchanged. Read the entire call from God's perspective and you will know clearly. Crocodile guy. They're plotting to overthrow the Alabasta royal family. As the elite officers of the Baroque Working Society were exposed one by one. The address and members of the branch of the Work Society. All were exposed in one fell swoop. Only those who heard this understood how huge the Baroque Working Group was and how deeply it penetrated. But, as phone bug records are exposed, it also means that the day when the Baroque Working Society will be completely destroyed is coming soon. So that's it, it's so scary. I didn't expect Crocodile to penetrate so deeply. When the time comes, I'm afraid the entire Alabasta will fall into chaos. Fortunately, it's all over. Vivi was immediately angry when she heard the content on the phone. But he also immediately relaxed. Based on this information, all the participants of the Baroque Working Society can be found. Alabasta is a powerful kingdom no matter what, and it still has a large number of troops and escorts. As long as Vivi gives the information to the royal family, it will not be difficult for the royal family to send people to kill some of the scraps from the Baroque works. At this moment, it also means that Alabasta's crisis will be completely eliminated. Advertisement, Xia Ya. Thank you for saving Alabasta. All members of the Nefertari royal family will thank you. Vivi hugged Xia Ya excitedly and kissed her. Her joy was beyond words. Xia Ya just smiled and rubbed Vivi's head. Now that the crisis has been completely resolved, there is no need to worry anymore. This phone bug came at the right time. You have to thank Marine's Hina Rear Admiral. After saying that, Ya glanced at Robin and smiled. In phone bug, Robin was not arranged by Crocodile to participate in the plan to overthrow Alabasta. Although she was the vice president of Baroque Works, she was really only involved in the management of Yuyan Casino and the management of the bounty business. This is undoubtedly good news. At least there is no grudge between Vivi and Robin. Contributes to the great unity within the Mount, and Hina on the other side was already numb with shock. She never expected that the Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea hiding in Alabasta would have such a conspiracy, and it had penetrated into every corner of the kingdom. However, she had been investigating for so long, but she had not found any clues. Now, with Xia Ya comes Alabasta, it only takes one day. Even just a phone bug gets ridden by Xia Ya, all the truth is revealed. But, Crocodile has died, and Hina's anger has dissipated a lot. It is meaningless for her to continue investigating Alabasta's affairs. All she needs to do is provide a summary report to naval headquarters. On the other hand, Xia Ya, it turns out that he came to Alabasta to help the Nefertari royal family solve the crisis. Was it Princess Vivi of Alabasta who invited the rescuer? Therefore, Xia Ya went directly to the rainy land. It only took less than half a day to kill Crocodile cleanly. Regarding this, Hina didn't expect it at all. This man is so efficient. This guy's skills are really amazing. On the other side, Marineford is in collective silence at this moment. Crocodile is a legal pirate designated by Rejou. The first regulation of Shichibukai is to prohibit doing anything other than being a pirate. They don't care about burning, killing and looting. They are also happy to see civil strife among pirates, but if they are involved in the struggle for royal power, it will definitely be not allowed. After all, Rejou doesn't want Shichibukai to become stronger and bigger. Unless Shichibukai himself is from a certain kingdom. Crocodile has no background in this area and is actually making plans to overthrow Alabasta. If this kind of thing was done successfully, Rejou would be humiliated. How will people in the world view this? After all, Doflamingo has set a precedent and Rejou's authority has been damaged. But considering that Doflamingo originally belonged to the Celestial Dragon's camp, his ancestor was the king of Dressrosa, and he had mastered many secrets of Rejou. Therefore, whether it is Rejou or naval headquarters, since Doflamingo overthrew the matter of the kingdom was done, and it was done, so it gradually acquiesced. But Crocodile is different. If he succeeded, advertisement. The impact on the image of Rejou and Marine will be unimaginable. Cough cough cough. At this time, Kuzan miraculously woke up. He felt that all the bones in his body were broken, and the pain was so severe that he wanted to scream, but at the same time, he also found that he could not exert any strength. The sea stone in Kuzan's body is emitting the power of the seal. It was like drowning and it was difficult for him to breathe. So much so that he couldn't feel the injury and couldn't even realize that he had broken his left leg. Kuzan. Sengoku's voice came from Marine's phone. Are you okay? Kuzan said weakly. Oh, there must be a few sea stone bullets in the body he actually lost. Xia Ya, let's talk. I can make a deal with you on behalf of Naval Headquarters. As the Supreme Marshal of the Naval Headquarters, I can let you have the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. As a legal pirate handpicked by Rejou, you and your team will no longer be hunted by the Marine, and you will even own some on the sea. Privilege. Sengoku shouted to the phone bug, 917, just let Kuzan go. No way. Marine Admiral is too important to Marine. Not only is Kuzan himself powerful, but also the Admiral name behind him. Any damage to Kuzan's life and reputation would be a huge blow to Naval Headquarters. Sengoku also has a headache about this. He must find Xia Ya's points of interest and negotiate terms to make Xia Ya release Kuzan. Shichibukai. Very powerful. Xia Ya just beat up a Shichibukai in the Thriller Bark not long ago, and now she killed under Shichibukai in Alabasta. If you let him be the 7 Warlords of the Sea, then let go of the Marine Admiral who is far more important than the Shichibukai. Are you sure you got it right? He really knows how to do business. Sengoku. Sengoku, who are you looking down on? At the moment, Xia Ya once again controlled Oz and stepped on Kuzan. Boom, Kuzan falls into coma again. Sengoku watched helplessly as the huge footprints were smoking on the ground, and Kuzan's figure sank into the ground again. Going to collapse. Even Garp, Sakazuki, and Perusalino could no longer stand it. Their expressions were extremely cold, and they wanted to drag Xia Ya to Marineford, beat her up, and cut her into pieces. Since when has Naval Headquarters been so insulted? This B************ D character of Xia Ya is really annoying. It's so annoying that it's almost disgusting. He stepped on Kuzan, but he slapped everyone in Naval Headquarters. Sengoku said eagerly on the phone. Xia Ya, what do you want? You can say whatever you want. Any. .061. Sengoku is no longer a human being. I will continue to pay attention to you. Shichibukai's title. Money? Pele? I can give it to you, Sengoku said. In fact, it doesn't matter to Xia Ya whether Kuzan dies or not. After all, the frozen fruit is out of reach now, and Kuzan is also looking disabled. By the time he gets back on his feet, Xia Ya will have taken off completely. No matter what Kuzan's mentality is, he will give it to him. You can handle it all. Therefore, Xia Ya prefers to solve this matter from Robin's perspective. Strictly speaking, Robin did owe Kuzan his life in Ohara, this is an indisputable fact. Xia Ya can take this opportunity to let Robin completely release his inner demons. At the same time, if Kuzan could use his life to trick Hina and Tashigi into mounts and teach Marine a lesson, Xia Ya would be very happy to see it. After all, Xia Ya was really upset about some of Marine's actions. Just because Karina was with him, and because she was a Mera Mera fruit user, a terrifying 70 million belly was placed on her head without doing anything harmful to civilians. Marine is just bullying others under the guise of justice. It's not impossible, Xia Ya said. Seeing that there seemed to be something going on, Sengoku, who was far away in Marineford, felt relieved. However, the next second, Sengoku was furious when Madoka spoke. You transfer Gion, Hina, and Tashigi to me as subordinates and as my mounts, and I will let your Marine Admiral go. What? Gion is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, his mount, how is that possible? Everyone in the Marshal's office immediately became furious and started chattering like crazy. What condition is this? Absolutely unacceptable. Give a Marine Vice Admiral, a Marine Rear Admiral, and a Marine trainee to a pirate to use as a mount? Why don't you let Sengoku step down from his position as Marshal and become your mount? Xia Ya felt a little regretful and said, it turns out it doesn't work, then forget it. As he spoke, he continued to control Oz to stomp on Kuzan a few times. Bang bang bang. Among Oz's big footprints, Kuzan's figure is even more blurry. Wait, Xia Ya, you should have something you want, for example, devil fruit, money, Bailey, or the cancellation of the bounty order. We at Naval Headquarters can give it to you, but if you in Naval Headquarters completely see through, I'm afraid Grand Line there is no place for you. You should know the seriousness of the matter. Sengoku thought of countless conditions and threatened in a ferocious tone. I don't need it, I don't care about it, I don't care. After Xia Ya refused directly, she took aim at Kuzan with a musket. Boom, Kuzan's ear was blown off by a seastone bullet. Advertisement, AB. Kuzan regained consciousness in pain. Xia Ya couldn't help frowning and blew away the smoke from the gun. He seemed unhappy with his aim. Wait. Seeing Xia Ya aiming at Kuzan's head, Sengoku couldn't sit still anymore. Xia Ya smiled. Now that Hina and Tashigi have come to me, their fate is no longer under their control. Old man Sengoku, you can order them to be kicked out of Naval Headquarters. Whether I can ride them is my business. I don't need you, my former boss, to worry about. Marshal Sengoku must not do this, Kuzan roared. Xia Ya squatted in front of Kuzan and patted Kuzan on the forehead with a musket. Just a prisoner, shut up. When did you get the illusion that weak people can decide their own destiny? Killing is heartbreaking. Because of the pirate's words, Marine Rear Admiral and the intern were turned into bargaining chips in the transaction. If such a thing was done, it would mean that Marine Admiral's majesty would be damaged. But at this moment Sengoku has no choice. Kuzan is a Marine Admiral, and Hina at this time is just a not-so-remarkable Rear Admiral at Naval Headquarters, and Tashigi is an intern at Marine, with basically no sense of existence. If it is indeed a good deal from a trading perspective. Sengoku looked at Garp and others in the office, but everyone's eyes were flashing with anger, and they said nothing about whether they could agree to Xia Ya's deal. Such a deal. Are you going to let Sengoku stop being a human being? It would be fine if it was done behind the scenes. There are many cases where Marines exchange warships for pirates. But now, aren't you selling people in front of them? Hina's face was full of anger. Do you know what you are talking about? What a shameless guy. Xia Ya chuckled. Tisk, 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 I'm shameless. Aren't you here to save Marine Admiral? You were standing in front of me before to prevent me from taking action. What, now you are not happy? Are you not willing to dedicate yourself? Using strength to snatch it from you and being traded are two different things. You big-chested and brainless guy, you have so much strength to steal someone from me? Even that old man Sengoku can only choose to make a deal with me. If you don't come and give me away, can you become a bargaining chip in the deal? You're really stupid. Hina is so angry. As Xia Ya counted down, the trigger on his finger was already halfway pulled, and sparks were just about to erupt from the muzzle. An urgent voice came from Sengoku. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, I agree. In the name of Marshal Marine, I will separate Hina and Tashigi from Marine and compensate them with 3 years' salary. Can you stop, Xia Ya? I am very trustworthy. Xia Ya chuckled. Go away, Kuzan. Listen, I will continue to pay attention to you with Robin. If your growth does not meet my justice, I will personally terminate your life next time. After saying that, Xia Ya kicked Kuzan away. It wasn't until Kuzan was kicked away that he realized that Robin was standing next to Xia Ya. Only then did he understand the meaning behind Xia Ya's words. Damn, he's doing this to avenge Nico Robin. Over the years, Kuzan may have become accustomed to being invincible, always looking at the weak with pity, but he has never looked at the problem with in-depth analysis. Justice in his heart is simply absurd, casual, and also confusing. In other words, he has never tried hard to pursue the so-called justice. Advertisement he could disobey Mary Driz's orders and secretly let go of a little girl from Ohara. I think this is my own conscience and my own justice. At the same time, he also used his own ignorant concept of justice to evaluate this little girl and label her. Mary Joy defines Ohara guilty? Kuzan went there with the golden phone bug and launched the tragic national age. Mariajoy defines an 8-year-old girl as a child of the devil? Kuzan will doubt an 8-year-old girl and believe that this little girl is a born devil who can destroy the world. He also generously wants to pay attention to her growth and hopes that she will not go astray. I never noticed that it was an 8-year-old girl. A storm, a cold wave, or hunger on the sea could kill her. So weak. 2. Then, who convicts such a weak person? Who defined her as a devil? Does the little girl herself know what a devil is? Anyway, Kuzan has never thought about these or verified them. After all, you don't need to use your brain to listen to others, and you are so lazy that you don't need to think. Mariajoy said yes. Now, Xia Ya has neither the qualifications nor the interest to tell Kuzan what justice is. He just wants to repeat the fear that Robin suffered, Wang Dahao, on Kuzan without explanation, just torture and play. At this moment, the marine soldiers rushed to chase Kuzan, who was kicked away. Aokiji Admiral, only Hina and Toshigi were left shivering. This is Sengoku, your immediate superior, but congratulations, it's not the case now. I'm not interested in you either, goodbye. After saying that, Xia Ya took the girls and rode Oz towards the capital of Alabasta. As for Hina and Toshigi, although Xia Ya really wants to ride now, it is troublesome to stay with them in this state. Anyway, they have been betrayed by Marine. Even if they return to Marine's camp, there will definitely be a gap. After all, it is difficult to climb to the sky in one step during the process of surrendering a mount. Just let it go, you may not be interested in it one day. As a matter of urgency, Xia Ya decided to ride Robin and Vivi. Hina and Toshigi looked at the huge figure going away. I was stunned for a moment. Wait, we are not Marine anymore. First live in Marine and it was just sold, but the seller didn't want it anymore? 062. What a retribution, how ridiculous, please subscribe. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, Marine Admiral Sakazuki, Marine Admiral Perusalino, Marine Vice Admiral Guion, several real top executives of Marine, gathered in the conference room. The solemn expressions had been hanging on several people's faces for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, not one of them spoke. Even Garp, who has always been playful and optimistic, has a serious expression at the moment. Because just now, Marine Admiral Kuzan has been sent to the Marine branch near Alabasta for treatment, and military doctors from several branches gathered together to give a collective diagnosis report. The results were naturally very ugly. According to the report, there were 12 deep bone scars on Aokiji's body, broken bones all over his body, and extensive burns from thunder and fire, with the area coverage reaching a terrifying 80%. At the same time, he was attacked by a thunderstorm and completely lost his left leg, and his ear was blown off by a seastone bullet. And what's even more terrifying is, Kuzan has 10 seastone bullets embedded all over his body, and they all attack the movable joints. These seastone bullets cause the greatest damage, because they put Kuzan in a state of high load for a long time, and his body is overdrawn in advance. In other words, even if Kuzan can be cured one day, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Finally, the military doctor came to a conclusion. Putting aside the bonus of frozen fruit, there is a 98% chance that Kuzan's future combat effectiveness will only be restored to 553 to the level of Marine Vice Admiral. This guy Xia Ya. Killing was not his purpose, he did it with the mentality of completely destroying Kuzan. With such an injury, it's a miracle that Kuzan survived. Sengoku frowned, a sense of shame filling his heart. Xia Ya, this B************ D really deserves to die. Damn it. You actually did such a thing to provoke Naval Headquarters. And Sengoku not only shamefully accepted Xia Ya's conditions, but also kicked Hina and Toshigi out of Marine like chess pieces, only to get a scarred Marine Admiral. You know, Marine Admiral is related to Marine's face. As for Kuzan in this state, just from the scarred image alone, going out will cause huge criticism. What's even more hateful is what Xia Ya said before leaving. Xia Ya said, he will continue to pay attention to Kuzan's growth in the future. If Kuzan's growth does not meet the justice in his heart, he will take action to take Kuzan's life. It is simply threatening, ridiculing, and making enemies. Although Xia Ya spared Kuzan's life, it was no different from breaking up and becoming full of hatred. Sengoku frowned deeply, his eyes full of sharpness. Do you know the meaning of those words left by Xia Ya? I even heard the word, festival, from his mouth. There was a history between him and Kuzan. What hatred? Advertisement. Everyone shook their heads and quickly denied. I don't know, if it was just Smoker who was beaten violently, it shouldn't be. Kuzan intercepted Xia Ya, it was also the first time we met. At this time, Sakazuki on the side said with a stern face. The hatred originated from West Blue O'Hara 16 years ago. West Blue O'Hara. After hearing this, everyone was confused. What? Sakazuki was at the scene as another executioner in the O'Hara incident. Sakazuki also knew more or less that Kuzan deliberately let go of Nico Robin. Only, at that time, Kuzan and Sakazuki were both Marine Vice Admirals, and they were both nominated Marine Admiral candidates. As long as the O'Hara incident was successfully resolved, they would receive a large sum of military glory. When Sengoku and Zephyr abdicated, their admiral positions would be a sure thing. The Sakazuki at that time was attacking the fleeing ships. Kuzan landed on the island and released the people. In order for the Ohara Buster Call destruction incident to have a happy ending, give Mariajoy a perfect explanation. Sakazuki also deliberately ignored the fact that Kuzan deliberately let Nico Robin go. After all, letting someone go intentionally is disobeying military orders. It's two different things than making a mistake and letting someone run away. If he had not suppressed it at that time, it is very likely that his position as admiral would have been hindered by Mariajoy. Even if you can successfully become a marine admiral, a scolding is unavoidable. Now, Sakazuki Admiral's position has long been secured, so he no longer has any worries. As if recalling the past, Sakazuki said sternly after a long time, back then, the headquarters received an order from Mariajoy and went to West Blue to launch a buster call against Ohara, the island of scholars. The entire island was reduced to ashes in the sea. In the process, Kuzan deliberately let go of the only survivor, who was none other than the son of the devil, Nico Robin. Afterwards, Mariajoy discovered that someone had escaped and issued a reward for Nico Robin. Kuzan also took the initiative to explain to me afterwards that he would continue to pay attention to Nico Robin's growth. If, AJCC, Robin did something that was not in line with his inner justice, if something happens, we will get rid of it. I haven't mentioned it since then. The black-haired woman who was next to Xia Ya before was Nico Robin at that time. Speaking of which, Sakazuki paused for a moment, no longer hiding the traces of ridicule in his eyes. He, what a retribution. Now, Xia Ya returned this sentence to Kuzan intact on behalf of Nico Robin. He, it's so ridiculous. Advertisement. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned, remembering what happened back then. At that time, the naval headquarters was facing a change of admiral. Perusalino had already reserved the marine admiral seat by virtue of his meritorious service in the scientific force, while the other two headquarters monsters, Sakazuki and Ku, still missing some military merit. So Sengoku, like sharing the fruits of victory, sent two people to Ohara to pick up the military merits. All we have to do is wait for 5 elders to approve it and it will be done. Ohara's buster call phone bug was handed over to Kuzan by Sengoku himself. During the previous surveillance, all marine executives were paying attention to Kuzan and did not discuss Nico Robin in detail. Only now did they understand what happened. Xia Ya and the son of the devil have joined forces. Sengoku said indignantly and angrily. Damn it, the existence of the devil's son turned out to be Kuzan's deliberate release. He also frowned. These are the consequences of cutting the grass without eradicating the root. Sengoku, Crane, stop talking. Garp interrupted. Now that the matter has come to this, there is no point dwelling on the past. We should first arrange for Kuzan to be treated at the headquarters. After all, he is the only marine who has fought against Xia Ya. Admiral is also the person who knows Xia Ya's information best. Based on this information, we can recover the place later. Sengoku rubbed his sore eyebrows and thought deeply. Xia Ya killed Shichibukai Crocodile, seriously injured Marine Admiral, and directly insulted Marshal Marine on the phone, even forcing him to choose between Marine Admiral and Marine Rear Admiral, Marine Trainee. It can be said that Xia Ya has offended the entire Marine, and regaining her reputation is what she must do. This person must be taken down regardless of life or death. Kuzan's matter was concealed for now, and Xia Ya was charged with killing the 7 warlords of the sea, provoking Mariajoy's authority, and raising his bounty to 1 billion. At the same time, raising the bounty of all his staff to let him the whole group's bounty is between Shichibukai and 4 emperors. Let's use the forces on the sea to destroy his momentum. We spread the word across the sea as fast as we can. On the other side, Alabasta Palace. King Cobra fled back to the palace with lingering fear, gasping for air. He swore that he had never seen a battle of this level in his life. A single impact on such a person could destroy Alabasta. At this time, the palace minister came to report anxiously. It's not good, Your Majesty the King. The giant demon who fought with Marine Admiral before has already run towards the royal capital crazily. Boom boom boom. The minister didn't finish his words. Along with the trembling of the earth, the sound of huge footsteps clearly reached Cobra's ears. The tremors coming from the soles of his feet suddenly made the wealthy Cobra feel frightened. What's going on? We saw something we shouldn't have seen, so he came to trouble us. This is a misunderstanding. Quick, follow me and explain to that man and apologize. Don't let him trample on the palace. 063. Flexible love, new goals, courtship dance. At the same time, although Marine deliberately hid it, such a huge thing that happened in Alabasta cannot be hidden. Not only many people in Alabasta witnessed it with their own eyes, but some news media also caught up with the news. Vinegar, at a high altitude in the Grand Line Calm Belt. A ship pulled by an albatross is flying in the sky. This is the headquarters of World Economic News. The leader is none other than Morgans in the form of Zone Fruit and Albatross. He is an Esper in the form of Zone, Bird Fruit and Albatross, and he is also the biggest news in the whole world _ In the world, the influence of all newspapers cannot be compared with that of World Economic News. Newspapers published by World Economic News account for more than 60% of world sales. This ratio almost monopolizes the entire industry. Compared with the official newspapers published by Mariajoy and Naval Headquarters, people around the world prefer the down-to-earth World Economic News. Because everyone around the world knows that the newspapers of Mariajoy and Naval Headquarters are boring, and they always only say half a sentence. They all praise Mariajoy's great achievements, which is obviously biased. The current president of World Economic News is one of the kings in the dark world. Morgans is a person who dares to say anything. At the same time, what news is interesting, what news makes money, what news can make meteors. The newspapers he owns just write whatever news they want. Therefore, this type of newspaper is the most acceptable. If there is super big news, Morgans, the newspaper president, will even write the news himself. His keen insight into the news and his superb writing skills can often make the news deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. So over the years, Morgans has offended countless forces. Whether it was Marine, Shichibukai, or 4 emperors, he wrote about them all without any scruples. Anyway, his newspaper headquarters is in the sky, and it is still sailing in the calm belt. Almost there are no natural enemies. FFLX, created by a diligent news geek like Morgans. World Economic News was a huge hit, and Morgans himself, because of the existence of the news, became a mysterious sea legend. Now, countless newsbirds were high in the sky, circling around the hull, chattering noisily at a birdman on the deck. Morgans was not angry at all, and the more he listened, the more excited his eyes became. Xia Ya landed in Alabasta, first killed the Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then almost killed the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji on the bank of the Centaur River, turning the battlefield into a super-large circular lake. The moves he used were earth-shattering, like too difficult. Even the mount you ride on has a frightening background of legendary proportions. Such news, all captured by Newsbird. As a person with abilities in the bird fruit albatross form, Morgans can understand the language of the newsbird. As long as he closes his eyes, he can substitute into the information, which is equivalent to observing the 2 battles on the spot. The strength of the newcomer Xia Ya undoubtedly makes Morgans very excited. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya, Xia Ya, Xia Ya, you really gave me a huge surprise. The biggest news in the past 30 years. Killed 7 warlords of the sea crocodile and destroyed Marine Admiral Aokiji Kuzan in one day. This kind of news will detonate the whole world like a superbomb. Every word is endless Pele. This is truly the most sacred moment in journalism. Morgan's eyes flashed with excitement. He boarded the private deck on the bow of the Albatross, sat on the ground in front of his exclusive desk, and then plucked out one of his feathers. Stab into a water bottle. Then, I wrote furiously amidst the noise of newsbirds. Amazing. Well done, Xia Ya, you will amaze the world, and the whole world will be turbulent because of you. I swear on the reputation of big news, I will definitely do it. Ha 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 ha, but, what name should you give your pirate group? What nicknames should you, the team members, have? During the writing process, Morgans had a mental breakdown. Advertisement because Xia Ya is a pure newcomer. Although he founded a pirate group, it has not yet got on the right track. Not only does he not have a ship, he doesn't even have a name for the pirate group, let alone a famous name. Like the strongest creature, the strongest man in the world, the greatest swordsman in the world. What a name like that, Hockey. How should I describe you so that people who read the newspaper will have a sense of belonging and people will know that this is an extraordinary person? On the deck, in front of the desk, Morgans fell into deep thought. Alabasta, Oz is advancing towards the royal palace. Xia Ya, finally done. In the room inside Oz, Xia Ya rides on the phone bug and plays Crocodile's phone record again. And Vivi recorded everything on the side. As long as it is handed over to the kingdom of Neferutali, the cancer of Baroque works can be completely pulled out from the land of Alabasta. Vivi sucked Soccer's peach lips, dried the ink on the paper, and her handwriting was beautiful. Then he said with an excited expression, Xia Ya, I don't want to wait any longer, just ride me now. Now that the hidden danger of Alabasta has been completely solved, Vivi gained a lot of courage at this moment. She was fearless and asked Xia Ya to ride her in front of everyone. Faced with Vivi's reasonable request, Xia Ya will naturally not refuse. Soon, under the attention of everyone, Xia Ya and Vivi linked their fingers, and the riding ceremony officially began. Vivi hummed softly, so comfortable, in Xia Ya's eyes. A clear text immediately appeared, fit flexible love. Buff usage time limit, permanent source, Vivi's reins. Ability 1. During riding, you can change the size of yourself and your mount within the range of the largest mount you currently own and the smallest mount you own. Ability 2. You can fuse with your mount to form a combined form. The combined form is so varied that it cannot be described in words. Please experiment slowly by yourself. The buff given by Vivi in the contract actually has 2 abilities. With Xia Ya's knowledge, he also clearly knew the specific function of this buff. For example, he currently has the largest mount, Oz the Demon, and Perona, the petite one. After possessing the body-fitting and freely stretchable love buff, he can put Nami, Karina, Vivi, and even his own body shape. It can become as huge as Oz, or as small as Perona. This skill can still be used as a proper adjustment. Xia Ya quickly commented. The second skill is easier to understand. It can be understood as, Xia Ya is the mount, and the mount is also Xia Ya. He can completely become an arm on Karina's body, or become a soft ball of flesh on Karina's body. Of course, it's not just that, there can also be new changes when combined. This is a bit like the Paramecia fusion fruit ability of the Devil's Descendant Devil's Bullet, except that he is a fused inorganic substance, and I am merging all mounts. The characteristics of the mounts mean a new form. If we merge with Perona now, maybe we can actually transform into a ghost form. When Xia Ya saw this, although he was looking forward to it, he decided to go back and study it in detail. After all, we are about to arrive at the Alabasta Palace, so it would be good to enjoy the royal life with the ladies first. Testing skills can be postponed a little bit, Tay. Xia Ya has already planned it. The next stop is the capital of 7 rivers. In fact, neither he nor Karina had a real ship after sailing for so long. They were either small sailboats stolen from everywhere or warships stolen. Although such ships could sail, they lacked the elements of life and lived in there is no emotion in it. There are only those luxurious ships with swimming pools, cinemas, love music rooms, massage rooms. 0. Please give me flowers. Only a boat with a series of functions can meet the daily needs of Xia Ya and her mounts. Seafaring life is very hard. In the past, warships were like living in a house without water, electricity, or decoration. Able to live, but not happy. Now, Xia Ya has the gold transported from Sky Island and about 1.3 billion Baileys to use. There is no shortage of money for shipbuilding. He can go to the Seven Waters capital to build a luxurious ship. Xia Ya also has the core technology of Arc Proverbs, which can use the craftsmen of the Seven Waters city to make the ship unique. Any luxury and function that can be enjoyed can be gathered into one ship. In the same way, he and the girl group only then can our sailing life be considered on the right track. The city of 7 Waters is still a must-visit place for Xia Ya. Because there is another mount worth capturing, CP9 Agent, Khalifa. If you use your best tactics, this black silk mount can still be conquered. More importantly, there is a drawing of the ancient weapon Pluton in Frankie, the capital of the 7 Waters. If you hold this in your hand, even if you can't find the ancient weapon Pluton when you go to Wano Kuni in the future, you can still build a Pluton yourself. Come out. There is no doubt that the city of 7 Waters is definitely worth a visit. Anyway, there must be a place for Pluton in the golden coffin of 6 paths. And at this time, Vivi looked at Xia Ya excitedly and said, tail, tail, tail. Vivi had already looked at Karina's foxtail, Nami's orange cattail, and Perona's devil tail. She had already been envious of Ma. Now she has become Xia Ya's mount. As long as Xia Ya gently touches her butt, it will naturally can be born with a tail. Xia Ya uses cheat and clicks behind Vivi. Vivi suddenly shrank and made a comfortable sound from her mouth. A strange-looking tail grew out, somewhat like a peacock. The girls looked at it curiously. Hey, is this a peacock tail? It doesn't seem like it. Karina said with a wicked smile. Moreover, only male peacocks can grow tails. It seems to be used for courtship, right? Ha 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 ha. Vivi, show us a courtship in situ. The goal is how about Xia Ya? After the words fell, everyone in the girl group except Vivi laughed. Vivi's face turned red from their laughter. She quickly changed the subject. Ha 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 ha. But after I grew a tail, I felt so powerful in my body. What should I do? Suddenly, very suddenly, I really want to dance. Vivi suppressed her desire to dance and marveled at the magic of long tails. Because she found out, the moment her tail grew, she wanted to dance passionately in front of Xia Ya. No way. Mating dance? Karina continued to smile evilly. Vivi blushed even more and held back a few words. No way. It's Alabasta's most passionate rustling dance, 11 feet. Wait. Listen to what Vivi said. I think I also want to do it. Karina brushed suddenly and her face turned red. Karina, why is your face the same as it was on Sky Island? Do you have a fever? As Nami said this, he suddenly hesitated. I seem to have special emotions occupying my heart. Perona. I just want to hang on Xia Ya's lap. As soon as the words fell, Perona hung up and rubbed her left and right. Xia Ya looked up. In fact, Cheat's growing tail can not only enhance the mount's physique, but also mobilize a certain emotion of the mount, making this aspect of the emotion particularly prominent. Because Xia Ya and Kuzan were fighting before, Karina, Nami, and Perona did not notice any special emotions. Now with the defeat of Marine Admiral, the scene suddenly relaxed, and their moods were also released. The girl group's tail is starting to kick in. In order to suppress the emotional outburst, the girl group all changed the topic. Robin, we have all grown our tails. It feels so special. It's really great. Now I'm missing you. 064. Patron Saint of Alabasta, Boudoir Banquet. Robin, you're the only one left. The girls looked at Robin expectantly. Kuzan, the fear demon, was eliminated by Xia Ya. Robin now felt extremely safe and immediately agreed with a smile. Come on, Xia Ya, but I may be a little too sensitive. After joining the Xia Ya team, Robin discovered that Xia Ya had many intimate behaviors towards each of her female companions. Just like they grow tails with just a touch of Xia Ya's finger. That location, it's all in the gap behind the point. Are they really not itchy? Are you sensitive? He. I used to be very sensitive too. After being ridden by Xia Ya, my neck would be particularly itchy and slightly red and swollen, but I got used to it after a few times. Look at it now, if he is riding it for a day without riding, I feel a little uncomfortable. Karina said seriously. Okay, Robin nodded, looking resigned to his fate. Soon, under Ya's operation, successfully completed the riding contract with the blushing Robin. And a line of information also popped up in Xia Ya's eyes. Property collector buff usage time limit, permanent. Source. Robin's Rain's ability. Your mount is like a sunflower. Different colors of sunlight will be produced from time to time above your head. When you ride on it, you can harvest sunlight, which can be added to the corresponding abilities. Does this attribute collector buff require me to collect attribute points? This is a bit like a small game I once played, Plants vs Zombies, and the mount is like a sunflower that can produce sunlight, but instead of exchanging for plants, it can be exchanged for corresponding attribute points. Thinking like this, Xia Ya noticed that a small golden sun suddenly appeared on Robin's head and then hovered over her black hair. Like a decoration. 073, however, it is explained according to the capabilities of the attribute collector. This golden sunbeam can only be seen by Xia Ya and will not disappear. You can collect it when one pops up, or you can wait for many to pop up and then collect them all at once. Out of curiosity about the properties of golden sunlight, Xia Ya cupped Robin's face. Come on, let's ride it now, hee. Now, I'm really sensitive. Please be gentle, it doesn't work here. Soon, Xia Ya looked at the golden sun, and a line of instructions appeared in front of her eyes. You gained 1 point of swordsmanship, I see, let's ride on whoever gets the sunshine on his head from now on. After harvesting the sunshine, Xia Ya didn't intend to touch the switch on Robin, to prevent her from shivering and causing her body temperature to soar. Anyway, there will be plenty of time in the future. Xia Ya then checked her dashboard. Xia Ya Devil Fruit, Paramecia Riding Fruit. Physical skills. A+, personal form, S+, mounted form. Swordsmanship. B-, a physique, slightly strong but not pervert. Observation hockey. A+, S armament hockey, S+, conquerors hockey, B-, A. Temporary buff. Cheat, 99-94 times remaining, permanent buffs, 10x increase, 10x luck, 10x understanding, 10x education, combination, flexible love, attribute collector. Ride contracts. Carina, Nami, Nako, Perona, Nefet Vivi, Nico Robin. Special ability. 6 pads golden coffin special mounts, Majin Oz, Shimotsuki Ryoma. Wealth. Fixed assets 150 billion belly, usable assets 1.3 billion berry. It's not bad. Armament hockey has actually reached the level of top admiral when riding. It can be regarded as the top strength certification in the sea. It seems that Kuzan used armament hockey to defend himself when he was beaten. This experience is really worth it, after getting everything done. Xia Ya and others had arrived at the entrance of Alabasta Palace. At this time, many people were watching from a distance, and one of them exclaimed in amazement. The god of death who killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. They came to Alabasta. What are they going to do in the palace is? Oh my god, that's the guy who killed Shichibukai. Shichibukai is nothing. He fought with Marine Admiral on the banks of the Centaur River before, and Marine Admiral was defeated by him. It's terrifying. I saw with my own eyes that Marine Admiral was defeated by some. The soldiers carried it away. I was herding camels in the desert at that time. Marine Admiral was so miserable that I didn't even recognize her. Do you know Marine Admiral? First mean, Marine Admiral is so miserable that he doesn't even look like a human being. He looks like a Kurozumi. The people in the capital of Alabasta simply couldn't believe their eyes. Too scary. Terrible. Whether it is 7 warlords of the sea or Marine Admiral, for them, they are existences that need to be looked up to. Advertisement. But now, in one day, I was defeated by this person. What's more, he also came to Alabasta Palace. If something happens, who can stop it? King Cobra is out. The people were keenly aware that King Cobra had already trotted out of the palace with all his ministers, and stopped at the feet of the demon Oz. As long as Oz took a step forward, he might trample people, died. Now that the other party came to the door, Cobra could only discuss it with the other party in a friendly way. For a strong person with world-destroying power, resistance is foolish. Sir, please wait. At this time, Princess Vivi's voice came from the body of the devil Oz. Father. Ah, Vivi? Soon, under Xia Ya's control, and in the shock of all the people of Alabasta and the king, a huge pure gold coffin slowly rose from the ground of the square, and the golden light illuminated the entire place in a magnificent way, making everyone unable to open their eyes. Open your eyes. At this time, Vivi appeared on the ground and said happily, Father, he is Xia Ya. He helped me solve the crisis in Alabasta. I told you before, are you ready for the special dinner? Cobra looked at Vivi, stunned. Vivi, what did you just say? Wait a minute, female goose, what is that thing growing on your butt? Cobra wanted to remove Vivi's feathers. Vivi immediately turned around. Then her gluteal muscles twitched and her tail swayed seductively. This is my long tail, ha. Cobra was completely numb. And Vivi said, it's better to go back to the palace first. Is the dinner I requested ready? Ass. How could Cobra be in the mood to prepare for the dinner now? Fortunately, he had already given the order to the chef before leading the army, and the fact that the order was not withdrawn meant that preparations were already underway. Cobra led Xia Ya and his party into Neferutari's palace in a nervous mood. Alabasta Palace. At the banquet, Vivi handed over all the communication records about the Baroque Working Society and the Working Society and Shichibukai Crocodile to Cobra, and specially arranged for several ministers to come for verification, and various cases have been basically confirmed. Father. Do you believe it now? Behind the turmoil in Alabasta is Crocodile from the 7 warlords of the sea. He intends to overthrow our Neferutari royal family and take control of the entire Alabasta. It was Xia Ya who took action and killed Crocodile. Hearing this, Cobra's expression was extremely complicated. 7 warlords of the sea are lurking in Alabasta, which is enough to explain some problems. In addition, the content of Crocodile's phone bug communication now provides a reasonable explanation for Alabasta's recent chaos. The truth is already in front of us. Anyone who is not stupid can guess it. Coupled with Vivi's serious expression, Cobra was completely convinced. So, did Brother Xia Ya take action to help solve the crisis in the Nefertari royal family? Suddenly, Cobra looked shocked and stared at Vivi carefully. He killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? Right, he defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji? Right, this. Even if Vivi said it herself, even if Xia Ya rode the demon Oz to fight Kuzan, even if Cobra saw it with his own eyes with tens of thousands of troops, even if the scene of world destruction was vivid in his mind, it still frightened him now unbelievable. Who is Xia Ya? Cobra doesn't know at all, and it's about the same size as Vivi. Such a person really kill the 7 warlords of the sea. What is the strength to defeat Marine Admiral? Looking at the terrifying Xia Ya and the female companions around him, including Vivi, who all had animal tails, as if they had just come out of the zoo, Cobra's eyes were a little flustered. However, he still showed the demeanor of a king. Dear Mr. Xia Ya, you helped us Alabasta get rid of the rebellious crocodile. I don't know how to thank you. Vivi hurriedly said, Father, you can start the dinner party first. During the dinner, Xia Ya received special care from King Cobra and sat next to the king, the best seat for important guests. Carina, Nami and others were also guests and were feasting at the moment. This is the real royal family. Almost everyone was born in poverty, so naturally they have never seen such a luxurious banquet. All kinds of Alabasta delicacies were served, once again igniting everyone's appetite. During the meal, Cobra thanked Xia Ya again. Xia Ya said, If I really want to thank you in the past, there are 2 things I hope the king can agree to. Cobra said, Only 2 points? It would be rude if I didn't agree. First, Nico Robin, the archaeologist on our ship, is very interested in the historical texts held by the Nefertari royal family and would like to take this opportunity to visit them. What? Cobra was instantly shocked. The historical text is a secret passed down from generation to generation in Alabasta. Even his daughter Vivi has not reached the age to pass on the inheritance and does not know that the historical text exists. How does the Xia Ya in front of me know, however, facing the demands of such a strong man who defeated Marine Admiral? If not satisfied, advertisement, what are the consequences? Cobra looked embarrassed, not knowing whether to agree or refuse directly. Xia Ya looked at the confused Cobra and explained directly, Crocodile came to Alabasta, and there was a theft. The country's plan is for the historical text of your royal family. Robin is a pure scholar, she is the only survivor of West Blue O'Hara, she needs to know the history. Furthermore, isn't it that the secret that your Nefertari royal family has protected the text of history for 800 years will one day be able to resist today's powerful people? And we have already fought against Marine Admiral. If you say hello, I believe you will soon enter Merijoy's sight. We are about to leave for the capital of 7 waters, and there is the Pluton blueprint that the 5 elders have been planning. Sooner or later, Xia Ya's whereabouts will come into the sight of Merijoy's senior management. This is to avoid unforeseen consequences. Understand? Am I right, King Nefert D. Cobra? Alabasta was one of the original 20 kingdoms, and after the war 800 years ago, the remaining 19 royal families moved into Merijoy and became the Celestial Dragons. District. Only the Nefertari royal family, led by their ancestor Nefert D. Lily, chose to return to their own kingdom and did not choose the identity of Celestial Dragons. After that, the D family. The inheritance was inherited in the Nefertari royal family. And only the people in power in the royal family have the right to know. Here D. Cobra's expression changed instantly and he was speechless. This lady is a survivor of O'Hara. Someone who can read the text of history. 16 years ago, a group of O'Hara scholars came to Alabasta, and the leader seemed to be called Nicole Albia. I turned them down at the time. 08. When Robin heard the name, the wine in his hand fell to the ground instantly. Because Nicole Albia is her mother. Cobra regretted. I'm sorry, because of the kingdom's consideration at that time, I rejected her. However, a few months later, I heard that O'Hara was launched by Marine and launched a buster call. I regret it very much, Xia Ya said bluntly. Anyway, I am very sure that we are all on Vivi's side, or on the side of the entire Nefertari royal family, and the second thing is that I am here this time. Also to take away Vivi. What? Cobra became numb again. Originally, he had planned to let Robin go to the secret room. After all, something inhumane happened to O'Hara. Cobra knew some inside stories, especially his ancestor Nefert D. Lily left a note, telling the Alabasta royal family to always be wary of Merijoy. Although the conversation between Xia Ya and Cobra made Vivi a little confused. But Vivi said, killing Crocodile this time, Xia Ya was very lucky to get Logia sand fruit, and Xia Ya let me eat sand fruit, using the power of the desert. Come and protect Alabasta. With that said, Vivi took out a strange-looking fruit in front of Cobra. It's Logia sand fruit, Logia sand fruit. This time, not only Cobra, but also the ministers who were having a banquet with 4.9 in the distance all showed shocked expressions. After learning that 7 warlords of the sea crocodile appeared in Alabasta, information about Crocodile was repeatedly investigated, and he owned the Logia sand fruit. Is the most powerful series of devil fruit and is the power of destruction that controls the yellow sand. Now I see Vivi holding sand fruit in her hand. Everyone looked at it in astonishment. Is this real? A series of questions were thrown, and Cobra couldn't resist at all. His thinking was confused and he asked subconsciously. At this time, Vivi decisively tore open the peel of the sand fruit. She had already made enough mental preparations and took a bite immediately. Gulu. It really tastes terrible. After swallowing a mouthful of fruit pulp, Vivi's whole body floated lightly. And her body began to be surrounded by yellow sand. On the land of the palace, the yellow sand began to tremble, like raindrops hitting the lake. Then, there was endless yellow sand pouring into the banquet hall. These yellow sands did not cause damage to the surrounding things, but floated in an orderly manner, as if waiting for the command of the desert princess. This is the power of the patron saint of Alabasta. The ministers in the palace immediately knelt down. Everyone looked at Princess Vivi with reverence. After the banquet, Robin successfully entered the secret room of Neferutari's royal family and obtained information about the ancient weapon Pluton. At the same time, Cobra made several. After weighing the pros and cons, he agreed that Vivi would go to sea with Xia Ya. Xia Ya said it so clearly that it was hard for Cobra to refuse. If Marine wants to pursue the case, just say that Vivi was kidnapped. And, this is the fate that the Neferutari royal family should accept. After everything is over. In Princess Vivi's boudoir, various beasts swayed with the lights. The furry party has officially begun. 065, the capital of Seven Waters, the Riding King and the Black Silk Secretary. 7 days later, following Morgan's order, the newsbirds scattered the newspapers across the sea. It was like a bomb exploding at the bottom of the sea, causing a splash of water that was about to flood the entire world. Grand Line, New World. Hachinosu Sea Area, within the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. A big bird burning with blue flames descended from the sky and transformed into a man with pineapple hair. This person is the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The birdman Marco, who ate the zone, phantom beast species, bird fruit, and phoenix form. Dad. Marco landed on the deck of the Moby D*K and said to a huge man with a machete-like beard covered in tubes, "Dad, the sea is not calm lately." An amazing character was born. As he spoke, Marco handed the newspaper to Edward Newgate in front of him. "Dad, it's him, the newcomer from East Blue, the captain of the Rider Pirates, the Rider King, Xia Ya." The Riding Pirates? King of Riders? What a strange name. Newgate glanced at the newspaper and muttered, only to realize that this report was written by Morgans himself, and that the King of the Riders Pirates was all Morgan's brainstorming to name Xia Ya. In order to increase the sense of substitution. It's really boring. After Newgate read the newspaper, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. Huh, did that kid from Crocodile die in his hands? Blah blah blah, even Marine Admiral's popsicle boy was defeated by him, in hand? There is a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. This kid is really awesome, goo la 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 la. Newgate laughed heartily. 1 billion Baileys? Hearing this, the surrounding officers of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Although none of Whitebeard's sons have directly fought against Marine Admiral, the name Admiral alone is an amazing being. To actually be defeated by a newcomer, is this really possible? After all, in the previous era, Marine Admiral is the direct rival of Whitebeard 09's father. Even now, Marine Admiral is not in trouble. Is a newcomer who just entered the Grand Line really that strong? And, even Father Whitebeard's bounty was accumulated bit by bit. And the newcomer named Xia Ya, in just a few months, a huge profit of 10Z was made. This bounty has reached the level of Captain Whitebeard. And he is also the best squad leader, Gu la la la. Newgate laughed and threw the newspaper aside, turning to look at the autistic black-haired boy on the side. Hey, Ace kid. Lousy heard that you are also from East Blue. Do you know this guy from East Blue recently? A kid from East Blue? Tell Lousy about him. I do not recognize. Ace said with an unhappy look. Don't do it in front of me, Lousy. I'm not your son. I will kill you, Whitebeard. I don't know. Forget it. Gu la 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 la. Crocodile was the defeated opponent of Whitebeard Newgate. At that time, Newgate defeated the opponent with only a few moves. But when it comes to strength, Newgate knew that Crocodile really existed. It is definitely not an existence that can be ravaged by anyone at will. Newgate absolutely recognized this, and this Xia Ya has the strength to kill Crocodile just after her debut, and even defeated the Popsicle Boy in Marine Admiral. She just started from East Blue and entered the first half of the Grand Line. Such a record is truly an amazing fighting talent. But so what? The man in front of me is Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, except for the Whitebeard Pirates. All over the New World, Xia Ya's bounty was also known to most of the pirates, including 4 Emperors Kaido, 4 Emperors Anti, 4 Emperors Red Hair and others. In the eyes of people of their level, it is still very easy to pick up a Shichibukai. Advertisement but Marine Admiral, to be honest. Although they don't like it, but all the 4 Emperors still agree that Naval Headquarters has the strongest combat power. Kingdom of Toto Land, Charlotte Linlin. Mom, I'm interested in him, please investigate him quickly. Wanokuni, Kaido of the Beasts. Hiccup. Give birth to a child like Xia Ya. Gulu, hiccup. On a certain island in New World, red-haired Shanks. Xia Ya. I thought Luffy went to sea early. Beckman, the sea is becoming more and more exciting. It is because of the existence of these young buds that the sea is wonderful. Sabaody Archipelago, really? Today's newcomers are stronger than the last. They stood at the top of the sea when they debuted. Even Roger back then, it seems like it would be extremely difficult to kill a Marine 1 on 10, right? Shaki. In the last era, That be asterisk 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 D-Rocks did it. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Hospital. Sengoku and others felt a headache as they looked at the two tightly tied mummies in front of them. One of the white bandages was completely stained red with blood. The bandaged eyes were closed tightly. Sengoku stood beside the hospital bed, pacing back and forth with a sharp look in his eyes. Kuzan is actually injured like this. Xia Ya, that be asterisk 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 D deserves to die. He reminded. Kuzan's life is no longer in danger. It will take a lot of luck to recover. On another hospital bed, the mummy was covered in bandages. It was obvious that his condition was slightly better. At least there was no blood on the white bandages. Madara also closed his eyes tightly, but he was just pretending to sleep. This person is none other than Marine Colonel Smoker, who was also arranged to be recuperated at the Naval Headquarters Hospital early. Smoker's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. First, his best friend Kuzan was lying on the hospital bed not far away from him. He was injured much more seriously than himself, and it was done by the same person, Xia Ya. Smoker was very angry about this, but there was nothing he could do. You can only be angry with yourself. Secondly, Smoker has heard that both Hina and Toshigi have been kicked out of Marine. Smoker will never accept this. However, facing Sengoku and others at this moment, he did not have the courage to question. No way. Even Kuzan is like this. To lose his temper at this juncture is like seeking death. Smoker could only pretend to sleep in a very uncomfortable state. Grand Line, a warship is sailing on the sea. Xia Ya and others only stayed in Alabasta for 10 days, and the warship was already on its way to the capital of Seven Waters. Because the rest of the trip is mainly for shipbuilding. Therefore, the girls and Xia Ya purchased a lot of brand new furniture in the royal capital. Princess Vivi even selected many favorite royal household items in the palace, plus the cloud bed, cloud sofa, etc. purchased by Sky Island. These furniture are arranged in the space of 6 paths golden coffin. After the ships in the Seven Waters capital were built, they were all arranged into the huge new ships. The living environment has changed. Boring sailings will become a thing of the past. Xia Ya enjoys life mode. At this moment, the sky is blue and the sea is blue. On the deck, Xia Ya is explaining the Grand Line combat classification to the girls. This is a required course for the girls. After all, Xia Ya can't ride them anytime and anywhere, and often has to protect herself with her own strength. As for the reward order, the novelty has worn off as soon as it wore off. Xia Ya said, although Devil Fruit has all kinds of weird abilities that can make it unpredictable and have an absolute advantage in ordinary people's battles, the power of Devil Fruit. Not the only one in the sea. Physical skills, sword skills, and even an ordinary sniper rifle, when combined with hockey, will pose a real threat to Devil Fruit. Karina thoughtfully said, Conqueror's Hockey also has to major. Yes, among them, Conqueror's Hockey is an extremely rare hockey. It cannot be trained. Only one awakening occurs in a million people. However, the other 2 hockey can be obtained through hard work. In the new world, the weapon color and the knowledge color are basically standard. There is no future by relying solely on Devil Fruit. It can even be easily defended by any master, whether it is fire or thunder. Following Xia Ya's explanation, all the girls gained some new insights. After all, Xia Ya has a 10x education buff. No matter how he explains it, the mounts have the terrifying learning ability of association and reasoning. This is what Zhang Ya wants to do to the girls during the voyage. You may not see the effect now, but as time goes by, they will all find a fighting method that suits them. Perona asked curiously, Xia Ya, have you awakened Conqueror's Hockey? Xia Ya looked at the few red little suns emerging from Perona's head, which were the attribute points of Conqueror's Hockey. It's already there, but it's not the top of the sea. Ouch. So awesome. At this time, Robin came to Xia Ya. We will arrive in the Seven Waters capital soon. Carrera Company is the best shipyard in the water capital. They not only receive Marine's shipbuilding business, but also the shipbuilding business of various kingdoms and royal families. We accept orders from pirate forces in a fair and honest manner. Advertisement: this world is made up of the sea. As long as someone gives money, the shipyards in the Seven Waters City will build ships they are satisfied with. The royal family of Alabasta has had business dealings with Carrera Company. Robin also asked the royal family for the phone number of Carrera Company and got in touch. The president of Carrera Company is Bingshan, and he is also the chief persimmon of the Seven Rivers capital. What we are going to this time is the #1 dock under his name. Because of its world-famous shipbuilding technology, the Water City has become the most important city in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether they are pirates or caravans, they will come here to check in, either to rest, resupply, maintain ships, or come here. Do business with people coming from all over. Therefore, Water City is a quite prosperous metropolis. The products inside are also from all over the world, which can be said to be a shopper's paradise. Now the girl group has cheat with a long tail, so we need some wonderful outfits to match. Xia Ya naturally wants them to spend money to dress themselves up. When the new ship and new environment are available, various parties can be held. Although the core components of the ship are ready, the design and craftsmanship of the Ark may be different from ordinary ships, so we must be mentally prepared to stay in the water capital for a while. Nami has already booked a room at the Crown Hotel. You can have fun during this time. Soon, Nami took out a brand new Bailey that was exchanged for gold at the Alabasta World Bank. Laughing over and over again of the women. Enjoy sightseeing and shopping in the Water City. Xia Ya will be angry if you don't spend all your money. Karina reminded. Buy more clothes. Also buy all kinds of flower 140 style headbands. Xia Ya likes double ponytails and weird clothes, so I am going to buy fabrics. A swimsuit with just a few strings. By then, our ship will have the most luxurious swimming pool. Robin blushed and muttered. Xia Ya, will he like spiked pants? The girls were excited. Xia Ya and Nami confirmed it and immediately formed a seal with one hand. Above the sea, a huge golden coffin with a height of 100 meters slowly emerged from the water. When the lid of the coffin was opened, an ark slowly sailed out from inside and soon floated a few meters above the sea. Meter-high location. The construction level of Ark Proverbs is about 80%, which is sufficient for basic use. Wait for Xia Ya and others to board the ark. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and landed on the warship. The warship snatched from Colonel East Blue has ended its mission. Let's go. Water City, Hitachi Zosen Company, Limited. President's office. A middle-aged man with blue-purple hair and a dark red striped shirt was sitting on an office chair. He looked at the red circle on the calendar and clicked on his chest pocket. The head of a white mouse. This person is none other than the president of Carrera Company, Bingshan Asbagu. And in his office, there is another person with long blonde hair, glasses with tinted lenses, a wonderful hip-hugging skirt, and a pair of over-the-knee boots. He is a bit cold. There are some naturally stupid women recording that. Khalifa is Iceberg's secretary, but she is also the only female member of the Rejou organization CP9, and her weapon is a long whip with thorns. Her father is a CP9 spy. Unlike some people who inherit their father's business, Khalifa was born with qualifications and strength. After training hard at a young age, he joined CP9 based on his strength. The reason why Khalifa became Iceberg's secretary was because she accepted Mariajoy's secret mission. She, Lu Chi, Bluno, Jabra and others were lurking around the iceberg. It is to seize the drawing of ancient weapon Pluton that was taught. Only, what CP9 doesn't know is, that blueprint is not in Bingshan's place, but in the hands of his junior brother Frankie. Khalifa smiled professionally and said, Boss, I recently recovered a credit account, totaling 9.8 million belly, and it has been credited to the company account, please confirm your signature. Bingshan nodded and said, I understand. After signing, Bingshan said, some time ago, the Alabasta Nafit royal family recommended an important customer to me. According to the agreement, he can arrive today. Khalifa, here. It's a customer's call. You are responsible for receiving him well during this time. Okay, boss. A smile formed on Khalifa's lips, and she pushed up her glasses professionally. 066. Bounty for all. Where are you? Up to the thigh, please subscribe. When Khalifa next appeared, she had a new fashion look. Wearing a yellow top with a black skirt, black over-the-knee boots, and her favorite hay fishnet stockings. After all, important customers came here, and it was a recommendation from the Alabasta royal family. Khalifa naturally wants to build relationships with customers. It is best to take them to visit the Water City and let them have fun. As long as the reception step is done well, subsequent orders will be signed easily. Khalifa must use performance to make itself a core member of the company. By the time, this was a good time for her, a CP9 spy, to find out about Pluton's blueprints from the mouth of the iceberg. Blue. After the call is connected, Khalifa's nice professional voice reached the phone bug. Hello, Mr. Xia Ya, I am Khalifa, secretary to the president of Carrera Company. Has Mr. Xia Ya arrived in the Water City? Carrera Company can provide you with hotel reservations, transfers, tours and other services. SSSSSSSSSSSSS, soon. A lazy male voice came from the phone. Your name is Khalifa? Yes, sir. Do you like wearing hens? Hey, fishnet stockings are indeed my personal hobby. Wait, sir, you are so unreasonable. Why are you talking about this? Are you dressed today? Damn it, sir, I just put it on specially. Where are you? To the top of my thigh, I'm so angry. I'm asking you where you are. I'm already in the Water City. Ah, I just came out of the main entrance of the company. I'm on top of you. OPG. Hearing this strange call, Khalifa looked up inexplicably. As a result, he saw a flying ark hovering dozens of meters above his head. It seems that the spacecraft has just arrived and is looking for a docking location. Are there really ships in the sky in this world? Is it weird? No, sir, please come with me. As he spoke, Khalifa shook his hands towards the sky, and then walked quickly on the ground with his beautiful figure, guiding the ark to dock at the number 1 dock. At the number 1 dock, amid the shock of Khalifa, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Jabra and other CP9 organization personnel, Ark Proverbs slowly fell until it was firmly anchored at the designated location in the dock. Lucci. What did I see? Kaku. God. Jabra, it's all gold. Khalifa. Impossible, I must be dazzled, and after Xia Ya disembarked the boat with Karina and Vivi. Khalifa was completely confused. Is this the client recommended by the Alabasta royal family? How? They are the cavalry pirates that have been causing a lot of trouble recently. Advertisement in their captain. The handsome man in front of me is only 14 or 15 years old. Was he really the one who killed the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile? The strongest newcomer to defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji? Ride King. Xia Ya, the super pirate with a bounty of 1 billion belly. And the ones around Xia Ya are genuine. Bounty of 630 million baileys, Flame Spirit Lady Karina. With a bounty of 620 million belly, the electric shock user Nami. There is a reward of 260 million Baileys, the son of the devil, Robin. Bounty of 98 million Baileys, Princess Mononoke Perona. As well as Princess Nefet Vivi of the Desert Kingdom, who has no bounty because she was kidnapped. Look at this situation. Princess Vivi doesn't look like she was kidnapped either. But, after all, CP9 is the spy organization arranged by Rejou to Carrera Company, and their only goal is to find Pluton's blueprints. So, even if CP9 encounters many pirates on the run in Carrera Company, they will turn a blind eye. Only in special circumstances will it be reported. And now, Nico Robin, the son of the devil, seems to meet the requirements. But there is no time to care about this now. Lu Chi and others are dumbfounded and curious about the layout of Ark of Proverbs. TT. It's really because the main parts of the Ark are made of gold. With such gold content, you can tell it is worth tens of billions of belly at a glance. Moreover, the Ark also has a mechanical engine that fascinates all men. My dear, this guy Xia Ya is too rich, hiss. Lu Chi and others secretly sighed. What a terrifying financial resource. Also, what kind of ship is this? Khalifa made up his mind and said with a professional smile, Mr. Xia Ya, the ship can safely dock here. Our company's security is the best in the entire water city. As soon as we enter the dock, just take the insurance and there won't be any accidents. I have been hosting you recently. Do you need me to book a hotel? Unnecessary. Then, let me take you to President Bingshan's calendar office. Without quarreling with these CP9 agents, Xia Ya and others followed Khalifa and left. In the president's office, Bingshan secretly smacked his lips when he saw the visitor. The recent news that the riding pirates killed 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji caused a sensation in the entire ocean. The bounty has soared to the highest in the first half of the Grand Line. The Captain Xia Ya alone has reached a terrifying 1 billion Baileys. The entire cavalry pirates team has reached a terrifying 2,628 million Baileys. This terrifying amount may only be surpassed by the New World 4 Emperor's team. It can be said, the appearance of such a terrifying character in the first half of the park is quite explosive. What's more, Xia Ya is still his customer. Advertisement. Bingshan knew that Xia Ya and others were not simple, but he would not worry about their identities. After all, in the Water City, there were only merchants and customers. He did not study each other's identities and immediately smiled and said, I am Bingshan, the president of Carrera Company. On behalf of the company, I welcome you all. After all, many years ago, Bingshan's teacher Tom took over the order from Roger the Pirate King. Come up to the iceberg and introduce it. Xia Ya didn't want to waste time and directly took out the design drawing of Ark Proverbs. This was obtained by the way when acquiring the Ark at Sky Island. It also contained information on the power layout of the Ark. This is the ship we want. The Ark Proverbs has arrived. I need the existing power core assembly on the Ark. The design, layout, decoration, and planning of the new ship all need to be designed by you, Carrera. By the way, this ship pig must use the best materials. Also, here are the specific requirements. Xia Ya handed Bingshan 2 pieces of information. One is a design drawing of the Ark Proverbs. The other is the requirements for the functional area. This is the wish that Xia Ya and her female companions discussed together when they came to Chuzhong, the capital of water. For example, Nami wanted to have a planting area on the Ark. After all, the 2 orange trees she brought from Koko West Village were planted in flower pots before. The soil was not enough, and the orange trees were almost dead. Of course, there is also a dedicated charting room for navigators. Karina, on the other hand, requested a luxurious swimming pool and a very private love room, where she wanted to hide many family planning supplies. Anyway, she was already addicted to Xia Ya's vines, especially when they had long tails, which made them even more intense. What Perona wants is a princess room and a multifunctional kitchen. Robin hopes to have a tasteful reading room. Vivi wanted to decorate her room to look like the boudoir in Alabasta Palace. In addition to these individual private rooms, there are some public areas such as living rooms, entertainment rooms, viewing rooms, etc. Bingshan first took the information card requested by Xia Ya, looked at it for a moment, and nodded immediately. Mr. Xia Ya, there is no problem with these requirements. We at Carrera are the best shipbuilding company in the entire Seven Waters capital and even in the entire world. We can fulfill any requirements of our customers. Then, Bingshan looked at the design drawing of Ark Proverbs and was completely stunned. Immediately his pupils shrank. Is this such a thing? Does it really exist? Ark Proverbs only has propellers and other technologies. And also need to study the aerodynamics of flight. This kind of technical requirement has never been seen before, even for icebergs that have built hundreds of ships. The boats he built were all sailing on water. This ship is capable of both water and air use. The shocked expression hung directly on Bingshan's face. Ahem. Sorry, I'm rude. Bingshan realized that he was the president of Carrera, but he was shocked by the shipbuilding industry he was most familiar with. He immediately resolved the embarrassment with a smile and said, Dear Mr. Xia Ya, I thank you in advance. Choose our Carrera company. Because the order is so large, I can only give a reasonable quotation after repeated calculations. Tro. Why don't you let Miss Khalifa accompany you for a walk around the Water City first? Although she is only Carrera's secretary, her level of tour guide is definitely the most professional in the Seven Water City. How about I wait until my team has done the calculations and then give me a quote? At this moment, what Bingshan wanted was not just a complicated quotation, but also an assessment of whether his company had the strength to build this technological ship capable of both water and air use. Therefore, on-site inspection of the Ark is particularly important. Iceberg can only allow Khalifa to accompany Xia Ya and others to visit the water city. Only then can you squeeze out time to lead the team to make an evaluation request. And Ark Proverbs is actually not just about ship forging, but also some technological fields. Although Xia Ya has already brought the core components, they can be used directly by disassembling and installing them. B. At this moment, Bingshan didn't have the confidence to sort out the complicated electrical circuits. He immediately thought of his junior brother who was a technology geek. Frankie. Perhaps with Frankie's help and Carrera's background, it would be possible to build the boat. No problem, I'll trouble you, the iceberg will win first. 067. The deal is done, made in heaven, please subscribe. The Water City is an important maritime town with a long history. Because of its unique geographical location, its shipbuilding industry has developed. The waterways in the city are quite complex and cover the entire city network. Local residents raise a creature called Bulu as a means of water transportation. What a beautiful city. After walking around for a while, everyone in Xia Ya marveled at the water city. Khalifa took Xia Ya and others to the rental center and assigned everyone to Blue. Very professional introduction. The city of water is hit by a huge tsunami called Yakwa Ragna every year. After it hits the city of water, it leaves a high concentration of sea salt on the eaves of every house. The unique sweetness of this sea salt, the taste is unique in the entire Grand Line. You came at the right time, because Aqua Lagna has just passed, and the sea salt at this time is also the most sweet and fresh flavor. The next 3 months will be the best food season in the water city. Oh, when the foodies on the boat heard this, they immediately became interested. Khalifa took everyone riding Blue to the food court. This is the unique local water meat, after it is grilled. A pinch of delicious sea salt is sprinkled on top. It is quite tender and delicious. This is a must-eat delicacy for every tourist who comes to the water city. Come with me, this is the most authentic gourmet restaurant. Soon everyone had several skewers of meat in their hands. Perona couldn't hold anything in her mouth. She puffed up her little face and muttered from the gap in her mouth. This sea salt is so delicious. If it is sprinkled on cheese bread, it will definitely be delicious. Xia Ya likes cheese bread the most. I want to buy some sea salt for later use. Khalifa smiled and said, let me help arrange this. It is definitely the most authentic sea salt. Then, let's go to the huge fountain for the rest. The islands in the Grand Line are all different, and Water City is an island with its own absolute characteristics. This time, because they had to build a ship, Xia Ya and others were not in a hurry at all and had time to savor it carefully. The time came to 663 afternoon. Crown Hotel, Xia Ya's suite. I didn't expect that today would go so smoothly. I love it here so much. Karina dove into Xia Ya's soft big bed and inhaled on the pillow. Xia Ya, you smell so good. Did you secretly use Nami's shampoo? Nami smiled and said, the secretary today was very nice. Later, she helped us buy a lot of cosmetics. She has a unique vision. She can explain the brand and style of every piece of clothing clearly. She is really professional. Khalifa is, after all, a high-level agent trained by Rejou. She is famous for her beauty, and her beauty is also her most advantageous weapon. Of course, she must take good care of and use it. Therefore, Khalifa's clothes and looks are all cultivated through long-term efforts. As an agent, she also has the attributes of a social butterfly. She knows what clothes to wear and what kind of appearance to look for on any occasion. Compared with the beauties from poor backgrounds on the Xia Ya ship, Khalifa has a better mentality and vision for beauty, will be much more mature. I also bought a lot of fishing nets today on Khalifa's recommendation. Xia Ya, I will wear it for you now. I find she is a nice person. Xia Ya, do you want to consider taking down Khalifa as well? Prying someone off an iceberg, it's actually not difficult. Xia Ya rode on Robin's neck, pinched her warm and moist ears, and reminded, Khalifa is a member of Cipher Pole number 9 under Rejou. She is an agent. You should be careful. Be gentle, I'm sensitive. Robin blushed. She was itching to death. But after hearing what Xia Ya said, Robin was immediately shocked. Agent? Rejou's? Xia Ya finished collecting the little golden sun of swordsmanship on Robin's head. Jump on the bed. He was surrounded by his female companions. He could only explain. CP9 is the secret cipher pole directly under Rejou. However, her target is not us, but the iceberg, HADH. But other CP9s lurking in the Water City may take action against us, but it doesn't matter, there is no need to take it seriously. Xia Ya knows. Robin is the only survivor of O'Hara, and Rejou will not let him go. And, if you want to get the Pluton drawings yourself, you are robbing Rejou of something. Advertisement, so it doesn't make any difference what reason they use to cause trouble. The girls looked confused. Against my boss? For the management rights of Carrera Company? Xia Ya continued to explain. Robin, have you read the historical record of Pluton in Alabasta? In fact, there are still design drawings of ancient weapon Pluton in the water capital. In order to obtain this blueprint, Rejou sent CP9 to lurk around the iceberg. The first Pluton battleship in history was built by craftsmen in the Water City. The girls nodded. That's right, Xia Ya, you are so awesome. Why do you know everything? After briefly chatting about Khalifa's identity, everyone quickly forgot about it. After all, the Xia Ya pirates no longer look down upon those who are not agents. And the most important secret, Xia Ya, no one will tell. Even if the female mount group tells everything they know, others won't be able to analyze anything. Karina suggested. Didn't our secret agent help us buy so many fashions today? I really want to try it with a tail, so let's start with this one. With that said, Karina changed her clothes generously in front of everyone. After all, Xia Ya is still here. Nami almost covered her face, but she still had a smile on her face. I even touched a rubber umbrella on Karina's bedside before. Nami ran over and pinched Karina's face with a suspicious look on her face. Tell me, you vixen, when did you eat secretly? Hee. Isn't the little thieving cat stupid? Of course it's on the vine leaves on Sky Island. Stupid Nami. You missed the development of Xia Ya at the age of 26. Thinking of the time at Sky Island, when Xia Ya carried Karina, who was rosy and as if she had a fever, back to the warship, Nami realized and went crazy. Wait a minute, am I the only one on the ship or? Nami looked at Robin, Vivi, and Perona suspiciously. As a result, they all looked at Karina with shocked expressions. Nami felt relieved and immediately jumped on the soft big bed. I have reserved this pillow tonight, I don't care, Xia Ya, you have to make it up to me. Robin, Vivi, and Perona were completely numb. What a fat thing. Are they all so open? We just got on the boat and haven't thought about this problem yet? Soon. As the girls changed into beautiful clothes that fit them, Xia Ya cheered little by little and the girls grew tails again. Blue. And at this time, Xia Ya's phone rang. Mr. Xia Ya, the quotation for the order has been released. Should you come to the office of the president of Carrera Company, or should I go to your place to quote in person? Khalifa said there. Come here, Crown Hotel, Suite 000. Nami swept the orange cat's tail across his chin, and said with a bit of pain in the corner of his mouth. Has the quotation from Carrera Company been out yet? Our ship requirements seem to be too much, and it will probably cost a lot more. It doesn't matter. The boat is not only a means of transportation for us, but we also have to live on it all year round. It's worth spending a little more money, Xia Ya said indifferently. However, Xia Ya will seriously consider Karina's proposal. Khalifa is a master of the 6th form of Grandmaster. She has not eaten the Paramecia bubble fruit yet, so she still has great potential. After getting in touch at the same time, Xia Ya discovered that Khalifa's business capabilities are also quite outstanding. If such professional women can appear on board, they will be of great help to the group. Even the worst, it can also improve the clothes of all the girls. And now that Robin is on board, just head to New World, find Torrance, and sleep in Ancient Town. Advertisement: there is a high chance of finding the devil fruit of the phantom beast species. It just so happened that there was no one left on the ship to eat the devil fruit. After thinking about it, Khalifa became a good choice. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the suite. When they arrived at the suite, Khalifa's expression was a little confused. What is this? A group of monsters dancing wildly. Why do they all have tails? Shake and shake, like the real thing. In order to win this order and break into the core level of Carrera Company, Khalifa wore a black outfit this time, and also specially matched it with a fishnet-style dress, just to make Xenia pleasing to the eye. She immediately adjusted her mood. Sorry, the road is a bit bumpy. I'll sort out my quotation ideas. After President Bingshan and Carrera's technical analysis team, it has been determined that we can take over this order. In view of the ready-made core power assembly and sufficient construction materials in Water City, the construction period has been greatly shortened, and the shipbuilders are working hard. It will only take 3 months at most. As for the quotation, this is a detailed quotation for various expenditures. The total is 780 million belly. 780 million baileys. Hearing this quote, Nami felt dizzy instantly. This is too expensive. There is no way. What Xia Ya wants to build is not a pirate ship that only needs to be sailed, but a palace in the sky that can be used both in the sky and the sea. Even in order to satisfy everyone with a large room with the same characteristics, they have to leave the other crew members. Location: these requirements themselves increase costs. As for this size, the whole keel must be built using the largest treasure tree atom, and all kinds of wood are also the best, and most of the rooms are for girls. There are many things and many requirements. The materials alone are already sky high. For this order, Carrera Company also invited craftsmen from other shipyards at a high price. It took almost half of the Water City's craftsmen to work together to complete the ship. Xia Ya readily agreed. No problem, it's settled. Khalifa couldn't believe that she agreed so readily. This is an order worth close to 800 million baileys. Don't you think about it at all? Xia Ya smiled at the same time. Khalifa, are you interested in becoming a secretary on my ship? Khalifa was immediately startled, and her beautiful eyes secretly looked at Nico Robin. Khalifa is a member of Mariajoy CP9. After joining, all information is registered. The right of life and death is in the hands of Mariajoy. If he betrays, he will be hunted to the ends of the earth by the most powerful forces. First of all, the professional conditions do not allow it. Now, Robin appeared on Xia Ya's ship and came to the water capital, and Lu Qi had already informed the 5 people far away in the Holy Land. At the pinnacle of power, it won't be long before Mariajoy has special agents coming to investigate. In Khalifa's opinion, Xia Ya's ship will be the most dangerous place in the world. She was unwilling to wade this muddy water. Now Khalifa just wants to get the order, gain the trust of Carrera's core management, and get the Pluton drawings as soon as possible. The rest is not her job. Xia Ya just casually said that whether to do it or not is still a follow-up matter. Seeing Khalifa's face was embarrassed, she immediately signed the contract and said, "You go back first, we will meet tomorrow. Transfer the money to Carrera's company account. So fast, there will be a new ship in 3 months." "Xia Ya, what's the name of our new ship? I think Arc Proverbs is a bit ordinary. How about calling it Chivalry? How about Titanic? You actually already have an idea, right?" Xia Ya smiled and said, "Let's call it Made in Heaven." The girls were confused. Made in Heaven. Khalifa, who had been out of the hotel for a long time, looked incredulous. It was so easy to sign the bill. Is that new ship called Made in Heaven? Boarding it is equivalent to boarding heaven? Such a name? 068. The ceremony of going into the sea. The hoof of the sky soaring dragon. Please customize, please subscribe, please order in full. It takes 3 months to build the ship, which becomes the Xia Ya Pirates' collective vacation time. And with Khalifa, a capable secretary, as a tour guide. They successfully visited the #1 dockyard, saw the progress of Made in Paradise, and also took the sea train to visit the islands near the capital of 7 waters. The capital of water does not belong to any country, and it exists entirely due to its superb shipbuilding technology. In this world, the people of the Xia Ya Pirates can travel freely. One day 3 months later, it was a sunny day in the water capital, and the sounds of seabirds were everywhere. The entrance to the Crown Hotel. Khalifa was dressed in business attire, holding an exquisite sun umbrella, and asked kindly with a professional secretary smile. "Ladies, do you still want to go shopping today? Or go directly to Carrera Company? Because there is a ship delivery ceremony today. Carrera Company will hold a sumptuous banquet at noon." Karina refused with a smile. "We have browsed all the shops in the Water City, and swept away all the goods we like. Even the room in the Crown Hotel can hardly be filled. Let's take our time to visit. #1 let's dock. Whenever there is an order exceeding 100 million Baileys. At the ship delivery ceremony, Carrera Company will hold a particularly grand dinner party. First, because people who can spend 100 million Pele on shipbuilding are Carrera's big customers, and Bingshan and other Carrera executives are willing to make friends with them to pave the way for possible subsequent business. Second, such a large order means that shipwrights and technicians will work very hard during the shipbuilding process. Carrera Company does this to reward these shipbuilding heroes. The third one. The ship delivery ceremony was ceremonial, which also proved that Carrera Company is a leader in the shipbuilding industry of the Water City, has performance, and can pay a large amount of tax for the Water City, which itself is a matter of pride. And, this time, because the amount of Xia Ya's order is as high as 780 million Baileys, it is an unprecedented large order. For this list, President Bingshan went to various shipyards and hired temporary shipbuilders. Even Frankie, his younger brother with whom he was not very close, was forced to join the shipbuilding team by him in order to successfully complete the order. Now that the order is completed, it is natural to celebrate grandly. At this moment, dock #1. The party square has been cleaned at this moment, and the tables are neatly placed on the ground. Pedestrians are shuttled among them, and delicious food is served to the tables by the kitchen. Drinks are also essential on the tables. Boatman's area. The boatmen invited from major shipyards gathered together and looked excited. "It's finally built. It's the most perfect boat I've ever been involved in building. I really want to thank Carrera for giving me this opportunity. Made in Heaven? I really look forward to seeing her take off. What an amazing, magical 3 months." Another table. Frankie and his assistant, younger brother and younger sister, looked equally excited. Super enjoyable, Boss Frankie. You stayed in the cabin for more than 20 days to clear those lines. Ah, such a good ship, of course you have to take it seriously. What a perfect technology. Kids, do you have any Coca-Cola? Frankie looked at the Made in Paradise in the distance with a satisfied look on his face. When the iceberg found him 3 months ago, he refused to participate at the first time. After all, compared to his senior brother, he could only hang out in the seaside garbage dump. But after seeing the design drawings of Arc Proverbs, he gave up his dissatisfaction with the iceberg and decisively participated in the construction of the ship. Facts have proved, it was truly a dream boat building experience. The other side. The boatmen of Carrera Company are several CP9 spy boatmen. Koko pinched his long nose, frowned and said, "Lucci, I shouldn't ask about this matter, but there is no news about Mary Joyce's agents. Our ships have been built, so why haven't they taken action yet? If we don't take action, Xia Ya, they will leave today." The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder spoke on his behalf. "I have no right to know how the 10 CPO agents sent here this time acted. Anyway, I have done my job well, and we don't need to worry about other things." Bluno made a silent gesture. "Keep your voice down, the real master is here." Soon, accompanied by Bingshan and Khalifa, Xia Ya and his party arrived at the banquet venue. Advertisement iceberg expresses joy, he announced loudly downward. "Now, it's the launch ceremony of Made in Heaven. All rise." In the eyes of boatmen, every ship is alive. Many old boatmen's lifelong wish is to see the magical life of the boat spirit with their own eyes. This has become a legend on the sea. The launching ceremony of every ship is quite grand, but Made in Heaven is a ship in the sky. Therefore, this ship does not need to be pulled to the coast. Instead, the launching ceremony can be started directly at the #1 dock. Soon, with help from staff, a huge piece of dark blue covering was torn off. A luxurious ship with a length of 100 meters appeared in everyone's eyes. The tail, middle and sides of the ship were equipped with huge propellers. On both sides of the ship were propeller-like components used to control navigation and turning. It is worth noting that this ship does not have traditional sails. Because the power made in heaven is the electricity of Thunderfruit, and at the same time, it can also be controlled by Xia Ya's ride. Overall, the appearance is simpler than ordinary ships, but there is soil and turf on the deck, and orange trees and other plants are planted. Under the deck, as long as the electric motor is controlled, there is a panel that can be moved to expose the huge swimming pool below. There is no doubt that every corner of Made in Paradise has luxurious design. Especially the bow. In the pirate world, the bow is the focus of every ship's design, such as the sheep's head on the Mary, the lion's head on the Sunny, and Made in Paradise, where Xia Ya collected various precious metals and then used Thunderfruit's a silver centaur made by Lay Metallurgy. Made in Heaven. Made in Heaven is the stand-in for Father Pucci in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Sea of Stone. The upper body is a human body, the face is black, the forehead is wrapped with a green ribbon, there are a lot of pink feathers from the shoulders to the collarbone, the lower body is the front half of a horse, and there is a pink rein on the horse's head. The arms of the horse and the horse will always hold the reins, as if they are galloping. There is a speedometer in the center of the human face, clock-shaped decorations on the horse's head and joints, and a golden pipe on the back that connects the upper and lower bodies. Because the image Made in Heaven is good, it also fits the fantasy of Xia Ya's Riding Fruit Knight image. When planning to build a ship, Xia Ya directly copied the image of Made in Heaven, and used it as the bow of her own ship. Even the name of the ship was directly copied. Because Made in Heaven is used as the bow, the temperament of the entire ship has been improved a lot. It is much more distinctive than the pure cartoon cats and dogs on the sea. What's more, as a rider who ate the fruit of riding, Xia Ya's image Made in Heaven also fits his knightly temperament. At this point, the temperament of the pirate group was initially determined. At Xia Ya's nod, Nami turned into a flash of thunder, and her figure appeared in the control room Made in Heaven. Her hands were placed between two gold balls. Immediately, a heavy blue light flashed above her hands. SSSSSSSSS. The current created by the Thunderfruit is transmitted to various circuits through the control ball, and the lightning passes through each circuit and flows into the core power components of the arc. Under the strong voltage, the entire ship is quickly destroyed. The power is fully charged. And the next second, in the number 1 dock, dozens of propellers made by the giant Heaven began to rotate, and the entire ship slowly broke away from the ground and lifted into the air at an altitude of more than 20 meters. Made in Heaven is like a helicopter that can hover at any time. When Nami's figure appeared on the ground, Made in Heaven is still hovering in midair. That's great, it can actually fly. I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect. Super. Exactly what I expected, ha 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 ha. She can really fly and is perfectly aerodynamic. This is the best boat we have ever built, ha 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 ha. Have a big glass of Coke, super. 0. All the participating boatmen looked up with a sense of accomplishment on their faces. Even people like CP9 Luki. There is something amazing about this Paradise manufacturing ship. And that's just the surface of the ship. Made in Heaven core is even more luxurious. Advertisement 80 billion Baileys were used up just for gold, I can't believe it. In the view of Lu Chi and others. Even the ships of the noble celestial dragons in Meriajoy, the Holy Land, and even the palace ships used by the heads of the largest families, are far less luxurious than Made in Heaven. If the celestial dragons saw Made in Heaven, they would all drool with greed. Bingshan took a deep breath and finally relaxed a little. This not only means that the Carrera Company has completed the largest order in history, but also means that this Made in Paradise has become the face of the entire company. Just like the poison produced by Lamborghini, Made in Paradise is undoubtedly Carrera, the company's first masterpiece. B. The party begins, fireworks. At the same time, there was a stone street not far from dock number 1. The residents of the Water City knelt on both sides of the street, trembling and lowering their heads. And in the middle of the road, a group of people occupied the main road and were heading towards the number 1 dockyard. The guards were holding flags with the red mark of Heavenly Dragon's hoof, which was fluttering rhythmically in the sea breeze of the Water City. 0. The hooves of the Celestial Dragon are the symbol of the world's nobility, the Celestial Dragons. And the most central location of the street. A curly-haired man with a round transparent glass cover is extremely conspicuous. He has pot bangs, an extremely ugly pumpkin-shaped face, and a disgusting thick snot on his nostrils. Under him was riding a man about 3 meters tall with chains hanging on his body. Behind him, there were more than a dozen chains. However, the chain collar is not locked to various animal pets. Instead, there were more than a dozen young girls kneeling and crawling on the ground. Their knees were bleeding at this time, but their faces were purple and expressionless. They continued to kneel and crawl forward without knowing the pain. These are the celestial dragons who claim to be the descendants of the Creator. 800 years ago, 20 kings from 20 countries jointly formed Meriajoy, except for the Neferutari family of Alabasta. The Creator kings of the other 19 kingdoms brought their families to live in the Holy Land. From then on, they called themselves celestial dragons, and as time went by, under the indulgence of Meriajoy, the privileges of the celestial dragons are getting heavier and heavier, and the celestial dragons are becoming more and more lawless. They enjoy all the privileges. Once offended, the Marine Admiral or CPO must be protected, and the one who came to the water capital was Saint Roswald Preminger. Because the ship of Saint Roswald Preminger was manufactured by the Carrera Company, he went to West Blue this time to collect several kings' heavenly gold, and on his way back, he stopped by to give the ship some money. Just do some maintenance. Lord Slave, lower your head. Sir Roswald Preminger is not something that lowly people like you can look at directly. Bang bang bang. The guards of celestial dragons were furious, and whipped their whips wildly at the civilians on both sides of the street. In a short time, several people were knocked to the ground, and even a little girl's face was whipped out. A deep bloodstain. Sir, we were wrong, please forgive us. Please let us go, we don't dare anymore. In this world, except for those countries with war potential and sovereignty, such as the country of warriors Wano-kuni, the country of giants Elbaf. The other franchise countries are still. Whether it is a non-franchised country or not, everyone who sees celestial dragons must kneel down to greet them. This is already a universal justice. Saint Roswald Preminger took out his pistol with disdain on his face. He was about to execute the little girl who had looked up at him in the street. But suddenly, in the direction of Dock Number 1, a row of fireworks shot straight into the sky. Soon it exploded in the sky. Boom hoo 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 hoo. Blah blah blah. Saint Roswald Perming frowned and said angrily, "Damn it, how dare you scare the creator, you." 069. You are a shipwrecker, turn it into minced meat, please subscribe. Come with me and have a look, I will make the lowly slave pay the price. How dare you scare the supreme creator, Saint Roswald Perminger, who owed more than a dozen slaves, said angrily as he walked. The guard next to him whispered, and immediately came over nervously and explained, Sir Roswald Perminger, this is the disembarkation ceremony of Carrera Company's new ship. They did not mean to scare you, please don't take it to heart. After all, Carrera Company is a cooperative shipyard, and Celestial Dragon's ships have to be maintained here, so the guards can't let the stupid Celestial Dragons cause trouble, and it can save them a little trouble. Launching ceremony. Saint Roswald Perming also seemed to understand. Oh, you come with me and have a look. And soon, Saint Roswald Pulminger and his party arrived at Dock Number 1. But when he arrived here, a huge luxurious ship suspended in the sky appeared in the sight of Saint Roswald Perming. Saint Roswald Perming's eyes widened. What is this? Skyship, how is it possible? Hiss, it's actually like this, it's actually more luxurious than my holy car. I will never allow anything more luxurious than my ship to exist in the world. I want it. Saint Roswald Perminger did not hesitate and walked quickly towards the location of the iceberg. These are celestial dragons. If he wants something, no one can stop him. When they arrived in front of the iceberg, the guard Garpora hurriedly took a few steps forward, pointed at the heavenly creation in the sky, and immediately said, Our Lord, Lord Roswald Preminger, wants this ship in the sky. Please quote directly, President Bingshan. Bingshan looked startled. He did not expect that he would encounter 327 celestial dragons. Although Bingshan only despised and even hated the celestial dragons, after all, the City of Water has become the center of shipbuilding in the world. The first step is to open the door. Do business. In business, Bingshan cannot choose to reject any customer's order because of his stubbornness. Just like Chef Sanji, as long as you are hungry, he will cook for you. Therefore, Naval Headquarters List, Mary Joyce's List, and Iceberg's Carrera Company all have business dealings. Today's launching ceremony is such an unfortunate coincidence. Made in heaven, actually being targeted by celestial dragons. That is the ship of the strongest newcomer Xia Ya. Marine Admiral Aokiji had just been defeated by him. Even if he faced the celestial dragons, fanatics like Xia Ya would probably cause trouble soon. Bingshan's head was in pain thinking about it, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing that Bingshan seemed to be hesitating, Garpla immediately said dissatisfied, Although you have business dealings with our Lord Roswald Perminger, you must understand your identity. A shipbuilder wants to disobey the noble celestial dragon's orders? You are a stinky shipbuilder, just the price, do you understand? Looking at the iceberg fiercely, Garp ordered in an unquestionable tone. Saint Roswald Perming saw that the matter had been delayed for a few seconds. As a celestial dragon's, his time was very precious, not even for 1 second. What's more, a shipbuilder was actually thinking about how to reject the celestial dragons. Who do you think you are? You actually reject heavenly beings. Saint Roswald Pulminger immediately became furious, rushed to the iceberg, and roared loudly, "Trash, kill him." Not to mention a small shipyard boss. Even Sengoku, the big boss of naval headquarters, is just the watchdog of their celestial dragons. But suddenly, Garp was suddenly stunned and finally saw the young man standing next to Bingshan. And looking at the guest position where Xia Ya is standing, one can tell that the new ship in the sky is his order. His mind immediately started thinking rapidly. It was quickly linked to the reward orders in newspapers I had seen recently. Xia Ya. The Xia Ya who defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. Absolutely nothing wrong. I will never forget this face. Wait a minute, Lord Roswald Preminger. Just wait a minute, don't get excited. Faced with Garpla's impulsive stop, Saint Roswald Preminger became displeased and immediately took out a golden sniper rifle. Who do you think you are? Do you want to die? Are you just a stinky slave and want to refuse my request? Garp's face was so frightened that it turned into a purple eggplant shape. If it was anyone else, forget it. But next to the iceberg is the super pirate Xia Ya with a bounty of 1 billion belly. Moreover, the Admiral of Headquarters has been destroyed. Now if Saint Roswald Preminger is offended Xia Ya, even if you call Marine Admiral, he won't be afraid. Garp felt desperate, and Garp is not the only one who feels desperate. The 4 members of CP9, Lucci, Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa are all here at the moment. Only, The four men's mission was to seize the Pluton blueprint, so they believed that their identities had not been exposed. Advertisement: the four of them are still employees of Carina. But now, with the arrival of celestial dragons, Xia Ya's new ship will also be forced to be purchased. Can a pirate like Xia Ya endure? If there is a conflict between the Xia Ya side and the celestial dragon side, they may even take action. And several of them serve as agents of Mera. Expose it. The mission to seize the Pluton blueprint failed, leading to a dead end. Hide it. Celestial dragons are in danger and will die if you don't protect them. And is Xia Ya something I can handle with these CP9s? No matter how you look at it, it is a dead end. Lu Qi and the other four were as desperate as Garp. Oh, you are such a stupid pig. What the hell are you doing to harm people? Seeing Garpla's feet trembling, Saint Roswad Preminger thought he was afraid of him. Immediately, his face flashed with pride, and he walked up step by step carrying a luxurious sniper rifle made of gold. What a waste! What did I do to raise you? Trash, are you resisting God's will? Saint Roswald Preminger complained loudly. He decisively raised the sniper rifle in his hand to the back of Garp's head and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! When the smoke dissipated, Garp's head was like a watermelon dropped to the ground, covered in mud. As this scene appears, the faces of all the boatmen in Carina and the boatmen invited by the water capital for help instantly turn pale. This is a dock. For boatmen, the dock is the most sacred place, and the biggest taboo is accidents and fatal accidents. But the celestial dragons in front of them are killing people wantonly on the dock's territory. This is an insult to the boatmen. But the opponent is the celestial dragons, the irreversible celestial dragons. The boatmen could only grit their teeth and feel cruel. What are you doing standing there, you? Hurry up and clean up the garbage. Roswad Preminger held a sniper rifle that could go off at any time, pointed at several boatmen who were getting closer, and ordered. Seeing that the boatmen did not respond, Roswad Preminger fired directly. The bullet directly blew off Frankie's cheek. Fortunately, it was an android, and only a piece of iron was lost. Damn it, you damn. As soon as Frankie's vicious words came out of his mouth, he was immediately stopped and suppressed by Bingshan. Their teacher, the fishman Tom, who they regarded as their biological father, was brought to Eni's lobby for trial and executed for helping Roger build the Oro Jackson. As two of Tom's direct disciples, how could they not hate the celestial dragons? But in order to pass on the teacher's shipbuilding spirit, let the shipbuilding city of Water City operate normally. Bingshan had no choice but to cooperate with the celestial dragons behind Mera. But now, as a senior brother, Bingshan must protect his junior brother. Fortunately, Frankie is a robot, otherwise that shot might have ripped off his cheekbone. And at the same time, Xia Ya couldn't help but feel sick when she looked at Saint Roswad Preminger in front of her. It's so arrogant that no one dares to care. Celestial dragons can be said to be the most disgusting beasts in the entire pirate world. They hold a country-destroying competition every 3 years. How many innocent people's blood has been shed in front of them, and now, they actually plan to go to their own paradise, made. He. In the past 3 months, Xia Ya has not been idle. He has Robin by his side, which will attract Mera's attention sooner or later. Moreover, he is also planning to launch a plan to seize Pluton from Frankie after the ship delivery ceremony banquet, drawings, and snatch Khalifa over. Now it seems the plan was ruined by the celestial dragons in front of me. Why not just follow this incident and start planning directly? The ship delivery ceremony was ruined, which is really unpleasant. *hole. Lowly trash. How can you look at the creator with such eyes? Saint Roswad Pulminger angrily raised his nose and pulled the chain over with an arrogant look. A dozen slaves were like conditioned vicious dogs, baring their teeth crazily at Bingshan, Frankie and others. Woof woof woof, ho 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 ho, screams and the sound of iron chains rubbing against the ground resounded on the land of No. 1 Dockyard. His Excellency Saint Roswald Preminger, things are very troublesome here. Please stay away first. At this time, 3 men wearing clown masks and white suits suddenly appeared among Roswad Preminger, Bingshan, Xia Ya and others. They stood in the middle, opened their arms, and combined the forces of both sides. Block it off. Seeing the visitor, Lu Qi and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. People who come. It is Mera, the top secret service agency. CPO. It turned out that the CPO received orders from Mera and hid in the dark looking for opportunities to attack Nico Robin. Xia Ya is the most dangerous person in the first half of Grand Line today. In Alabasta, he not only killed the Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also defeated the Admiral of Headquarters Iokiji. Such an extremely dangerous and vicious pirate, the CP0 agent had no intention of confronting him head-on. Advertisement but Saint Roswad Preminger suddenly appeared. Instantly disrupted their plans, seeing that the celestial dragons are about to clash with the super rookie pirate Xia Ya. In order to save the life of Saint Roswad Preminger, the CPO agent was forced to show up. Xia Ya, what you have in front of you are celestial dragons. Put away the murderous ore in you. Among them, the tall and lanky CPO spoke directly. Xia Ya. What? Roswald Pulminger Saint asked impatiently. He did not have a good attitude as the CPO was one of his own, and his tone was full of disdain. In the eyes of celestial dragons, there are only 2 kinds of celestial dragons, the celestial dragons and the pariahs. Be it CPO or Marine Admiral, they are just loyal dogs raised by their Mera. Lord Saint Roswald Preminger, This Xia Ya is the most dangerous person in the first half of the Grand Line. He is a pirate. Please stay away from this dangerous place. We will call you. Call Marine Admiral, here to keep you safe. Saint Roswald Preminger looked dissatisfied. What, are you trash? To deal with a pirate, you need to use a more advanced dog. Go away. I will take action myself. Snatch the boat with my own hands. I want it, I want it. Saint Roswald Preminger didn't care who Xia Ya was. He immediately raised his golden sniper rifle and aimed at Xia Ya. 64. As the gunpowder exploded, the scene immediately filled with smoke. Huge gunfire rang out in dock number 1. The bullets shot into the sky and hit the gantry. There was a buzzing sound and the explosion made the scalps of the surrounding boatmen go numb. And the next second, the painful wails instantly echoed throughout the audience. When the dust and smoke cleared, the guards led by Saint Roswald Perming had frightened eyes and looked desperate. I saw. Saint Roswald Pulminger had thrown away his musket and was rolling on the ground crazily. The glass cover on his head suddenly started to burn. The glass material was burned, and all of it was stuck on the face of Saint Roswald Perminger. Suddenly, his entire head was wrapped in flames and fluid. The smell of grilled meat at high temperatures emanated from Roswald 2.3 Pulminger's head, and the smell was nauseating. Untouchable. How dare you attack God? It hurts so much. My eyes are about to melt from the heat. Karina just blew a flame on her index finger and said lightly, how disgusting, this guy. Stop. He is a celestial dragons. The CPO people and CP9 people were stunned one after another, and their hearts were filled with chills. Seeing Saint Roswalder Priminger being attacked by flames. Even if he doesn't die, he will be severely burned and his appearance will be completely destroyed. The celestial dragons were burned to death in front of them. This is a huge crime. No one from the Meriajoy forces present will be able to escape additional sanctions. Help me. I feel so much pain, my face, my tongue. Saint Roswald Pulminger was rolling on the ground crazily, wails kept coming from his mouth, but the flame on his head seemed to never go out, and the high temperature continued to burn him. Quickly put out the fire, Xia Ya sneered. Help? Have you asked me? Under the mask, the man's cheeks were covered with sweat. Xia Ya, what on earth do you want to do? Just watch it. Xia Ya immediately made a seal. A gold coffin weighing more than 10 tons appeared in the air. Under the control, the golden coffin of the human world fell steadily. Buzz. Huge golden coffin, terrifying weight. Hit the celestial dragons directly. Saint Roswald Pulminger instantly turned into a pile of meat. 070. One man controls many women. The reigns of black silk fishing net. Please subscribe. Watching a pool of blood from the bottom of the golden coffin, scarlet seeped out along the seams in the ground. Roswald Pulminger suddenly turned into an ultra-thin slice of meat. Only a beanie shoe with the Roswald family crest engraved on it was left at the scene, messy in the wind. This. Mr. Celestial Dragons is dead. Roswald Perminger only has one beanie shoe left. We're dead. Several Celestial Dragons guards knelt on the ground holding a pair of beanie shoes, with tears streaming down their faces in despair. But the dozen or so slaves brought by Roswald Pulminger's sanctuary went berserk at this moment. Like hungry madmen, they dragged their heavy chains toward the pool of blood. Then, several slaves buried their heads on the ground. The tongues stirred and licked. Zilyu, Zilyu. Such a scene made everyone present feel sick. The boatmen were all here for the banquet, and they already had a lot of food and drinks in their stomachs, so they immediately vomited wildly. In fact, the slaves of celestial dragons had a miserable fate. The first time they were captured, they were subjected to severe torture, and their spirits had already collapsed. The slaves in front of them had been tortured by celestial dragons and lost their personality. There was only one command in their minds. Moreover, it was an instruction left by Saint Roswald Priminger during his lifetime. Lick the shit stains off the floor, stinky slave. This moment, Lu Chi, Khalifa and other members of the CP9 organization were collectively frightened. They never expected. Xia Ya's attack was so cruel and decisive. Not even giving anyone a chance to react. Didn't he know that he was killing the celestial dragons, the descendants of the creator of the world? This is a felony that is wanted worldwide. Didn't Xia Ya's reckless attack cost their CP9's life? After all, the celestial dragons were smashed into pulp in front of CP9. CP9 definitely failed to fulfill its protection responsibilities, even if their main task was to hide around the iceberg and seize the Pluton blueprint. The sudden appearance of the celestial dragons was just an accident, but Meriajoy cannot escape his joint responsibility. The 4 members of CP9 are making waves. Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa could only suppress their inner fears and look at Captain Lu Chi. 09 Lu Chi stood upright, the dove on his shoulder brow twitching. The expression is like, people who don't eat coriander are forced to have coriander in their mouths. The celestial dragons died in front of us. We were convicted. Now there is only one way, which is to get the Pluton blueprint to make amends and maybe get a chance to atone for Meriajoy. Overturn the previous infiltration plan and act directly. We have no choice. After Lu Chi Gerger finished speaking, Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa all looked at Frankie aside. Originally, the CP9 lurking in the Water City focused on Bingshan alone, trying to take away the Pluton drawings without anyone noticing, but they never paid attention to Frankie. But this time, Frankie entered dock number 1 at the invitation of Bingshan because of the big project of Made in Paradise. Who is CP9? He is the most professional agent in the world. During the 3 months of building Made in Heaven, CP9 keenly discovered Frankie, and conducted a detailed investigation on this kid behind the scenes, and soon learned that Frankie was Bingshan's junior brother. Moreover, Bingshan's side does not deal with his junior brother, but secretly he takes good care of this junior brother. CP9 cannot investigate the reason. But Frankie is already on their exploit list, and they only need to make good use of this chess piece afterwards. Since the Iceberg Man is as its name suggests, it is difficult to capture. What if Frankie can be captured and the iceberg is threatened with Frankie's life? Maybe I can get Bingshan to hand over the Pluton blueprint. Although CP9 is not sure whether it can succeed, there is no time for them to slowly infiltrate Carrera Company. Celestial dragons die in front of themselves. It already means that half of the foot is on the road to death, and the identity must be exposed to attack. And as long as you get the Pluton drawings, perhaps Mariajoy would not take the blame for the death of St. Roswald Pulminger in front of her. Lu Chi glanced at Khalifa, who nodded and received the order. Suddenly, Frankie, who was still looking confused, got goosebumps inexplicably. At the same time, the 3 CPO agents also had no time to mourn the death of St. Roswald Pulminger, and they also faced a desperate crisis. They were about to face 2 outcomes. One is like Agent Fozzie. While performing an escort mission in East Blue Zone, the human fruit, phantom beast species, and Nika were robbed by the red hair. Fozzie faced Mariajoy's endless pursuit. He killed him, fled decisively, and defected to 4 Emperors Kaido Incognito. The second option is to do the same as CP9 planned, find an opportunity to complete the most important task perfectly at the moment, make up for the mistakes, and seek the understanding of Mariajoy's senior management in the future. The 3 CPOs came with the mission of capturing Nico Robin. Just catch Robin. There is a chance to exchange for a chance to survive in Mariajoy. But they turned to look at Nico Robin, then he found that Xia Ya had turned over and was riding on Robin's body at some point. Xia Ya held Robin's neck between her legs, her chest was on Robin's black hair, and she pinched Luo Chen's soft cheeks with her hands. Robin seemed to have a high fever and his whole body turned red. Lighter, sensitive, and at this time, a shocking scene appeared again before everyone's eyes. The lid of the golden coffin of the human world is opened. A golden light flows in the eyes of a warrior zombie. Ryoma steps on Wano Kuni traditional clogs. He walked out slowly. Hee. The trick begins. Ryoma placed his hand on the hilt of the black sword Kyushui. The power of the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago was faintly emanating from him, and even the golden coffin of the human world was shaken and buzzing. Wait, this zombie is actually alive? The CPO was a little confused. According to the information, doesn't this Wanakuna's power zombie need to be ridden to move? It will be like a puppet on strings, and it can move independently. That guy Xia Ya is obviously riding on Luo Bao. What's going on? The information is wrong. Impossible. This information came from Naval Headquarters Sengoku, and was analyzed by the entire Marineford. The 3 CPOs were sweating under their masks. Xia Ya already put enough pressure on the CPO just by standing there. Now there is a zombie that can move at any time. That was the greatest swordsman in the world hundreds of years ago who could kill a Logia crocodile. The scene was completely suppressed. They were secretly preparing to take action. It's all the damn celestial dragon's fault. In fact, the reason why Shimotsuki Ryoma can act autonomously is because Xia Ya's mount at the moment is Nico Robin, who has eaten Paramecia flower fruit. Robin, as a flower fruit user, can move anywhere within sight. Extend your arms. These fancy arms are theoretically part of the Esper's body. As Xia Ya is currently riding on Robin, sharing flower fruit becomes his ability. Simply extend the arms from Ryoma's body. It was already equivalent to Xia Ya riding up. In other words, as long as it's within sight. Xia Ya can already use her flower arms to ride all the mounts present. Karina, Nami, Vivi, Perona, all at the same time. One man controls many women. Mount battle. Such a scenario will become a reality. This is the biggest surprise that Xia Ya discovered after signing a riding contract with Robin. Xia Ya rewarded Robin well. It's so itchy. Sensitive. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. On one side, there is a certain death situation, and on the other side, there is a glimmer of hope. The CPO didn't hesitate at all. The squad leader decided decisively. Action. Bring it on. Shabu, finger pistol. Waves of air surged under the feet of the 3 agents, and their feet instantly stamped on the ground dozens of times. The next moment, it turned into an afterimage, looming in Robin's direction. Hee. It's just juggling. Zombie Ryoma's eyes flashed with golden light, and he pulled out the black knife Chu Shui and swung it in an instant. Z for Vendetta. Ryoma's figure flashed past, and his whole body turned into a Z-shaped afterimage. The 2 CPO members who wanted to rush forward were immediately shot in the back, and 2 huge scarlet wounds appeared on their backs. The white suit was dyed red at this moment. 383. So fast. Why is this guy so strong after he's been dead for hundreds of years? Suddenly, the CPO team leader braked and jumped away. He looked blankly at the 2 colleagues who had been killed. Sweat poured down his cheeks under the mask. The smoke of Ryoma killing 2 CPO agents has not faded yet. Only the rapid heartbeat of the CPO team leader is left on the scene. He has been indoctrinated by Mariajoy's totalitarian ideas since he was a child. He will also pay a heavy price for his formless justice. He thought he could not bear the blow from the world's greatest swordsman. Now, Ryoma's figure appeared in the sky directly above the CPO team leader. The black sword Kyushui held in both hands was entangled with wild thunder and lightning. Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, but his appearance remained unchanged. The squad leader's eyes were empty under the mask, and his suit was flawless. He lowered his head and straightened his dark blue tie with peach blossom patterns. He hugged his arm with one hand, holding on to the clothes tightly, holding the brim of his hat with the other hand, and the white cloak behind him. Hunting sound. Advertisement. The awareness of the CPO team leader made people around him stand in awe. Everyone only has one life, so take care of yourself in the next life. But even before death, it's worth fighting for once. Iron body. The autumn water passed by, and a line of blood went from top to bottom. Ding! The moment the sword god Ryoma sheathed his sword, the crow team leader was split into two. Xia Ya also got off Robin very calmly. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. 3 CPOs and 1 celestial dragons all died at the hands of Xia Ya. All the surrounding boatmen looked at this scene with their mouths wide open, their eyes widened, and their breaths stagnated. And it didn't give them much time to adjust. The unexpected happened again. Now, Khalifa beside Bingshan has lost her former cold secretary image. Panic flashed across her face. He staggered and threw himself into Xia Ya's arms. "Oh, I'm so scared. Gentlemen, please get me out of here." Khalifa squeezed softly on Xia Ya's body, and her nervous breathing had disrupted the normal rhythm. The chaotic warmth swept through Xia Ya's neck. Khalifa's tears also burst out at this moment, getting wet. Xia Ya's shoulders. Xia Ya, who has knowledge and knowledge, naturally knows Khalifa's move. He didn't come here with murderous intent. She didn't do anything harmful. Khalifa has another purpose. During these 3 months, Khalifa was responsible for receiving Xia Ya as a secretary. During this period, Xia Ya sent an invitation to Khalifa to board the ship, but she decisively refused considering the pressure from Rejou. At this moment, Khalifa thinks that he has already established a good relationship with Xia Ya and his female companion, so he is taking advantage of Xia Ya to recruit his lingering feelings, conveying the fear in his heart to hope to arouse men's protective desire for women. But all this is just using beauty and acting on the spot. "I'm so scared. Woo woo woo, please take me away." What Khalifa wants is to hold Xia Ya down and give Lu Qi and others time to operate. After all, Luki, Khalifa, Kaku, and Bluno are all employees of Carrera Company on the surface. Others do not know their identities as CP9 agents. If they take down Frankie at this moment and find a place to threaten Bingshan, the nature of the incident itself, it is caused by the internal conflicts of Carrera Company. So what Khalifa really wants, he just uses his beauty to influence Xia Ya's mentality. Make him happy and forget about Shu. Let Xia Ya have no time to participate in the civil strife in Carrera. Certainly, when he sees a beautiful woman, he throws himself into his arms. This kind of good thing makes Xia Ya smile knowingly. He turned over generously and rode up. The reins of the black silk fishing net, of course, is to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket. "Oh, no. Mr. Xia Ya, you can't put your hands there." The situation at the scene suddenly became a bit chaotic. 1 celestial dragons and 3 CPUs just died. Now, Secretary Khalifa seemed to be scared out of her mind. He was even ridden. The hundreds of people at Carrera Company were a little confused, and the shipwrights from other shipyards invited were equally confused. Even Bingshan himself was buzzing. In his eyes, Khalifa is a very professional secretary. It's impossible to be frightened into doing something as rude as throwing yourself into someone's arms. However, it was too late for everyone to react. Finger pistol. Boatman Lucci's loud shouts echoed throughout the audience, accompanied by Frankie's hoarse wail. "Oh, it hurts so much, Pigeon Man. You be asterisk 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 D, what do you want to do?" When everyone reacts. There were already more than a dozen big holes oozing with blood all over Frankie's body. "Lucci, are you crazy? A asterisk hole, have you drunk too much?" Faced with the accusations from his former colleagues, Lucci did not give any explanation. Just a violent kick on Frankie's head. "Shut up, pervert man." Then Lucci dragged the unconscious figure and calmly threw it around Wang Chang's office area. The pigeon on Lucci's shoulder turned back and pointed at the iceberg and chirped. "President Bingshan, maybe we have to go to the office to have a good talk. 071. Negative Ghost, I'm sorry for being a human being. Please customize, please subscribe. You can't do this to me. I'm so angry, sir, you are so good." Khalifa is so itchy that she even listens to Xia Ya in the dynamic zone. Who was asking for protection just now? Of course, we can just forget it. I just have time to go to Bingshan's office to watch the show, which is interesting. If Xia Ya participates in the competition for Pluton's design drawings, Khalifa will be even more unable to bear the consequences. I'm willing, but just like Miss Robin, I always have a little bit of sensitivity. Dumb. It's not up to you. Khalifa completely lost the ability to move independently. And at this time, Luki, Kaku, and Bluno have taken Frankie to Bingshan's office. After all, they want to make a shady deal with Bingshan. Only a group of Carrera employees were left messy in the wind. Originally, the death of Celestial Dragons and CPO at the #1 dockyard was already a big deal, and everyone was in shock. But Lucci, Kaku, and Bluno didn't know what was going on. He actually tied up Frankie, a famous gangster in the Water City, in front of everyone. What's going on? Are we going to die? Those are the celestial dragons, they just died here. The trouble is big, this guy Xia Ya is also lawless. President Bingshan, let's go see Frankie. No more people can die in dockyard number 1. The boatmen were worried about each other, and the scene was quite chaotic. There was no thought of a banquet. He didn't expect that so many things would happen today, and every one of them was beyond expectation. In fact, Lu Qi and others joined the Carrera company one after another. They have always performed well and are easy to learn. They have also become good friends and brothers with many boatmen. But these are just the basic qualities of an agent. What Lu Qi wants is the Pluton design drawing behind the iceberg. The purpose of making friends is to cultivate his shipbuilding skills and to gather information invisibly. When Bingshan saw Lu Qi take action, using the same moves as CPO, he suddenly felt bad. You stay where you are, I'll go to the company alone to talk to that guy Lu Qi. Xia Ya held Khalifa between her arms and said, why are we missing? Wait, you guys are going too? Isn't it possible? Iceberg? Facing a pirate as powerful as Xia Ya, Bingshan had no choice but to compromise. At this point, Khalifa collapsed completely. What's going on? Can't you resist when being ridden? Xia Ya has to go to the office no matter what. Didn't I tell him not to go? You don't care about me anymore after you ride? Scumbag. Khalifa said with a difficult expression. Please don't go. My legs are very weak now. It hurts so much from the fishing net. There are traces on them. They are red and moist. Under Xia Ya's operation, Khalifa has no autonomy at all. I can't control it. In Bingshan's office, Kuchi and the other 3 punched and kicked Frankie, who was still resisting. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you. You're just a lowly gangster. Bingshan pushed open the office door angrily and saw the beaten and bruised Frankie on the ground. He could no longer bear the anger and roared. Lucci, what are you 3 going to do? Lucci frowned, first glanced at the iceberg, and then saw Xia Ya's figure. The arrival of Xia Ya is not what CP9 wants to see. After the incident just now, Lu Qi and others have already seen that Xia Ya is a madman who is not afraid of anything. He will not take the celestial dragons seriously at all, so he is following here. As long as he knows the information about Pluton's design, he might come to grab it. Lu Qi could only direct the blame towards boring internal conflicts within the company. If Xia Ya looks bored, she may not be interested. Lu Qi said, Mister, get a 20% discount. Bingshan had a cold face and rolled up his shirt sleeves on his arms. Hole. I'm the president of Carrera, and this is my office. Lu Qi, don't you want to explain something? You want to get over it? B************. D. We don't have a holiday on New Year's Eve, so we don't need to have traditions anymore. We don't even need to show off to you. We, the hardworking workers, just come to your office to ask for an explanation. Lu Qi said calmly, and glanced at Khalifa who was being ridden. Khalifa understood, and immediately sacrificed himself as Hugh. The 2 happy people rubbed Xia Ya's calf, and said with a sweet hum. Mister, can I find a private place to get to know the inside and out? Crown. How about suite 0000 at the Crown Hotel? Karina laughed when she saw CP9's timid performance. Aha hey. Perona, now is the confession bureau. Perona floated in the air and immediately used the spirit fruit ability. The ghost of negativity. Soon, groups of transparent white spirits emerged from Perona's hands. Soon the entire office was filled. Bu Lin Ling Ling. The groaning sounds of ghosts floated in the air. Boom. The next second, a negative ghost passed through Kaku's body. Kaku immediately lowered his head as if possessed by a ghost. He knelt on the ground with a depressed face. It's really useless. I'm really bad this week. I can't do anything. What a waste. I no longer have the confidence to live. Dang Kaku. I'm obviously an excellent CP9 agent, but I have to live with a group of old rough boatmen, knocking on the iron plate every day. I am really useless. If I can complete the task assigned by Meriajoy to snatch the Pluton drawings, I wouldn't stay here and feel so lost. It's hard for a loser like me to survive in such a world. Then Kaku directly pounded the ground with his hands and continued with a depressed expression. If you fail to complete the task, you should be laughed at by the entire Meriajoy spy agency. What a waste, Captain Luki, why am I led by a waste like you? Pluton. CP9. Hearing Kaku's depressing confession, Bingshan completely understood that these guys were actually the agents Meriajoy arranged to be around him for the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluton left by Teacher Tom. Bingshan was immediately angry and wanted to take action. That's what you're here for, damn it, but the next second. Bluno also landed on all fours, kneeling on the ground like a naive old student. His whole body was covered with purple-black lines. Advertisement the depression made him breathless. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a shell. It's so bad. If there is a hole, I really want to crawl into it. The factory has always treated me like a cow and a horse. They don't take holidays during the Huxia New Year, and I don't get overtime pay for overtime work. I'm called here and there all day long to do this and that. I'm given a meager salary, and I'm insulting. Almost. I should be at the bottom of the boat, not here. Now I just want to get the Pluton design drawings, then receive Meriajoy's generous bonus, and have a good vacation. I'm just a heifer, have a happy vacation. Bingshan's face was covered with black lines and he was clenched tightly with his fists. Bingshan was already very angry at these CP9s for telling the truth. These guys deceived themselves. And Lu Qi serves as the captain of CP9. I'm completely numb now. How the hell was it exposed? However, he quickly realized that this was Princess Mononoke's devil fruit ability, and immediately used armament hockey to defend against it. Iron body, depressed, peeved. As expected, the ghost came and hit Lu Qi's hard body. The result bounced back to the iceberg. Perona explained. This is a negative ghost, and anyone who encounters it will become depressed. Bingshan was immediately stunned and doubted. How is it possible? The useless guy is played by these strange ghosts just because he is not strong-willed. If he has a strong psychological quality, it is absolutely impossible. A water person like me, the persimmons in the capital are much more stressful. But the next second, Bingshan knelt directly side by side with Bluno and Kaku. I'm sorry for being a human being, I failed Teacher Tom's training. He entrusted me with the Pluton design drawings, however, due to the pressure from Rejou, I handed the design drawings to my junior brother Frankie. From then on, I fell in love with relatives, friends, and brothers. Although the ideas were different, the relationship was separated by thousands of years. Qianzhou, mountains and rivers. I am timid, but I actually want to use this method to protect him and protect the teacher's legacy. It's okay now. Junior brother Frankie was beaten. I feel very sorry for him, but the other person is an agent of CP9. I can't beat him. Although I have rolled up my sleeves, but look at my little arms and legs, I really can't beat him. I'm sorry. Even in order to run the water city, I have to have business cooperation with pigs like celestial dragons. Damn it. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have been born in this world. Such a funny scene appeared. Xia Ya and others can only issue one ellipsis after another. Snap. Seeing the truth of the matter comes to light. Perona immediately snapped her fingers, and the negative ghost disappeared out of thin air. Bingshan, Kaku, and Bluno woke up from their depressed consciousness and were completely confused. Wait, I told you all my secrets? Kaku raised his fist. Damn it. Those stinky ghosts made me blow up my identity as an agent? Bluno held his head. I want to dream of vacationing with Heifer. Bingshan drew circles on his chest. Did I reveal the secret of Pluton's design? Khalifa, the road has become dark. It's over, now it's all showdown, how to proceed next. 3RR072. Wei Junji, the Westerner, a big shot like me does tend to hold grudges, please subscribe. Iceberg, this is what Rejou wants. I was just ordered to come and get it. Now that I've said it, let Frankie hand over the thing. It's good for everyone. With that, Lu Qi stepped on Frankie's head. In Lu Qi's words, he tried his best to avoid Xia Ya. After all, Xia Ya is a man who can defeat Marine Admiral. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you will think that it is a news report bragging, but Xia Ya just took action and killed 3 CPOs in seconds, and even dared to directly kill celestial dragons. Whether it was courage or strength can explain the problem. Lu Qi knew he couldn't afford to defend him. I just want to take away the Pluton blueprint quickly and stay away from this madman Xia Ya. Hateful. Pigeon man, I have no idea what Pluton design is. Frankie gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, feeling nervous in his heart. As a half-scientist, he knew what kind of terrifying thing it was after getting the Pluton blueprint. If Rejou takes it away and creates it, it will be the end of the world. Hundreds of flowers, sorry, Frankie, Xia Ya also plans to ask for the Pluton design drawings in your hand. Robin crossed his hands, and several arms grew out of Frankie's steel body. Frankie is a modified human being with a hollow abdomen. Xia Ya knew that the Pluton drawings were hidden inside. Of course you have to take it over. No. Frankie looked at the Pluton design drawing 630 away from him and suddenly became anxious. Wait a minute, you can't take this drawing away. Xia Ya smiled and said, put the Pluton drawings with me, and your life can still be saved. Otherwise, when the news reaches Rejou, there will no longer be a place for your brothers and sisters in the world. Bingshan, you should understand what I mean. Bingshan took a deep breath. He originally thought that Xia Ya was a customer, but he didn't expect that he was also here for Pluton's drawings. But Xia Ya is right about one thing. If the news that Pluton's drawings are on him is known to Rejou, both Frankie and himself will be sent to Eni's lobby for punishment just like Teacher Tom. Tom died because of Pluton's design drawings, instead. Just get rid of the Pluton design drawings. For the 2 senior brothers, this is tantamount to transferring the risk to Xia Ya's hands. Bingshan said, Frankie, Xia Ya is right. Aspagu. UB ******** D. Advertisement. Frankie looked dissatisfied, but his body was hit by multiple finger pistols from Lu Qi, making him unable to move. Xia Ya smiled and said, not bad, President Bingshan is still aware. After saying that, Xia Ya turned to look at Lu Qi. At this time, Kaku and Bluno immediately put up a desperate fight to snatch it. The Pluton drawing was their only hope of returning to Rejou. They were about to get it, so naturally they were unwilling to give up. But he was stopped by Lu Qi. Lu Qi, why are you stopping us? Kaku asked in confusion. Lu Qi just shook his head. Call, Xia Ya, we are not going to get involved in this matter, please let us leave. Lu Qi still has some eyesight. Robin's actions have proved that Xia Ya also came for Pluton's drawings, and the information was even more accurate. He directly found the location of Pluton's design drawings, and now he has them in his hands. If he dares to grab something from Xia Ya's hands, he may not be dissatisfied. He couldn't die fast enough. Now, Celestial Dragons was crushed to a pulp in front of CP9. Pluton's design drawings were taken away by Xia Ya and came to nothing. Two felonies have determined that Meriajoy will no longer be a place for members of CP9. Any behavior that exposes their position will lead to Meriajoy's pursuit. Now, if he makes another enemy of Xia Ya, it will basically end his life early. The only way to survive is to leave the water city and find another way out on the sea in a low-key manner. My life is at stake. What are you doing so bravely? In order to increase the success rate, Lu Qi's brain worked rapidly, and then he spoke decisively. We have not participated in what happened today, and we don't know what happened. It is a capital crime for celestial dragons to die in front of our eyes. From now on, Meriajoy will only chase us crazily. I hope you will not reveal our whereabouts. I am here, thanks in advance. We are honored to participate in the construction of Made in Paradise. Kaku, Bluno and I have contributed our most exquisite shipbuilding skills in the past 3 months. Every corner of Made in Paradise has the contribution of the 3 of us. Hard work and design with the most cutting-edge shipbuilding thinking. I hope all the ladies, AJBI, will like this, Made in Heaven, ship. If you like it, it is a reward for our 3 months of hard work. There's more, Khalifa, now that we are guilty, you will only suffer if you follow us. Xia Ya is a good employer. I hope you will be happy in his team and everything will go well in the future. Bye now. After saying that, Lu Qi took the confused Kaku and Bluno to pick him up again and wanted to leave. Lu Qi's series of sexy moves. Bingshan, Frankie, Karina, Nami and others were immediately stunned. What is this called? This is an embarrassing old saying. Wei Junji, the master of Western things, advertisement. This kid Lu Qi is quite a talent. Lu Qi not only showed that he was no longer a member of Meriajoy, but also revealed that he would be hunted down by Meriajoy in the future. He used the bond of shipbuilding to get closer to Xia Ya. He even cared about Khalifa's future and sent him a gift. Bless. Good guy. All the favor buffs were filled up by him. Lu Qi immediately said, "Brother, please let us go." But the next second, Xia Ya rode Khalifa and jumped directly in front of the 3 of them. Yes, I agree with what you said, and I even care about my crew member Khalifa, but you reported Robin's whereabouts to Meriajoy. Isn't this account still there, to settle the matter? Nami has been practicing her mental network ability recently, and these CP9s are naturally the targets of her monitoring. No matter what they do or what their plans are, they cannot escape Nami's monitoring. Robin's whereabouts were revealed to Meriajoy by Lu Qi, and Xia Ya and others also knew about it. However, just adopt an indifferent attitude, the moment he was stopped by Xia Ya. Luki, Kaku, and Bluno were sweating like rain, they were stunned in place. This is, Xia Ya means to let us keep our lives? Lu Qi could only grit his teeth and explain patiently. It was our duty before that forced us to do this. You dared to kill the celestial dragons, and you even stepped on the Marine Corps. 3. Xia Ya, a big shot like you still cares about these little things? If there was a glimmer of hope of defeating Xia Ya, the arrogant Lu Qi would not be so humble. But he really has no choice, Lu Qi can be sure. As long as Xia Ya takes action, he and several of his subordinates will die miserably. CP9 has been trained in agent training camps since childhood. These teammates, whether they are Kaku, Bluno, or Khalifa, have been learning and surviving in the same environment for a long time. Through experience and missions, their group experienced many fatal situations and survived. The relationship has long been beyond a simple relationship between colleagues, they are still very united internally. He attaches great importance to the lives of his companions. But now, if there is a trace of carelessness, everyone's life will be handed over here. As the captain of the team, Lu Qi naturally did not want to see this scene. The most important thing is that everyone survives together. Xia Ya held Khalifa's reins and said with a smile, "A big shot like me does tend to hold grudges." 073. The Water City is over, travel with a bed, please subscribe. A big shot like me does have a tendency to hold grudges. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Lu Qi and others were sweating profusely. Even the pigeon on Lu Qi's shoulder covered his eyes. This guy. Are you about to take action? If you insist on killing them, please kill me too, Khalifa said loudly in desperation. But when he turned around and found Xia Ya riding on his head, he realized that his tone was wrong, and immediately acted coquettishly. "Master, my good master, you can't pity me." Woo. In the original work, after CP9 lost to Luffy in Eni's lobby, the entire team was kicked out of Meriajoy. In order to treat Luffy, CP9 collectively performed on the street. In fact, there is still a deep bond among the team members. Seeing that Xia Ya seemed to be killing Lu Qi and others, Lifa could only plead for mercy. Never mind. The purpose of Xia Ya coming to the Water City is to build ships, Pluton design drawings, and Khalifa mounts. Now all tasks have been successfully completed, the mood is good. Moreover, in the past 3 months, CP9 has indeed not caused any trouble to Xia Ya and others, and has also worked hard to build the ship. It is not a deep hatred. Now selling to Khalifa is a face, which will help to cultivate a good relationship with the mount. Have to say, the fishnet girl is very sexy and has a good riding experience. Xia Ya took the design drawing in her hand and looked at it. It was indeed the design drawing of a battleship, and there were various words marked with the words Pluton and other words. However, only those who studied technology could understand the design contained in it. Once I got the blueprints, I put them aside until I had the opportunity to go to Punk Hazard in the future. Maybe I could have a good chat with Vegapunk about scientific research issues and have a few pacifists riding around in my head. Soon. Lu Qi and the other three promised again and again that they would definitely forget everything that happened today, and then left Bingshan's office nervously. Xia Ya's team, Bingshan and Frankie are the only ones left in the office. Looking at Frankie, who looked unhappy, Bingshan could only say, "The Pluton design drawing has been in the hands of the teacher for decades, and it has been in your hands for more than 20 years. It is impossible for us that this drawing has no effect. What is created is also the source of disaster." Frankie lowered his head and didn't want to speak anymore. Bingshan said again, "Forget about this, Frankie. Doc number 1. Made in Heaven takes off and prepares to leave the capital of 7 waters. Compared with the warships built by Marine, Made in Heaven is much more luxurious. Not only is it huge in size, but the various materials used are also top-notch in the world. When comparing any ship, it is the difference between a thatched house and a palace." The girls were curious about the new ship. Made in Heaven, it really feels like stepping on heaven, it feels great. Brand new deck, brand new everything, our beautiful sailing trip is about to begin. Idiot Xia Ya, why don't we stop at an island where you can soak in hot springs and get familiar with the environment Made in Heaven? This ship is really great. The girls all had excitement on their faces. I am very satisfied with Made in Heaven, no matter how I look at it, I am pleased with it. As for Khalifa, she is thinking about how to integrate into the team. Although CP9 only has a few members, Mariejoy's agent organization is as huge as a tree root. When CP9 loses contact and the news that the celestial dragons were smashed into meat pies in the water city reaches Mariejoy, paper will definitely not be able to cover up the fire. It was only a matter of time before Khalifa was put on the wanted list. She could only comfort herself secretly. Now, she could only rely on Ya to continue to survive. And just when Xia Ya was about to sign a writing contract with Khalifa, Advertisement Nami suddenly said, "I saw 2 old friends, just below us, in the water capital square." Old friend? Xia Ya glanced down and couldn't help but smile. "Well, we are really old friends. A street in water capital square is bustling with pedestrians. A black iron fence encloses a place." Hina bowed down and picked up a few Baileys from a bowl on the ground with a tired look on her face. "It's so difficult, I finally have the money to buy cigarettes." Inside the black iron fence, Tashigi was waving Xiaoyu sugar vigorously. Drink, 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 stick, stab, stab. Tashigi's serious performance made the people shopping in the water city burst into laughter. This is the legendary butt drum backwards flattening the sand and falling into the wild goose pose. Ha ha ha, another goose fell behind my butt. The girl with the eyes is awesome, good job, reward. A few minutes later, Hina was kicking pebbles on the street with dissatisfaction on her face and a low-quality cigarette in her mouth. Call, damn Sengoku, 3 years' salary is due. As soon as the results were reported to Marine, even our bank cards were frozen. F***KU, sooner or later, I will go to Naval Headquarters to ask for an explanation. Prior to this, at the Alabasta Centaur River battlefield, Hina and Tashigi were ordered by Sengoku to submit to the Marine Agency, and Sengoku made it clear that they would be compensated for 3 years' salary. Result. The two finally walked out of the desert and walked into the bank to see. But I found that my salary card had been cancelled. Yes, not only were the two expelled from Marine, even the bank card was cancelled by Naval Headquarters. As their bank cards were cancelled, the meager wages they had saved were gone like meat buns beating a dog. After all, Naval Headquarters is an unfriendly place. When Hina and Tashigi exchanged Kuzan's life, they lost their value in Naval Headquarters. Who cares about the future of the two of them? At least Sengoku didn't bother to answer. Just like the original Marine Admiral Zephyr, Zephyr had one of his arms cut off by Whitebeard too. This was a grudge that almost ended Marine's career. In the end, just because the Shichibukai position was missing, Sengoku directly agreed to let Whitebeard too join the Shichibukai. 7 warlords of the sea and marine have a cooperative relationship. This decision undoubtedly directly cut off Zephyr's thoughts of revenge. Even. The scary thing is, advertisement one day Zephyr and Whitebeard too may sit down together for a meeting. Zephyr is not only the original Marine Admiral, but also Sengoku's comrade for decades. He has also trained several Marine Admiral special instructors, and even future Marine Corps personnel, many of whom are disciples brought out by Zephyr himself. 0. Please give me flowers. In the end, Zephyr could only end up being forced to leave Marine. Even Zephyr's meritorious service as Admiral ended like this. Not to mention fringe characters like Tashigi and Hina. With no money, Hina and Tashigi had no choice but to take a boat trip to the water city and make a living by performing on the streets. Sister Tina, can we end today? My hands are covered with blood blisters. Tashigi glanced at his palm. Because he was performing too much, he had a small blister on the handle of the sword. He couldn't help it. In order to make the customers on the street laugh, Tashigi danced with the sword in such a funny way. Hina put out her cigarette butts and tidied up their dirty folding bed. Looking left and right as if counter-reconnaissance. Seeing no acquaintance, his expression felt much more relaxed. Sister Chi, let's go and find a bridge to stay. Sister Tina, why don't you go and eat first? All the money is used to buy cigarettes, and it's good to have a hungry meal once in a while. A meal? To be optimistic, we are not wandering, but traveling with a bed. Okay, friends, we're going to have a rest. When Hina and Tashigi looked up, they saw Xia Ya and others looking at them with smiles. Karina looked at Hina and said with satisfaction and confusion, "No, didn't that Sengoku guy pay you 3 years' salary?" Why are you in such a state of decline? You are still a Marine Rear Admiral after all. Why don't you have any ability to survive outside? Nami also pondered. I have been living in the sea since I was 8 years old, and I have never been so depressed. I have also saved tens of millions of belly. You don't even know how to make money. Bar. Help them, they feel like they are going to starve to death. Hearing this, Hina and Toshigi blushed completely and collapsed completely. Hina bit her little lip with an angry look on her face. Xia Ya, you be *********************. We can be where we are today thanks to you. What are you laughing at? Do you look good when you smile? Be ************************. Xia Ya spread her hands innocently, then pointed to the heavenly creation. If you want to travel, I can take you wherever you want to go. This is our new boat, made in heaven. Toshigi's eyes turned black, and when he raised his weak eyelids, he saw a large and luxurious ship like a palace floating above his head. He faced the owner of the ship and sent an invitation, and he was immediately filled with blood. Really, Xia Ya, I think you are quite a nice person. Toshigi, Xia Ya is our enemy, but I'm so hungry, Sister Hina. But, I just want to be taken care of and don't want to be an entertainer. Xia Ya hooked her fingers. Khalifa, take them to clean up. Not long after, Khalifa took Hina and Toshigi into a fashionable brand store on the side. When the three of them came out with their bags, their spirits were completely new. Hina said fiercely, don't think I will thank you, Xia Ya. Xia Ya. Whatever you want, let's go. Where are we going? New World Inch. 074. Gold in the Sky, a world where life is worse than death, please subscribe. Made in Heaven. Sailing in the Sky. Great. This is a sky restaurant, right? A luxurious long table lies across the vast deck. Several white chairs made of white clouds stand beside the table. Parasols are also lined up in a row. There are various delicacies piled on the table, and a group of beautiful figures are separated. On both sides, you are enjoying ultimate food and ultimate scenery. The sea breeze blew by, and Hina and Toshigi feasted regardless of their appearance. A woman's heart is like a needle under the sea. In Hina's heart, she felt that she really owed her a lot. It was precisely because of Xia Ya's appearance that she and Toshigi were expelled from Marine and faced this downturn. Marine will never go back. Now that they have boarded the ship made in heaven, they plan to first come on, she doesn't care about the rest. Seeing food, even if he holds himself to death, he still wants to make Ya feel physical pain. Only severe revenge can express the resentment in Hina's heart. Xia Ya didn't care about the little thoughts of the backup mount. Although the shipbuilding cost nearly 800 million belly, there is still a cash flow of 500 million. Even if 100 more mounts are uploaded, Xia Ya can easily afford them, and she is not afraid of the mounts eating too much. I'm just afraid that there are too few mounts. After finishing the meal, Nami habitually came to the bow of the boat and felt the sea breeze. There was a trace of indifference written on her face. The weather is good today, there won't be any storms at 77. By the way, Xia Ya, do you think those ships below belong to the group of celestial dragons? Look at the sign. Yes. There are 5 big ships in total, and 2 of them are marine warships. I wonder what the celestial dragons are doing with such a big fanfare. No way. It's not really that we met the celestial dragons and collected the gold from the sky, right? Nami had a flash of inspiration and suddenly thought of it like a money addict. At this time, on the sea below made in heaven, 5 large ships with the celestial dragons logo were sailing. The 5 ships were arranged in a triangular formation and were quickly leaving the Seven Waters capital. In addition to the luxurious ship with the celestial dragons logo in the front, the 2 ships in the middle are designed to be used for cargo, and the 2 ships at the back are naval headquarters warships. Nami, you might have guessed right. Above the sea, on the deck of the celestial dragons fleet. Bang bang bang. 6 celestial dragons wearing glass covers on their heads and beanie shoes on their feet kept stepping on the deck. Fury was written on their faces, and saliva kept spraying from their mouths, even on the glass cover. The muskets in the hands of the 6 celestial dragons continued to spray flames, and the slaves fell down one by one. You bastards! Go to hell! Throw these slaves into the sea and feed them to the fish. Deck wiped clean. What happened? Is Saint Roswad Porminger really dead? You be *****************. D. Where's the Marine Admiral? Why didn't those losers come? Follow me back to the Seven Waters capital. I want to avenge Saint Roswad Porminger and execute that lowly pirate myself. His name is Xia Ya, right? I remember it. As for the celestial dragons of the Roswald family, the CPO agent was trying to persuade them. Lords of Roswald, all the slaves on the ship are dead. Please put away your guns. Bar. *****, I'm going to take revenge on Xia Ya. Lord Roswald Tiger Saint, now is not the time. The ship has already set off back to Meriajoy. We will definitely send people over to catch that evil thief Xia Ya and deliver it to your house personally. For now, we still have to go back to Meriajoy. Go back to Meriajoy. The named member of the Rothschild family, this time responsible for collecting the heavenly gold from several countries in West Blue. There must also be a special escort arranged by Meriajoy on the road. The main task of these CP0 agents is to protect the heavenly gold. When Saint Porminger capriciously proposed to go to the water city to maintain the ship, these agents did not follow Saint Roswald Porminger ashore. It's in this process, an accident happened, advertisement. And when it was learned that Saint Roswad Porminger had been killed by Xia Ya, the agents immediately called Meriajoy. 5 elders were consulted. Because the water capital is far away from the naval headquarters, and the combat effectiveness of the nearby marine branch is not strong, it is unrealistic to dispatch Admiral immediately. In addition, the fleet contains heavenly gold collected by 5 kingdoms. It would be unwise to make a big statement. Even the 5 elders couldn't bear this tone and temporarily planned to take back the heavenly gold first. Yes. You be asterisk. Your suggestion is really good. I want Xia Ya, this slave, but I can't wait, I want it now. Saying this, Roswad Tiger Saint aimed his gun at the helmsman with excitement. Servant, I order you to turn the bow of the ship immediately. I will return to the water city to capture the slaves now. This is an order. Those who disobey the order will die. Lord Roswald Tiger, please don't shoot. The CPO immediately dodged, and his palm was already on the barrel of Roswade Tiger Saint. He suddenly said in a serious tone. Lord Roswald Tiger Saint, please calm down and return to Meriajoy first, which is the House of Power. It means 5. Ah, the House of Power. As soon as St. Roswald Tiger heard that it was the order from the 5 elders, he immediately became scared. He could only ask with snot in his eyes. Is that so? You should have said it earlier, then forget it, you say. Was Roswald Pulminger really reduced to a pulp? Was he really left with only one beanie shoe? Really? Agent CP0 said seriously. Roswald Tiger Saint. Left beanie or right beanie? Right foot. The CPO agent said seriously. Roswad Tiger Saint's fat body immediately stood up straight, stretched out his left foot, and said, kneel down and take off my left shoe. Okay. The agent took off his shoes and handed them to Roswad Tiger. Damn it. You go to the kitchen and burn my beanie shoes for Roswad Pulminger Saint so that he can have a pair of shoes to walk in. Damn it. Roswad, why did Lord Perminger leave me? Woo. Okay, I'll burn it right now. The CPO agent was about to take over the beanie shoes that exuded a faint green smell. Boom, but at this moment, the golden coffin of the human world fell from the sky, and a loud noise was heard. The giant golden coffin smashed onto the deck of the ship's hull. There was no sign of Roswald Tiger Saint on the deck. On sight, there was only one beanie shoe spinning back and forth on the broken deck. Oh no. Roswald Tiger Saint. It's an enemy attack. That guy Xia Ya is catching up. CP0 jumped away in shock and immediately defended, Iron Body. Hee. It's just juggling. Commanding the dragon and horse, Xia Ya killed everyone in a short time. Flying out with the slash, the upper half of the cargo ship's hull was chopped off. A row of neatly arranged treasure boxes appeared in front of him. After an hour, advertisement blue sky, made in heaven. There are dozens of treasure chests stacked on the deck. There are seals on the treasure chests, it says. Heavenly gold. There is also a signature from the kingdom. Karina shuttled among the many treasure boxes and opened them one by one. The golden light on the Made in Heaven deck immediately flashed. Nami, little thief cat, come and take a look. These treasures are so messy. Why do they have everything? There is Bailey's cash, gold and silverware, and all kinds of jewelry. How much is this worth? Nami's eyes sparkled, and her beautiful orange eyes turned into the shape of Bailey Zero. Shining brighter than gold. 50 treasure chests, each worth 200 million Baileys, of course 10 billion Baileys. Vivi was immediately shocked when she heard Nami's offer. When Vivi was young, Alabasta had not yet encountered a crisis, and it was still the most powerful country in the first half of the Grand Line. Even during Alabasta's strongest period, there had never been so many treasures in the treasury. Incredible. That little transport ship actually contained so many Baileys. Xia Ya explained. Meriajoy has 170 franchised countries around the world. Every year, the franchised countries hand over their treasures to Meriajoy. The treasure in front of them is heavenly gold. Each kingdom only has 2 billion belly. It's a bit surprising. Maybe it's from a kingdom in West Blue, which is more remote and has a relatively poor economy. It will pay less. Hear the words. Vivi was obviously taken aback. Is the remote kingdom of West Blue also so rich? Xia Ya. There is a Woka kingdom in the New World. They need to wage war against other kingdoms and sacrifice human lives in exchange for the opportunity to make war fortune. Only then can they collect enough heavenly gold and give it to Meriajoy in exchange for joining the alliance. Identity. Vivi. We have reached the point of launching a war. Is it really necessary to just be a member country? Xia Ya. Compared to the already cruel war, Meriajoy may be more frightening to those kingdoms. Vivi. Gold in the sky is really a world where life is worse than death. Neferutari is one of the 20 ancient kingdoms. Although it did not choose to become celestial dragons and did not move the whole family to the Holy Land, it still has the status of a Meriajoy franchise. Of course, Alabasta is the only exception in this world. The Neferutari royal family does not need to pay tribute to the celestial dragons in heavenly gold. Therefore, Vivi knows very little about being a princess. After recovering from the joy of harvest, Karina immediately pulled Nami, Robin and others aside. There is a super big swimming pool under the deck of Made in Heaven. Let's go to the room. Let's change our swimsuits and swim. 4.4. Perona was immediately surprised. I just bought it in the Water City. I want to wear the one with stripes. Nami frowned. No matter where she is, Karina's first hobby is swimming. Fortunately, the swimming pool is full of fresh water. Otherwise, the ability of this boat will be useless no matter how luxurious the swimming pool is. Nami said. The weather is good. I confirm that there are no extreme places. Made in heaven can sail at will. However, I have to ask Xia Ya first where to go next. I had heard before that the next stop would be New World. As far as Nami knows, if the pirate forces want to go to the New World, they need to dive to the Fishman Island. Otherwise, they have to use heaven to make a leap to the Red Line. But the New World is so big, there must be a destination. This is crucial for navigators. Xia Ya glanced at Robin. Now that the conditions have been met, she naturally wanted to go to Sleeping Ancient Town to get the Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast species vampire form Devil Fruit. As for other places, you can postpone going there for a while. This time when we go to New World, we are going to find a place called Sleeping Ancient Town. I have no idea where it is exactly, but we first go to Sabaody Island to find out the information about Sleeping Ancient Town. Nami nodded and said, "Okay, I will adjust the course now." 075. Silence in the House of Power, high-altitude play made in heaven, please order in full. What? 7 celestial dragons of House Roswald died. More than 10 billion Baileys of heavenly gold were robbed. Red Line, Holy Land Mariajoy, the House of Power. The atmosphere at the moment was terrifyingly gloomy. Jago Lucia Sarton was so angry that his nose would have popped out. If the floor had not been of good quality, he would have been pierced by his crutch. In the capital of the Seven Waters, Mariajoy's 10 billion belly heavenly gold was hijacked and committed. With this kind of bad incident, Xia Ya is openly making enemies of Mariajoy. Saint Isambalen V. Nastiring held the knife tightly in his hand. Not only that, the Roswald family sent a total of 7 celestial dragons on this trip. We also arranged 6 CP-0S and 2 Marines. Vice Admiral escorted us, but in the end, no one survived. Topman Wechulashung crossed his hands on his chin, with equally fierce eyes. Xia Ya caused trouble in Alabasta before, Admiral of Headquarters Iokiji, and is severely disabled and is still lying in the hospital bed. Shepherd 10 Pit Saint said angrily, "This is provoking the authority of our Mariajoy. This new pirate is simply lawless, but he is definitely not a restrained person like the kid from the Don Quixote family. We can only destroy him as soon as possible. Get rid of this flame." Marcus Maz's voice became even more gloomy. Don't forget, our CP9 agents lurking in Carrera Company also disappeared with the Sky Gold incident. Their mission was to seize the blueprint of ancient weapon Pluton, and according to the information, Xia Ya and this group of pirates are building a pirate ship in Carrera Company, maybe. Perhaps, the thing that worries us most has happened. 09. Nico Robin, the only person who can read the text of history, is also in the hands of Xia Ya. As the holy words of Marcus Moshe fell, the House of Power suddenly fell into silence. This series of events is enough to sentence Xia Ya to death 10,000 times. Celestial dragons slain. If this news spreads, it will discredit all celestial dragons. For Mariajoy, the loss of face will be even more serious than Marine Admiral being killed by pirates. What's more, the heavenly gold that represents Mariajoy's absolute rule has also been hijacked. Mariajoy has lost face. Although there has been an incident where heavenly gold was hijacked, Doflamingo only used this to blackmail Mariajoy into joining the 7 warlords of the sea. The guy from the Don Quixote family simply didn't dare to spend the money, but 5 elders all know, Xia Ya is so brave. The scariest thing is the drawing of ancient weapon Pluton. Now all members of CP9 lurking in the water capital have disappeared, and not even a single punctuation mark of information has been transmitted back. This is enough to illustrate some problems. Even if it is an unconfirmed sign, it must be absolutely strangled in the cradle. A big killer like Pluton. O'Hara survivors who can read historical text. It must not fall into the hands of a pirate. Jago Lucia Sarton's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "Sengoku must come to report the work." Facing such a troublesome pirate, I would like to ask him why he didn't turn the Xia Ya sign into reality earlier. Shichibukai. With that said, Jago Lucia Sarton directly threw away Xia Ya's 3 wanted posters, which were the bounty of 20 million Baileys during the East Blue period, the bounty of 7,300 after the Loguetown smoker was beaten, and then it's the 1 billion bounty after Kuzan was deposed. With such frequent bounty changes, guys like Xia Ya must have caused a lot of trouble. As a result, why didn't this loser Sengoku come to report? We could have regarded Xia Ya as the biggest threat today in advance. Trash Sengoku, you must give me an explanation. An hour later, Sengoku arrived at a palace in Mariajoy. Advertisement silence, silence. The 5 elders are completely silent at this moment. Sengoku naturally knew about the killing of the celestial dragons in the Water City and the robbery of the gold in the sky. His forehead was sweating crazily. He didn't know where to start. Anyway, it felt overwhelming. I think it took a long time before Sengoku was ready to speak. But before he started to speak, he was interrupted by Izambalen v. Nasty Rosheng. You be asterisk 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 D. Such a vicious pirate appeared on the sea. Why didn't you come and report it? Marine Admiral was defeated at the hands of Xia Ya. As Marine Marshal, don't you have any countermeasures? Sengoku took a deep breath. Xia Ya's fruit ability is very special. Special. Jago Lucia Sarton. A Paramecia Riding Fruit. You tell me it's special. You know, Mariajoy has gotten this devil fruit many times in the past 800 years. Now you tell me special? Are you questioning the abilities of our Mariajoy? Sengoku wiped his sweat. I mean, Xia Ya may have a special physique, so the riding fruit is special. Anyway, according to the information given by Aokiji, Xia Ya can achieve great fusion with the mount. His fruit ability is no longer single. At the same time, when he is riding, he and the mount form a whole, like a copper wall. It is an impeccable state. Xia Ya has no weaknesses, at least we can't see any weaknesses yet. Saint Topman Wachuli snorted coldly. There is no weakness. Marine 3 Admirals Loguetown Fruit also has no weaknesses. There is no need to find reasons for your waste. We just look at the results. Marcus Mazashung added. Raise Xia Ya's danger level to the highest level, and at the same time enter the naval headquarters must kill list. At the same time, if you can recruit her under your command, for what we married or use is another matter. Recruit? Sengoku shook his head and denied. If the plan is done well, it may be possible to kill, but recruitment. I have already tried it. Xia Ya refuses to take hard and soft measures. It is already certain that she is Marine's mortal enemy. When he was in Alabasta, Sengoku had already proposed various conditions to Xia Ya, but was rejected by Xia Ya cynically. Judging from his actions of crippling Aokiji Kuzan, there is no possibility of Xia Ya being recruited. Not even under any conditions. Izambalen V. Nisholingsheng lowered his head and wiped his beloved sword. He no longer looked at Sengoku, but his voice passed over. In this case, we will see how you perform next. If this cannot be done well, it can only be said to be the failure of naval headquarters. Sengoku. I try my best. In the air, made in heaven. Blah blah blah. Come on, come on. Xia Ya jumped down quickly. Accompanied by pleasant sounds, Xia Ya jumped into the swimming pool. A long time passed. Nami screamed. Ah, your head is so hard, it's pushing against me. Robin screamed. Ah, you actually pulled my tail, please be gentle. Vivi screamed. Ah, I was sucked up by the suction cup. Perona screamed. Stop, don't try to make a soft landing here. Karina screamed. If you dare to drill there, be careful I pinch you, idiot. Advertisement. Whether it is sailing or aerospace, you need wonderful games to relax. This is what heaven-made existence means. This is also the reason why Xia Ya is willing to spend a lot of money for this. For example, now, it's impossible to hide the full beauty. You can be thousands of meters in the air and play in a luxurious swimming pool with your female companions. No matter how much money you spend, it is worth it. Khalifa was wearing a decent swimsuit, and her ultimate figure was clearly on display. Although she had been in contact with the Xia Ya pirates for 3 months, she was a former agent after all, and she felt that she had not yet integrated into the group. So she just sat on the edge of the swimming pool, only daring to put her 2 little feet in the water. Ah! Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her feet. Wow! With the sound of falling into the water, Khalifa sank into the water. When she emerged, she saw Xia Ya, with wet hair, looking at her. She could almost feel her breathing. Have you figured it out? Once you have figured it out, let's sign a riding contract as soon as possible? Khalifa lowered his head, not daring to look at Xia Ya. Before this, Khalifa had already known that signing a riding contract was almost like being enslaved. This is better than joining the CP9 agent organization, and the conditions are not harsh. After all, when he became Xia Ya's mount, Khalifa's wealth and life were completely out of his hands. Although Khalifa is a bit charming, she is still an innocent woman in essence. Although she often uses her beauty to achieve her goals, she has never done anything that goes too far. After all, she is as sensitive as Robin. But now, if a riding contract is concluded, it is almost certain. Xia Ya can do whatever she wants. But, is this man trustworthy? At this time, Perona swam over holding an inflatable duck. You won't regret it. How about I use negative ghost to let you express your current feelings? Perona's proposal greatly interested Nami and others. Okay, this is great. I do. When Khalifa heard this, he immediately thought of the confessions of Kaku, Bluno, and Bingshan. That was called depression, that was called shame, that was called social death. He immediately became unwilling and gritted his teeth. He might as well sign the contract directly. Open your hands. Soon, in the middle of the swimming pool, Xia Ya and Khalifa put their hands together, and Khalifa hummed softly. The riding contract was concluded successfully. 076. The world's greatest swordsman strikes out, please subscribe. With the successful conclusion of the riding contract with Khalifa. With expectation in Xia Ya's eyes, a line of small words appeared. +1 buff usage time limit, permanent source, reigns of Khalifa. Ability. Regardless of the type of any mount, the number of mounts the rider can ride at the same time is permanently +1. Seeing the explanation here, Xia Ya also understood. This +1 buff is equivalent to the permanent version of the dual cavalry buff. When he was in Koko West Village, Xia Ya got a double riding buff. At that time, he rode Nami and Karina at the same time. However, the double riding buff was temporary and was useless once the time limit expired. And when the temporary buff is not refreshed, this dual rider buff is very powerful. At least, now Xia Ya can ride both Majin Oz and Shimotsuki Ryoma at the same time. I wonder if Ryoma's swordsmanship skills, Majin Oz's huge strange power, and a combined slash of the two can destroy the world. Land. After figuring out the ability of this buff, Xia Ya did not continue to struggle. After all, it's happy time now. In an instant, Xia Ya dragged Khalifa into the water. Blue, Hina and Toshigi, who were watching this scene, could only shed tears of envy because they were given charity by Xia Ya to board the boat, so how could they have the right to participate in the swimming pool while the owner was enjoying it? At the same time, there were sweet sounds in the swimming pool from time to time. Obviously these beauties have been taken advantage of by Xia Ya. Hina and Tashigi will not go into the water and be taken advantage of by Xia Ya. I can only watch with envy on the deck. At the same time, there is an island of red hair pirates in the New World. Ding 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 ding. Two figures kept colliding on an island. The powerful slash tore apart everything in its path. Earth, ocean, sky. The terrifying momentum caused some stagnation in the airflow. At this time, a man with a rifle on his waist, wearing a V-shaped black t-shirt, a cigarette in his mouth, and his hair tied up came to this battlefield. Those falling slashes were at his feet. There were explosions, but he ignored them all. The man raised his head, looked at the red-haired Shanks and shouted, "Captain, you can stop." This man's real name is Beckman, and he is the vice-captain of the Red Hair Pirates. He is known as the man with the highest IQ on the sea. The person who can make him stop it personally is the boss of the Red Hair Pirates, the red-haired Shanks. "It's you, Beckman, still fighting." Advertisement. After saying that, two extremely fast figures collided fiercely in the air. The ground was shaking constantly and the sea was trembling. As this move ended, two bodies fell in front of Beckman. A man with short black hair and sharp eyes like an eagle shook his head in disappointment. "Red-haired Shanks, you really let me down. I am no longer interested in you with a broken arm." This person is none other than Mahawk, the #1 swordsman in the world today. Shanks didn't mind, and was even a little proud. He laughed and said, "This arm is a bet on the new era." The two of them just competed with each other in swordsmanship and got addicted to it. If there really is a duel, it's not certain who will win if they use their trump cards. But if Hawkeye can say something like this, the competition just now may have come to an end. The red-haired Shanks inserted the griffin into the scabbard and asked, "By the way, Beckman, why are you here in such a hurry?" Beckman took out a newspaper and said directly, "The newcomer committed another crime. This time in the capital of 7 waters, he robbed the celestial dragons of 10 billion bellies heavenly gold. Even the underground intelligence station has spread that there are several celestial dragons were killed by Xia Ya. This is really a headache," red-haired Shanks complained. Since the last time Marine Admiral was defeated by Xia Ya. The red-haired Shanks began to tell Beckman to pay attention to Xia Ya. It's not that the red hair admires Xia Ya, but the red-haired Shanks is lying in the new world like a giant dragon, with his own strong purpose. It can even be said that he chose to become the 4 emperors of the new world in order to fulfill the legacy of Roger, the pirate king. The red-haired Shanks doesn't want the sea to be too chaotic. And those newcomers who make a splash in the world when they're young and have uncontrollable potential have become the targets of red hair. Now, only a few months later, Xia Ya did something earth-shattering again. Naturally, it attracted Beckman's attention. Mahawk was obviously taken aback. "You're a redhead, would you pay attention to a new person?" Shanks looked serious. "Yes, the newcomer is called Xia Ya, haven't you heard of it?" During this period, Mahawk was sitting on the coffin boat and drifting casually on the sea every day. The coffin bed was too small, and even Newsbird was too lazy to come over to sell newspapers. This resulted in Mahawk not knowing about Xia Ya. Information. From the red-haired mouth, Tuan heard this name for the first time. Oh, taking the newspaper provided by Beckman, Mahawk shrank his eyes and exclaimed. This Xia Ya actually has such strength. Crocodile, Marine Admiral Aokiji, also from 7 warlords of the sea. They were all defeated by a newcomer, and it happened on the same day. First, he slashed Crocodile in half, and then defeated Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji Kuzan. Such a thing. Advertisement, it really happened. Mahawk's attention was completely attracted by the description of Ryoma in the newspaper. His eyes immediately burst into golden light, and a sharp aura was revealed. Hundreds of years ago, Wanakuna's sword god, Shimotsuki Ryoma. The path to becoming the world's greatest swordsman is a very special path in the world of pirates. Others choose to fight for their own benefit. The road to become a great swordsman is full of challenges along the way. Hawkeye Mahawk challenged stronger swordsmen all the way until he became the world's greatest swordsman. Since becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk has also encountered many swordsmen coming to challenge him. But the swordsmanship level of those so-called great swordsmen, you can't even see it here at Eagle Eye. In terms of swordsmanship, the only one who is infinitely close to Mahawk is the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. Therefore, Mahawk and the red-haired Shanks have always had a good relationship, and they often meet up to learn swordsmanship, but see it now too. After this duel, Hawkeye obviously found that his swordsmanship had become more refined, while the red-haired Shanks have fallen behind in swordsmanship due to his broken arm in East Blue. Mahawk could tell that the red-haired swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. After all, if a major arm is broken, the impact will not be great. Certainly, this is not to say that the red-haired Shanks is not strong enough. The two of them are just competing in swordsmanship, not a life and death battle. Therefore, Mahawk came to this conclusion. He has lost interest in fighting the red-haired Shanks. And now, through Beckman, Mahawk learns that Xia Ya actually possesses a zombie from the ancient Wano-kuni sword god, who can even cut the natural crocodile in half with sword skills. Does it mean that a rival has finally appeared to compete with him for the throne of the world's #1 swordsman? Seeing Mahawk's eyes blazed with light. The Shimotsuki Ryoma behind this guy is the opponent I want to fight. Wanakuna's sword god, the world's greatest swordsman a few hundred years ago. Thinking of this name, Mahawk couldn't help but feel crazy in his heart. Beckman also knows it very well. As a man with extremely high IQ, he is the brains of the Red Hair Pirates. This time, Beckman came here ostensibly to inform the red-haired Shanks about the news about Xia Ya, but in fact, he was one of the great swordsmen who aroused Mahawk's eyes from the side, heart. If Mahawk takes action, he may be able to beat Xia Ya in advance. At least it can save Xia Ya from causing trouble in Grand Line. The sea under checks and balances. That's what Red Hair Pirates wants to see. Shanks glanced at Mahawk and found that his body was already full of fighting spirit. Mahawk, are you serious? Shanks said. Xia Ya is just a young man who has emerged. An admiral has been injured in naval headquarters. He will not let him go. Are you sure you want to go find him? You are the world's #1 swordsman. Aren't you waiting for someone new to challenge you? Mahawk just said calmly. Because you disappointed me, that's why I plan to go find my opponent. Shanks said helplessly. Your aloof character is still so easy to dislike. 077. Forces from all directions gather together, please subscribe. 8 days of sailing, on a sunny noon. The red line, which symbolizes the end of the park in the first half of the Grand Line, finally caught the eyes of Xia Ya and others. It was a huge red earth wall, a straight cliff as high as 10,000 feet. The top of the red line is Meriajoy, the central city of the world's most powerful force that has ruled the world for 800 years and has more than 170 franchised countries. It is also the center and holy land of the entire red line. 10,000 meters below the seabed below the red line is the place where pirates and poor people must pass to reach the New World. The Fishmen Island. If you want to reach the New World through the Fishmen Island, you must have your own ship coded. On the sea between Meriajoy and the Fishmen Island, there are islands with extremely distinctive characteristics, the Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody Island has the largest mangrove in the world, the Yar County mangrove. Because the roots of the trees have always been exposed above the sea, and their almost endless vitality, new tree species have taken root again. As time goes by, the Sabaody Archipelago, where trees are islands, has been formed. At the same time, due to the crazy photosynthesis of the Sabaody Archipelago, the roots of the tree will breathe out special natural resin. When the resin encounters air, it will expand into bubbles and then fly into the sky. Therefore, the Sabaody Archipelago is also called soap, bubble islands. This feature lets Sabaody Archipelago have the unique ultimate scenery in the world. In addition, the Sabaody Archipelago is backed by the red line and cannot be reached in all kinds of bad weather, making it the most natural haven. Its geographical location is so close to the holy land of Meriajoy, and it also makes this island the back garden of the celestial dragons and the slave trading market zone. Sabaody Island has finally arrived. The trees here are so tall. The girls were amazed. Xia Ya rode Made in Heaven and circled in the sky, then pointed to the island below and said, "Just stop on that tree. This should be Area 50-863. Because she wanted to take the girls to visit the Sabaody Archipelago, Heaven made another skyship that could levitate. Therefore, a seaport in the traditional sense was meaningless. Xia Ya anchored Heaven made at the top of an archy mangrove tree. Then I took the girl for a stroll. On the Sabaody Archipelago, each Alcyon mangrove has its own number. A large tree will form an island, and a small tree will gather together, and several trees will form an island. These days, Nami and others are also very curious about the world-famous Sabaody Archipelago. They want to see what this archipelago composed of huge mangroves looks like. Only by seeing it with her own eyes can she know how to draw the Sabaody Archipelago into her own sea, in the picture. At the same time, Nami also learned about Sabaody Archipelago through various channels. In general, the entire island is composed of 79 mangroves, with towns and facilities on each tree. The regional divisions are also very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. From 1st to 29th, there are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, and illegal zones. From 30th to 39th, there are soap bubble parks, etc. From 40th to 49th, there are mainly tourist areas, specialty shops, etc. From 50th to 59th, there are mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Numbers 60 to 69 are the Marine Garrison and the government entrance and exit, and numbers 70 to 79 are mainly hotel streets. This time Xia Ya and others came to Sabaody Archipelago. All they wanted to do was buy a sea map and find information about the ancient town of New World. So, there will be no problem if you give priority to islands 50 to 59. After the group landed, Xia Ya rode Nami and used her heart network ability. Sure enough, many conversations appeared in his ears. I also heard a lot of dirty conversations in some corners. There is no doubt that, with the appearance of Xia Ya and others, their location information has been obtained by the pirates and marines on the island, and those people are very nervous. Various phone bugs are ringing, which means that someone will come forward to cause trouble. But Xia Ya doesn't care about this. AJCB, if someone takes action, he naturally doesn't mind sending them to another world. Soon, Xia Ya took the girls into the largest map store in the area. At the same time, Su Qi knocked on Zukin Bar. In the lawless area of Sabaody Archipelago, the fact that this tavern has occupied a place for a long time without running into trouble is enough to prove that it is extraordinary. Advertisement: the owner of the tavern is Shaki, the previous empress of Amazon Lily. When he was young, Shaki followed Grandma Nu and played in Rock's Pirate. After retiring, he came to the Sabaody Archipelago to live in seclusion. Moreover, Shaki also partners with Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of Roger the Pirate King, and lives together. At this moment, Shaki's figure appeared at the door, hung up the suspension sign, returned to the bar, mixed a glass of spirits himself, and pushed it to a silver-haired man sitting in front of the bar. That guy showed up. Have you decided to go see him? The information is correct. It was indeed him who killed everyone in the Dragon Pirates, including Hachi. Shaki lit up a cigarette, exhaled a long breath. The man in front of her was none other than Silver Rayleigh. Ah, he is such a sharp-edged kid. He has done so many things in a short period of time, and even implicated our friend Zalba. Now that we have come to Sabadi Archipelago, we will definitely go and meet him. Rayleigh took a sip of strong wine, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. Months ago, the news that Xia Ya emerged from nowhere, killed Shichibukai Crocodile, and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji shocked the entire sea. Shaki is an informant, so he naturally noticed Xia Ya, a super newcomer. Due to her sensitivity to intelligence, the origin of Xia Ya's bounty came from East Blue. The reason was that she killed the Dragon Pirates and also took care of a Marine branch colonel named Mouse. The emergence of this piece of information made Shaki worried. Octopus Zalba once saved Rayleigh's life, and the two became good friends after that. Zalba once called Rayleigh from East Blue and told him to become the subordinate of the evil dragon. As for what Zalba was doing, Zalba didn't say anything. Since Xia Ya was offered a reward, Ba went to the doctor to find out the news. Shaki is under a powerful intelligence network. I soon learned the complete story. Rayleigh drank the wine in one gulp and said with emotion, I never thought that Zalba would brutally oppress Koko West Village under the evil dragon. Now that he is dead, it seems to be in line with the common sense of the sea. Since he chose to go to sea to do business, thieves must be prepared to die at any time. Revenge is everywhere. Roger, actually this is how I came here, 11. But I will meet with him and the League will make a decision. A pirate doesn't need any reason to take revenge, but the problem is, I am no longer that pirate. Rayleigh fiddled with the wine glass, her expression seemed a little hesitant. But he still stood up and walked towards the outside of the tavern. Shaki reminded, that man is not simple, you must be careful before doing anything. Rayleigh waved her hand. I know that a young and strong Marine Admiral fell into his hands. A new pirate with such methods is indeed extremely dangerous, but this is not the reason for me to avoid it. Sabadi Archipelago, a certain seaport. There were huge ships parked everywhere, and there were also ships passing by with their sails up. On the shore, coating craftsmen gathered together and were coating various pirate ships. Just above the sea beneath these huge ships, a man wearing a hat, gorgeous clothes, and carrying a black sword behind his back was lowering his head as the coffin-like boat passed by. He was still holding a newspaper in his hand. The most prominent position in the newspaper is a photo. In the picture is the ferocious face of a zombie warrior. Shimotsuki Ryoma, it seems to be getting closer. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the marshal's office, Sengoku sat on the boss's chair with a gloomy look on his face. The sheep next to him were still eating waste paper. Garp next to him was chewing senbei, making a crunching sound. Sengoku slammed the table and said fiercely, Garp, why are you acting like a mouse? You are so noisy. Hey, Sengoku, you have been like this for a week since you came back from the Holy Land Mariajoy. Why? I knew you were scolded by those old men again. I originally planned to comfort you with 2 pieces of senbei. What about you? Forget it. Creak, creak. Advertisement. Garp tore open the package and poured all the senbei into his mouth. Sengoku got angry thinking about it. The gold in the sky was robbed by Xia Ya, and the celestial dragons were killed by Xia Ya. What does Sengoku have to do with him? Simply, the dignified Supreme Marshal of Naval Headquarters was actually scolded by 5 old men for 2 hours, and was forced to give Sengoku a plan to pursue Xia Ya. Sengoku was really convinced, and Xia Ya could defeat Marine Admiral. Such a person is it that easy to catch? Now I don't know how much the bounty will be, I don't have a clue. There is no clue where the Xia Ya people are. The intelligence agents of the Seven Waters capital even investigated that Xia Ya had built a flying spaceship. Isn't this just another golden lion? As long as this kind of person doesn't seek death and come to Marineford to cause trouble, I'm afraid Marine will never be able to catch him. Instead of lion fruit, there is actually an air fleet. Who believes it? Sengoku said he couldn't accept it, he had a headache. At this time, the phone on Sengoku's desk rang, blue blue blue. What's up? Over there, Marshal Sengoku, we have just received reliable news that the Xia Ya pirates have landed in the Sabadi Archipelago and are brazenly wandering around number 50 Mangrove City. And Xia Ya showed up. What more? And the intelligence officers over there also saw Hina Rear Admiral and recruit Tashigi following Xia Ya. What? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku held his head, feeling a headache. A few months ago, after exchanging Aokiji from Xia Ya, Sengoku made a special call to Hina. During the phone call, Hina made it clear that Xia Ya did not embarrass them on the banks of the Sentola River. When you return to the Marine branch, you will rejoin Marine. After all, it was for the mission to save Kuzan that Hina and Tashigi were forced to accept being kicked out of Marine. They still cherish their positions at Marine, D. Since then, Hina and Tashigi disappeared, and Sengoku was so busy with Kuzan's affairs that he didn't care. I thought I would come back one day, but what Sengoku didn't expect was to learn that Tsutsumi and Tashigi were already on Xia Ya's boat. Became a pirate. How can it be? He coughed and covered his forehead and said, Sengoku, your order to kick Hina and Tashigi out of Marine was found out by your subordinates. Why? In order to comply with your order, the subordinate took the initiative and cancelled Hina and Tashigi's file numbers and all bank card information. So, Hina and Tashigi. I guess this is the reason for leaving. Quote, he also had a headache. She only found out the news through investigation after Hina and Tashigi lost contact. At the same time, he was quite speechless towards people like Naval Headquarters. Marine is really a mess inside, and subordinates can only flatter themselves, so they must be brave enough to help leaders solve problems. But this time, it was obviously the subordinates who made things worse, causing Hina and Tashigi went directly to Xia Ya's boat. 1. Who is claiming without permission? The people in Sengoku were numb and kept hammering on the table. The goat next to them was frightened for a moment. Let's talk about Xia Ya. At this time, Sakazuki's cold voice sounded at the scene. 078. Admiral goes out, Legend vs Future, please subscribe. Let's talk about Xia Ya and how we should deal with it. Sakazuki couldn't bear it and said coldly, of course Sengoku has to come up with a plan. He was scolded by the 5 elders in Meriajoy, and one of the promises he made was to solve the problem of Xia Ya, but considering that Xia Ya already had the combat power to defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji, it was not that easy. If you send a cat or a dog randomly, it is no different from delivering food. Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki, and then at Perusalino, Naval Headquarters 3rd Admiral. Kuzan is still recovering in the hospital. According to his current injury, the headquarters will probably rarely send him out in the future, but you, as Marine the highest combat power, can be even better. Sakazuki, Perusalino, please go to Sabaody Archipelago together. Where there are many celestial dragons, I'm worried that Xia Ya will cause some trouble. Sengoku is also helpless. He prefers Aokiji's character and hopes that one day he will quit the position of Marine Marshal and let Kuzan take over. But now, it is almost impossible, because Kuzan can no longer represent Marine. The only ones left are Sakazuki and Perusalino. If Xia Ya's problem can be solved this time. Especially in Sabaody Archipelago, a place so close to the Holy Land of Meriajoy, being able to seize this credit will definitely be valued by the 5 elders. The future position of Marine Marshal will almost be born in the hands of these 2 people. And the reason why Sengoku reminds me. I just hope that the 2 of them can give their best performance in this operation. By the way, there are many celestial dragons in the Sabaody Archipelago. Protecting the celestial dragons is the responsibility of the Marine Admiral and is a rule written in the Naval Headquarters regulations. Tet. Whoever performs well is most likely to be valued by his superiors. In a few words, Sengoku had already given Sakazuki and Perusalino an offer they couldn't refuse. What a scary newcomer. Perusalino said leisurely that he was not that eager for power, but Sengoku had already said that, and he could only act with Sakazuki. The most he could do was touch fish and make people invisible. I'll go there, let's go. There was no emotion in Sakazuki's tone. Sengoku ordered. Prepare a warship for the 2 admirals. Land at the Sabaody Archipelago at the same time. Sabaody Archipelago, Japanese-French zone. Bang 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 bang. In the alley, a series of punches and kicks sounded. Hand over the Pele you have on you, Ling. Xia Ya said impatiently while riding on Robin. Yes, sir, we know we were wrong. We will never dare again. Several blind bastards took out their baileys, knelt down and worshipped Xia Ya and others, and then rolled away in a panic. In a chaotic world, robbery is a very common thing, and bullying is a major theme of the world. When Xia Ya and others came out of Dunyang Map Store, they encountered several groups of thieves who came to interrupt them. But, because she got the geographical location information of Loguetown, Xia Ya was in a good mood. He just gave these gangsters a lesson and let them go. After all, except for the celestial dragons, there is not much living space for ordinary people on Sabaody Island. The only way they survive is to do some illegal things. These gangsters are too weak and do not even have the most basic strength. They are also the most pathetic. People at the bottom. But since you have grabbed the head, naturally you have to give a lesson. Finance Nami held the bailey he had just snatched and shook his hand. We have obtained the information about Sleeping Ancient Town. Let's have fun next. I heard there is an amusement park nearby. How about we go and play first? Xia Ya smiled and said, it seems that someone is waiting for us. Hearing what Xia Ya said, the girls didn't know why. They looked up and saw an old man with white hair, wearing a gray cloak and leaning on the wall, looking at everyone. Advertisement, this man is a living legend. Pluton Rayleigh. Seeing the face of the person in front of him, Robin's pupils shrank and his face was shocked. Why do legendary figures appear here? Nami looked at Robin with a puzzled look on his face, and said with some confusion, Pluton Rayleigh? A legendary figure? Robin nodded and explained. He is Silver Rayleigh, nicknamed Pluton, the deputy of Pirate King Roger. Nami and others did not expect to meet Pirate King Roger's deputy on Sabaody Island, and they all took a breath. This Rayleigh is here to find us. Otherwise, why would he block our way? And when I saw Xia Ya, she continued walking like nothing happened. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. It seems that East Blue has produced another great person. Get out of the way. Xia Ya had no interaction with Rayleigh, and he would not think that Rayleigh would come to him for no reason, so he quickly thought of Xiao Ba, the fishman killed by Koko West Village in East Blue. After all, this fishman seemed to be Rayleigh's friend. And looking at Rayleigh's posture, do you need an explanation? In the original work, the Straw Hat crew stopped worrying about the sins Zauba committed in Kokoja village because Zauba was Rayleigh's friend, and finally forgave the fishman, but in Xia Ya's case, Xiao Ba has been made into a meat pie by Momo and sent to be used as fertilizer under the orange tree. Rayleigh's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya. Are you Xia Ya? I'm here to verify something. In East Blue, I have a fishman friend named Zauba. I heard that he died at your hands. As soon as the words fell, Nami's eyes immediately flashed with nervousness. First of all, Pluton Rayleigh has a great background. He is the deputy of Roger, the Pirate King, and a legendary pirate who is still alive. Secondly, Hachi, the fishman pirate who dominates Koko West Village, has a deep hatred for Nami. He is also one of Nami's most annoying fishmen besides the dragon, and he has already been killed by Nami. So, when Rayleigh mentioned that Zalba was her friend, Nami felt something was wrong. I have no obligation to tell you anything. If you want to trouble us, you don't need any reason, just come. Xia Ya said bluntly, if it's okay, just go. Rayleigh's body is no longer leaning on the wall, and her hand has been placed on a western knife. After all, he is the superstar who killed Shichibukai and defeated everyone in Marine. He has a really bad temper. Xia Ya chuckled. You're a pirate, isn't that how you came here? Almost at the same moment, momentum burst out from both of them. And at this time, the two confronting each other finally attracted the attention of some pirates from the Sabadi archipelago. Hey, the old and the young are here to have a fight? Although this is an illegal zone, there are patrolling Marines, right? Aren't you afraid of being sent to impel down? It's funny, this combination, a fight between a 7-year-old old man and a 14 or 15-year-old brat would be quite boring. What nonsense are you talking about? A pirate leader nearby slapped the other pirate in the face who was speaking. He had a gloomy face and scolded. This guy is the coded guy in the dock area. Old man, my true identity is Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of Roger, the Pirate King. Because he retired, Marine did not go to Leahy to cause trouble. And after all, Marine doesn't want to mess with Pluton Rayleigh because there's nothing he can do to him. Rayleigh has been staying in the Sabadi archipelago since he retired. It would be too abnormal if Marine didn't have information about him. However, seeing Rayleigh retreating, Sengoku didn't come to cause trouble anymore. Because Sengoku knows that this guy Tomokazu can't be caught at all. Zero, please give me flowers. If you tear your face apart, there might be some big fuss. Since everyone has a tacit understanding that they have nothing to do with each other, Sengoku also chose to block Rayleigh's information on Sabadi archipelago. Act as if nothing happened. The pirate leader looked at Rayleigh tremblingly, and found that Pluton Rayleigh's attention was only on Xia Ya, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. One Piece, Deputy Roger, advertisement the legendary pirate. Whitebeard is no less famous than the strongest man in the world today. After all, One Piece Roger's deputy is too polite. Hiss. The surrounding pirates took in a breath of cold air, their hearts contracted and they felt a little scared. If someone hadn't reminded him that he had offended the legendary figure, it was very likely that the other person would have confessed here with just one look. Only, after being curious about Rayleigh's identity. These melon-eating pirates are also curious about Xia Ya's identity. After all, if he can confront Pluton Rayleigh, what is the identity of a 14-year-old or 15-year-old kid? How dare you face Pluton Rayleigh? Who is that brat? You talk so arrogantly. I'm so arrogant. How dare you say that to Pluton Rayleigh? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. At this time, a pirate who lowered the brim of his hat said tremblingly, you all shut up. Haven't you seen the recent news reports? That's Xia Ya, a man who dared to kill the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, defeated the Marine Admiral Aokiji head-on, killed the celestial dragons in the capital of 7 waters, and robbed Mariajoy of the heavenly gold. The super rookie pirate whose head is worth 1 billion belly. The only super rookie pirate in this era, Xia Ya. Silence, stillness. As the pirate's words fell, people on both sides of the street were completely silent. Although they had not seen Xia Ya's wanted notice and did not know his appearance, Xia Ya's previous deeds had been spread throughout the sea, and they had more or less heard of it, but now, that man actually appeared in front of them. Even this fledgling newcomer has already faced off against the legendary pirate Pluton Rayleigh. If this news is spread, it will not shock the world. Defeat Marine Admiral Aokiji? A supernova actually has this kind of energy? Then now isn't it? The confrontation between the legendary pirates and the legendary pirates of the future. While being hotly discussed by many pirates, a tense atmosphere began to pervade the entire place. Rayleigh took the initiative to come to the door, just wanting to ask Xia Ya about Xiaoba. If Xia Ya could make it clear that killing Shower was actually to save the name of Kikiashi village, this matter be forgotten. After all, every pirate who hangs out on the sea has a human life on his back. Even a careless 7th-degree man like Roger will choose to destroy a country because his friends are bullied. Seeking revenge is the main theme of the sea, and it will never be cut off. But now, Rayleigh has changed his mind after meeting Xia Ya, because Xia Ya is quite rude. I don't even know who my senior is. Naturally, Xia Ya will not give Rayleigh face because he is the Pirate King's deputy. Since the other party is here to cause trouble, then deal with it the pirate way. It's useless to say more. Ding dong. To deal with a 70 or 80-year-old legendary pirate, Xia Ya naturally did not need to use all her trump cards. She immediately got off Robin and rode on Shimotsuki Ryoma. As the black sword Chu Shui was unsheathed, the murderous aura on Xia Ya's body became more solid. I'm afraid that's far away. Rayleigh could feel a biting chill blowing past her. The next moment, the dragon and horse burst out. Young people are too sharp, sooner or later the sea will teach them a lesson. This is not something that a retired person like you should worry about. 079. Officially certified good teacher, Swallowtail Dingthorn, please subscribe. Riding a zombie, what is your ability? Rayleigh looked at the zombie dragon horse under Xia Ya's crotch and asked curiously. Do not talk nonsense. Ryoma pulled out the black sword Kiyoshue, wrapped it around armament hockey, and with a deep voice, shot out towards Sherry. Hee. Not bad. This scene once again surprised Rayleigh. I have seen many ability users, but you are the first to rely on external forces like this. This guy has reached the pinnacle of armament hockey, which is rare in the entire world. After all, Rayleigh is an old man in the world, and has had direct contact with Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others. These are the pinnacle of demon fruit power. But they use their own abilities, and the starting point is their own physical strength. At the same time, Rayleigh is also an outstanding swordsman. The moment he saw the black sword Chu Shui, he knew that this black sword was not simple. It should have been brought by this ancient warrior zombie. To his surprise, Xia Ya just seems to use the riding ability to fully stimulate the zombie's force value. The explosive power comes entirely from the zombie itself. This kind of weird fruit ability is almost 080, unheard of. 2. The kid in front of him was riding Roger, and Rayleigh couldn't imagine what it was like. You are so arrogant, then let me teach you a lesson first. Rayleigh pulled out the western sword from his waist and faced the zombie dragon horse. Dang dang. The two knives wrapped around armament hockey collided together. The airwave immediately erupted. At this moment, even the soap bubbles floating in the sky flew higher into the sky. What is strange is that the soap bubbles did not break under such a fierce airwave. It can only show that the power of the two people was used on the blade, and there was not too much spillage. What a powerful swordsmanship. The numbness coming from Rayleigh's tiger's mouth made his expression change. In this collision, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He originally wanted to test Xia Ya's strength, but after a fight, Rayleigh had learned that the zombie in front of him, or Xia Ya's ability, had reached the level of a high-level swordsman. Zilla. Rayleigh didn't expect that. Such a skinny zombie can actually possess such huge strange power. In fact, although Longma is a zombie that has dried up for hundreds of years, his strength is that of the peak dragon slaying period. It cannot be measured by appearance. Rayleigh already knew this when he fought against Xia Ya for the first time. Xia is a difficult person to deal with. He is strong. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh immediately swung his sword. As soon as Xia Ya mentioned Qia Shui, she resisted it accurately. Looking at the whole world, the black sword Chu Shui may be the hardest knife. Even if a dinosaur steps on it, the blade of Chu Shui will not be completely intact by 1 mm. If Rayleigh wants to get some bargains on this knife, he must make armament hockey played ultimate. You are really strong. I haven't seen a newcomer like you on the sea for a long time. Once upon a time, a young boy named Douglas Bullet boarded the Oral Jackson. He was a genius boy with a naturally strong physique. At that time, Roger even became interested in talents. Now, Rayleigh believes that Xia Ya seems to have such a talent. At this moment, Rayleigh was no longer naive. He suddenly understood that although Xia Ya had such talent because she was riding a zombie warrior, the reins in Xia Ya's hands said everything. He was the one controlling everything. Advertisement without Xia Ya, the zombie would be just a dead body. In other words, it was Xia Ya who gave this corpse powerful abilities. As an ability user, he is the one who dominates the mount. Another person may not be able to achieve such an effect if riding with another person. Back. Ryoma raised it with one hand, and black sword Chu Shui launched a top-down slash at extremely high speed. The slash flew tightly against the ground, and when it arrived, it suddenly turned upward and hit the front door of the carriage directly. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, observation hockey was fully opened, and he fell back to easily avoid it. The cold breath flew past his cheeks. It seems as if the person's blood will be frozen in the next second. What a sharp move. It's a sword style that is completely different from the domineering one. This is swordsmanship tempered to the ultimate level. Perhaps it was because he hadn't made a move for a long time, Rayleigh sighed sincerely, because his heart actually aroused endless fighting spirit. Rayleigh was also a top-notch swordsman when he was young, but at that time, demons were everywhere and there were countless strong swordsmen. Roger was also a top-notch swordsman, but his style was completely opposite to Ryoma's. Roger has a carefree personality and is also very domineering in his swordsmanship. Ding 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 ding. The two fought again for several rounds, but Rayleigh was suppressed in every round. Even Rayleigh, who has experienced many battles, can't find any flaws in Xia Ya and Long Ma. Is it true that I am too old? Rayleigh's eyes shrank and he used armament hockey without hesitation to predict Xia Ya's next move. At the same time, Rayleigh's other hand suddenly stretched out an index finger. I don't know when. A ball of flowing golden hockey has been wrapped around the index finger. I'm afraid this is the move Rayleigh used to resist Marco's kick. Xia Ya was slightly startled when she saw the hockey flowing on Rayleigh's fingertips. It's not that he was lamenting Rayleigh's power, but Xia Ya could clearly feel herself and actually understood this move. Soon, Xia Ya understood that he had learned. Emission is a high-level application of armament hockey. When used properly, it can destroy the opponent's defense and penetrate inside to cause huge damage. This is specifically reflected in the combat methods of each user. Some are violent, some are gentle, and each has its own characteristics. Shimotsuki Ryoma armament hockey is the pinnacle, and the flow is also compulsory. But Ryoma's emission is only limited to the black sword Shisui. It can be imagined that Ryoma is really a stubborn swordsman. Apart from swordsmanship, he hardly develops his own abilities and physical skills. Even if his armament hockey has reached its peak, he is too lazy to develop his physical skills, developed on. One sword is enough to defeat all magic. This resulted in Xia Ya being able to only use emission on the famous sword before. And now, at the moment of fighting Rayleigh, through the 10 times comprehension buff, Rayleigh's moves were completely absorbed. Knew it, officially certified, Rayleigh is a good teacher. Xia Ya originally thought this battle was of little value, but now it seems she was wrong. You are so old, just use whatever tricks you have. Immediately, Xia Ya's sight and smell filled the air. Advertisement Xia Ya accurately predicted where Rayleigh was going to attack, and he immediately wrapped the golden emission around his fingertips. During the gap between sword fights, he had a head-on collision with Rayleigh's fingers. Z la la la, boom la la la. Immediately, golden thunder and lightning exploded in the center where the two people's fingers collided, like tiny thundersnakes, scurrying around. And the amazing thing is, if you look carefully, you can find that the fingers of the two people are actually a small distance apart. This effect, almost identical to Conqueror's wrap and collide. Well, I see. After realizing this, Xia Ya felt like she had discovered a new world. It turns out that when the weapon color reaches a certain level, it can also produce a Conqueror's entwining effect. Realize the distance fighting method. Are you so strong in physical skills? The moves you use don't look like those of a great swordsman. Rayleigh frowned when he saw Xia Ya making a move. He was very sure that Xia Ya's move did not come from the zombie warrior, because the zombie's moves had a strong killing aura, and this move was softer. It's more like coming from myself. Yes, exactly the same. The strong man's moves have a unique aura, and Rayleigh can clearly distinguish them. Hey, you little brat, you deliberately provoked me before and wanted to secretly learn my moves. Xia Ya's brows twitched. This old guy really makes a show of himself. You are obviously here to cause trouble, but you still want people to give 5.0 a good look? What are you thinking? Don't get me wrong, anyone who stands in front of me will only be killed. If you don't show your true strength, I'm afraid you won't be safe in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Ya became angry again. He controlled the dragon and horse to kill Rayleigh again. Seeing Xia Ya take action again, Rayleigh also brought a western sword to collide with her. The clanging sound echoed throughout the audience again. Swallow-tailed thorn, swish. Ryoma held Kiyoshue in his hand and made a V-shaped stab, and several purple-black rays of light stabbed towards the Rayleigh shop. The speed was so fast that it seemed like 100 knives had been stabbed in this second. Rayleigh was shocked. If he was holding a toy knife, he would have chosen to deliver such a fast thrust, but through the fight, Rayleigh could clearly feel that the black sword Chu Shui was much heavier than ordinary swords, and the blade was also longer. And a big guy like Chu Shui was actually played like an embroidery needle by Xia Ya in front of him. Flexible, agile, fast, trash. In just an instant, a streak of scarlet turned into dots and floated in the air. 080. The sky changes, the waves of the sea are driven by monsters, please subscribe. The terrifying newcomer monster. This guy has a killer move. I really misunderstood him before. Blood flowers bloomed in the air like exploding arrows. A clear bloodstain ran from his face to his ears, and bursts of burning pain came from the left side of Fuli's face. Facing the sharp-edged Xia Ya, he could only choose to jump back to avoid it. He was already sure. In terms of swordsmanship and physical strength, Rayleigh is no match for Xia Ya. Thinking of my friend Zalba, Rayleigh ignored the left side of her face that was stained red, and there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Time is not forgiving. Nowadays, it is no longer the era when he was rampant. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would be unable to do so, and he would even be damaged here. Seeing Xia Ya carrying the black knife Chu Shui again, rushing towards him, Rayleigh carefully assessed again, immediately showed great strength for confrontation. As the clanging sound rang out, Rayleigh was once again forced back dozens of meters by the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. Tic-tat-tat-tat, several sword energy shot out like bullets. Rayleigh's figure flickered, hiding in the smoke and dodging back and forth. However, the bullets of light fired from the tip of Chu Shui's knife still pursued him and fired at his figure. Ah! The profound observation hockey seemed to have foreseen something, and Lee sighed again. Although the two of them didn't make too much noise. But the scene of Rayleigh being repelled one after another by Xia Ya still shocked the surrounding pirates. This is the peak strength of Dahai. The man who defeated Marine Admiral has now injured the legendary pirate Rayleigh and suppressed him throughout the entire process. The world has changed. The waves of the times are all driven by monsters. At this moment, everyone's hearts tightened and they all thought about it. What a terrifying power. This rare monster will definitely cause a huge sensation even if it enters the 09 strongest sea areas. The new world pattern occupied by the 4 emperors will probably enter into great turmoil in advance. Hey, etc. It's dangerous to go. B*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** short black hair, a short beard, wearing a black coat, a black trench coat and white trousers, with a cross knife hanging on his chest, and a black broadsword on his back, with sharp eyes like an eagle, was standing there, walked forward calmly. This action immediately aroused the anger and dissatisfaction of the surrounding pirates. After all, Xia Ya and Rayleigh are still fighting. If this man with an aristocratic aura comes to disturb such an important battlefield, both Xia Ya and Pluton Rayleigh will turn their attention in this direction. In this way, it will be tantamount to directing the trouble to their side. Immediately, some pirates spoke up to stop him. Hey, if you want to die, you can die on your own, don't drag us into the water. Hurry up and stop this uncle, you fool, ooh. The people around him immediately covered the mouth of the person who spoke arrogantly and reprimanded nervously. If you are not afraid of death, go and stop this man. This man is 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mahawk, the man nicknamed Hawkeye. The man who firmly holds the throne as the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing this, the pirate who just spoke was immediately sweating profusely, and his panicked eyes were filled with gratitude. What the hell is going on? A super rookie who defeated Marine Admiral, a living Pirate King's deputy Pluton Rayleigh, a man who firmly holds the top spot as the world's greatest swordsman. Did Sabadi Archipelago stoke a hornet's nest today? Past, present, future advertisement big figures from 3 eras are actually gathered here. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air continued to spread around. Every pirate couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, there are still knowledgeable pirates around, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Just a little bit. Someone is going to stop that man. By the time the opponent pulled out the world's most powerful black sword and slashed at will, it is estimated that everyone present will die here. Involuntarily, the pirates watching around broke into a cold sweat. Only after the pirates were shocked by Hawkeye's identity. These pirates were curious about why Hawkeye came here. The world's greatest swordsman knows that Pluton Rayleigh is here, so he comes to challenge? It is said that every great swordsman will regard other great swordsmen as opponents. Only by defeating all the named great swordsmen in the world can he ascend to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman. Therefore, since ancient times, the relationship between swordsmen, the duel between them has never ended. Aren't you talking nonsense? Hawkeye Mahawk is the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. The only ones he is interested in are those legendary pirates. Are you sure Hawkeye isn't here for Xia Ya? After all, Rayleigh is the one being suppressed by Xia Ya now. No matter how you look at it, today is the home court for this super rookie monster. Wait a minute, that man took action. In full view of everyone, Mahawk has drawn out the world's most powerful black sword on his back. Hawkeye felt that the opponent in front of him was worthy of him pulling out the black sword. With just one glance, the blazing fighting spirit in Eagle Eye's heart was completely mobilized. The black knife roared slightly in his hand. It was as if he was excited to meet a well-matched opponent. When he saw the newspaper before, Ryoma's figure only made him feel a strong interest in Xia Ya. But the moment he saw Shimotsuki Ryoma making a move, Hawkeye's interest turned into real excitement and fighting spirit. Hawkeye is sure at this moment. Shimotsuki Ryoma is a great swordsman whose swordsmanship has been refined to the ultimate level. TRR, a figure holding a big knife entered the battlefield between Xia Ya and Rayleigh. Dang dang dang, the sound of 3 swords clashing spread. The 3-legged pattern unfolded on the field. The 3 knives collided together, black thunder flashed, and airwaves flew. The 3 figures seemed to freeze at this moment. Xia Ya and Rayleigh both frowned, feeling unhappy that the battle was interrupted. After seeing clearly who was coming, the people immediately separated. Presenting a triangular posture, they both stood 10 meters away from each other. It seems like another rude boy has arrived. Rayleigh saw that the person coming was Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. He simply inserted the sword into the scabbard, then patted the dust on his body, and started fighting with Xia Ya. He often ate ashes in the explosion of sword energy. Xia Ya's moves made him tired of dealing with them. If he continued, failure would be a foregone conclusion. Although Rayleigh's face was full of glory, her face was really lost. But if you continue to struggle, I'm afraid it's really not guaranteed. Seeing Mahawk appear at the right time, Rayleigh immediately thought of quitting. Mahawk's eyes were fixed on Xia Ya and the Shimotsuki Ryoma under him. Finally, his eyes moved to a black sword like Yoruichi above the black sword Kiyoshui. He could even feel the roar of the Kiyoshui. Then, Hawkeye glanced at Rayleigh meaningfully. Sorry, I want to form a team. Rayleigh didn't hesitate. Advertisement, he said along the way. It seems that I, an old man, have indeed fallen behind the times. In this case, the stage will be left to you young people. Rayleigh actually knew in his heart that Hawkeye had already seen that he was defeated, so he proposed to fight on his behalf in the name of challenge, which was a step down for the old man himself. Very good, I've been looking for you for a long time. Hawkeye came to Sabadi Archipelago from New World just to fight Xia Ya. And Xia Ya has always disliked people challenging such troublesome things. He felt that fighting in vain would get almost nothing except the name of the winner. Xia Ya doesn't like doing things with low returns. But when he saw the supreme sharp knife in Mahawk's hand, the Black Knife Knight, he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Nowadays, one of Xia Ya's mounts is Shimotsuki Ryoma. At the same time, strictly speaking, Ryoma is also his swordsmanship teacher. Xia Ya, who has 10 times the comprehension power, will sooner or later learn the swordsmanship from Ryoma, and even learn other great skills. The swordsmanship of a swordsman. Something that is better than the old is about to happen. Route. When the time comes, you will have a handy weapon. And look at the whole world. Only 4 of the top-grade supreme sharp knives can be confirmed. According to legend, the first-generation Kitetsu is in the hands of the 5 elders Izumbaran v Nasushiro, the supreme sword ace who disappeared after the death of One Piece Roger, and the Naginata Kongan in the hands of the world's strongest man, Newgate, who is afraid of work. Cut. And currently, the black sword in the hands of Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, is Knight. And, looking at the current situation, Hawkeye is eyeing him. The world's greatest swordsman did not wait for people to challenge him, but came to Sabadi Archipelago to find himself. It can be seen that Hawkeye is eager and imperative for this battle. It is estimated that the appearance of the sword god Ryoma hundreds of years ago roused the fighting spirit of Mahawk 47. Seeing that there is no way to avoid it, under such circumstances, only by defeating the Hawkeye in front of you can you pass this level. However, Xia Ya smiled and said, Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman actually came to fight with me. Do you know that I am not a pure swordsman and my swordsmanship is only part of my devil fruit ability? Xia Ya is not a fool. Although Shimotsuki Ryoma is very strong, he was the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. But Hawkeye is not weak either. In the original work, the Marine Hunter has never been a good person. He is a pirate group alone and can make all Marines fearful. He is the most powerful among the 7 warlords of the sea, even if he is like Doflamingo. The madman is quite loyal to Mahawk. After the collapse of the Shichibukai system, Dracula Mahawk's bounty was as high as a terrifying 3.59 billion berry. Oda just made it clear that Hawkeye is a being on the level of the 4 emperors. So, to be on the safe side, Xia Ya must alert Eagle Eye. Xia Ya is not only a swordsman, but also a rider who relies on the fruit's ability. Xia Ya's strongest ability is the combination of riding and riding. Hee. Ultimate. In the empty eyes of Shimotsuki Ryoma, the golden light became more intense. The withered hand holding the black sword Kiyoshui also made a creaking sound. As a rider, Xia Ya naturally knew that the appearance of the Eagle Eye made the dry hand a zombie for hundreds of years as excited. Hawkeye stared at Xia Ya with cold eyes. Is this important? I don't care. What I call it. Xia Ya smiled. I'm not interested in the title of the world's greatest swordsman, but I am a little interested in the sword in your hand. Ha 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 ha. Xia Ya's words directly made Mahawk laugh out loud. Funny kid. You can try it. Black Knife Knight is one of the only 12 largest properties in the world and is the strongest black sword in the world. It makes sense for a sword to be paired with the world's greatest swordsman. Just kidding, would someone who can defeat Hawkeye not have the title of the world's greatest swordsman? After seizing the title, I still want the supreme sharp knife. Eagle Eye thinks that this guy Xia Ya is interesting. I want to see who will fight between the world's best swordsman for hundreds of years and the current world's best swordsman. 081. The battle between the world's greatest swordsman, a sky-shattering blow. Please subscribe. Seeing the appearance of Eagle Eye, Xia Ya's female companions all felt tense. Naturally, they also know the name of the world's greatest swordsman. And it was different from the shock that Marine Admiral gave them. After all, there are 3 Marine Admirals, but there are only a few men with the strongest title in the whole world. It does not mean that the man with the strongest title will definitely be stronger than the Marine Admiral. But psychologically speaking, the female companions all care about Xia Ya and naturally don't want him to get into any trouble. Karina and Nami were already ready to take action, and even prepared to be ridden by Xia Ya. After all, in their impression, Logia is still very invincible. The most surprising person is Hina. Hina was originally the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Hawkeye almost roamed the sea during the Marine Hunter period. In Marine's eyes, Hawkeye is even more troublesome than New World, the 4 Emperors. This man is so lawless, he rarely takes anyone seriously, especially Marine. If you were to find someone in history to rival Hawkeye, it would probably be Red Earl Redfield from the legendary pirate era. After Hawkeye joined Shichibukai, caution became the main theme in Marine's senior management's attitude towards Hawkeye. Generally, they would not call Hawkeye when discussing things in meetings, because even if they did, Hawkeye would definitely not come. Compared with treating other Shichibukai, it can be said that there are 2 ways to treat it. It is proved from the side that the existence of Hawkeye really gives Marine executives a headache. The reason is precisely Hawkeye's terrifying strength. Xia Ya is such a fool. She chose to take on this battle, and even said she wanted to steal the supreme sword Black Blade Knight from the world's greatest swordsman. Hina doesn't understand, Hina muttered with confusion on her face. On the other side, Tashigi just stood there stupidly, her beautiful eyes under the lenses only dared to stare forward. As a swordsman, she knew what the title of the world's greatest swordsman meant. The enemy of the greatest swordsman in the world. The top existence that all swordsmen want to defeat but cannot defeat. Moreover, no matter who is the world's greatest swordsman, he is bound to accept the challenge of all swordsmen by default. Just like the title of One Piece, all pirates will chase and rob him. Only, if you don't have the strength, don't join in the fun. Tashigi didn't expect that. I can actually see the world's greatest swordsman taking action here. Unconsciously, Saya Shiger was held tighter in Tashigi's hand. At this time, Xia Ya's black sword Chu Shui was unsheathed, and her murderous aura became even more intense and cold. The strongest black sword from hundreds of years ago faced off against the strongest black sword in today's era. Such a collision also made his blood boil, but so far, he has no plans to use Oz's power. After all, now Xia Ya's strength equals Xia Ya herself plus peak dragon horse. Moreover, Xia Ya also has 10 times the blessing of comprehension. As long as she keeps fighting, she will become stronger and stronger. She can gain some swordsmanship experience points from Hawkeye in advance, and even bring out the unparalleled sharp sword Black Blade Knight. This makes fighting more interesting. The murderous intention is getting stronger. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, the pirates on this island felt a biting cold blowing past them. This chill is like the underworld wind coming from the underworld. Everyone's hands and feet were cold when it passed by. Goosebumps appeared. They could only watch the 2 terrifying entities in the distance. Moment. Xia Ya burst out riding a dragon horse. Come on. let me see the true strength of the legendary sword god. Mahawk, who has always been known for his coldness, saw Xia Ya taking the initiative, and the excitement in his heart suddenly appeared on his face. Even the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Very good. Such a feeling of fighting spirit. Even the red-haired Shanks, who had good hands back then, never brought Hawkeye. Ding, without any hesitation, Hawkeye held the black sword Yi with both hands and slashed it out instantly. Boom, several meters high green sword energy surged out crazily from under the blade of Black Knife Knight. As the distance increased, the green slashes expanded more and more. In just a short moment, a terrifying crescent formed, cutting through the air spreads over the earth. Buzz buzz, the dazzling light and the infinite power slashed hard at the oncoming Xia Ya. Facing the sudden huge dark green slash that was more than 10 meters high, Xia Ya turned into an afterimage, leaving only the sound of the clogs of the dragon and horse stepping on the ground. Slash. Howl. Carrying a huge amount of broken stones and soil, it crossed across the ground. Boom, before some of the pirates watching the show could react, the building around them was cut in two by the slash. When they came to their senses, they found that a deep ravine had appeared on the ground of Sabadi Island. Then, advertisement countless airwaves spewed out from the ground. At this moment, the hair of almost everyone watching was blown straight. There was only fear in his eyes. This is the slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Rumble. The momentum is like a rainbow, accompanied by the aftermath of the slash. Xia Ya has arrived in front of Eagle Eye. Facing Hawkeye, he didn't hesitate and slashed hard with his sword. Dang, dang, dang. Eagle Eye's sharp eyes were full of fighting intent, but the huge force coming from the tiger's mouth also told him. The opponent in front of him is absolutely extraordinary. The dragon and horse hold the black sword and autumn water in their hands, as if the universe is flowing, and they are at ease. In the blink of an eye, except for one slash, what followed was a fierce offensive like a torrential rain. Eagle Eye's pupils shrank sharply, and he gave up the offensive immediately, holding the black knife and hugging his legs at night. Ryoma's superb swordsmanship also attracted Hawkeye's attention. Controlling the distance, Hawkeye held the sword with both hands and swung out a very fast blow with all his strength. The wide blade of the black sword was like a black moonlight, cutting off the space in front of him directly, and even the air was filled with violent sharpness. Xia Ya also struck decisively, and her slashes penetrated. A huge collision sounded between the swords, and the air seemed to be stagnant at this moment. Only a series of amplitude ripples were transmitted in the air. When the blades completely collided together, the sword energy was like an exploding laser, shooting towards them. Dispersed in all directions, the terrifying sword energy swept across. Every collision of swords will bring about an explosion of airwaves. The collision of slashes is not over yet. The two great swordsmen have once again collided for hundreds of rounds at the speed of afterimages. Smoke and dust filled the ground thickly. Soon, two afterimages rushed out of the smoke, dragging the afterimages with them, followed by a series of sparks. Hawkeye stepped on the ground, and ripples exploded on the ground. Then get close to Xia Ya again. Ding ding ding. This time, the two great swordsmen did not choose to chop. Instead, he uses a straight stabbing move, such a picture. It's like a mirror image. All one could see was that the two great swordsmen were both using the swords in their hands to stab each other straight away. Due to their precise control of the distance, the only chance for the two of them to touch each other was not with the blades. Above them were the tips of two black knives that looked like needles. The sound is no longer dang dang, but ding ding. Two figures, two strongest black knives, one after the other, or one after the other, alternate with each other. With the power of such a close combat, even the ground began to sink beneath the feet of the two of them. Layers of waves of soil swept towards both sides, surging incessantly. Every collision is bound to have huge consequences. The black thunder also flashed wildly at this moment. The sound of thunder made the air hot. The surrounding pirates quickly looked for bunkers, fearing that they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. How scary. What kind of song is this Wangya who can face the world's greatest swordsman head on? He's really just a newbie. He's such a newbie. He's only been at sea for a few months. Such a monster can actually escape from that place in East Blue. I'm afraid only Roger, the original Pirate King, could achieve this kind of fighting momentum. It's so scary. Changya will definitely become a big man who stirs up troubles in the sea. Suddenly, the two changed their attack methods again and had a head-on confrontation. The shock wave flew straight into the sky. Even thousands of soap bubbles thousands of meters above the ground burst at this moment. Not good, again. I'm so dizzy. The surrounding pirates hurriedly ran away with their heads in their hands, no longer thinking about eating the melon. In fact, these people are all pirates who have crossed the first half of the Grand Line and arrived at the terminal station Sabadi Archipelago. Their pirate ships are being coated in the dock at the moment, and if they die here just to watch the excitement, then what? How to get to New World? They have never seen the scenery of the New World. Tow. The strength of the pirates who can reach the Sabadi Archipelago has been tested in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether it is bad weather or pirate fights along the way, it is a real test. This is the foundation of strength. After encountering the collision between Xia Ya and Eagle Eye, even if it was just the aftermath from afar, the body could not bear it. Advertisement, are you sure you're really not joking? How can any pirate get dizzy or even vomit while watching a battle? This is too scary, and if they stay where they are, I'm afraid the full force of the battle will shock them to death. Far away. Rayleigh, who had left the fighting circle, was also looking at the center of the battle in shock. These two guys are both monsters. He has the momentum of a strong man of that era. The scene is just like yesterday. Rayleigh is not exaggerating. He has personally experienced the Rox era and the Roger era, which passed through each era, and he is still at the forefront of the times when he is still with Roger in one piece. Rayleigh has seen and experienced battles that are truly the pinnacle of the sea. Rayleigh had to admit that these two guys were truly the pinnacle of strength. I'm an old man, so it's right not to get involved. Let's forget it. The really scary thing is that a kid of 14 or 15 years old has actually reached this level. On the battlefield, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and launched a violent attack on Eagle Eye again. He has clearly felt it. Although I can't 100% defeat Mahawk, there is absolutely no problem in remaining undefeated. After all, Ryoma is just a zombie with peak swordsman strength. All kinds of moves are actually not so much worries, and if Gaia summons the Devil Oz again at this moment, it will be the key turning point to crush Hawkeye. When masters compete with each other, they can often understand the distance between each other within one round. But not yet. Because of Hawkeye's move, Ya also had some enlightenment. In fact, the core of Shimotsuki Ryoma's swordsmanship is kill with one strike. Everywhere is a combination of killing moves that can cut off all things. This is the ultimate that simplifies the complex killing moves. Tempered. Mahawk's moves are both strong and soft, especially his sharp eyes like an eagle, which are extremely insightful. He seems to be able to observe the fundamental movements that dominate this space. What is tempered is the ultimate swordsmanship that combines strength and softness. Ding 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 ding. Dang 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 dang. The two of them attacked at the same time, and the changes were completely integrated into the swordsmanship, making it hard to guard against. Although Hawkeye was not injured by such an attack, a gash appeared on the brim of his hat. Only a little bit, the autumn water can cut through his scalp. With his sharp eyes and the observation hockey bursting out all over his body, he could safely inflict fatal injuries and defend cleanly during Ma Wangjiao, Ya's attacks again and again. Come down. The ultimate swordsmanship, Chu Shui, the Black Sword, is worthy of being the strongest black sword hundreds of years ago. Hawkeye has always believed that the strongest black sword in the world is the black sword in his hand, Knight, and it is the only one. But after today, he thought he could add another one, which was the black sword Chu Shui from hundreds of years ago. Despite the slender blade of Chu Shui, the shape of the blade is not large, but the blade is a few inches longer than an ordinary knife. But in terms of weight, it is very close to Black Blade Knight. Although Xia Ya's offensive continues, but for a strong man like Hawkeye, such an attack, as long as he concentrates his attention, will basically not cause any substantial damage to him. At the same time, the opponent's dragon and horse will also attack Hawkeye. So true. Whether it's today's world or the world hundreds of years ago. The greatest swordsman in the world has no water at all. It's the real deal. It's not a waste of fame. At this moment, the two figures collided again, and the blades of the two black knives made a buzzing sound at this moment. Even several nearby mangrove islands began to tremble crazily. At this moment, it is thousands of meters high in the sky. Tens of thousands of soap bubbles were all broken, and a large amount of water-containing resin was brought out after the breakage, which gathered together and was mixed in the air. Under the refraction of the sun, Sabaody Archipelago. There were dozens of brilliant rainbows hanging in the sky. However, this beautiful natural scene did not last for a few seconds. People will see. The rainbows all broke, and the clouds in the sky began to roll. A huge black gap spanned the entire sky, too horrible. Countless people raised their heads, their pupils kept shrinking, and the muscles on their cheeks kept trembling at this moment. It's scary. The sky actually split open. .083. In the field of swordsmanship, the strongest collision in history, please order in full. Is this even a human being? The collision between two great swordsmen actually caused the sky to split. Gulu, gulu, bubbling, bubbling. Countless pirates had waterfalls of sweat dripping from their foreheads, while the weaker ones had already rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth and fainted. Rayleigh looked silent. This scene undoubtedly touched some people. Only then did he realize that his identity had been transformed. He used to be a participant in this kind of battle, but now he can only become a spectator. Certainly, if he really wants to take action, Rayleigh still has two options. But objectively speaking, Rayleigh is no longer the long-lasting man, and his secret may be revealed if he moves too much. Oh, how could? The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. Tashiji's hair was blown wildly by the airwaves, and he was about to go crazy. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands and his eyes widened. Is this the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? Why can Xia Ya be able to face Hawkeye head-on, knife to knife? Perona curled her hair with her slender fingers, raised her index finger and pointed at the sky, and explained proudly. There is nothing wrong with Mahawk being the greatest swordsman in the contemporary world. He has never been defeated in his life, and there is nothing wrong with him. But what Xia Ya is riding is the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago, and the undefeated Wanokuni sword god, Shimotsuki Ryoma-sama. The level of the two of them has always been the same. In other words, this is the strongest collision in the field of swordsmanship across history. The world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago. The greatest swordsman in the world today. After Perona finished speaking, Tashiji's hand covering his mouth was shaking, and his eyes were a little moist. The field of swordsmanship is the strongest collision that spans hundreds of years of history. I can actually witness it with my own eyes. I am so honored. Cough cough cough. Hina lit a high-end cigarette and took a deep breath to hide her shock. She originally didn't believe that Xia Ya could compete with Hawkeye, but the current situation was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Xia Ya not only got started with 807 with Eagle Eye. The abilities used were even the best in the world hundreds of years ago. How pervert is this riding ability? After seeing and hearing all this, Rayleigh felt a little relieved, but also took a few steps back. It seems that this battlefield is still a little narrower. And at the same time, on the sea in the distance of Sabaody Archipelago, a huge warship rides the wind and waves. This is the #1 battleship belonging to Naval Headquarters. The warship came from the Naval Headquarters, and at this moment there were two tall men standing on the deck with their arms in their arms. Marine Admiral, Saskatchewan. Marine Admiral, Perusalino. Yo yo yo. It's so scary. The battle is so fierce. The sky in the distance has cracked. According to the information that was just passed on, this time Xia Ya not only faced Pluton Rayleigh, now I am fighting against Hawkeye. Xia Ya is really a pirate that makes people worry. Otherwise, God will do it. Slow, it's too slow. For the sparkling man who ate the Logia sparkling fruit, the speed of the warship was too slow. Although Perusalino was also thinking about how to fish, Xia Ya made a fuss in the Sabaody Archipelago, and he felt a little anxious. It should be. As a Marine Admiral, he does not seek merit, but does nothing wrong. Perusalino was worried that something might happen to the celestial dragons of the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the celestial dragons on the island are even more troublesome. Whenever something exciting happens, the ones who want to stand out the most are the celestial dragons. And at this moment, there's no telling how many celestial dragons there are in the Sabaody Archipelago. Sakazuki crossed his hands, the cloak of justice behind him rustled. He stared ahead sternly and said, "What if Xia Ya sees Marine Admiral Dispatch and escapes early? Why not let her fight to the death with Hawkeye, and we will pick her up later. Ready-made is better." That's right, advertisement thunder flashed wildly, and when Xia Ya looked at the Hawk's eyes full of fighting spirit, he thought he had recognized the wrong person. In the original work, Hawkeye has always been a man with a serious expression and a calm expression. And now, Xia Ya could clearly feel the excitement on Hawkeye's face, and Kakuzu smiled crookedly. Maybe this is the performance of seeking defeat alone. Hawkeye has been sitting on the position of the world's greatest swordsman for too long, and people are probably numb, so after he takes the top position, he will choose to cultivate a Zoro as his opponent. Zilala. Under Xia Ya's control, the black sword Shu Shui in her hand was once again entangled with the deep purple and blue thunder. Immediately afterwards, Xia Ya rode a dragon horse and shot out towards the eagle eye like a cannonball. And the route he jumped over, the soil on the ground was trampled and shattered by powerful force. Clang! Hawkeye held up the black knife and resisted this attack. But he could clearly feel that Xia Ya was a little stronger and seemed to be more serious. And because the distance is too close, Eagle Eyes can feel the golden fighting spirit bursting out of Ryoma's hollow eyes. Eagle Eyes smiled. This is not enough. The already dark blade was once again attached to armament hockey. At this moment, the night was like an endless abyss. He flipped his wrist and swung the sword towards Xia Ya. However, Xia Ya also smiled after resisting. Of course it's not enough. This is only one half of my strength. I have never been a pure swordsman. Hearing this, Eagle Eye was immediately startled, and took advantage of the force transmitted by Chu Shui to take advantage of the inertia and take a few steps back. His eyes flickered, and he seemed to already have the answer in his heart. When Xia Ya entered Hawkeye's field of vision, Hawkeye had investigated Xia Ya, and he knew that Xia Ya killed Shichibukai Crocodile by riding Shimotsuki Ryoma's zombie, and defeated Marine Admiral Aokiji by using Demon Liaozi. Before the battle, Xia Ya said that swordsmanship was only part of his ability. Are there any fresh trump cards, in the eyes of an eagle? If Xia Ya summons the demon, it might become a flaw. The ultimate secret of swordsmanship is to keep subtracting. Everything must be reversed, so does Hawkeye himself. He specially prepared a crossknife for some swordsmen who were frustrated and wanted to challenge, and part of Hawkeye's sword skills had been reduced to a short inch to the blade. So, when Xia Ya said she still had a trump card, Hawkeye's curiosity was piqued. The fighting spirit in those AJDF eagle-like eyes is even stronger. You can use whatever means you have, I'm very curious. Xia Ya formed a seal with one hand. That's as you wish. As he shouted loudly, the ground still turned into nothingness, and a golden coffin dozens of meters high rose from the ground. And Xia Ya, riding a dragon horse, is at the bottom of the golden coffin. When the demon Oz walked out of it, Ryoma had already jumped down and ran quickly along Oz's arm to the back of Oz's hand. No matter what angle it was from, Ryoma's figure stood upright. The great swordsman, the momentum is undoubtedly revealed. And Xia Ya has even integrated into Oz's arm and disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already above the head of the devil Oz. After signing a riding contract with Khalifa, Xia Ya is no longer limited to riding a special mount. And this state, it is the total strength of Oz plus Ryoma plus Xia Ya. From then on, Xia Ya can mobilize Oz's strange power and Ryoma's sword skills to perform super slashes that surpass the world's greatest swordsman. Advertisement, interesting ability, Hawkeye sneered, not seeing anything special. But the next second, Oz stepped on the ground with both feet, and his huge body was already shooting towards Hawkeye. Just when he was about to get close to Hawkeye, Oz punched his arm. On top of his fist, Ryoma clenched the black sword Kyushui with both hands, as the farthest attacking end will face Mahawk. Clang, when the knife struck. Hawkeye's arm holding the black knife was completely numb, and his legs were embedded in the ground, sliding backwards. And Xia Ya slashed with several knives. Every time, he attacked Black Blade Knight with huge force and crazy force. How come? Hawkeye became completely vigilant, and his arms clearly felt another level of power. Such a domineering sword collision no longer needs Hawkeye's blessing to cause devastating damage. Even Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, didn't dare to cut hard. The Demon Oz is a special race, a natural berserker. His power level can be imagined. F#F, Eagle Eye's pupils shrank sharply, and he suddenly raised the black knife and blocked it in front of him. And at this moment, a black light flashed in front of his eyes, and the next moment it lay across the Black Blade Knight's evidence. Hawkeye's feet left the ground and flew straight out. And almost in an instant, on another island thousands of meters away, the trunk of an archy mangrove tree suddenly exploded. The huge trunk of 20 to 30 meters in diameter actually exploded at this moment, trapping Slag. Dance wildly with Sweatland. The entire Yarkman mangrove tree fell down at this moment. Rayleigh's pupils suddenly shrank as she watched Hawkeye's figure pass by. Hawkeye was actually chopped away with a knife. A drop of sweat slid from his forehead across the wound on Rayleigh's face. The salt stimulated the wound on his cheek, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. What happened in front of him was too shocking, even for the well-informed Rayleigh. At this moment some were shocked and stunned. Not to mention the rest of the cats and dogs pirates. They stood there staring at the island 1,000 meters away. The huge smoke and dust caused by the falling mangroves were so frightening that they dared not breathe. How could this happen? The greatest swordsman in the world was actually blown away by violence. The other side. Hawkeye stood up from inside the tree trunk, his face extremely serious. As a great swordsman with the highest attainments, his force-relieving skills are also top-notch, but even when he tried his best to relieve his force, Eagle Eye can clearly feel the terror of the 10 blows just now. Fortunately, I did not choose to resist forcefully, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The eagle eyes were fixed on the huge figure 1,000 meters away and the warrior figure standing on Oz's arm. Suddenly, Eagle Eye's eyes narrowed, and Ren suddenly felt pain. Ping! He Daoyi pulled it out from the ground, turned his hands and waved upwards, and suddenly danced downwards. Pong! In front of Hawkeye's figure, Black Daoyi had already pointed his knife tip down. The air was twisted crazily at this moment, the next second. The surrounding light suddenly became dim. The whole space is filled with green. Buzz buzz. A shocking slash completely erupted from the tip of He Daoyi's sword. 084. The dust has settled, Admiral is coming, please subscribe. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed and he mobilized all his strength. Black Blade Yi issued a powerful slash, buzz buzz. Accompanied by the piercing sound of the sword, the green slash, and the forest white sword light, the air was easily torn, and the October vacuum zone was directly cut out. The slashing attack carries the momentum of swallowing up the world. Slash towards the huge figure 1,000 meters away. At the same time, on another mangrove island, the demon Oz stretched out his hand forward, flipped the huge demon palm, and the figure of the dragon and horse appeared on one of Oz's fingertips. The black sword was unsheathed, and the wooden clogs were stepping on it. On Oz's iron-hard skin, the samurai uniform made a hunting sound. Xia Ya stared at the distance and saw the huge slash coming. Take control immediately. Concentrate your strength on the blade. Oz's body also became an energy conductor like the earth at this moment. In the riding state, the power of all riding objects and Xia Ya are shared, and can also be gathered on Xia Ya. At this moment Xia Ya focused all her power on Long Ma. Sizzle. Dark blue Rumo's domineering slash was swiped away by Xia Ya in this second. A roaring sound sounded. The land of the Sabaody archipelago was immediately torn in half. The slash was like a flattened turtle Qigong bomb, spinning and continuing forward. The island where Xia Ya is located and the island where Eagle Eye was shot are several kilometers apart. Not only is there land on their respective islands, there is also a large sea area in between. And 2 slashes were issued. Divide the earth. They collided wildly on the sea between the islands and strangled them. The violent breath made the entire body of water tremble. The sword light and sword energy shattered everything it touched. Boom boom boom. Visible to the naked eye, a huge deep pit was dented on the sea surface, like a huge translucent balloon with complex colors, which was forced into the water, violently pushing the seawater away, and the sea level rose at this moment. Many islands in Sabaody were submerged. At the collision point of the slash, water mist rose, and it suddenly became colorful. This time, the 2 slashes did not disappear at the same time. Instead, he vigorously competed in the seawater. But very quickly, deep blue Rumo's slash quickly tore apart the dark green slash, and then continued to rush towards the direction of Mahawk. Although it had been offset and weakened by the slash, deep blue Rumo's slash was still up to 100 meters high. And broke through the sea, still moving straight forward. I would like to use a hieroglyph to describe such a scene. That's the word. Zhong. Buzz buzz. The piercing sound of swords made all the watching pirates run away, and the shaking ground caused countless people to fall to the ground and lose consciousness. Some were foaming at the mouth, their eyes turned white, and some had twitching feet. He was frightened to the point of peeing, but the conscious person had already covered his ears and blindfolded his eyes, not daring to continue watching. Very scary. The world's greatest swordsman Mahawk's slash was shattered from the front. It was shattered by another more powerful slash. Anyone who is a swordsman will want to fight with the man who is said to be the strongest. This is the instinct of every swordsman. But at this moment, the slash from the world's strongest swordsman was actually shattered. It's dangerous. Coming. What kind of terrifying power is it? The island was split in half, and a huge hole was shaken out of the sea. The scary thing is, the slashing attack didn't end at all. Mahawk took a deep breath. The eagle-like eyes were solemn again. He gritted his teeth and held the black knife. Yi. Strike again. Together. 2 ways. 3 ways. The dark blue and ink slashes coming from the opposite side seemed to be getting more and more fierce. Hawkeye has already struck 3 times in succession but cannot stop it. And Hawkeye can guarantee that in order to stop the advance of this slashing attack, he has devoted all his skills that he has cultivated for decades. However, what he didn't expect was, these slashes were actually knocked away by the slashes containing extremely domineering and strange power. This moment, Hawkeye had a lot going on in his mind. He thought about how to improve his swordsmanship in order to deliver such a terrifying blow. I also thought about how many years it would take to achieve this feat. Certainly, he also thought about whether he should eat a devil fruit from a fantasy beast species in order to improve his physical strength. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The moment Hawkeye had these thoughts, his head shook unconsciously. Moment. The world's greatest swordsman once again corrected his mentality. He held the world's strongest black sword, Yi, in both hands, and his muscle strength was stimulated to its peak. Armament hockey. Conqueror's hockey. All wrapped around the Black Knife Knight. Advertisement at this moment, the Black Knife Knight is in his hands, and it is the most powerful weapon in the world. Buzz buzz. Facing the incoming huge slash, waves of air suddenly erupted from under Hawkeye's feet in all directions, and the earth shattered inch by inch. The moment the slash passed by, Hawkeye suddenly dived down and waved the black knife from bottom to top. Buzz buzz. The sound of collision like dragon roars exploded in front of Hawkeye's figure, and the dark blue ink-like slash was pulled by the force of Black Blade Knight at this moment, and finally broke away from the original route, like a flying dragon, soaring directly into the sky. Masaomi. The sky that had been cut before, and the rolling clouds suddenly froze, and a huge circular explosion directly shook all the clouds away, and the sky at this moment became extremely clean. Only a piece of blue remains. It's like a painter's pen passing over the canvas, leaving only a layer of blue background. Not a trace of impurities. Countless pirates were suppressed at this moment and did not dare to move. The falling sun made them unable to open their eyes. Even looking at Rayleigh from a distance, he felt the pressure doubled. Fortunately, it was not him who took the blow, now. Hawkeye's arms hurt, and the flesh all over his body seemed to be torn apart. Just use Ultimate's unloading force to pull the slash. It's already hurt him. If you mobilize your strength, you can really feel the bone-piercing pain. Moreover, there are already several scars on the body. This is the first time that Hawkeye has been slashed by a sword. This moment, even if he didn't see what Xia Ya would do next. Hawkeye Mahawk has already admitted it in his heart. The other party has surpassed him in strength, because at this moment, he couldn't suppress Xia Ya's power at all. Xia Ya's strength has reached another level with just one simple ride. One slash can make Hawkeye go all out. If Xia Ya develops the fruit ability again in the future, her strength will probably make a huge leap forward. What's even more terrifying is, Xia Ya is just a newcomer who has just gone to sea. If you experience the baptism of the sea again, I am afraid it will grow even more terrifying. Hawkeye knew it very well. Perhaps the two of them were comparable in terms of swordsmanship, but their overall combat prowess was very different. Just like Whitebeard on the world's most powerful throne, Hawkeye also has a certain distance from that man. This distance, it is the actual difference caused by the overall strength. The strongest swordsmanship and the strongest strength are two different things. Run quickly. If you don't run, there is really no chance. The pirates were frightened on the spot, and countless pirates ran away frantically at this moment. Some of them had been blown away by the sword energy and died, and some had already dived into the bottom of the sea, just not wanting to see the devastation of this land. It's so scary. On the earth, a huge slash ravine was embedded in the ground. Only the tree roots of Sabaldi Archipelago are deeply rooted in the seabed, while the fields above are suspended on the sea surface. And when the ground is cut, countless seawater surged up like a straight river. Islands further away. A Marine Vice Admiral climbed high on a building, and the building he was in had been attacked and divided into several sections. He held the telescope with trembling hands, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Why is this happening? Impossible. Has Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, been defeated by Xia Ya? When will our Admiral of Headquarters arrive? Another Marine's hands couldn't stop shaking. Behind the two of them, a Marine branch stronghold had been destroyed by the battle between Xia Ya and Hawkeye. Dozens of soldiers were killed or injured, but Marine didn't dare to go to trouble Xia Ya because they were no match at all. Kazaru Admiral, Akainu Admiral is almost here, maybe a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes. I really hope Mahawk can hold on for a little longer. If Xia Ya discovers our existence, it will be completely over, damn it. Why does Xia Ya appear here? We are so unlucky. Wait, what is that? The Marine Vice Admiral's fingers immediately trembled as he held the telescope. In the telescope screen, he found that a large group of people were rushing to the island where Xia Ya was located. And look at this group of people with a bunch of slaves and the only clothing in the world. None other than the celestial dragons of the world's nobility. Why do celestial dragons run to such dangerous places? Xia Ya has already killed several celestial dragons in the water capital. How dare they appear in front of Xia Ya? **, are you looking for death? Why are you bringing us with you if you are looking for death? If the celestial dragons take damage, the Marine Admiral will step in to clear up the trouble. If the celestial dragons are in trouble, all Marines are obliged to provide support. Originally, everyone in the Marine branch wanted to wait for the arrival of the 2 Marine Admirals before taking the next step. But at this moment, advertisement as the celestial dragons lead their team to the island where Xia Ya is located, the situation is changing rapidly. Stop Tianlong quickly. Call Admiral quickly and report. Hurry up. Marine Vice Admiral Franklin immediately jumped from the tall building and ran towards the celestial dragon's route with some of his men. On the ground of the island in the distance, a group of people were slowly advancing. This is a member of the Meriajoy Roswald family in the Holy Land. They came to Sabaody Archipelago this time purely to raid the slaves in the population auction house. After spending thousands of dollars to buy enough slaves, they also felt the relationship between Xia Ya and Eagle Eye, battle fluctuations. After asking about this being Xia Ya, several celestial dragons of the Roswald family were completely excited. 0. Immediately head towards the island where Xia Ya is located. Because in the capital of 7 Waters, Xia Ya killed several celestial dragons of the Roswald family, this incident spread within Roswald, and all the Roswald celestial dragons were filled with indignation. When I heard the news about Xia Ya, I rushed over immediately. They want to avenge the dead Ros people, and the reason why they are not afraid. Mainly here is the Sabaody Archipelago. The location of Sabaody Archipelago is very special. Not only is it directly below the Holy Land of Meriajoy, but not far away is the world's strongest military fortress, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Sabaody Island is known as the back garden of celestial dragons and the legal population auction site, not unreasonable. Are you afraid of a little pirate Xia Ya at your doorstep? Saint Roswald Tedderson took a sip of the special ice cream sprinkled with gold foil, his expression showing great enjoyment. Fill my golden musket with bullets. All the guns of our tribe must be filled with bullets. In the last hunting competition, my golden musket killed a rare rabbit. Saying this, Saint Roswald Tedderson felt very happy. It is obvious that Xia Ya is regarded as the target of hunting. Moreover, it is also a super rare rabbit. The other celestial dragons of Roswald did the same, punching and kicking their men and telling them to load bullets. The men under him quickly checked the gold-made special guns. Yes, 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 Lord Roswad. In fact, these people under Saint Roswald Tedderson are also numb. They already know that the other party is Xia Ya. This man has killed several celestial dragons of the Roswald family and is currently fighting with the world's greatest sword. How Hawkeye fights. 0. How could a little person like me go to such a battlefield? You Roswald Tedderson the past, do you think the Roswald family is too talkative? But there is no way. If you disobey Saint Roswald Tedderson's orders, you will be killed on the spot with a headshot. Hurry up. Reload the bullets for Lord Tedderson. Huh? Saint Roswald Tedderson frowned. Then I saw a Marine's figure in the distance. Soon, Marine Vice Admiral Franklin came to Saint Roswald Tedderson and stopped the team. Sir, there are evil pirates gathering ahead, which is very dangerous. For your safety, please don't go there. Seeing that his way was blocked, Saint Roswald Tedderson's face darkened. Who do you think you are? Are the bullets loaded? Kill him for lousy. Saint Roswald Tedderson's attitude was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take a small Marine Vice Admiral seriously at all. Not to mention a small Vice Admiral, even the arrival of Marine Admiral. Celestial dragons followed suit. Franklin also knew this, so he just lowered his head and pretended not to hear, but his body still blocked the way. The branch has just called Kazaru Admiral and Akainu Admiral, and the reply they got was that the celestial dragons must be stopped. The 2 Marine Admirals will be arriving soon, so at this moment, Franklin must stop the celestial dragons no matter what the cost. Trash. Are you deaf? Roswald Tedderson's holy face was green, and he decisively took off the glass hood. Bah! A mouthful of decades-old phlegm was sprayed directly on Franklin's face. The rest of the Marine soldiers were livid. Franklin was their direct superior, and he was usually very dignified, but when he encountered the unreasonable celestial dragons, he was spat on. Marine's dignity was completely trampled to the ground. B. Franklin Vice Admiral was silent at the moment and did not wipe the dirt from his face. As if nothing happened. Seeing this, the Marine soldiers were hit again. No, Vice Admiral, are you unwilling to even protest? In fact, there is no way. Franklin was promoted to the rank of Marine Vice Admiral just this year, but he is not a core figure in the naval headquarters. His strength is average and inferior, and there is no one behind him. If the celestial dragons kill him, no one will stand up for him. Franklin could hang his head, endured Tianlong's insult. You despicable waste. Lift your head, show lousy where you just vomited. Did you hit the target? Roswald Tedderson's gun was aimed at Franklin. Hey, you can't do anything. At this moment, behind Roswald Tedderson, golden light particles were gathering. The flash could blind people's eyes, and soon a tall figure emerged. Kazaru Admiral. Seeing the person coming, the surrounding Marine soldiers were completely excited. However, Roswald Tedderson looked dissatisfied. Marine Admiral? Kazaru, Perusalino? Hey, why didn't you come to the capital of 7 Waters? What do you think of your responsibilities? All my people died because of your absence. We need to take revenge now. Now, immediately, hurry up, go and execute that lowly pirate Xia Ya. 085. I'm waiting for you in the strongest position. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Please subscribe. The members of the Roswald family complained wildly to Kizaru, but Perusalino ignored them. Hey, where is Xia Ya? We can't let him escape. As a Marine Admiral, you don't act quickly, the Roswald family members continued to accuse. And at this time, Sakazuki's figure appeared and gave orders to the Marine soldiers who came with a cold face. In the next battle, you are not at a high level, so there is no need to die. Yes. Akainu Admiral. Report everything that happened here to Marshal Sengoku, and we will go to the scene to sort things out. Hearing this, the Marine soldiers ran away quickly as if they were being amnesty. When Franklin saw that the two admirals were not paying attention to him, he immediately wiped the thick phlegm from his face and walked towards the branch in embarrassment. Akainu. Ahahaha. Seeing that Akainu had also arrived, the celestial dragons of Roswald could not wait. Hey, let's go. Go get Xia Ya now and prepare the chains. I want this slave. Revenge is important. Saint Roswald Tedderson, I want Xia Ya's head. Punch that guy 003 through, Akainu. Sakazuki's face was cold and he said, I told you, you are not at a high level, so there is no need to die. This time, Sakazuki was speaking to the celestial dragons of the Roswald family. Hole, what kind of look are you looking at? Saint Roswald Tedderson took a step back and shouted angrily. Sakazuki didn't bother to pay attention to these celestial dragons. I won't say it a second time. Hey, forget it, Saint Roswald Tedderson, as long as we get the result. We can absolutely whip the corpse, right? Take off the human skin, frame it in a gold frame, and hang it on the wall. Let's go, it's so boring. Knowing that Akainu had a bad temper, several roused heavenly dragons took him away, and soon the scene became peaceful. And just after Akainu and Kizaru left, several celestial dragons in Roswald turned back immediately. What a waste, Marine Admiral, as stupid as a pig. That guy Akainu, stop being so self-righteous. Does he think he can stop the vengeful fury of our celestial dragons? Let's go. On the other side, the battlefield atmosphere gradually calmed down and the clouds in the sky completely disappeared. The sun is shining on the earth, but the seawater is still surging. Today's Sabaldi Island has no longer looked like it did in the past. It has long been ruined and the land is devastated. Talks, it's just the change brought about by Xia Ya's sword. Could that slash have surpassed the world's greatest swordsman? Everyone sees it. In order to resist this slashing attack, Hawkeye had already launched 4 slashing attacks, but in the end they were all deflected by Xia Ya's powerful slashing attack. Many people were also affected and split into countless pieces. Finally, Hawkeye still choosing to be cunning, he changed the path of the slashing attack to the sky. That is to say, even though he was as strong as Mahawk, he couldn't take Xia Ya's slash. Advertisement. Fortunately, the target this time is not these lil pirates. Otherwise, I have already reported to hell. Wait until the dust and smoke clears. The figure of Hawkeye was revealed. It's unbelievable that the world's greatest swordsman looks so embarrassed. Xia Ya is the strongest newcomer in history. It's so terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was true. Is the title of the world's greatest swordsman really going to change hands? Hiss, it's so terrifying. No, I believe Hawkeye is still capable of fighting. Although Hawkeye did not completely collapse, his condition was obviously not as good as before. There were many injuries on the body, and some blood came out from everywhere. Even that gorgeous outfit was a little dirty at the moment. Have to say, this is the most embarrassing time for Hawkeye in many years. Even though he had played against the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors before, his clothes were only slightly dirty. But now, it is a real injury. I finally saw a higher realm. Although this is not what I want to pursue, but being strong is enough. Xia Ya was able to gain an advantage over Hawkeye not only by relying on the superb swordsmanship of Ryoma, the world's greatest swordsman hundreds of years ago, but also by relying on the terrifying power of the demon Oz. Although there are elements of trickery, it can be said bluntly that any mount is part of Xia Ya's strength. As the rider, he is the one who truly dominates all of this. And at this time, Xia Ya rode Oz to Mahawk's island. Facing such a huge body, everyone can only look up. Xia Ya, you are really amazing. Hawkeye straightened his clothes and looked up at the figure above Oz. I really came at the right time today. Because of your existence, I can see clearly. I have a new pursuit, which I have been pursuing for many years. Things that didn't work out. From now on you will be the world's greatest swordsman. But I believe you won't be able to stay in this position for long, because I will personally continue to challenge. Eagle Eye looked serious and shouted toward the sky. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Dugu had been defeated for too long and he felt that his swordsmanship had not improved. However, with the appearance of Xia Ya, Hawkeye also gained some understanding through this battle. And leaving the title of the world's greatest swordsman to Xia Ya was also to give himself a new goal. He wants to take back his name with his own hands. Hawkeye believes this process will not take long. Now, he has indeed failed. Although Hawkeye still has the power to fight, masters can see the result in advance. If they continue to struggle, the result may be even more embarrassing. Now that we know where the gap is, going back to recover the gap, or even surpass it, is what Hawkeye will do in the future. Things to do. Hawkeye's face was very calm, as if he had returned to the state of a lone ranger. He said coldly. You said you want to take away this black knife, Yi, from me? Xia Ya smiled. If you don't want to, I will take away the knife that fell next to your body. I see, I have never seen an opponent like you, and I lost. Advertisement base, Black Knife Knight was thrown from Hawkeye's position while spinning. Xia Ya caught it easily and waved it gently. Buzz buzz. The layers of thunder on the blade began to flow, making a buzzing sound. It's really a good knife. Does the title of world's greatest swordsman belong to me too? But I really don't care. At this moment, all the pirates who saw this scene could not calm down. What? Is there a winner? Hawkeye Mahawk actually handed over his saber. The world's most powerful black sword, Knight. Really lost? The throne of Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, has changed hands. Dude. Although Hawkeye was only slightly injured, judging from his action of handing over the knife, he undoubtedly recognized this failure. Hina's eyes widened and she was completely dumbfounded. How could it be? Hina doesn't believe it. Tashigi covered her mouth tightly, her eyes full of horror. The previous battle between Xia Ya and Hawkeye had shocked her enough, and it was still buzzing in her mind, and now the result shocked her even more. She is a swordsman. If there was any news on the sea that concerned her more, it must be about the great swordsman. Mahawk has been challenging all the way to the Grand Line since his debut. In just a few years, he has challenged the swordsman masters of the entire Grand Line. It can be said that he has traveled the entire route without losing. Hawkeye ascended to the throne of the world's greatest swordsman early on, and has maintained it to this moment. But now, defeated, he was defeated by Xia Ya, who only took a few shots. This man's strength is like an abyss, the bottom of which cannot be seen. Starting from log 0.7, defeating Marine Colonel Smoker was already amazing, and then he defeated Crocodile in Alabasta, and even defeated Marine Admiral Ching. And now, the strongest black sword from hundreds of years ago has been used to defeat the strongest black sword in today's era. After the battle, Hawkeye is even willing to hand over Black Knife Knight, which proves that Hawkeye truly accepts the result of failure in his heart. Impossible, but it really happened. Tashigi was completely stunned. Karina smiled and said, hee, it ended smoothly. Nami's brows were a bit uneasy, and she reminded aloud. There are two strong guys coming. Maybe, we have to join the battle. Two strong guys. Work hard to become stronger. I'll be waiting for you in the strongest position, Dracula Mahawk. Between words. Xia Ya's eyes flashed, and she had already lifted up Hideaway and wrapped it around Black Thunder and Lightning. The next moment, a lewd voice came from behind him. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? 086. Admiral Linkage, treat Xia Ya as 4 emperors, please subscribe. Lightspeed kick, Dark Hound, 2 loud shouts came from far and near. A golden flash of light passed by, and a kick composed of golden light particles gathered instantly and appeared behind Xia Ya. The hot magma suddenly fell from the sky, and the fist made of magma struck directly in front of Xia Ya. I noticed you already. Black thunder flashed. Xia Ya held the black sword knight, and slashed directly to chop off the dog's head with the giant lava mouth. At the same time, Xia Ya moved her fingers, and the figure of Shimotsuki Ryoma had appeared behind Xia Ya. The black sword Shu Shui's horizontal sword steadily blocked the lightspeed kick. Oz's body was shaken slightly by 2 huge forces at this moment. Rumble. A fist made of magma. A kick composed of light particles. At this moment, they all exploded. The lava all over the sky fell to the ground like raindrops, making a sizzling sound of burning, almost burning through the earth. The surrounding ground was covered with golden light beams. In the next moment, the golden beams exploded with lasers. Gululu, boom boom boom. The 2 admirals joined forces to attack, and it happened in a flash of lightning. But in the same instant, they were all defended by Xia Ya. Da-da, on the ground of Sabaody Island, 2 figures composed of clouds gathered together. In one of them, a man wearing a red suit, a Marine Admiral cloak of justice, a Marine special peaked cap, and black gloves on his hands stood on the ground. Next to him stood a man wearing a yellow striped suit and brown glasses with a somewhat vulgar expression. They all looked up and looked at Xia Ya. These 2 people are the 2 admirals of headquarters. Sakazuki. Paluzolino, with the addition of 2 top Logia ability users. The environment of the Sabaody archipelago has changed again. It's really scary. You actually defended against Sakazuki and I's joined attack at the same time. Xia Ya, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. Kazaru's obscene voice came, but his eyes under the brown lenses looked very careful. Kazaru looked up at Xia Ya, who was more than 70 meters above. The world's black knife, Knight, is actually in your hand, doesn't it mean? Akainu turned his head and gave Mahawk a cold look. Surprisingly, you lost Black Blade Knight. Hawkeye turned around and squeaked coldly, I'm willing to admit defeat. Seeing that Marine Admiral was already attacking, Hawkeye had no intention of staying here any longer. The next thing he has to do, being aloof, is to improve himself, and then continue to come to Xia Ya to wash away the shame of grabbing the sword today. But now this battlefield no longer belongs to him. Without staying, Hawkeye's figure had already appeared next to Rayleigh. He planned to take a closer look to see if the 2 Marine Admirals could cause trouble for Xia Ya and expose even one weakness of Xia Ya. These will become valuable experiences for Hawkeye to challenge Xia Ya. An unexpected monster. Rayleigh sighed solemnly, but that kid really can't sit still. First it was Rayleigh himself, then Hawkeye, who was once the greatest swordsman in the world, and now it is Marine Admiral 3. So many masters have come out together and have already fought against Xia Ya. If Xia Ya could survive a wheel battle of this magnitude, it would probably completely shock the world. Even the protagonists of New World in today's era, the 4 Sea Emperors. It may not be possible, right, Marine Admiral, and there are 2 of them. Oh my god. The surrounding pirates had not yet recovered from the shock of Hawkeye's failure. At this moment, they saw something amazing. The 2 Admiral of Headquarters were all dispatched at this moment. As we all know, Admiral is the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters. Each of them is the top existence in the entire sea, and is the face of Marine, a super powerful force. According to legend, if 2 Marine Admirals are dispatched at the same time, even if the 4 Emperors attack together with the 2 Admirals, they will only end up defeated. What the hell is going on? Both Marine Admirals were dispatched at the same time. How terrifying is this man Xia Ya, so that Marine can make the decision to dispatch 2 Marine Admirals at the same time? It's so scary. Naval Headquarters is treating Xia Ya as the 4 Emperors. The pirates were all frightened, dumbfounded, and swallowing wildly. Akainu's face was gloomy, hot lava was rolling crazily on his arm, and he said with a cold face, Xia Ya, I finally found you. What you did has damaged the face of Naval Headquarters. Be prepared to pay the price. Justice will punish you. Perusalino clasped his chin and looked at Xia Ya. Can you escape the pursuit of light? Anyway, I don't believe it. Locked by 2 Admiral of Headquarters using observation hockey. Xia Ya also looked at the 2 of them. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Today is a stab at Trouble's nest. Trouble is dead. For Akainu and Kizaru, Xia Ya also met for the first time. But he is very familiar with their fruit abilities. One of them is Logia Lava Fruit, and the other is Logia Sparkling Fruit. They're both the top abilities in Logia, and each has its own characteristics. And that's nothing. The important thing is that the ability of Pervert is placed on the 2 Naval Headquarters monsters, which will also bring out the peak level combat effectiveness of the sea. Advertisement. But Xia Ya also has a lot of trump cards. He has 3 Logia Devil Fruits to mobilize, as well as 3 Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities to mobilize, and even the power of Shimotsuki Ryoma and Majin Oz. As long as he operates well, even if he faces the siege of 2 Marine Admirals at the same time, he can also have the confidence to cope with it. Oz stepped on the ground, and a huge figure appeared behind Karina and others. Ladies, it's time to get in the car. We can't neglect these 2 Marine Admirals. Oz stretched out his arms and placed Karina and others in the body room. Hey. Don't act rashly. Hina and Tashigi are from our naval headquarters. Perusalino's golden light gathered. He came over and pointed at Xia Ya. You tied someone up in front of me. You don't take our Admiral of Headquarters seriously. Hina, long time no see. This time not only will I kill Xia Ya, but I will also take you back to the Marine. Kizaru. Originally, Hina wanted to say hello when she saw Kizaru, but as soon as she heard what Kizaru said, she became angry. What does it mean to take me back to Marine? When the Marine establishment was cancelled, no one came forward to give an explanation. Now that I mention it, are you mocking me for not taking the initiative, Marine? Take him back for trial. I'll F***KU. Tell that old guy Sengoku that I'm not done with him about cancelling my military registration number and bank card. One day I will step into Marineford and slap him in the face myself. After saying that, Hina slipped into the room inside Oz without looking back. Sister Hina, wait for me. Tashigi was confused and could only keep up. After doing all this, Xia Ya, Ryoma, Karina, and Nami appeared above Oz. Now Ryoma and Karina Nami are both target mounts for Xia Ya to ride. Xia Ya has a permanent double riding buff, so she can ride up to 2 people at the same time. Of course, if Xia Ya is riding Robin, who has the flower fruit ability, she can use the various mounts to grow fancy arms, and Xia Ya can instantly switch between various mounts, allowing her to ride multiple people. Effect. But he had no intention of doing so at the moment. The Mera Mera fruit and thunder fruit used by Xia Ya are 10 times stronger, and they are not bad in terms of temperature and speed. It just depends on how Xia Ya plays. As for Vivi's sand fruit and Robin flower fruit, they are supplementary backup ability options, used to surprise. Xia Ya. Die here. Hot magma gurgled out from Akainu's face and fell on the ground, quickly burning holes in the ground. The next second, the lava completely covered both of Akainu's arms, and black smoke billowed out. The terrifying high temperature makes the surrounding air extremely hot, with a strong pungent smell. This is still a delicious devil fruit. Akainu suddenly burst into flames and transformed into lava. Suddenly, Akainu turned his arm into lava to form a huge lava fist, and then like a volcano erupting, he erupted his fist, and circles of lava stacked up, making the great eruption's fist bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was already on par with Oz's fist. Great eruption, under justice, everything is ashes. Akainu shouted loudly, and the great eruption spurted towards Xia Ya. Justice? Ridiculous. Xia Ya sneered, don't give any nonsense reasons when you come to trouble. Oz clenched his left fist, and an explosive flame immediately burned on his boulder-like fist. Fire punch, the orange fire fist was like a shockwave, immediately covering Akainu's great eruption. The flames were overwhelming, forcing the great eruption back. The powerful firepower gave Akainu great vigilance. Akainu, as a Logia magma man, was sweating drop by drop at this moment. He could clearly feel the heat on his skin. How could? The temperature is so high. Is this really Mera Mera fruit temperature? The core power of lava fruit is the flowing lava liquid, which has the characteristics of high temperature and viscosity, so Akainu's move is to gather high temperature and explode instantly. But the flames of Mera Mera fruit are overwhelming, like wildfire. Now, the flames coming from the pavement had a hotter smell than magma. Exploding flames covered Akainu's whole body, roaring in his ears, and the incarnated magma was about to be washed away. Damn it! The next second, Akainu's pupils shrank sharply. Is this thunder fruit? A blue thunder dragon roared through the orange flames and passed through Akainu's body, sizzling la la la. The paralysis brought by the thunder stung even the elemental Akainu. You can only withdraw the elementalization and break out armament hockey to resist. As Akainu retreated, streams of lava spewed out from under his feet from time to time. Several golden lasers shot at extremely high speed from a distance, aiming at the joints of Oz's hands and feet. Advertisement, ouch. Destroy them, soon. 4 laser beams passed through the body, leaving 4 small holes in Oz's body that overflowed with golden light. The laser passed through the building behind Oz and exploded immediately. It was obviously avoided by the elemental words. Logia versus Logia, the talented man takes advantage of his fruitful abilities. Next second, in a flash, a huge thunder exploded next to Kizaru, and Oz's huge body came behind Kizaru and punched him. When the golden light gathered together, Kizaru's figure appeared again. The speed is as rumored, so fast, so scary. As expected of a man who can defeat Aokiji head-on, these are your double fruits. No, to be precise, the free use of the 3 fruits. What a terrifying control power, Kizaru T. Under the colored glasses, the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes are even more profound. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Not far from the battlefield, Saint Roswald Tedderson and 6 celestial dragons from his family raised their muskets and sprayed fiercely at Oz's huge figure. 10 bullets passed through Oz's elemental body and disappeared instantly like a sea of mud cows. Hey, Kizaru, Akainu, your work efficiency is too low. Saint Roswald Tedderson carried a golden sniper and complained. Aren't you the strongest in this department? It's been so long and you still haven't taken down this pirate? It's up to us. Take action yourself. The arrogant words made Kizaru and Akainu frown at the same time. Troublemaker, don't you know whether to live or die? Through the confrontation of Logia's ability just now, Akainu and Kizaru both verified the information Aokiji said in Marineford Hospital. Xia Ya's devil fruit ability is very buggy. For Mera Mera fruit, thunder fruit has also been used to perfection. If Oz is allowed to launch an offensive, Logia devil fruit's ability will gain a huge bonus. There is no error in the information, 613 in other words. It is almost impossible for the 2 Marine Admirals to use the power of devil fruit to kill Xia Ya. They can only consider coordinated operations and use ultimate taijutsu to gradually disintegrate Xia Ya's abilities one by one. But at this time, with the sudden intervention of the desperate celestial dragons, it is obvious that Akainu and Kizaru will be restrained. They are the top Logia ability users. The battlefield will be filled with various natural elements, and the weak physique of celestial dragons will be affected far away. Don't get in the way, Akainu said with dissatisfaction in his tone. Kizaru turned into golden light particles and gathered in front of the celestial dragons. He tilted his mouth and said, the battle will affect everyone. Don't embarrass me. Saint Roswald Tedderson shrugged his nose. Hole. Akainu. What's your tone? How are you talking to us? What's your attitude? Do you think you are? Cone. Roswald Tedderson Saint, this is not the point. I want this big monster, and I will train this big monster to be my mount. It will be very cool to ride him to Mariajoy. Right, much better than that 7 warlords of the sea. As one of them finished speaking, the rest of the Tianlongs seemed to have discovered a new continent, with golden light shining in their eyes. Demon Oz. The huge and muscular body of the demon race, the flesh is still zombie style. Unique features make Oz the Devil a supercar among mounts. Look at the whole Mariajoy. No other family has such a huge, luxurious and majestic mount. Originally, the most proud mount of the Roswald family was Bartholomew Big Bear, a super slave of the Bacania tribe. He had been huge and powerful since he was a child. But with the outbreak of the Valley of the Gods incident more than 30 years ago, the slave Bartholomew Bear disappeared. And when Bartholomew Bear appeared again in the sight of the Roswald family, Bartholomew Big Bear has become a Shichibukai. The Roswald family was heartbroken and vowed to find an opportunity to take back the Shichibukai bear and ride on its crotch again. Now, seeing the demon Oz, the Roswald family seemed to have discovered a new world. Compared with Oz, the difference between a bear and a phoenix is simply that of a sparrow and a phoenix. I want it, this huge red mount is awesome. Akainu, Kizaru, you cannot attack this mount, it is my toy and will be damaged. The celestial dragons of the Roswald family were completely excited. Countless Baileys and gold coins were thrown out of their hands, as if they had encountered a huge happy event. You have to throw money to release the joy in your heart. Pleasurable emotions, it's really troublesome. Are you all crazy? Kizaru held his chin and was considering whether to knock these celestial dragons unconscious and throw them out of the battlefield. These guys are really in the way. At this time, Xia Ya on the other side had already got off Nami. The black knife knight in his hand roared, and his sharp eyes stared at the several celestial dragons in the distance, as well as the ones standing behind them. The corners of Kizaru's mouth curled up unconsciously. 087. Akainu 1v3 Celestial Dragons, Admiral Shi Leji, please subscribe. Xia Ya had already seen the celestial dragons coming with great fanfare. And looking at the logo on that outfit, it seems to be the same family as the group of celestial dragons he met in the capital of Seven Waters. I haven't thanked them before for sending tens of billions of heavenly gold subsidies. Now the target is sent up again. If you don't hit it, it will be in vain. Present. Oz slapped his big hand on the ground, and the real figure came to the nail of Oz's middle finger. He suddenly raised the black sword, Yi, and struck out. In front of Xia Ya, the space is distorted and humming. A burst of light spread to the ground, and a slash was fired towards the location of the celestial dragons. Oops. The character of this B*************** D Xia Ya is simply cruel. Terrorist. The slashes came in a buzzing manner, and this time Xia Ya sent out the same shockwave as the slash she had dealt with Hawkeye before. Kizaru's brown glasses were instantly filled with white light. He was shocked and sweating profusely. He has sparkling fruit ability and can be avoided at any time. But these celestial dragons would be shattered into pieces if they were even slightly affected. Even Marine Admiral. If celestial dragons die in front of you, you will also be blamed for poor protection. Although the 5 elders may give them a little face, their positions and lives are not a big problem. But face is equally important. Celestial dragons died, Admiral was not well protected, and was about to be stabbed in the spine. Snort, the slash approached extremely quickly, and Kizaru immediately turned into a flash of light. He slapped celestial dragons on the neck with his fastest palm, causing him to faint, and then began to transfer medical attention. While rescuing Kizaru, he complained. What do these people eat? They're so fat. On the other side, Hawkeye and Rayleigh saw the slashing attack coming, and they dodged at the same time, successfully dodging the slashing attack. They never thought that they could be affected even if they were just watching a show. No way. Who called the celestial dragons directly in front of them? Haha. Kizaru finally rescued the person. His forehead was covered with sweat. He glanced back. The pupils of the brown sunglasses shrank sharply. Boom. Because this time there was no resistance from Hawkeye, the powerful shockwave instantly cut the island into 2 pieces. Until it stretches for hundreds of kilometers on the sea. The sea surface now seemed to be separated by a huge wall of air. The exposed seabed at the bottom of the sea was split into 2 at this moment. Xia Ya put away the knife. He attacked the celestial dragons mercilessly, and Ji on the other side was extremely angry. This guy, do you really not take Marine Admiral seriously? Fortunately, Kizaru rescued all the celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons were really damaged in front of him, I am afraid that he will never be the Marine Marshal, and he can't stand Sengoku's hometown whispering in his ears. Lava instantly covered Akainu's arm. The terrifying high temperature filled the space around him with a scorching aura. Akainu suddenly rose up. Transform into lava, just rush out. Carrying the terrifyingly high temperature of the magma arm, Akainu leapt high into the sky with the shaver step and turned into a ferocious doghead. In the next moment, it turned into a lava fire claw, and then the fire claw turned into a rock fist. The changes of these 3 movements can use the power of volcanic eruption to continuously accelerate the lava fist. Dark Hound. Advertisement in the room inside Oz that Akainu couldn't see. A strip of flesh stretched out from the wall and wrapped around Vivi. Time. Vivi's power is controlled by Xia Ya. Then, the ground beneath Oz's feet began to turn into sand. A yellow sand dragon snakes underground. Akainu approached. His palm was like a volcano erupting, and the lava claws shot directly towards Xia Ya. Dark Hound. The jet black fist was surging with magma and burning with flames. Da. 3 glass-covered helmets rolled to the ground. It was spinning on the ground. 3 different screams resounded throughout the island. Kizaru stood in the distance and his whole body was trembling. His pupils were widened and shrinking continuously. On his brown lenses, Akainu launched a straight lava fist attack on Xia Ya, but in front of Xia Ya, 3 celestial dragons of House Roswald lined up. Striding on horseback. The crimson fist of lava penetrated the chest of St. Roswald Tedrison at the front. The blood had been dried up, and only the magma was dripping at the top of the fist. The 3 celestial dragons spit out blood and trembled. Keep wailing. But at this moment, their bodies were like a bunch of candied haws, being pierced hard by a magma bamboo stick. Absolutely, tight. Stick them together, can't move at all. Behind the 3 celestial dragons, red lava billowed into the sky with billowing black smoke. After that, Akainu, who was wearing a peaked cap, had darkness in his eye sockets. Only the cloak of justice behind him was still flapping. Gulu gulu, puff, 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 bee. At this moment, this scene seems to be frozen, with the guards of the Roswald family in the distance, Rayleigh and Hawkeye on the other side, scattered marine soldiers further away, and some unknown pirates. His eyes widened unconsciously, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Celestial Dragons was stabbed in the chest like a candied hawse of sugar. It's still Admiral of Headquarters Akainu who did it. F***K. This is crazy, this world is really going crazy. The pirates were shocked, kneeling on the ground and holding their heads, shouting. Run! Celestial Dragons are dead, Naval Headquarters is going to dispatch Marine Admiral. Idiot, haven't the 2 remaining admirals from Naval Headquarters been here long ago? The Celestial Dragons were killed by Marine Admiral Akainu Admiral. I saw Akainu shoot a lava punch and pierce 3 Celestial Dragons at once. The pirates were completely numb. There is some confusion in thinking. Kakakaka. Some reporters who came over took pictures of this scene, and even the hand holding down the shutter couldn't stop shaking. No less than a dozen pieces of film were wasted just for one picture. No doubt, Akainu 3 celestial dragons will be another big news in the sea. Akainu took a step back. The lava fist was pulled out from the chests of the 3 celestial dragons, and countless lava sprayed out. The drops fell to the ground and made a sizzling sound. Advertisement boom, boom, boom. The 3 celestial dragons spurted blood from their mouths and knelt on the ground neatly in a row. Xia Ya in front of celestial dragons quickly dodged. No, you are celestial dragons. I can't bear this kind of gift. Xia Ya moved his fingers. There was thin yellow sand flying on his arm at the moment. Just now, he turned all the locations where the celestial dragons of the Roswald family were into sand, and used the power of the yellow sand to kill people directly. Tie over. This move uses sand as a grip. In other words, it is the move developed by Xia Ya based on the Jinchuriki Gaara of Sand Shukaku in Hokage Ninja. Gaara will use the sand to turn into something called the sand monster, grab the enemy, and then use the sand coffin to crush the person. To know, in devil fruit, most logia is a natural element. And sand fruit is very special. Every grain of yellow sand produced is solid. As long as you control the sand well, you can use the yellow sand as arms or weapons. Just like Crocodile's desert diamond sword, the sand is condensed together to serve as a sharp sword. And Xia Ya used sand to make an arm and kidnap the celestial dragons who were as stupid as pigs and had no ability at all. It's simply not too simple. No, as Akainu came to attack, Xia Ya directly used the celestial dragons as human shields. Anyway, Akainu has already made a move and there is no way he can take it back. He could only watch helplessly as his fist melted the chests of the 3 celestial dragons as easily as if he were picking something out of a bag. Snap, snap, snap. This time, the 3 celestial dragons all fell down on their stomachs. If someone looks down from the sky, they will see that these 3 celestial dragons are like 3 dead white frogs, except that there is a big black hole above the frog's belly. Roseward Tedrison Saint. Roseward Cullinan Saint. Roseward Gevais Saint. The 3 remaining celestial dragons of the Roswald family were completely confused at this moment. They were constantly holding their noses and yelling with sausage mouths. They did not realize that their feet had fallen into the sand and that 3 hands had climbed up on them. Ankle. The celestial dragons are really dead. The guard knelt on the ground, despair covering his face. Tot. Akainu didn't know what he was thinking. He just pulled his fist out of celestial dragon's chest, Keanu's, and then lowered the brim of his hat, and his eyes were completely black. On the other hand, Kizaru was sweating on his forehead and no longer as high-spirited as when he first arrived. This moment, the 2 admirals of headquarters joined forces with Shi Leji. In the distance, the corners of the eagle's mouth were curved, and those sharp eyes like an eagle looked towards Xia Ya, shining with golden light. This man really dares to do anything. This scene. Hawkeye couldn't help but think of some of his experiences when he didn't join the 7 warlords of the sea. Only, at that time, Hawkeye was targeting Marine and had no scruples about anyone. However, Hawkeye also had to admit, he actually couldn't attack the celestial dragons. Maybe they are afraid of getting into trouble, or maybe they think celestial dragons are as humble as pigs. Anyway, Hawkeye can't target celestial dragons like Xia Ya. Amazing. So silky, as expected of the man who defeated me. Rayleigh patted his forehead. Something big has happened. Under Xia Ya's design, Marine Admiral Akainu killed 3 celestial dragons in person. The news cannot be stopped from spreading across the sea. That guy Sengoku won't be able to do anything if he finds out. Jump up. It's chaos. The sea is completely in chaos. Do you want to continue reading, Hawkeye kid? Rayleigh turned around and asked. Being called a brat by Rayleigh, Hawkeye didn't seem to mind. Ah, of course, such a good show. Shion. .088. Do you still want to continue lighting candles? It's an insulting move. Please order the full version. Please give me the data. At this moment, the yellow sand on the ground turned into a strange arm, winding up. The yellow sand is like a prison, tightly wrapping the 3 celestial dragons. Sand-bound coffin. Sand waterfall funeral. Then the infinite compression crushed the 3 celestial dragons. The yellow sand was dyed reddish-brown by blood. Blood fell like a heavy rain. Akainu stood under the rain of blood, his white marine hat and white cloak of justice now stained with scarlet, as if dyed. Much cleaner. Xia Ya held up a sand umbrella with a look of disgust on her face and complained in a hermetic way. Thank you for taking down the celestial dragons. Do you still want to continue lighting candles? #T. For these people in naval headquarters, they are also convinced by celestial dragons. I'm obviously getting a good salary, but isn't it good to just sit in the office, drink tea and eat senbei? You have to go through all the trouble to come and cause trouble for yourself. This is just great. Xia Ya was no longer in the mood to go to the amusement park with her girlfriends. This is disappointing. Xia Ya naturally blamed the 2 Marine admirals present. The tone was full of ridicule. If you want to kill him, you need to send at least 3 admirals. By the way, are the Aokiji people okay? I still have to keep an eye on his growth? Akainu's eyes glowed scarlet and he stared at Xia Ya. Stop using your words. I should have told you when I came here that you can't escape today. Justice will punish you. It seems that Akainu has recovered from the emotion of just punching 3 celestial dragons. At this moment, Akainu only has Xia Ya in his eyes. Who are the celestial dragons? It has nothing to do with Akainu. The celestial dragons are seeking their own death, not 640 to come to a place like this. They want to die, who can stop them? It's all fate, no wonder. Akainu's arms were surging lava crazily, and his whole body had turned into a magma man. The bursting heat had already burned the blood stains on his hat and cloak to ashes. It's better to suffer death, idiot. Kizaru on the other side had a headache. He had noticed that the ability of the previous 7 warlords of the sea crocodile had somehow come to Xia Ya. This B***************. When did he get the sand fruit again? After all, the sand fruit ability user was in the room inside Oz at this moment, and Sifu was not exposed. And Xia Ya just used her riding ability to temporarily borrow Vivi's ability. But in the face of this distressing problem, Kizaru did not continue to struggle. He was more concerned about the fact that the 3 celestial dragons died in front of him, and they would inevitably be implicated, and the remaining 3 celestial dragons. Not good. Kizaru's pupils immediately shrank, and in the next moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 other celestial dragons of the Roswald family having been uprooted by the monster's arm of the sand. The 3 of them were like swings, spinning back and forth in the sky. Tien Kong Yun's sword. Kizaru made a prompt decision, gathered strong light in his palm, and pulled out a golden sword. In an instant, he ducked to the connection point of the strange sand arm. Raised Tien Kong Yun's sword to cut off the strange sand arm. Hee. A beat slower. Shimotsuki Ryoma's eerie voice came first. Then in the yellow sand of the strange sand wrist. The black knife Kiyoshue stabbed out from it. Advertisement. Clang, when Ryoma's figure was completely gathered and AJFE appeared on the sand monster's wrist, he blocked Kizaru's slash. What is this? Kizaru turned into a flash of light and jumped back with a look of disbelief. When? Can the zombies of Sword God Ryoma merge with the yellow sand again? Strange rider ability. What other secrets are there? This is naturally the basic operation of Xia Ya. Except for Xia Ya, no one knows that he actually only has a permanent double riding buff, and he can currently ride at most 2 people at the same time. In other words, the demon Oz is not riding at the moment. Although it is standing on the battlefield, he is like a god of war, but he is a real dead thing. And Xia Ya rides. Vivi and Ryoma. Naturally, Xia Ya, Vivi, and Long Ma all possess the power of sand fruit. All 3 of them are large deserts. But soon, after Ryoma withstood the blow, he merged into the monster arm of sand again. Then he appeared on Oz's shoulder, standing still. Xia Ya changed her tactics again. This time the riders are Vivi and Oz the demon. Oz's huge figure stood up again. Regardless of whether it is Kizaru or Kainu, they know very little about Xia Ya's moves and have no idea what exactly happened. Kizaru was shocked and looked at Xia Ya in shock. What happened? Even if Crocodile's ability was obtained by Xia Ya, why can a zombie be transformed into a desert element? Do you still sound good? Wait, the other 3 celestial dragons are also controlled by Jen? Saint Roswad Zelens was lifted up by the strange arm of the sand, hung upside down in the air, and shouted angrily. Hole. I am the sacred celestial dragons, don't grab my beanie shoes, you dirty thing. The other saint, Rosewader, had already d his pants after being thrown by the sand monster. He cursed angrily in a somewhat demented manner. Turn me over, I'm about to vomit, and the urine is going to flow into my mouth. 08, Xia Ya controlled 2 sand monsters and slapped her wrists, instantly causing the 2 celestial dragons to collide. Limbs, blood, broken bones. Suddenly, it exploded in midair like fireworks blooming. There's only one left, how about you come, Kizaru? Now. The remaining Saint Roswad Macron has been held in front of Xia Ya by the monster's wrist. Xia Ya also manipulated and shook Kizaru and Akainu. No doubt, regardless of whether it's Kizaru or Akainu, next time they attack, this human shield will be exploded by their own hands. Hateful. This is my first time seeing such an arrogant pirate. Kizaru's eyes were fierce, but his actions stopped, and there was a trace of anxiety in the corners of his eyes. He would rather do nothing than make a mistake. He originally planned to come here to fish, but ended up getting into this mess, which immediately gave him a big headache. There is no doubt that Xia Ya's strength is far beyond Kizaru's expectations, and her combat IQ is also extremely high. Damn Xia Ya. Bow to justice. Advertisement in the black smoke, the elemental Akainu rushed out, and his right hand turned into a magma fist, burning the surrounding air. At this moment, Akainu didn't care anymore and was about to hit Changya hard with his fist. He knew that these celestial dragons would become a drag on him when they came to this battlefield. He wished that these people would die early. But now, 3 celestial dragons have died in his own hands. What difference does it make if there is one more? Great eruption. The huge volcanic fist struck again, but he ignored it. He just wants to use the power of ultimate to burn away all obstacles in front of him. Seeing Akainu already fighting for his life, Xia Ya will naturally help him. The strange arm of sand violently moved, like throwing a baseball, and threw the last celestial dragons into the huge fist of Great Eruption. For a moment, the surface of Great Eruption's fist was like a cauldron of steak, roasting the small celestial dragons. The whole body was on fire and sizzling. Hole Akainu, I want you to die. You killed me, you killed me. The screams of celestial dragons became smaller and smaller, and soon turned into a black meat pie. With the sound of sizzling barbecue, the celestial dragon pie slipped from Great Eruption's fist to the ground, and suddenly fell into pieces. Pieces of crushed charcoal particles. The Great Eruption has not stopped. Burning the surrounding air, it fell hard towards Xia Ya. However, faced with Akainu's terrorist attack, Xia Ya remained unmoved. Shukaku's shield. Oz put his hands together, and a huge 30-meter-tall Shukaku statue made of yellow sand gathered in front of Xia Ya. It wore a hat of sand, opened its arms, and exposed its belly to the great eruption. Among the Hokage, Shukaku's shield is known as the strongest shield. It is an extremely tough defense method condensed by exerting pressure on sand with different densities. Very few people can penetrate it. After Xia Ya's development, it also became one of his defense methods. Shukaku's shield is not as hard as steel plate, but it has stronger toughness. It's perfect for defeating Akainu's moves. The scorching hot magma of the great eruption attacked Shukaku's shield. The lava kept emerging, melting the yellow sand. At this moment, a large pit was formed in the belly of Shukaku's shield. The yellow sand had turned into glass. Even obsidian. However, Shukaku's shield showed no signs of being burned through. However, the great eruption can no longer advance even half a step forward. Akainu gritted his teeth and felt the huge resistance from his arm, giving him a headache. He had never met anyone who could confront the great eruption head-on. And Xia Ya did it, in terms of devil fruit abilities. Xia Ya has already achieved a downgrade attack on Marine Admiral through flexible use. You Aokiji want to play with ice, then I'll play with fire. You Akainu want to play with fire, then I'll play with sand. And the fire protection popularization booklet also clearly states that sand and soil are good fire extinguishing materials. This moment, Shukaku's shield suddenly turned into a ball of loose sand and overturned completely. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the great eruption's fist, and then only thick black smoke continued to emerge from the gaps in the sand like a hill. Z-la-la-la. The fine sand is melting, and a sizzling sound can be heard. It's like the helpless sigh when the lava goes out. What is this called? This is called an insult. Xia Ya said boringly. Akainu, it's destroyed, can you use a fresh move? 089. Still fighting. You are actually thinking about having more children and more happiness, please subscribe. You are such an old person, you are really making things difficult for me, Xia Ya. Seeing that the last celestial dragons on the field were killed by the industry benchmark Akainu, Kizaru let out a breath and felt a little more relaxed. Clearing the field also meant that he could join the battlefield unscrupulously. After complaining, Kizaru immediately transformed into an element, reaching ultimate speed. The golden light came to the sky in the blink of an eye. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. In the extremely fast action of turning into a flash of light, Kizaru attacks with his fingers. Laser beams shot towards Ya and the huge businessman Oz at a desperate speed. With such a big target, you can't trace the edges, right? Boom 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 boom. Several explosions sounded on the field one after another, and the entire area was filled with dust and smoke. 8-foot beautiful Magatama. Kizaru did not stop, and crossed his hands with two OK signs. Endless dazzling light flashed between his fingers. The golden light surged out and bombarded Oz's huge figure like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Light materializes. Waves of invisible energy waves swept around. Boom 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 boom. In the center of the violent explosion, golden light came instantly, and one of Kizaru's legs turned into golden light particles. Flash kick. Kizaru has always been a ruthless person. If necessary, he will personally terminate even those close to him. However, just as Kizaru was about to lift his foot and use flash kick, he was surprised to find that there was only a huge golden coffin in the smoke-filled battlefield. Oz's figure is long gone. The huge golden coffin was engraved with strange runes, and a minister of Shirahoshi was engraved on it. Kizaru immediately put his feet back and shrank back to the ground. Gold is not hard, and even biting it with teeth can leave tooth marks, but the Six Paths golden coffin is the embodiment of the upgraded space condensed from the Chi-Chi fruit. It can be said to be the strongest defense in the world. These defense methods, Xia Ya must take advantage of it. And at this time, the huge figure of Oz stepped out from behind the coffin of Hungry Keto. Kizaru had a headache. This guy. He has so many weird tricks and it's scary. He knew that he and Akainu had entered Aokiji's original vicious circle. Devil fruit had almost no effect on Xia Ya. If he wanted to defeat Xia Ya, he would have to fight hand to hand, which meant there was a huge risk of injury. Meanwhile, the Holy Land Mariajoy, the House of Power. 5 pairs of gloomy and terrifying eyes stared at the projected surveillance screen. Saint Jegalucia Satan held his crutch tightly in his palm and said in a deep voice, 6 celestial dragons died, 4 of them were killed by Marine Admiral Akainu, and the location was on Sabaody Island under the Holy Land, and what's going on? The appearance of Xia Ya has discredited all celestial dragons. The stupid Marine has also discredited the celestial dragons. The assassin in the name of the Creator has been severely trampled. Damn waste, why don't you deal with everything cleanly? Izan Balan v Nishu Langsheng gritted his teeth and said, Stupid Sengoku. Why don't you do a good job in security before launching an operation? Marcus Mazashung continued to shout angrily. What is certain is that until Xia Ya dies, Mariajoy will never have peace. He is more powerful than the D family, hateful. Topman Wachuli crossed his fingers, lowered his head and said coldly, Send Sengoku, I want him to explain it himself. Even if that piece of trash comes, will it really be useful? When Shepherd 10 Peter heard Sengoku's name, he immediately had a look on his face. Saint Jegaluja Satan said, Let Sengoku come to see us as quickly as possible. If the death of the celestial dragons in the water city was caused by insufficient security, then there are two marine admirals on Sabaldi Island now, and Marine cannot escape joint responsibility. Akainu became the culprit in killing the celestial dragons. This kind of fault the accounting must be done on Marine. On the other side, Marineford, Park Office. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku could only feel uncontrollable anger. He learned about Akainu's killing of the celestial dragons through the phone bug. Although Sengoku could also analyze it, the reason was that Xia Ya was too cunning and treacherous, which led to Yan Leadao accidentally killing the celestial dragons. But Sengoku still had a headache. Damn Sakazuki. Why are you so reckless? Even if Xia Ya kills the celestial dragons, the consequences will not be so serious. The duty of the Admiral of Headquarters is to protect the celestial dragons, and now it's better. He personally take action and kill. It's chaos. The news that Marine Admiral killed the celestial dragons is going to spread all over the world. Sengoku's hair turned a few gray inexplicably. He never imagined that the myth of the descendants of the celestial dragon's creator would be destroyed in the hands of a Marine Admiral. How would the world view Rejou's authority? What makes Sengoku even more upset is the man Xia Ya. Ever since Xia Ya won the first bounty in East Blue, Marine has never stopped. From Smoker to Aokiji, and then to Akainu, they all suffered big losses at the hands of Xia Ya. The whole sea is going to be messed up by this guy. Marine's face was damaged several times by Xia Ya's hands. Damn it. Although the five elders have explicitly ordered Sengoku to take Akainu to the Holy Land Rejou to apologize. But Sengoku could only pretend to be dumbfounded at the moment. At this moment, not only did he not want to leave for the Holy Land, he also didn't want to contact Cayenne. Now there is only one way left, only by letting Akainu and Kizaru kill Xia Ya can this matter be negotiated. Advertisement otherwise, there will be big changes within Marine soon. Sengoku said with an ugly face. How many people are deployed in the 3 marine branches of Sabaldi Island? We must add more troops to Akainu and Kizaru. Even if we can contribute a little bit of strength, we will strive to win the battle quickly. He made some statistics. There are still 1,243 people, including 4 Marine Vice Admirals. Sengoku immediately slapped the table and decided, all Marine soldiers from the Sabaldi Islands will be transferred to support. No, Crane retorted, calm down, Sengoku. If all Marines are mobilized, who will maintain the order of Sabaldi Archipelago? Sabaldi Archipelago has multiple illegal zones, where dragons are mixed. If we know that we have lost the garrison of soldiers, I am afraid that the entire archipelago will be in civil strife. Don't forget, there are not only a large number of pirates there, but also many slaves of the celestial dragons. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly. No. Looking at the scene of the 2 Marine Admiral and Xia Ya fighting on the surveillance screen, Sengoku showed a helpless look. Compared to the civil strife on Sabaldi Island, Xia Ya is our biggest threat, even if it is completely chaotic. Sabaldi Archipelago. After Akainu and Kizaru made moves one after another, Xia Ya officially entered the counterattack. Oz carried a 6-paths coffin board, jumped directly into the sky, and smashed it down towards the 2 admirals crazily. Boom, buzz. The ground instantly sunk and shattered, and the entire island trembled. Layers of ripples were randomly stirred up. The seawater around the island is surging. Figures of scorching red and golden glitter intertwine with each other, working together to deal with the huge demon body. Every collision between the 3 people will cause huge consequences. Crazy thunder and lightning bombarded every corner of the island. At this moment, there is no complete building in the surrounding area. Even the sea monsters on the bottom of the sea, the Sea Kings, have shrunk into the deep sea and do not dare to go out of the water for fear of encountering an unforeseen disaster. The pirates fled while wailing. What a terrifying force, is this the most peak collision on the sea? One person faced 2 Marine Admirals, and he didn't lose at all. He even killed the celestial dragons in front of them. Marine's face was gone, and the Marine Admiral was going crazy. Oh no, the Marine branch in the distance has come to support us. So many troops. Have all the Marines on Sabaldi Island been dispatched? Wait a minute, this is our opportunity. The pirates of the Sabaldi Archipelago are all desperados. Most of their goals are to go to the New World. If you want to sail, you need money to support it. Therefore, ordinary pirates rob wherever they go, carrying countless bad things with them. Deeds. Taking advantage of the free time when the pirate ship was being coated, these pirates also thought of many ways to make money. But because Marine has established 3 branches nearby, with thousands of troops stationed all year round, such a large number of troops is not something that some small pirate groups can compete with. Therefore, the pirates have never found a chance, and their life in Sabaldi Archipelago is a bit suffocating. Coup. At this time, as Shaw and Marine Admiral fought, the rest of the Marine branch came to support. Some shrewd pirates kept calculating in their minds, and the result was that Marine actually dispatched all its troops. And the target is Xia Ya. Doesn't that mean that your opportunity has come? Bank, kids, come on, go directly to the bank. Go and grab the guns and ammunition from the 3 Marine branches, then go to the auction house to rob those auction items, and then go to the slave yard to rescue all the slaves and sell them again. Hurry up, Brother Lousy has been captured by the celestial dragons as a slave, go and save him now. The pirates swarmed towards the outside of the battlefield. Clang, 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 ching ching ching, accompanied by a heavy collision, the huge weapon made of sand has collided with the lava flash dozens of times. Although I knew Xia Ya's ability was very difficult, I only realized how difficult it is after trying it myself. At this moment, Oz's arms were completely covered by yellow sand. Moreover, his left arm turned into a shield of sand, and his right hand held a giant hammer of sand. Both his defense and attack power were at a loss. The operation is pulled down to the maximum. It's really tricky, however, if you just use the fruit ability, it is just the lowest level application, if only to this extent. Xia Ya, you will definitely lose today. After the words fell, Akainu's breath sank, and his arms melted into magma again, and the place where his feet stepped on was already rolling with lava. Unknowingly, the entire battlefield had been melted and changed by Logia lava fruit. But in terms of fruit strength, lava fruit is better than sand fruit. The fact that the battlefield environment favors lava is enough to explain the problem. Unknowingly, the cause of distress has taken the lead. Kizaru stood on a small, isolated island, on one side, surrounded by lava rolling. It's terrible, I almost have no place to stand, let everything end quickly. Both of their faces were more or less stained, but they were only minor injuries. In the distance Rayleigh and Hawkeye saw changes in the battlefield. Lava has the characteristics of continuous high-temperature burning. Over time, it can melt the earth into an active volcano. In that case, all the lands are Akainu's main battlefields, and Xia Ya's movements will be severely restricted. 0. Please give me flowers, HMPH. Hawkeye reminded. That man has more than one ability. Eagle Eye immediately frowned. Is there another troublesome person coming? Marine reinforcements in the distance have arrived, holding muskets and swords, and some even brought cannons. Advertisement. Let's all aim at that big guy. Xia Ya gives up riding Wei. Wei, instead rides Oz and Nami, and her heart opens. Oh. Are there so many disturbing bugs? Compared to Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru are really difficult to deal with. That's not to say Aokiji is weaker than the two, but Devil Fruit's ability does have some restraint. Frozen Fruit does not have an absolute advantage in attack power over Mera Mera Fruit. The ice will melt as soon as it is burned. It can be said that there is a relationship of mutual restraint. In front of Thunder Fruit, not to mention Frozen Fruit, the conductivity is restrained, the temperature is restrained, and the speed is crushed. Frozen Fruit is on the weak side. In front of me, Akainu's lava fruit is unique in terms of attack power. Even Oz's Majin skin will be burned by lava. Kizaru is as cunning as a mouse, his sparkling fruit also has piercing and explosive properties, and his speed can also cause him trouble. After all, the two Admiral of Headquarters came out of the same training camp and were graduates of the same batch, so it was really difficult to work together. Xia Ya couldn't take down the two of them for a while. Seeing the increase in marine soldiers around him, Xia decisively prepared to bomb with Thunder Fruit. Let you see what is the most invincible Logia. At this moment, two lines of small words popped up in front of Xia Ya's eyes. Hey, the temporary buff has actually been refreshed. Your first two cheats were upgraded. Cheat. Your fingers can turn into gold, and you can summon the emotional prop tail. Chi clicks on a certain part of the mount's body to make a random pattern grow on that part. Furry tail. Each mount can have at most one tail, and its validity is 1 year. At the same time, the effect is, when the mount has a tail, its physique will be improved and it will automatically grow to or return to the most suitable age for pregnancy. At the same time, if the mount gives birth to an heir while the tail is growing, you will receive an upgraded version of the permanent buff. Tip. The effect is limited to the first 2 times you use cheat. My cheat tail has turned into a fruitful and blessed one. Although there are only 2 opportunities among the mounts, Robin, Perona, and Khalifa are all of the right age for pregnancy, while Karina, Nami, and Vivi are a little bit younger, but their tails. It can be directly changed to the age suitable for pregnancy. Xia Ya, stunned. Karina crooked her elbow. Nami also raised his head and asked. We are surrounded by at least thousands of people. It is better to use God's judgment and God's justice to directly send a wave of thunder from the sky and give it to them. Ahem. I was just thinking about trying to get you 2 pregnant. Ha. Karina and Nami were stunned at the same time. Since the creation of Made in Heaven, the living environment of Xia Ya and her mounts has been completely changed, and they can enjoy life. Of course, every aspect has been put on the agenda, but this period. At that time, Karina was the most excited one. Xia Ya also doted on her, and Nami couldn't even find a chance. Now hearing Xia Ya take the initiative to mention it, Nami's face instantly turned red. But although that can be, but is it too early to get pregnant? Nami was confused. Isn't it a little earlier? Karina touched her belly. I can, Bobo. Xia Ya flicked their foreheads twice. I'm just giving you a heads up. Perhaps because of getting the new buff, Xia Ya couldn't wait. He has made a judgment. Now that Akainu and Kizaru are united, although they can be undefeated, it is not that easy to win. Moreover, Sabaody Archipelago is far away from naval headquarters and Holy Land Rejou. Yadu is very close, and marine support can be said to be endless. If Akainu and Kizaru cannot be defeated in a short period of time, there is no point in continuing to fight. Wait until you go to Sleeping Ancient Town, get Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast species vampire form, and then get the 2 permanent buffs of having many children and many blessings, and even get the Hina factory. With Waski underneath, have at least 4 permanent buffs. A top-notch Phantom Beast Devil Fruit, go back to Marine to settle the accounts. Moreover, Akainu has now killed 4 celestial dragons, and Xia Ya is also waiting to see his show. However, the lessons must be given. Xia Ya's heart network radio waves radiated out, Oz's right arm burst out with thunder, and shot a bolt of thunder towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, black clouds pressed down on the land, lightning and thunder thundered, and the huge demon body. At this moment, he was completely surrounded by thunder, and his entire figure turned into a deep blue color. Thor, 7090. This era is much crazier than Roger's. Saint Satan appears, please subscribe. Oz's whole body turned into thunder, his huge body, and the thunder turned into several giant pythons wrapped around Oz's arms. Full of majesty, like a god, Xia Ya stood on top of Oz, looking down at Marine and Akainu Kizaru who were catching up around them. It's just a toy. In front of Oz in Thunder God form, Akainu and Kizaru's eyes were particularly solemn. Akainu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his whole body regained its sharp look. His arms turned into lava and he shouted, "Meteor Volcano Punch." Unlike the popular volcanoes released from the sky, Akainu's arms turned into afterimages at this moment. Countless lava fists were like cannonballs, rushing towards Xia Ya's location and bombarding them. In their path, the space was burned and distorted. Kizaru's eyes flashed with golden light, and 10 shining clones stood on both sides of his body. The 10, Kizaru, raised their fingers and also fired lasers at Zhang Ya's location. Faced with the bombardment of Logia elements, Xia Ya has no intention of getting entangled. His tone was endlessly entangled with these two rough men. Why not consider going back to the big room made in heaven and making little people? Oz in the form of the god of thunder suddenly opened his mouth and roared, "Destroy, destroy, destroy them all." In an instant, Oz turned into thunder and disappeared in a flash. Turn your guns and aim them. Be careful to stay out of the way of the two admirals. The marine soldiers were following the orders and operating nervously, and suddenly behind them, 147, thunder flashed, a huge figure gathered, and thunder from the thunder god Oz rolled over, and dozens of marines had not yet raised their heads. Turning around, his whole body was instantly paralyzed and burned. How weak! Thunder judgment! Oz smashed his hands down, and thunder pillars with a diameter of more than 10 meters fell from the sky and bombarded the ground in the distance. Hundreds of marines were blown away by the thunder. They were pierced by the thunder in midair, they trembled and fell to the ground with billowing black smoke. To generate interest, thousands of marine soldiers died suddenly without playing any role. Just because the speed of thunder is too fast, the weak cannot defend at all. In an instant, several Arcumen mangroves were split open by thunder and turned into lightning-struck trees that burned. The ground of the island was devastated, with huge potholes emitting black smoke. On the sea, because the pillar of thunder penetrated the island and blasted into the seabed, a large area of sea beasts, including several sea kings, were affected and floated on the sea with their white bellies exposed as if they were dead. It's so scary, it's actually a targeted attack. Kizaru only had one lens left in his brown glasses. He looked at the scene in front of him carefully and came to a conclusion. Whether it's 8-footed Magatama, or meteor volcano, such a skill will cover a wide area. At the same time, because there are too many natural elements, it is full of chance, which means that the fatal hit rate is very uncontrollable. It is impossible to target and strike at all, it is completely within the scope of fire coverage. However, Xia Ya sent her own thunder to the clouds in the sky to make it more agitated, and used her heart network to lock the target, and then controlled and guided the thunder to fall as a thunder person, completing a precise strike. This kind of operation is not available in other Logia. Large range, precision, extreme speed, all weather, every characteristic can determine. Thunder Fruit is destined to be one of Logia's most invincible abilities. Far away, Hawkeye shook hands subconsciously and prepared to insert the Black Sword Knight into the scabbard on his back. But he found that his hands were empty at this time. It's boring. The eagle's eyes turned cold, and after speaking, he strode toward the coffin boat in the harbor. Through the battle between Xia Ya and Akainu Kizaru just now, he has clearly seen the gap between himself and Xia Ya. If we just talk about strength, he is not Xia Ya's opponent at all. Because the fruit power level, quantity, and proficiency possessed by Xia Ya are the most exaggerated in the sea. And if we just look at it from the perspective of swordsmanship, Hawkeye decided that what he lacked was his strong physique. In terms of swordsmanship, he is actually not inferior to Ryoma. Advertisement therefore, the next thing Hawkeye needs to do is to improve his physical fitness. But this is easier said than done. It is not easy to become a great swordsman in the world. While you are physically strong, you must not be too tall, otherwise a weak or bulky body will not support the training of the ultimate swordsman. The reason why Xia Ya was able to defeat the world's greatest swordsman was ultimately because his riding ability was too buggy. Just riding. Ryoma gave him the ultimate swordsmanship. Oz gave him strange powers like a titan. As a rider, Xia Ya combined the advantages of the two into one, and then launched an ultimate slash that even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, could not resist. Hawkeye thinks at this moment, only by achieving a breakthrough with strength can he enter the next level. TB, is Xia Ya plus Oz plus Ryoma the complete form of the great swordsman? Actually Hawkeye doesn't think so. The power of Xia Ya's slash was greater than her skill. The slashing technique was not fully integrated with the powerful power. The slash was a symbol of violence, but it was not perfect. This is the flaw in Xia Ya that Mahawk saw. Otherwise, he would not be able to think of any way to defeat the man who took over his position as the world's greatest swordsman. Yeah, what a terrifying newcomer. I guess he will be more high profile next time he appears. This era is much crazier than Roger's time. The blood on Rayleigh's face had dried up and the wounds were scabbed, and she soon followed Hawkeye's footsteps and left. The appearance of Xia Ya reminded him of many past events. However, Rayleigh couldn't find a monster like Xia Ya who was more talented than Roger and more high-profile than Rox after looking through history. Could such a person really exist? From the perspective of Hawkeye and Rayleigh, the outcome of this battle cannot be determined. At least Xia Ya already has the intention to leave. There is no point in reading anymore. They have good abilities but are too timid. They just commit a small crime and then run away with their tail between their legs. What a bunch of cowards. The riding pirates are just another cowardly deserter on the sea at best. If human beings don't follow the right path, there will be no value in survival. There is no place in this world for you B***************** pirates to survive. They're just a group of survivors, abandoned by the sea. Akainu styled his hair short and put on a marine hat with a contemptuous expression. Just an eternal loser. In previous battles, Akainu has already established his character as a pirate. As long as the cynicism is in place, the pirates will be as determined to fight you as if you had the revenge of killing your father. Seeing that Xia Ya wanted to leave, Akainu taunted loudly again. Compared to the original Pirate King Roger, your brat's courage is really far behind. He will never back down, rookie brat. Xia Ya. Hearing this, Xia Ya immediately laughed. Haha, interesting, you think I am ace. Immediately a thunder flashed. Oz's huge figure came up behind Akainu. Facing Akainu who was looking down and smiling evilly. Xia Ya said calmly. Akainu, are you so free? Why don't you think about your future? As a running dog raised by the celestial dragons, you have to obey the orders of Master Tianlong. It's a pity that you killed 4 celestial dragons today. I'm afraid you won't even be able to be dogs in the future. Dogs that eat shit are common, and they eat shit and eat their masters. The dogs are rare species in the entire Grand Line. Didn't I hear that you didn't practice swordsmanship before? Now it seems that your practice with lava fruit is nothing more than this. You only use it to spray lava and make mouth cannons. I wonder if it will burn your mouth? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will personally contact the newspaper and spend a lot of money to write a special book about you. These are all first-hand information. After Xia Ya said and waved, Karina obediently hung the high-definition camera she bought on Gaia Island on her chest. A handful of photos were scattered on Akainu's head. Wow, advertisement. The photos fell one by one. Akainu looked at the 3 celestial dragons skewered into candied haws and the celestial dragon's meatloaf cooked by the great eruption. His face became more and more gloomy, and the lava on his arms burst out like an explosion. Oh, by the way. The 4 emperors have been in New World for several years, right? Why didn't Marine say anything? Is it because he didn't like it? Tisk, 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 the pressure from the 4 emperors is really great. Naval headquarters can only hide in the front half of the Grand Line. I suggest you go back and give Sengoku some advice, and simply change the name of Naval Headquarters to Turtle Headquarters. Well, I believe your dog owners will agree after this time. I hope that next time I come to sell accounts with you, there will be a few Marines standing behind you, otherwise you won't even have anyone to be buried with you. This bone is a reward for you. See you later. After Xia Ya finished speaking, Oz rubbed his fingers together until his fingers were pinched, revealing a huge white finger bone. Pull it off and throw it to Akainu. Anyway, the 6 pads golden coffin will repair all the wounds on the mount. The huge white bones slowly sank into the magma and turned into billowing smoke. The pungent roasted smell filled Akainu's nostrils. He couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately turned his head angrily and shouted, "Great eruption." But the huge lava fist was swung empty. Xia Ya turned into thunder and disappeared long ago. Now, thunder was rolling in the sky in front of Akainu. 3 huge black thunderballs squeezed through the clouds, showing a triangular shape, and slowly fell towards the ground. The target is the location of 3 marine branches. Boom, boom, boom. As a wail resounded throughout the world, Marine's deployment in the Sabadi archipelago came to nothing. Damn it, blue blue blue. At this time, a Marine tiptoed around the lava field and reported with sweat on his face. Akainu. Admiral, Marshal Sengoku's call, I want you to answer. Akainu clenched his fists tightly and walked away without looking back. Only one sentence with a sinister tone was left. I will return to headquarters myself. Kizaru looked at Akainu's retreating figure in 2.7, took off his brown glasses, and couldn't help but mutter. It's a mess, I'd better not get involved in this matter. The Science Corps is where I should be, compared to Naval Headquarters. Punk hazard is heaven. Immediately, Kizaru turned into a stream of light. Marineford, Marshal's office. Sengoku's phone kept ringing. He knew it was the 5 elders, but he didn't choose to answer it. Sengoku listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy face. 3 naval headquarters were smashed into the ground by thunder black balls. More than 1,000 Marine soldiers were killed or injured. The Sabadi archipelago was still in civil strife. A large number of pirates went crazy. Even the industries controlled by Mariajoy were looted by pirates. The economic losses exceeded 4 billion Bay profit. None of this matters. What's important is that there were 6 celestial dragons who lost their lives in front of 2 Marine admirals. What's worse is that Xia Ya and others all ran away. Sengoku has a headache. At this time, the seagull decoration on his head was wilted and limp. ***, you are just a Marine Marshal, how dare you not answer our calls? In the Marshal's office, black thunder suddenly flashed, and a circular frame suddenly appeared. Within the 5-pointed star within the circular frame, a figure of a monster with a twisted head rose slowly. It was leaning on a cane, with a flame band wrapped around its body, and its face was covered with scolded angrily. Sengoku was immediately frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster. Jegalucia Sartan Saint. 091. Dudu protects everyone, runs for love, and gives Marineford a gift. Good to watch, please subscribe. This guy Sengoku is getting more and more arrogant. Who do you think he is? Will the general be subject to military orders abroad? He actually didn't even answer the call from the Five Elders, the world's supreme power, nor did he take Sakazuki to the Holy Land Mariajoy to apologize. This kind of contempt for the world's top power made the Five Elders far away in the Holy Land Mariajoy feel offended, and they were collectively angry. Saint Jegalucia Satan used his power to come to Marineford in person to question him. The huge six-clawed bull-headed monster felt the pressure, and Sengoku also broke into a cold sweat. Now that the incident in Sabaody Archipelago has ended, it is confirmed that Akainu and Kizaru failed to intercept Xia Ya, and the death of 6 celestial dragons in front of Marine Admiral has become a fact, which is about to shock the world. Sabaody Archipelago was invaded by Marine and turned into chaos again. In such a chaotic situation, Sengoku didn't even know what to say. Also at this time, 2 tall figures appeared in the marshal's office. Marine Admiral is back. Seeing Akainu come back, Jegalucia Satanshang immediately cast a fierce look. Kizaru's neck shrank and he muttered inwardly, "Okay, it seems I'm fine." Jegalucia Satan Saint is the god of scientific defense, and Kizaru commands Marine's scientific troops. The two have the most direct superior-subordinate relationship. They have frequent contact with each other on weekdays. When he saw that the person coming was Satan Saint, Kizaru immediately felt relaxed. Akainu on the side had a gloomy face, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Maid in Paradise gradually moves away from the outline of Redline. Xia Ya did not let Nami control the ship to the New World. He was going to Marineford to say hello to Sengoku. From East Blue to Grand Line, Marine had come to trouble Xia Ya several times. This time, Xia Ya decided to take the initiative to trouble Marine to make them remember. Marineford in Naval Headquarters is the best place for revenge. A deck made in heaven. Xia Ya lay on the rocking chair and took the drink from Perona. At the same time, he is also thinking about the meaning of having many children and many blessings. Having 2 babies will give you 2 more buffs. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. Put it on the schedule quickly, of course. It would be very simple if you just have a baby. After all, as long as you work hard, you have a high chance of winning the bid. What Xia Ya is thinking about is how to use this time to make the team stronger. No doubt Xia Ya faces 09 many choices. First, Sleeping Ancient Town is his priority to go to. The Phantom Beast and Vampire form must be mastered as soon as possible, and then given to Khalifa to eat. In this way, there is another pervert ability in the team. The core ability of the Vampire form is that it can absorb the blood of others to achieve the purpose of absorbing the lifespan of others. At the same time, it can make the person with the ability return to his youthful appearance, and even his strength can be restored to its peak. It can also create darkness and hide other people's lifespan. Minister. 2. For example, Nami is only 15 years old now. If it were more precise, only a little bit of her blood would be sucked. Is it possible to control Nami to be 20, 25, or 3 years old? Although it is Xia Ya's guess, it is worth a try. After all, those with vampire form can give their lifespan back. It costs next to nothing. Moreover, vampire ability is definitely the strongest type of control skill. No matter how powerful a person is, even if Akainu in his prime comes to him, as long as his blood is sucked dry, Akainu will become an old man and his strength will decline. When you reach your old age, you are left to your own devices. If this fruit exists, Xia Ya is sure to kill anyone in the world. Secondly, New World has Punk Hazard. Xia Ya is not sure if Vegapunk has conquered the artificial zone fish fruit Phantom Beast species pink dragon form devil fruit. But according to the original work, Kaido was captured and studied by Vegapunk in his early years. Although Kaido took Jin away in the end, the blood factor with the blue dragon form had long been preserved. Maybe artificial devil fruit is already being studied in this era. This artificial fruit of a fantasy beast type was defined as a failure by Vegapunk, but it is just that the color is not cyan. The strength contained in the artificial fruit in the form of a pink dragon is the strongest creature like 4 Emperors Kaido, and it definitely belongs to the third among devil fruits. 1 echelon. Xia Ya has no reason to refuse to ride the pink and tender pink dragon. Wouldn't that thing be wasted by Momonosuke? Momonosuke must die? Even more exaggeratedly, the pink dragon form can also create flame clouds and lift the island into the sky like a lion fruit. When Xia Ya is strong enough, she can find a beautiful island to ride on and build a kingdom. It can also be included in the plan. At present, Sky Island is too big, otherwise Xia Ya would have tried riding Sky Island long ago. So, Punk Hazard is also listed as a part of Xia Ya's project. At last, it is also worth going to the Entertainment City Golden City to grab Paramecia Lucky Fruit Power User Bakura. With his 10 times lucky buff, I am afraid he will be directly promoted to the Super Luck Child. At this time, Karina knelt down in front of Xia Ya, bit his ear, and hummed, "Idiot, is what you said before true? It's like a joke. Give birth to a baby. It's impossible even if you think about it. Let Robin and the others come." Robin didn't hear clearly and immediately asked, "Karina, are you talking about me?" Karina raised an index finger. "It's Xia Ya who said she wants me and Nami to have a baby." The surrounding Robin, Perona, Vivi, Hina, and Tashigi were completely shocked. He looked at Xia Ya with his mouth open and a look of astonishment on his face. No way, advertisement? Nami, Karina, you guys have babies? Hearing this, the female companions went crazy. Hina and Tashigi, two marginal characters, were still in shock when Xia Ya fought against the two marine admirals. It seemed like I heard something extraordinary this time. Totally numb. What kind of pirate group is this? Xia Ya coughed slightly and explained, ahem, it's like this. My riding ability is the strangest ability in the world. Every time it reaches a stage of development, there will be something like a seal that hinders the progress of my strength. The obstacle I want to break through this time is that you two little babies need me to live with you. The matter of fruit upgrade is too complicated. Xia Ya can only explain it in an easy-to-understand way. How can there be such a strange fruit ability? Obviously it's you who is the pervert. Robin immediately looked suspicious. If you want to have a baby, why don't you? What if the baby doesn't have milk? She couldn't help but glance at Karina and Nami. You are only 15 years old. Some functions are not fully developed yet. Xia Ya smiled and said, you don't have to worry about it. You can maintain the next state for a year. After saying that, Xia Ya's cheat swept past Karina and Nami. Suddenly, a furry tail appeared behind them. At the same time, Nami and Karina's bodies were growing wildly at an exaggerated speed. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Karina transforms into a 25-year-old. Nami also changed and turned into a 28-year-old. At this moment, Karina and Nami are at their peak, both in figure and appearance, and are very eye-catching. The other female companions were either surprised or envious. Vivi and Perona were so envious that they almost cried. Xia Ya knows. This is all, cheat varies from person to person, specifying each other's best childbearing age. And Karina and Nami will remain in this state for a year. Pull. It is said that pregnancy lasts for 10 months, which means a year is only 12 months. Will the time be a little shorter? Xia Ya's scalp suddenly felt numb. Because he found a huge bug, this buff only lasts for 1 year. After Karina and Nami give birth to little Bibi, their ages will return to the present, by then. Maybe there is really a lack of milk. Xia Ya has a headache. He could only set his sights on Robin, Perona, Khalifa, Hina. How about training a few more wet nurses? What if the child has no milk to eat? After all, the buff has been given to Karina and Nami, and only their children will get the super permanent buff. It would be a shame not to let them give birth. Seeing the strange look from Xia Ya, the 4 girls all shrank their necks. They knew that giving birth was very painful, so they waved their hands quickly. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that Karina and Nami have changed their ages. It's good, Karina, Nami, you have to work hard. Karina and Nami have had their ages changed before, so this physical change is not much of a surprise. But Karina can't wait anymore. In her opinion, nothing is more fulfilling than Xia Ya's first child. Humph. Then you will know the advantages of the first child. Nami has no experience in this area yet, but she was the first crew member to board the ship after Karina. The relationship with Xia Ya is quite deep. At this moment, my physical condition is already 28 years old. It is the age when a wolf is like a tiger. Nami has no reason not to look forward to it. Perona covered her little mouth. Her round eyes were very curious. Ha 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 ha, that's it. You guys go to the room and make it. I will guard the door for you and let you know, so no one will peek. Xia Ya glanced at Perona. This little princess is a user with the Ling Ling fruit ability. The ghosts she releases can pass through walls, and they all have noses and eyes. The ghost's perspective is shared by Perona. Isn't this just for peeping? Obviously I don't work hard, but I still want benefits. Perona made this calculation. Simply, at this time, Karina was suddenly stunned, and she seemed to have discovered a bug. She quickly said, Xia Ya, don't you think there are 12 months? You know, those newlyweds all enjoy the world of 2 people at first and choose not to have children. We can also postpone the time a little bit. Immediately, Karina felt it was not enough. He took out a handful of exquisitely packaged smaller umbrellas from his arms. Advertisement, dude is protected by everyone in the audience and runs for love. Ha! As soon as Karina's advertisement came out, all the female companions in the audience felt like they were struck by lightning. Only Vivi said faintly at the side. It turns out to be Dudu. This is our Alabasta brand. Our Alabasta, the Speedy Duck Rally Finals in the Desert Summoner Grand Canyon, are all sponsored by the brand provided by Dudu's little umbrella. Nami held her forehead. Karina, I'm convinced, you have been eating secretly. Karina stuck out her tongue. A bunch of little idiots who don't know how to enjoy themselves. Robin, Perona, Khalifa, you can actually do it. Aha. Also, Hina, you have already. The people named by Karina are all adults, and Robin is 24 years old. And Hina just lay innocently. At this time, Hina was already 28 years old. He is the oldest person in the world made in heaven. Hina was speechless. At this time, the internal affairs of her pirate group are none of my business as an outsider. By the way, Hina, Tashigi, I just wanted to tell you about this. Xia Ya reminded. You two are indeed outsiders, just find a place to disembark in New World. Hearing this, Hina and Tashigi were shocked. Hina already hates what Marine does, and she clearly ridiculed Marine Admiral in the previous Sabadi archipelago, so she is ready to have nothing to do with naval headquarters. But she doesn't know where to go. How wonderful it is to be made in heaven. Have whatever you want. Except this group of people are not very serious, but life on Made in Heaven is really fun. It's better than living homeless in a bridge. However, at this moment, Hina has no plans to join Xia Ya's pirate group. 2. Look at Xia Ya's tone. Are you preparing to evict people? For a moment, Hina was confused. Tashigi, on the other hand, mustered up the courage at this moment and said directly, I have no place to go, please accept me. I want to join you, Captain Xia Ya. Just kidding, Xia Ya is now a man who has defeated Hawkeye. He is truly the greatest swordsman in the world. As a swordsman, Tashigi has nowhere to go. Being by the side of the world's greatest swordsman has become her best choice. Is that so? That's good, base. Xia Ya handed the black sword knight into Tashigi's hand. Then, you should start with me as the maid holding the sword. The reason why Xia Ya wanted to drive people away was because of the psychology of Hina and Tashigi. The two of them had fallen out with Marine, and the sea was cruel, so they had to find an opportunity for them to make a choice. However, you can take your time before concluding the riding ceremony, as you will have plenty of time in New World. Tashigi's hands suddenly felt heavy. She was completely stunned, because her heart was so shocked. What I have in my hand is the strongest black sword Yi. The ultimate sharp knife. Hina lowered her head. She could understand Tashigi. After all, Tashigi was just a Marine trainee. She was stabbed in the back by Marine, and she loved swordsmanship so much. The world's greatest swordsman could be said to have unlimited attraction to her. At this moment, Tashigi already has a kind of admiration for Xia Ya in his heart. But Hina herself. Troubles filled her. Xia Ya smiled and said, Hina, it doesn't matter. It's up to you whether you want to go or stay. Anyway, it will take some time to arrive in New World. You can think about it carefully. No matter what it is, it's up to you. Karina came over and held Xia Ya's arm. Then shall we? He. It's still daytime. Xia Ya turned around and tapped Nami on the forehead and said, Marineford is coming soon. Since Marine likes to cause trouble for us so much, let's give them a meeting gift this time. Understood. Nami nodded, moved his palm across the air, and sniffed. Southeast wind, humidity 37.9%. A few seconds later, Nami creates several small thunderballs with one palm. Let them float to various locations in the clouds in the sky. Time. The white clouds seem to be dyed with ink. Slowly, it becomes deeper. At the same time, Marineford Park Office. Because Sengoku is about to face the curse of 5 elders Jago Lucia Satan Saint. He didn't want the smell of being scolded to spread. FFLX. He asked his subordinates to close the doors and windows tightly and tightly. At this moment Sengoku is already standing aside. Sitting on the marshal's throne was Saint Jagaluja Satan, who had returned to human form. Who will explain? Let's start with you, Sengoku. 092. The skyrocketing bounty, the 5th Emperor, the Pirate Empress, please subscribe. Marineford, Marshal's office. Seeing that Sengoku didn't speak for a long time, Saint Jagalucia Satan stamped his cane so hard that the floor shattered. Sengoku stood hesitantly and said, Everything. Everything is because Xia Ya's power is too weird. He can use the strength and special abilities of all mounts. There are too many demon fruit power in his team, and they are all concentrated on one person, that's why it's tricky. So, Jagalucia Sartan-san. Sengoku immediately said, So, I suggest increasing military spending and immediately expanding the Marine Army, and recruiting troops from all over the world. When the pirate power expands rapidly, Naval Headquarters has an option to recruit troops from around the world. They will spend a lot of money to hire seamasters to join Marine. For such people hired, Naval Headquarters will promise to give them high-level positions, high-standard treatment, and even privileges. Hearing this, Saint Jagalu Sisikan was immediately angry. He came to listen to Sengoku's explanation, not to make demands. HMPH, isn't your Marine's military expenditure of 20 billion Baileys every year not enough? You can't catch even a small pirate, so why not just put a bounty of 20 billion Baileys directly on Xia Ya's head and let the madmen on the sea take action? Are more efficient than your Marine. Sengoku nodded quickly. Kaido, everything you said is right. Jagaluja Sartan Saint. Sengoku explained patiently, because Xia Ya has many, complex, and strong abilities, I couldn't take her down even if first sent 2 Marine Admirals. But this is the strongest combat force that Naval Headquarters can send. Well, it's not that Marine is inefficient, it's just that the cards in her hand are really not enough. Xia Ya's potential is more powerful than the New World 4 Emperors. If we don't investigate every one of his abilities and accurately lay out a capture net, almost no one will keep him. Now we can only rely on various combinations of abilities, form a counterattack. World conscription is very necessary. Sengoku can't face the problem of Jagalucia Satan directly, and even he currently has no way to arrest Xia Ya. He can only talk about this, try to make Jagalucia Satan calm down, and put the it's better for the old man to become confused. But Sengoku was telling the truth. Now Aokiji is still recuperating in the headquarters hospital. The rest of his subordinates are either semi-retired old men like Zephyr or Garp. The most powerful of the younger generation are Kainu and Kazaru. This time, both of them were sent out to deal with Xia Ya, but what happened? I can't keep it at all. If there are 10 Akainu, 10 Kazaru level experts. If Marine has enough demon fruit power in hand as a counter. If you set a hunting trap for Xia Ya, the results may be different. Saint Igalucia Satan said with a dark face. Incompetent. You actually called incompetence so magnificently. Marine is the largest violent organization in the world and has been running for hundreds of years. The lack of combat power reserve is an internal problem of Marine. All I can say is that you are incompetent, Sengoku. Akainu, tell me about you killing the celestial dragons. Sakazuki had a deep look on his face and took out a recording phone bug from his arms. This is recorded by Sabaody Archipelago, Franklin Vice Admiral of the G31 branch. It has shown that I expelled 6 Tianlong before taking action. Expulsion. Saint Igolucia Sardan stamped his staff. You be asterisk 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 D. Watch your words. Sakazuki lowered his head and gritted his teeth and said, we have asked the celestial dragons to leave the danger zone, but they turned back inexplicably. In a battle of that level, it is inevitable that there will be damage. Everything I do is for the justice in your heart. Seeing the records of the phone bug, Saint Igolucia naturally knew that the fault lay with the celestial dragons. But, celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator and have all the privileges in the world. Only the Order of God has the authority to judge the celestial dragons. Akainu is just a Marine Admiral who rose from the ranks of civilians. In essence, he is just a loyal dog that the celestial dragons admire. There is no right to take away the noble lives of celestial dragons. Not even if it's a manslaughter. Justice. Mariajoy is justice. Celestial dragons' nobility is justice. This is the justice you Marines want to uphold. Sengoku, Akainu, you two go to the Mariajoy Roswald family immediately. Also, Akainu will be dismissed from his post after he comes back, and we will see how he performs in the future. Hearing this, Sengoku and Akainu's faces suddenly darkened. But at the same time, the marshal's office was knocked open. Oops. Marshal Sengoku, Xia Ya and the pirates are coming to Marineford. What? Above Marineford Square, countless Marine soldiers looked fearful. Run. I don't know who shouted tremblingly. The Marine soldiers began to run for their lives. Although they are elites trained by naval headquarters, their strength is also very good. BA, a huge black thunderball overhead, are you sure you're not kidding? Advertisement, it's so scary. If they were unfortunately hit by lightning, the killing wave alone would be enough to burn them to ashes. This is the ability of Logia Thunderfruit. It is indeed that guy from Xia Ya. Akainu and others came to the square and looked up at the black thunderball approaching. Their expressions became even more gloomy. Xia Ya bullied others too much and actually came to Marineford to make trouble. Is this going to destroy the entire Marineford? The pirate attack on Marineford is a trampling on the dignity of the naval headquarters. He thinks this is somewhere. Kizaru felt a headache. Both Marine Admirals are Logia Demon Fruit Power, and their knowledge of fruit development is also profound enough. They know how terrible damage Logia can cause, and one look at the thunderball in front of them shows that it is quite destructive. Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha at this moment, staring at Ying who was smashed down. Damn Xia Ya. Where are the others? Why didn't you see them? But except for Lei Ying, Sengoku didn't see any pirate ships in the sky. This kind of person is so hateful and shameless. More than 10 years ago, the legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki also made such a big fuss in the naval headquarters. That time, half of Marineford was destroyed. It was Golden Lion Shiki who deliberately sought death, so Sengoku and Garp teamed up to send him into impel down. As for Xia Ya, her style of doing things is unpredictable. This kind of person is not only crazy, but also has no principles at all. He is the most difficult to deal with. How can any pirate run away after a fight? At this time, Saint Jaegalucia Satan watched the Lei Ying coming down. With a move of his hand, he immediately summoned the teleportation array and angrily shouted, "Look at what you trashes have left behind." Such hidden dangers, Sengoku, Akainu, after dealing with Marineford's matter, immediately go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to kneel down and apologize. Remember, we will not give you a second chance. After saying that, Igolucia frankly ran away. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lei Ying's terrifying power. But taking action here will make Saint Jaegalucia Satan feel that he has degraded his status. When did a master have the obligation to protect a group of slaves? Damn B asterisk 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 D. Sengoku shouted angrily. Vice Admiral and above are all at my disposal. At this moment, Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu all took action, and golden light, lava, lasers, and countless shockwaves were emitted from the ground of Marineford. They all fired towards the thunder in the sky. Buddha's impact. Meteor volcano. But soon, Lei Ying still fell down. Boom, boom, boom. A huge shockwave rippled through Marineford like a nuclear explosion. 3 days later, the events of the Sabaody Archipelago came to an end. The bounty on Xia Ya has been updated again. If Xia Ya's victory over Aokiji last time had already hurt the face of naval headquarters, and then the incident of hijacking Tianshangjin in the capital of Seven Waters hurt Mariajoy's face, it was enough to cause shock in the sea. So this time Xia Ya seizes the title of the world's greatest swordsman, and designs Marine Admiral Akainu to kill the celestial dragons with his own hands, and escapes safely from the encirclement of 2 Marine Admirals, while destroying most of Marineford as revenge. Xia Ya's reputation turned the ocean upside down. Xia Ya, the bounty reaches 3.6 billion belly, which is close to 4 emperors. Moreover, this bounty was obtained in the first half of the Grand Line. Not New World. That's it. Some people on the sea are already calling him the 5th emperor of the entire Grand Line. New World, Whitebeard territory and sea. The Moby D*K was parked on the sea, and Ace was holding a newspaper purchased from Newsbird. The rich humor was a bit pungent. The handwriting on the newspaper was still a little wet, and it looked like it had been temporarily reprinted. Ace is reading the newspaper to his dad, Whitebeard. Goo la 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 la. What a terrifying rookie brat. Hawkeye was actually defeated by him. His title as the world's greatest swordsman was taken away from him. He even lost his sword. 2 Marine Admirals were defeated in his hands. Marineford destroyed most of it, a feat not even done by the Rock's pirate back then. I'm actually alone. I wonder if he can be my Whitebeard's son. Gu la 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 la. Whitebeard Newgate smiled heartily. Originally, on this sea, except for the family members of the pirate group, there was nothing that could move him. But now that such a new person appeared on the Grand Line, the strongest man in the world couldn't help but be shocked. A bounty of more than 3 billion. It was also obtained after Whitebeard obtained the title of 4 Emperors. Unexpectedly, a teenage rookie pirate would make such an incredible achievement. Advertisement, Gu la 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 la. It seems that this Xia Ya is really extraordinary. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. Xia Ya's bounty order has also been put on the table by most pirates, including 4 Emperors Kaido and 4 Emperors Linlin. After all, Xia Ya's bounty has increased so rapidly that it surpasses everyone's expectations. Cognition. The man who defeated the world's greatest swordsman. The man who ruined Marineford. Let the naval headquarters dispatch 2 admiral men who failed. The man who challenged Mariejoi's authority. The man who makes the Grand Line tremble. One news headline after another caught everyone's attention instantly. If one edition of World Economic News is not enough, it will publish another edition. Although the content is the same, each edition has a new description, and it becomes more and more exaggerated. New World, on N Island. This is Red Hair Pirates territory. When they saw the newspaper, the red-haired Shanks and Beckman looked confused. Shanks frowned with one hand, and the sea breeze puffed up his empty sleeves. Hawkeye actually lost. It's incredible. Even Mr. Rayleigh was injured in the conflict with Xia Ya. This newcomer is actually so scary. Rayleigh was red-haired Shanks' former vice-captain and his first teacher. Shanks knew best what kind of strength Rayleigh was. Although he was old now, his strength was still real. Seeing Xia Ya hurt Rayleigh at this moment, Shanks' expression was as serious as ever. At the same time, Hawkeye actually lost the title of the world's greatest swordsman in this duel, and even his most powerful black sword was lost. If Rayleigh is already old, Hawkeye is still in his prime. Shanks naturally knows the terror of Hawkeye, but under such circumstances. Lose together. Beckman held a cigarette in his mouth, and his expression was more serious than ever. Ah, this is indeed something I didn't expect. Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Akainu, Kizaru, these strong men did not leave Xia Ya behind. The strength of that man, maybe it's beyond everyone's knowledge. This sea is getting more and more turbulent. Beckman looked at the blue sea in front of him. This is the New World, the territory of the 4 Emperors of the sea. As Xia Ya's bounty has increased to the level of the 4 Emperors, if he comes to the New World, the waves will inevitably be rough. The relatively peaceful era has to be perverted. Marineford, inpatient hospital. 2 men with bandages all over their bodies were being carried to the open space by nurses. The thunderous impact 3 days ago also affected Marineford's hospital, and many patients recuperating here suffered secondary injuries. Among them are Smoker and Aokiji Kuzan. They were lying on makeshift beds, and the bandages were stained red by fresh blood again. Even Akainu Admiral and Kizaru Admiral couldn't stop that guy Xia Ya. Ahem. Smoker's lungs hurt and he felt very complicated. He did not expect that Xia Ya, who was still able to survive a few moves in East Blue Loguetown, was now facing 2 disadvantaged admiral tribes at the same time. Her strength had improved too quickly. His knowledge was refreshed again and again, certainly. After knowing Xia Ya's true power, Smoker was a little scared. Even Hawkeye and Marine Admiral can't defeat this guy. It's a miracle that Smoker survived. As for Aokiji, who had a broken leg on one side, only 2 eyes were exposed due to the bandage. Although his expression could not be seen, the emotions revealed in his pupils were quite complex. I'm afraid. Wangda's thunderous greeting is also a warning to himself. Holy Land Mariejoy, House of Power. Jegalucia Satan threw the newspaper on the coffee table, anger written on his face. The photos of the tragic death of celestial dragons have been spread all over the world. The whole world is watching our Mariejoy joke. This damn Morgans. Actually, he wrote 5 editions of the newspaper in a row. Doesn't he think the sea is not chaotic enough? Topman Wachuli tapped his fingers on the armrest of the seat. Xia Ya, this matter has too much impact. We still need the power of Marine. Since Sengoku and Akainu have apologized in front of the celestial dragons, we should let them continue to stay. Naval Headquarters. The matter of world conscription is also worth considering. It is said that that guy Xia Ya went to the New World, and we need more calendar areas. Saint Izanbalen V. Nishiro sneered. I don't think Sengoku and Akainu are sincere in their apology. They just need power and need to use the power of Marine to avenge Xia Ya. Actually, everyone knows in their hearts that since they knelt down to apologize, I am willing to turn a blind eye. Shepherd 10 Peter crossed his hands on his chin and said. Saint Marcus Moshe nodded and said, well, the world conscription has been settled today. Saint Nassau Lang will also give some financial support to naval headquarters. We still need servants to do the work. Saint Izanbalen V. Nastiring wiped his sword, his fierce eyes reflected on the blade. Xia Ya, you really deserve to die. At the same time, the New World waters. A pirate ship pulled by 2 snakes is sailing on the sea. This is the ship of the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom from the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line. The perfume of the Kuji pirates. The owner of the perfume serpent is the pirate empress who is rated as the most beautiful woman in the world, because of her peerless appearance. She is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. Report. Empress. We have collected another Xia Ya's latest bounty, come on. 093. Female vampire, new buff, night begins, please subscribe. We have collected another Xia Ya's latest reward. On the perfume serpent, a woman with a strong figure and very little fabric ran towards the main hull of the ship holding a wand of notice. Amazon Lily is also known as the Land of Daughters, and there is only one gender in the entire country. The 9 Snakes pirates led by the Empress are all composed of women. It is worth mentioning that Amazon Lily has a distinct personality worship sentiment throughout the country, and the target figure of national worship is none other than the current Empress Hancock. At the same time, because Hancock is a person with Paramecia sweetness, Lien, fruit ability. So no matter what she does, she will show herself to the fullest. When he encounters poor kittens and puppies, Hancock will kick them away with arrogance and narcissism. But as long as she performs the action, it will arouse national admiration. And what no one knows is, Hancock is considered the most beloved monarch among all the kingdoms in this world. Everything she did was to maintain her authoritarian rule. No way. Amazon Lilies need this for a monarch to exist. No, because Amazon Lily is located in the Calm Belt in the first half of the Grand Line, there are no other countries around it. The lack of commercial exchanges and goods circulation has resulted in this small island being extremely short of supplies. After Boa Hancock became a Shichibukai, she used the fame of this title to go to the New World every year, bringing back a large amount of goods from various kingdoms on established routes to meet the needs of the people. This time, the Kuja pirates collected enough goods and prepared to return to Amazon Lily via the Fishman Island. Xia Ya, 3.6 billion bounty. Did this man kill 6 more celestial dragons? It's that sinful family again. Hancock held the newspaper tightly. It reported the death of celestial dragons. The logo of the Roswald family was clearly marked in the most conspicuous position. That group made her feel a biting chill. Because the Roswald family was the culprit who enslaved the 3 Boya sisters 10 years ago. The experience of becoming slaves left a serious psychological shadow on all 3 Boya sisters. And Xia Ya killed the celestial dragons of the Roswald family. The news was like sunshine, giving Hancock a sense of relief. There is actually a man in this world who can resist the celestial dragons. Even Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and Marine Admiral were all defeated by this man. Hancock composed himself. He soon regained his proud attitude. How is the replenishment of supplies? Do you need to go to Nuxus Island to replenish fresh water? Due to transportation problems in the pirate world, the flow of goods between kingdoms is not frequent. Therefore, the 9 Snakes pirates spent a huge effort to open up a specific route from the Amazon to several kingdoms in the New World, which became the golden lifeline of the Amazon Lily. Because he travels several times a year, Hancock knows exactly what supply points are on the route. The minister on the side reminded, Your Majesty, the food and fresh water this time are sufficient, enough for us to return to Amazon Lily without going to New Zai's Island for supplies. Hancock put away the newspaper. Well, cross Nuxus and return. Yes, Your Majesty the Empress, at the same time, New Zai's Island. Made in Paradise landed in the crescent-shaped lake in the center of the island, and Xia Ya and others got off the boat. Nami put away the chart and her feet were already on the sky and the earth. We're finally here. Nami looked surprised. I didn't expect that an island with such rich freshwater resources and such precious natural conditions would be uninhabited. If this island were in East Blue, I'm afraid it could feed a lot of people. Robin walked around the island. Actually, there are still some human traces. It is estimated that some fleets will come here to make some supplies. However, this situation is rare. We can live here safely. A period of time. Nami nodded and shouted loudly, Yes, everyone, let's get ready. Soon, some supplies and furniture from Made in Paradise were moved down. Vivi used sand fruit to make yellow sand and built a platform and several temporary small house buildings. After burning Karina Mera Mera fruit, the brick walls made of yellow sand became hard, making an uninhabited island more beautiful. It's getting more and more lifelike. While at Sabaody Archipelago, Xia Ya had already done enough research and preparation. 280 nautical miles east of New York, there is a small kingdom of Charles, which can provide everyone with shopping convenience. 180 nautical miles to the west is Sleeping Ancient Town. There you can find Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast species vampire form. Now, Karina and Nami are about to enter the pregnancy preparation process, so they need a stable environment. In addition, the current timeline is destined to have no major events, and almost all the resources on the sea have been captured by Xia Ya. You can take this opportunity to relax for a while. Made in Paradise is a luxurious ship that can definitely meet the needs of living, and Nuxus Island provides everyone with a place to stand. After the Kingdom of Charles made enough supplies, Xia Ya's team is preparing to live on Nuxus Island for a period of time. Until he and Karina Nami's 2 children were born. Advertisement just 1 day later, Xia Ya took everyone to Loguetown. Sleeping Ancient Town, also known as Torrancestown, is located on an ancient island. There are some mysterious relics and treasures on the island, but after a long time they have become undiscoverable. Just like some ancient countries were destroyed, only the history of Loguetown is left to be excavated. Originally, Loguetown was abandoned for a long time, It was not until residents came to settle on the island in recent years that the place regained its vitality. In the fiercely fought New World, the town of Torrance is able to survive by relying on various garbage and materials floating from the sea. Looking for a devil fruit on such an abandoned island full of ancient ruins is generally a very difficult task, but with Robin deciphering the textual information in the ruins, Xia Ya quickly got the results she wanted. In just one day, everyone returned to Nuxus Island. In the camp, Xia Ya placed a purple-red devil fruit on the table. Hina, Tashigi, and Khalifa were a little shocked at the same time. What a gorgeous purple! This devil fruit is very powerful just by looking at it. Only now did the newly joined Khalifa and Tashigi know the fundamental reason for the strength of the Xia Ya pirates. It only took him one day to find the legendary secret treasure of the sea from a huge ruin. Moreover, it is through Robin's interpretation of ancient texts. At this time, everyone also understood that since Robin got on the ship, this purple-red devil fruit was the target that Xia Ya was looking for. This man's mobility and intelligence capabilities reached an outrageous level the next day. The reason why this team is strong is entirely because of the step-by-step planning of Captain Xia Ya. This man is extremely terrifying. Xia Ya looked at everyone and explained, "This is Zone Bat Fruit Phantom Beast species vampire form." What? It's actually a phantom beast species. In the devil fruit system, Paramecia and Zone are relatively common. Most of them have weak abilities, while Logia's is very rare, and devil fruit, a species of phantom beast that is even rarer than Logia, represents the mythical phantom beast, the ultimate power king of living things. The phantom beast not only represents a powerful physique, but also various special abilities. It can be said that it is the combined ability of Paramecia, Logia, and Zone. It has a great reputation and is the ultimate power that everyone desires. The Phantom Beast Devil Fruit is the most precious treasure among the secret treasures of the sea. As long as you eat it, the noodle user's strength will achieve a qualitative leap. What kind of team is this? 3 Logia ability users, comparable to Marine's 3 Admiral. Now there is another Phantom Beast species. Isn't he moving closer to Marine Marshal Sengoku? Hina was shocked and numb, and seemed to have a new seriousness about Marine's failure. There is no way, Xia is too powerful. Xia Ya smiled, handed the vampire form devil fruit to Khalifa next to her, and said, "Eat it, and you will have the power of a vampire." Khalifa, this devil fruit is specially prepared for you. For me? Khalifa was stunned for a moment. Such a precious devil fruit is still the most powerful species of phantom beast, I think. It hasn't been long since Khalifa joined the team. Xia Ya had hardly done anything that contributed to the team, so Xia Ya immediately gave her a devil fruit of a fantasy beast type. No one dared to accept it easily. Well, let's forget it. I'm not confident I can harness the power of a vampire. Seeing Khalifa's expression, I really couldn't help but want to laugh. He directly pulled Khalifa to his side. "Since you have become my mount, how could I treat you badly? Moreover, there is no need to worry about fruit development. After all, as long as you were ridden by me, you will definitely become an important member of the team. Component of combat power." That's right, Xia Ya has many tricks up her sleeve. Nami encouraged. "Don't worry, just eat it quickly." Khalifa nodded heavily, feeling valued. For such an important moment, I hope there will be a sense of ceremony. Soon a plate was placed on the table, and the vampire-shaped fruit was peeled off. With a slight scratch of the knife, Khalifa picked up a piece of fruit pulp with a knife and fork. She took several deep breaths before closing her eyes and picking up a piece of purple-red pulp. "Put it in your mouth." Gudong. Khalifa's face instantly turned purple, but she still swallowed it gracefully under pressure. Ah. Khalifa took a few deep breaths and swallowed the entire glass of juice. It's really as unpalatable as the rumors say. This is. Khalifa was stunned for a moment, subconsciously feeling the changes in her body. Zee-la-la-la. The next moment, Khalifa has barbs growing out of her elbows, and her purple-red bat wings stretch and expand like wings. Her face also becomes alluring and three-dimensional, with a hint of exotic charm, and her forehead is covered with purple-red fluff. Her teeth extended a little from her red lips, her fingers became slender, and her purple-red sharp nails were like spikes. Khalifa looked at her hands and said with some surprise, "I have completely changed. The phantom beast species is so amazing." Xia Ya nodded, very satisfied with Khalifa's current posture. I have to say that the female vampire is really beautiful, especially with Khalifa's Western beauty temperament and her outfit with black fishnets all over her body. He couldn't help but comment, "Yes, this is the vampire form, which is very suitable for your abilities." Seeing Xia Ya looking at herself, Khalifa blushed immediately. Advertisement. Now that I have to stay on Nuxus Island for a long time, wouldn't it be possible to consider dedicating myself to Xia Ya in such a wonderful environment? This such a good man, Khalifa has no reason to refuse. Karina on the other side saw the ability user of the phantom beast species for the first time. She immediately squeezed and hugged Khalifa. "Can these wings fly? The teeth are so cute, and the soft hair can touch it. So comfortable, just like Sky Island's cloud quilt and silky smooth." "Ha, of course you can." The moment he gained power, Khalifa knew the basic uses of some abilities. She clenched her fists, and the spikes on her elbows instantly extended. The purple-red bat wings became thinner and more transparent. "When I use the bat wings, my body becomes very light, and I can fly with a slight incitement. Moreover, the movements are very fast and accurate. I am already a master of flying. Besides, my physical fitness has also been greatly improved. I can create darkness and completely hide in it. My eyesight can penetrate the darkness. With the addition of ultrasound, I can already hear the island. The sound of coconuts falling from the sea on the other side of the island. Vivi said in surprise. Hiss. The radius of this island is at least several kilometers. You can even hear such a small movement. No, not only can it be heard, but the entire island has been scanned through the ultrasonic echo. It can be said that it can be seen. Ultrasonic scan. You can see and hear clearly. When Khalifa said this, all the girls looked surprised. They had no idea that the power increase of the phantom beast species would be so comprehensive and powerful. Khalifa cast a grateful look at Xia Ya and continued to explain. I can also take away the lifespan of others by sucking blood. I can even permanently maintain the peak body function. Look. Khalifa moved her fingers, and her sharp nails were wrapped with traces of scarlet. As she waved, there seemed to be a red ribbon flowing. This is the unique blood power of vampires. The scarlet ribbon fluctuates, and power flows in Khalifa's hands. So powerful. The devil fruit of the phantom beast species is so powerful. The girls exclaimed again, and their world view was refreshed. Tashigi is envious. She is a famous swordsman, but due to gender restrictions, her swordsmanship will not be very high. If there is a way to save it, it must be to improve her physical fitness. The best. The way is the devil fruit of the phantom beast species. Xia Ya saw Tashigi's greed and immediately smiled and said, Come on, Tashigi, sign a riding contract now. I will give you a tail, and your physique will also improve. Wait. If I have a chance, I'll also find you a devil fruit of the phantom beast variety. Oh. With everyone watching, Tashigi let out a soft groan. Successfully became Xia Ya's mount. Physical bond. Buff usage time limit. Permanent source. Reigns of Tashigi. Ability. Every time the mount comes into close contact with the mount can gain a spring of inspiration from the rider. Through this, the rider's combat experience can be properly passed on to the mount. Zhang Ben Bai. Well, it turns out that Dudu is removed and the guilt is directly. We have to ripen all the mounts quickly. Xia Ya couldn't help but smile when she saw this. Before, she could use explanations to improve her understanding. Now she can also achieve more direct education through physical contact. Effect. Made in Paradise is like a luxurious palace, and the scenery of Nuzai's island is also beautiful and picturesque. Xia Ya immediately decided to settle down temporarily. Khalifa, during this time, you can develop your abilities more and try to see if you can control the amount of blood sucking and adjust the age structure of others. What I want is, Tashigi, Vivi. They have all entered adulthood, Xia Ya said directly. Khalifa nodded heavily. Now that the vampire devil fruit has been found, Xia Ya decided to live on Nuxus Island for a while, and in the process, he would explore the Golden City, Punk Hassan. Germany's intelligence information, and then consider whether to take action personally. After everything was settled, a big bonfire was lit in the camp. The aroma of food surrounded everyone. When the moon rises above the treetops, Xia Ya can also be in a room made in heaven. The lighting is warm at the moment. Karina and Nami, in their prime years, sat on the bedside waiting. Xia Ya stepped forward with a smile. 094. Changes in Nami Karina, new layout and intrusion, please subscribe. A month later, the sun was shining, under the coconut trees. Xia Ya was lying on the sun lounger wearing sunglasses, and Princess Vivi was sitting behind him, holding his shoulders. Perona floated over with a drink. The morning sun is the most comfortable. I just went to your room. Karina and Nami are still sleeping. Xia Ya. Why are you still so energetic? They all said. Xia Ya didn't know either, so she could only explain. Maybe I'm too strong or too big. And at this time, two pieces of information flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. Chi tip. Karina's chi buff takes effect. Offspring +1, obtains permanent buff, succubus physique. Duration of use. Permanent, succubus physique. Chivalry +99999. Heroic attributes +99999. Masculine charm +99999. Tip. This buff only applies to high-quality mounts of the opposite S*X, and is invalid for any inferior mounts. Chi tip. Nami's chi buff takes effect. Heirs +1, obtains permanent buffs, and picks up items. Duration of use. Permanent. Pick up items. If you attack any character, you may be able to extract the target's traits, devil fruit abilities, special physiques, special talents, and special skills. Tip. The collision with the mount is also included in the attack range. Seeing this, Xia Ya was ecstatic, and the sweetness of the juice in her mouth increased by at least 10,000 times. First, the succubus physique is easy to understand. It used to be that Xia Ya needed to do a lot of work to capture some mounts, but now, although the explanation doesn't tell how powerful this succubus is, the role of the capturer has actually been interchanged. As long as it is a high-quality mount, you may even take the initiative to attack Xia Ya. Well, it's like asking to become Xia Ya's mount. What a treasure, I was given such a powerful permanent buff. Xia Ya continued to look at the second ability. This ability may be even more amazing. Although just looking at the description, it seems to be similar to comprehension skills. But in fact the difference is thousands of miles. The buff is enhanced more than a little. If understanding the buff is a kind of learning ability, then the buff of picking up objects is a bug level copy. It can even extract the opponent's special talent and even devil fruit ability during the battle. For example, Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon, Oldfield's raiding people's hearts, red-haired Shanks killing by wisdom, etc. What's more important is that you can also target your own mount by picking up objects. When you are exercising, you can copy the devil fruit power. Almost all of Xia Ya's team are demon fruit power. As long as they work together, those accumulated devil fruit ability will sooner or later become Xia Ya's own mobilizable power. At this time, Vivi, who was lifting the patient's shoulders, was suddenly startled. She seemed to have been stimulated by something. Her hands were trembling a little, and Vivi could even feel that her bones were softening inexplicably, and her whole body suddenly leaned forward and fell on Xia Ya's face. "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened." Xia Ya lay on the sun lounger and said generously, it's okay, I just can't breathe." Sorry. Vivi was embarrassed, but she really didn't know what was going on. She suspected there might be something wrong with her body. And when Vivi stepped back for a few minutes, the look in her eyes towards Xia Ya began to change. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but something will happen if you look at it. With just a quick glance, Vivi seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Xia Ya and she no longer wanted to leave. Yes, Vivi was completely attracted and fascinated by Xia Ya. It was as if there was some mysterious power in Xia Ya that attracted her. And if she leaves Xia Ya right now, she feels like she will die. Just like a couple who fall in love and are madly in love, they are determined to be private for life after just one glance. They will stay together forever, and the sea will dry up and the stone will rot, because the wasteland will grow old. With this emotion, Vivi was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. At this moment, Hina emerged from the moon lake and was suddenly startled when she saw Xia Ya. At this moment, she was sinking slowly and feebly. What happened? Why has Xia Ya changed so much? Although she still has the same handsome face, her temperament is secretly exuding, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Could it be? He has grown into a father. Is that why he has changed so much? Since arriving in New World, Xia Ya's team has come to New Zai's Island, and Hina has not expressed whether she wants to stay or not. Xia Ya and her female companion have no intention of driving them away, so Hina is confused. I understood and stayed, planning to think about it later. And at this time, Hina seemed to have an answer in her heart instantly. Gulu gulu. Hina sank to the bottom of the water, bubbles rising from her mouth. Oops. Damn charm, it actually made me lose my strength. Am I going to drown and die? This is not the sea. At this time, a figure left the sun chair, jumped into the water, and carried Hina back to the sun chair. What's wrong? Are you okay? TB. Are you okay? Advertisement. The echo of Xia Ya keeps echoing in Hina's mind. I'm fine, can I still join your team? Some kind of mysterious aura came over, and Hina's brain was paralyzed. Perhaps it was an instinctive command that made her take the initiative to let go. Obviously, Hina was hesitant before and didn't really want to join this team. Of course, Xia Ya said cheerfully. Hearing the answer, Hina let out a long sigh of relief. I do. And also at this time, a woman with blood wings on her back fell from the sky, falling in front of Xia Ya and the others. Khalifa naturally felt something was wrong with Xia Ya. This man seems different, but because I have something important to say to Xia Ya. So this strange feeling was suppressed. Khalifa returned to human form. Xia Ya, I have developed the ability to adjust my age. Oh, hearing this, Xia Ya was completely surprised. Try it quickly. Khalifa nodded, then held one of Xia Ya's arms, and then a sharp purple-red nail on her index finger pierced Xia Ya's blood vessel, like a syringe injection, and then a circle of blush flashed on Khalifa's fingertips. Obviously, Xia Ya's body is growing like crazy. Soon, a man in his 20s appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Khalifa lowered his head and explained with a blush. My control is not precise enough, and I don't know exactly how much lifespan I have extracted. It is only within the range of 10 years, is this okay? Of course. Xia Ya nodded and rubbed Khalifa's head in praise. The Khalifa fruit has been well developed, and this phantom beast species is considered a joke. Within this team, the youngest Vivi is only 14 years old, so if you take 10 years of her lifespan, it's totally fine. Karina continued to explain. This extracted lifespan will either be digested by me and become my energy, or it will exceed the time limit and then return to the original owner's body. The preservation time limit is about 8 hours. But within these 8 hours, as a vampire, I need to exert physical strength to preserve this blood life. Xia Ya understands. The ability of vampires to steal life is actually similar to the pop-up damage ability of Paramecia meatball fruit. When it is extracted, someone must bear it, and even for a person with the meatball fruit ability, the damage caused by this pop-up is the result of serious injury. If no one takes it, the damage will return to the original owner's body. However, phantom beast species are always phantom beast species. People with abilities in vampire form absorb the lifespan of others, which is beneficial after digestion. They can also choose not to return it, allowing the person whose lifespan has been taken away to completely enter an aging state until the lifespan is completely gone. As expected of a phantom beast, it's really quite powerful. Hearing Khalifa describe it like this, I couldn't help but feel excited about the vampire's ability. Xia Ya groped her chin and said thoughtfully, now in the team, there are only me, Vivi, Tashigi. Khalifa, can you do it so that we are all in our 20s at the same time? Khalifa nodded. I'm sure, it's not difficult, marvelous. Xia Ya was excited. At this time, Khalifa seemed to have finished his report, and then he was able to take stock of Xia Ya now. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. If you beat the emperor every day, you will be heavy. Immediately, Khalifa blushed a little. Among this team, Khalifa's energy is second only to Karina. Although she is very conservative, her personality is very enthusiastic. At this moment, she is a little submissive. That. Xia Ya, let me discuss something with you. Ah, you said. Khalifa took a deep breath to muster up the courage and said, that's it? Xia Ya hit Khalifa 3 times on the head. This means that it can be done in the middle of the night. Turn out to be your wishes can really be fulfilled. When Vivi and Hina heard this, their little fists turned red. But not before that. Xia Ya also had important things to do. He stood up and said to Hina, now, or wait a little longer. Now, Hina said with certainty as if she had changed into a different person. Soon, a message flashed before Xia Ya's eyes. Flying Thunder God Coordinate buff. Duration of use. Permanent, Flying Thunder God Coordinates. You can place a Flying Thunder God Coordinate on your mount. With just a thought, no matter where your mount is in the world, you can teleport over and enter the riding center instantly. 0. Please give me flowers. Tip. To defeat the Flying Thunder God, you need to use a tool, a small flying stick. Advertisement. Here comes the little flying stick. A very powerful ability. Seeing the Flying Thunder God buff, Xia Ya was immediately overjoyed. The function is actually similar to the Flying Thunder God in Hokage, but the way of laying down the coordinates is different. The original riding form required Xia Ya to ride up in person, or find various ways to ride up, but now with this Flying Thunder God buff, there is no longer a distance requirement. As long as the thought is in place, Xia Ya can turn the mount into a teleporting coordinate. The whole person is straight receive transfer, not only can you reach any mount at any time. At the same time, the protection of the mount was also maximized. After all, Xia Ya is a rider, and she is at her strongest when riding. If any mount is in danger, Xia Ya can immediately rush over and ride it. This Flying Thunder God buff only applies to contracted mounts. Characters like Zombie Majin Oz, Zombie Shimotsuki Ryoma, and others are not included in the calculation. Certainly, Xia Ya didn't plan to use flying sticks to critically hit the 2 zombie gentlemen. After figuring everything out, the happy life belonging to Xia Ya's team has completely begun. He has a deep relationship with his mounts, and now he has a succubus physique. It would be a sin for the mounts to look at him in front of him. However, there is no ability to resist at all. Wow 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 wow. Whoa whoa whoa. 10 months later, the cries of babies were heard on Nexus Island. Karina and Nami didn't think about it. Giving birth is so easy. It's as simple as not feeling anything at all. Asterisk. Both babies are blessed by the buff, which will not cause any harm to the mother's body or the baby's body. Basically, they can complete the process safely without suffering. Anyway, Karina and Nami seem to have had a good sleep without even a drop of sweat. And, even more exaggerated, these 2 little babies, as long as Xia Ya holds them, they will replenish their energy in sleep. Grow up healthily and happily. Ah ha 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 ha. Holding one in each hand, Xia Ya officially entered the ranks of a full-time baby daddy. What are your names for these 2 little guys? Time flies and 1 year passes. This day, a huge dining table was placed on the campground in the middle of the lake, filled with delicious food, and the dinner began. And 2 pink and tender little girls sat on the dining table and ate happily. One of the girls with colored hair is the daughter of Xia Ya and Karina, named Xia Yu, who is noisily saying, juice, juice, mi shui bingcheng. The other one with orange hair is the little daughter born to Xia Ya and Nami, named Xia Shui, who is also noisy. Gold coins, my toys. The adults are also sitting around the dining table at the moment, making new plans. After all, after staying in New York City for almost 2 years, it was time to start again. Khalifa was making cocktails for Xia Ya while saying, we have found out the situation at Punk Hazard, the genius scientist Vegapunk's artificial devil fruit project. It has just started and there is no finished product yet, so, we don't have to go there for the time being. Xia Ya nodded. In the original work, it was 2 years after the Summit War that Momonosuke ate the artificial blue dragon form devil fruit, and then met Luffy and others, so now it is time to leave the Summit War. Jungdu still has a year to go, so it's completely normal that it hasn't been produced yet. Punk Hazard was eliminated as a stop. Robin held Xia Yu in his arms and teased. Over there in the Golden City, according to their route, they will pass through the kingdom of Curacao for supplies in 3 months. Xia Ya nodded and said, okay, we will go to Curacao in 3 months to wait, but before that, let's settle these 2 little guys, if any of us want to visit from time to time. After all, he is a child with buff blessing, so he is not so pretentious. Nami originally planned to go back to Koko West Village, but considering that she has now returned to her original appearance, if she had a daughter, she would scare Nokagao crazy. Therefore excluded. You are the god of Sky Island. How about placing the child in Sky Island? Nami's suggestion made Xia Ya think deeply. Sky Island is a good choice. Or can it be sent directly to the Alabasta royal family? Anyway, the Princess Vivi belongs to Xia Ya, and Alabasta is actually Xia Ya's territory. If you send your children to the royal family, they might get a good education. And also at this time, Nami and Khalifa said at the same time, Xia Ya, a large group of women have come to the island. 095. Who do you think I am? Slave Arrow, Xia Ya attacks, please subscribe. A pirate ship pulled by a snake, with a red hull and a flag with 9 snake heads spinning on the sail. It is now docked on the shore of Nuxus Island, on the beach. Dozens of women carrying barrels jumped out of the boat and walked towards the lake in the center of the island. The person taking the lead was a woman with outstanding temperament. #A. It is 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate empress, Boa Hancock. This time Hancock led the fleet from Amazon Lily, passing through the Fishmen Island, and once again came to the New World's trade routes to bring back some goods for the people. No way. Amazon Lily is in the most special calm belt, and almost no one can pull in the supplies outside except their own ship. When everyone came to New West Island, they were ready to come to the island to replenish some fresh water. The green-haired boy Sandersonia walked to the left of Hancock. Sister, there has been no news from Xia Ya for 2 years. Has he been secretly erased by Meriajoy? Sailing is a very dangerous thing, and many pirates are swallowed up by the sea inexplicably, especially for those targeted by Meriajoy. Disappearance seems to be an inevitable outcome. Because Xia Ya, 410, was busy raising her children, she lived in seclusion on News Eyes Island. Therefore, he did not appear in front of the world, which caused all kinds of speculation in the sea. When passing the Fishmen Island, Hancock also deliberately inquired about the information. As a result, Xia Ya seemed to have disappeared. As a 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock must understand the situation of the sea. Certainly, because Xia Ya killed the celestial dragons of the Roswald family. Hancock became a little more concerned. To the right of Hancock, the orange-haired boy Marigold added, "This year, several potential supernovas have emerged in the sea. I heard that Gecko Moria has been eyeing Shichibukai and is preparing to unseat him. I'm afraid except for Shichibukai, and in the 4 Emperors group, the best person that the pirates most want to step on to get the upper hand is Xia Ya." Hancock left a line of footprints on the beach and just whispered, "It's impossible." Even Marine Admiral was humbled in front of Xia Ya. Most people wouldn't dare defend. However, the 4 Emperors of New World didn't make any move. It's strange that Xia Ya disappeared. And just when Hancock and others were preparing to head to the depths of the jungle. Boom boom, bang bang. Bursts of gunfire were heard on the sea near the perfumed serpent. Amazon Lily's female warrior immediately came to report, "Your Majesty, we were attacked by a pirate group." Hancock looked back. I saw a warship flying the pirate flag, with flames constantly spraying from the side of the ship. Boom boom. Seeing the pirate logo and the huge elephant head logo on the bow of the ship, Hancock immediately frowned. Jack the Drow under the Kaido of the Beasts pirate group. The big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. Stopped supplying fresh water, all crew members ready to fight. Although Amazon Lily is isolated from the outside world, the previous King Gloriosa joined the Rocks pirate in the early years in order to strengthen the country's power, and successfully brought back hockey's cultivation method, and has allowed all citizens to practice it for more than 10 years. So, even though Amazon Lily are all women, many people are using Grandmaster hockey. She is a true female warrior. While 2 pirate ships were fighting, an 830 centimeters tall man with ivory decoration and a steel mask arrived on the beach with a few jumps. Advertisement, yo ho ho, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the pirate empress, Hancock. Are you the rumored most beautiful woman in the world? You're so petite, you're a bit unmotivated, Jack said with a wicked smile on his face while making grasping movements. And when the pirate boys brought by Jack saw that the 9 Snakes pirates were all women, their eyes were filled with tears. After all, Kaido's stronghold is Wano-kuni, where people live in poverty every day, and women rarely have money to buy rouge and gouache to dress up. Most women on the streets of Wano-kuni are so gray that they can hardly look at them. As for those oirons who are performing arts, they are a sign of their growth. After all, they need to spend a lot of money to sleep. Therefore, Jack often takes his little brother to snatch women on the sea and have a tooth-slapping ceremony. At this moment, seeing the female warrior coming out of Amazon Lily, she seemed a little different. After all, she is from the calm belt and has not experienced too much damage from the sea breeze. The face of the Amazon woman looks a bit delicate. Seeing this, the pirate on the mammoth string was completely excited. Seeing how excited his brothers were, Jack immediately laughed and said, "Take them all so that Lousy can also enjoy the joy of being an emperor." "Brother Jack, follow your orders, brothers, you are blessed today." Boom boom boom, bang bang bang. Suddenly, on the beach, the 2 groups entered a shopping state. In the first half of the Grand Line, almost no one dared to mess with the ships of the 7 warlords of the sea, except for the pirates from the New World 4 Emperors group, especially the Beasts pirates. Perhaps it was because there were many zone ability users inside, so the pirates all are full of bestiality. It is also because of worries about accidents. Therefore, every time he replenished goods for the people, the Emperor Hancock had to personally take action. But this was the first time I met a pirate like Jack. In the blink of an eye, many pirates jumped off Jack's big ship to look at guns and swords, and densely occupied the beach. Hancock never expected it. The mammoth can actually hold hundreds of people. And she had only 100 people with her. The difference in the number of people is at least 6 to 7 times. If the number of people is the same, or the difference in the number of people is not big, Hancock will naturally not worry. With his own strength and the application of hockey by the Amazon Lily female warriors, he can face any enemy. But the size of the Jack pirates, if you fight, the damage will be great. After all, the people are still waiting for their supplies. If the supplies are damaged, the Empress's prestige will also be lost. You have to find an opportunity to clear out a wave of miscellaneous soldiers before you can escape. Trouble. Hancock's eyes narrowed and he tapped his lips with his finger. Immediately, a huge pink heart appeared in front of his eyes. Then, like a bow and arrow, a large number of pink arrows shot towards the Jack pirates. Pat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Each of the ferocious pirates had red hearts popping out of their eyes. Then it was completely frozen on the beach. Amazon Lily's female warrior then attacked with arrows that covered hockey, and the petrified portrait immediately exploded on the beach. 0. Hole, please be careful, the Empress Devil Fruit ability is very tricky. Jack instantly yelled furiously. Advertisement holding 2 sickle-shaped weapons, he smashed Hancock down. Perfume Femur. With Hancock's kick, one of Jack's weapons turned to stone and shattered. Hole, who do you think I am? Kids, I will trap the Empress, and you can quickly get rid of the others. You can still use the missing arms and legs, but you must be alive. Jack threw away a weapon and attacked Hancock again. Ouch, brother Jack. I won't let you down. The two parties fought together again. And right now. A stream of scarlet passed through the crowd like a ribbon. When Khalifa's figures gathered together, the members of the mammoth on the path had white hair, old and withered, and they made countless snapping sounds of fractures when they moved. Who? No. Who are you, old man? I'm a rattlesnake. Brother Flathead, don't you recognize me? No, I moved too much and broke my bone. Hancock looked at Khalifa in shock. That strange vampire form. It seems to be the demon fruit power of the phantom beast species. Are there any masters on News Eyes Island? And the people who saw Khalifa take action were all Jack's men. Hancock muttered subconsciously. Is she here to help us? At the moment, Hancock didn't care. Use the devil fruit ability again and shoot pink arrows at Jack again. Slave arrow. Jack jumped to dodge the attack. At this moment, he was so angry that he immediately gave up attacking Hancock. Instead, he wanted to go to the mysterious scarlet figure to settle the score, but suddenly found that his feet were already covered with sand, and they were tightly wound. Entangled. In the distance, a girl with blue hair reminded, be honest, otherwise you will die in 5.5. Jack was instantly furious. What the hell is this? Immediately activate the fruit's ability and transform into a mammoth with thick scalp and flesh. Jack is a member of the Murloc race of Madara fish with saddle stones. He is born with infinite strength. He is also a person with abilities in the form of an ancient species and mammoth after eating the elephant fruit. His strength and defense must reach the top of the sea, and cannot be stopped by some natural elements. With a little effort, Jack immediately broke free from the entanglement of the sand. Roar. The huge mammoth has fierce eyes and shakes its trunk angrily. Brutal attack towards Vivi's location. The sand crumbled beneath his elephant hooves. Also at this time, Xia Ya held 2 dolls in each hand and walked out from the depths of the trees behind Vivi with Karina, Nami and others. I'm disturbing my child while he's sleeping, why don't you buy it? Saw a figure suddenly appear. Jack was stunned for a moment and was shocked. Why is it you, Xia Ya? Walla lala. Under the brakes of Jack's mammoth form, a large pile of sand gathered under his hooves and piled up into a small mountain. 096. I'm done with Hancock. Jesus can't keep her, I said, please subscribe. Seeing the sudden appearance of a line of people, Jack's mammoth form braked to a stop like a bulldozer. A huge pile of sand formed directly in front of him. Xia Ya and others walked out from further away one by one. It's actually you, Xia. Seeing that face, Jack's eyes widened and he sweated on his forehead, with a look of disbelief on his face. He didn't expect that he would meet the most dangerous person in the sea here. In the past 2 years, Xia Ya's whereabouts have been almost hidden. Everyone is speculating on the reason for Xia Ya's disappearance, which has caused widespread discussion in the sea. In the waters of New World, the discussion about Xia Ya even exceeds that of 4 emperors. Almost all pirates are looking forward to Xia Ya coming out again. At the same time, they are also waiting for the news of Xia Ya's death to come out. After all, this melon is so big that there are legends of Xia Ya everywhere in the sea. The legend of the Xia Ya pirates also circulates within Beast's pirates. Jack watched as all members of the Xia Ya pirates arrived. Even though he is a drought under the 4 emperors Kaido, he feels great pressure at this time. Jack has a domineering and ruthless personality and does not accept negotiations. He will use force to solve everything that can be solved by force. He is decisive and brave, has a bad temper, and is very reckless. If it was just Xia Ya, he thought he could have a chance to meet her. But now all members of the Gia pirates are here? Jack is isolated and helpless. Even though he is a very durable ancient species in the form of a mammoth, he is not absolutely confident that he can escape unscathed. The Rider Pirates, the Rider King Xia Ya, the bounty is 3.6 billion Baileys. With one more big event, the bounty can truly rival 4 emperors. Flaming Lady 09 Karina, bounty 1.36 billion Baileys. Nami, the electric shock user, has a bounty of 1.32 billion Belly. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, won the reward of 771,000. Perona, Princess Mononoke, bounty of 130 million Baileys. The luxurious bounty of these 5 people alone is enough to make them a team of the Emperor and Vice-Emperor of the Sea. And there are others who have not been rewarded. The arrogant Jack the Drow was not as arrogant as before when he saw the lineup of Xia Ya pirates. But the shock lasted only a minute. In the original book, in order to rescue Doflamingo, Jack will not hesitate to launch an attack even if he faces the Fujitora carrying the Marine Admiral. the results of the former marshal's marine fleet will not hesitate. Jack raised a hand to signal his pirates to stop, stared at Xia Ya and said, Hey, I am Drought, one of the 3 disasters under Kaido of the Beasts. Jack, the captain of the Mammoth. We Beasts Pirates and your excellency, if there is no conflict, don't stop us from doing our work as Beasts Pirates. I'm determined to eat the Empress, even Jesus can't keep her, I said so. Arrogant. Infinitely arrogant. Kaido, the boss of the Beasts Pirates, is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. He is a man known as the strongest creature in the New World. Kaido's title is similar to that of Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world, which is also owned by the Beasts Pirates. The thing that pirates are most proud of. In the New World, the title of Sishin is the weakest deterrent. Hearing this, Hancock prepared to attack again. She was also a powerful person and was not afraid of fighting Jack. The only thing she cared about was that she was afraid of losing Amazon Lily's troops. But after sailing for so long, this was the first time she encountered Jack. Such an arrogant pirate. Everyone fight, Hancock ordered. Immediately, the female combatants from Amazon Lily took up their bows and shot arrows, aiming at Jack and others. Are you teaching us how to do things? Karina pointed to the piles of dirt on the sand. This is my most cherished beach, and it has been destroyed like this. You want to do something on my land, have you asked me? If it were 2 years ago, Karina might have some concerns when she heard the title of 4 emperors, but the team at Xia Ya on New Island in the past 2 years has not been idle. Advertisement during Xia Ya, she also obtained several top-notch buffs, including a golden whip for a golden experience, and even small props to improve other abilities. Each mount wore a tail that improved their physical fitness, and they also carried out targeted training. The pirate group has formed a layout in which each one performs his own duties, and his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Every woman in Xia Ya is no longer a vase. I want to ask you first before I start, are you kidding me? Ha 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 ha. Do you know who is the boss in New World? Hearing this, Jack immediately laughed. Hey, don't be so self-righteous. Although your team's bounty is very high, it's just because you killed the celestial dragons. Don't be so naive as to think that you can compete with the 4 emperors team. Let's sit on equal footing and fight head-on. Laozi is the right-hand man of the strongest creature. At this time, Khalifa didn't waste any time. She spread her blood wings and pulled out the Black Sword Knight that was longer than her height. As the Black Sword Knight was unsheathed, the blade made a roaring sound. One slash knocked down a group of pirates, and blood stained the beach red. Khalifa held the black knife. In fact, she had never thought about it. After several developments by Xia Ya, her swordsmanship talent, which had nothing to do with her, was actually developed, and she was still very talented. Great swordsman, a path she never imagined. Relying on the increase in physical strength brought about by the vampire form of the Phantom Beast, Khalifa is now the #1 swordsman in the entire team, except for Xia Ya. Tashigi was still a little dull, and was still chasing after Khalifa. So, Xia Ya put the Black Knife Knight with Khalifa, just use it when necessary, and just let her do whatever she wants. The pirates on the surrounding mammoth ship were trembling a little at this moment. They didn't know Khalifa, but the Black Sword Yi in the hands of Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, was known to every 10 high-level pirates. How could it be? Boss Jack, this woman seems to be a person with Zone's ability, even a Phantom Beast species, and the black sword in her hand was once Hawkeye's sword. As described in the news, it's true. Xia Ya really took away the title of the world's greatest swordsman from Hawkeye. Even the strongest person in the world has been given away. How terrifying is his strength? How about, Brother Jack? Let's retreat first after suffering some losses today. When the pirates under Jack saw Khalifa's vampire form, their legs couldn't stop trembling. Jack was completely angry when he saw Khalifa taking action in his timid brother. If he turned around and left today, how could Jack survive in this sea? Although Jack believes that he is no match for Xia Ya, he is also a person with good temper. With his mammoth form of fish-human race and Zone ancient species, even when facing Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Marine Admiral, Jack can still confidence is gone. What's more, behind him stands Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Now being provoked by 2 women, Jack immediately expressed that he couldn't bear it. Idiot, do it for me. I don't mind embarrassing the governor. Who do you think I am? Get over here, following Jack's command. The pirates regained their usual animalistic nature and started charging with weapons in hand. But the beach at this time was completely soft and collapsed. Sink a bunch of pirates into the ground and bury them alive. Vivi holds the yellow sand in one hand and flows in her hands. Sunflower in the desert city. The beach is also sand, don't underestimate me. And Nami's arms flashed with thunder, activating the ability of Thunderfruit to condense a thunder gun in his hands. At a desperate speed, it shot out towards Jack. Jack activated his strongest force defense, but the thunder spear still passed through his body. For a moment, Jack's whole body went into brief paralysis and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, with the blessing of the ancient mammoth form, this injury was not considered event. Logia, with this little ability, it's nothing more than that. At this time, Jack was extremely confident in his ultimate defense after their first encounter. But the next second, advertisement, a lightning strike fell from the sky and bombarded the deck of the mammoth. All of a sudden, the wooden planks exploded while hiding from the billowing tail flames. This is about to break the skin, Jack said fiercely. However, without giving him a chance to speak, a figure with blood wings flashed past, and a huge black knife drew several purple-red crescents in the midair. Snap! Two huge tusks, 4 to 5 meters long, were divided into several sections and smashed heavily on the sand. And there was a hideous wound on Jack's chest at this moment. Jack usually takes great care of his ivory and often needs to polish it. He would even spend a lot of money to ask a woman from Wanokuni Oran Street to polish it carefully with 2 chopsticks. But at this moment, the too pulpy ivory was cut off by Khalifa with a knife. Jack was immediately furious. Veins popped up on his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and his metal jaw kept shaking. **Hole. Do you know what you did?" At this moment, the huge figure of Oz appeared behind Jack at some point. With a big hand, the 8-meter-tall Jack was held in the hands of the Devil Oz like a toy. As soon as he exerted force, Jack's eyes suddenly turned white, and 590 a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Then blazing flames burst out from Oz's hands, and lightning snakes flashed and danced wildly. A smell of paste emerged from the palm of my hand. "Ah!" Jack's screams resounded throughout the sky above Nuxus Island and lasted for a long time. Slowly the energy disappeared from Jack's eyes, his facial expression gradually relaxed. Jack is a fishman. What he fears most is fire, and he is also afraid of thunder and lightning. No fish can bear to be grilled or electrocuted. Even if he is an ancient demon with fruit power, he will lose his advantage in the face of attribute restraint. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Xia Ya collected a lot of attribute little suns on the heads of many mounts, and her strength increased by leaps and bounds. In a fierce collision with Nami, she extracted the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit. Now, he has become his original area of strength. Dealing with an overconfident Jack the Drow is a piece of cake. Died. The black-haired Empress Hancock covered her red lips with her jade hands and widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Jack, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, that's all. He died in front of her so easily. Yes, although he was beaten, Jack's death was too simple. It was so simple that Hancock couldn't believe it. The previous attack had not caused significant damage to Jack, but in the end, he was just grasped by the giant demon and completely lost his ability to resist. Is that really the Crown Prince of Kaido of the Beasts? At this time, the surviving Jack brothers all screamed in surprise. What is the strength of Boss Jack? They know best that the ancient mammoth form, which is said to have invincible defense power, has the ability to hide. Brother Jack was actually crushed to death. He is from the fish-human race and an ancient species. It's so scary. Is this the Xia Ya pirates that hasn't appeared in 2 years? These guys really couldn't believe their eyes. Horrible. On the mammoth, Jack is the one they need to look up to. The result has now died easily. Hancock ordered to Amazon Lily's female warrior. Kill all these miscellaneous fish without sparing anyone.